Chapter 250. Follow your words. 2042.10. Zhao Zijia and Gao Yang sat quietly in the Luanio starship. Outside the porthole, there was peace. The sun shines on Titan's ocean, and the fine waves reflect the light of the stars. In the distance, several Zun starships kept flying at low altitude, trying to lure some more jellyfish with their plasma tail flames. This was the last shift for both of them, and it was also the last few days humans spent on Titan. In the past nearly 2 years, the orbiting Tao Tai has made several round trips between Mars and Titan, successfully transporting large amounts of hydrocarbons and organic materials. A few days ago, Mars sent a long-distance communication to Zhao Zijia and the others. The Heavenly Court project has been successfully completed as planned, and all humans in Mars City have begun boarding. This means that mankind has completed all starship manufacturing projects and material reserve plans. What they faced next was the distant star road that was 4.22 light-years long. Call Luanio. This is Area C3. A familiar voice came from the radio communication device. Zhao Zijia withdrew his gaze from the porthole and pressed the communication button calmly. This is Luanio. Please tell me C3. A response came immediately from the communication device. We have been circling for more than 5 days and have not found any signs of jellyfish activity. Apply for return. Hearing this, Zhao Zijia was silent for a while. Permission to return. C3. You can come back. Communication was cut off. Zhao Zijia stretched out his hand and swiped lightly on the holographic image in front of him, making a big cross on the sea map marked C3. Another area has been ruled out. Looking at the holographic image in front of him, he murmured softly, there are only 8 sea areas left to investigate. Although the hunting plan can only be carried out at night at high tide, the 2-year continuous hunting has completely depleted the resources of the Kraken Male Sea. In recent months, the number of jellyfish they have killed has been decreasing. One night on Titan, the 50 Zun 2 ships were busy for 8 days, but only attracted a few hundred jellyfish. This was an unimaginable scenario before. Therefore, 5 days ago, in the early morning hours on Titan, Lu Yongchang issued the last order. After 5 days of continuous searching, if no sign of new jellyfish is found, the killing plan will be terminated. Zijia, do you think there are any jellyfish in this sea? Gao Yang's questioning voice came from the side. Zhao Zijia shrugged and said helplessly, How do I know? No one can tell for sure. You won't get a definite answer until you drain the Kraken Mare Sea. However, there is one thing I am sure of. Speaking of this, Zhao Zijia let out a long sigh. Even if some jellyfish survive, the population is too small, and they will inevitably go extinct. Unless they reproduce asexually. There was some doubt in Gao Yang's eyes. Are there no jellyfish in the rest of the oceans on Titan? Zhao Zijia rolled his eyes at Gao Yang angrily. I really don't know how you passed those basic classes at that time. For 2 whole years, didn't you realize that we have been hunting jellyfish around the Kraken Mare Sea? Gao Yang sneered, scratched the back of his head and said, I discovered it, but I didn't think much about it. Zhao Zijia became increasingly speechless. He shook his head feebly and explained patiently. According to previous detections, the Kraken Mare Sea accounts for 80% of the liquid on Titan. But the discovery of the inland sea has greatly increased this ratio. According to zero assessments from 2 years ago, the Kraken Mare Sea accounts for more than 95% of Titan's liquid. Leaving aside the depth and size of the other oceans on Titan, the inland seas and cryovolcanoes alone are not structures that can be found in other water bodies on Titan. As he spoke, several return applications lit up again in the holographic image. Zhao Zijia silently stretched out his hand and cut off the corresponding sea areas. When the last ship, Zun 2, sent a return application, he let out a long sigh of relief. Let's go! He stood up from the captain's seat and stretched. Our mission is accomplished. It's time to meet up with Heaven. A Tao Tai, Nebula-class material reserve ship quietly stayed in orbit around Titan. It is waiting for the 50 or so starship pilots remaining on Titan. Over the next few days, those pilots will ride it from Saturn to Jupiter. At the same time, the human fleet, Heaven, will also go from Mars to Jupiter. The two will converge in the orbit of Jupiter, and rely on Jupiter's huge size to avoid the huge solar storm caused by Venus falling into the Sun 2 months later. As for the outdated Luanio starship, nature was left on Titan as proof that humans had been here. This is also a helpless move. Compared with the Nebula-class starship, the Longbird's flight speed is too slow. A few days later, on the shores of the Kraken Mare Sea, The hall thrusters at the bottom of 50 Zun 2 simultaneously emitted streams of faint blue flames. Under its powerful thrust, these Zun 2 slowly lifted into the air. Then, they changed direction, pulled out a beautiful arc, and flew towards the sky. On the beach by the sea, there was a Luanio starship that had been evacuated of all kinds of supplies. Next to the starship, a huge jellyfish-killing device stands among the fine waves. Under the dim sunlight, the two man-made objects seem to be telling the story of the crimes committed by humans in the past 2 years. Time flies. After 2 Titan days and nights, a group of pale yellow jellyfish suddenly appeared on the beach. Unlike the original jellyfish, this group of jellyfish has significantly shrunk in size. They stayed on the constantly undulating methane sea, with their heads facing the Wanbi starship and the killing device on the seashore, seeming to be staring at the 2 huge man-made objects. Suddenly, one of the jellyfish swung its body and swam toward the seaside. Its behavior apparently attracted the attention of the other jellyfish. Amidst the commotion, a group of jellyfish hesitantly followed the first jellyfish and swam toward the seaside together. After several hours of arduous trek, the group of jellyfish finally arrived at the killing device and the Lundberg starship. Then, a surprising scene happened. These dozens of jellyfish were actually arranged in a circle, dancing, their round bodies on the beach. It looks like a human sacrificial activity. A few hours later, the group of jellyfish lined up neatly and moved towards the Krakenmare Sea again. Contrary to everyone's knowledge, these new jellyfish actually have consciousness. If Xiao Zijia saw this scene, he would definitely sigh. It's so scary to say what you say. But unfortunately, with the departure of Zund number 2, this scene will inevitably not be known to anyone. Chapter 251 Venus falls into the sun. Bunker plan. 2 months later. Jupiter. In the huge orbit of Jupiter, dozens of rays silently absorb the helium-3 resources in Jupiter's atmosphere. Although humans have begun evacuation plans, they still have to stick to their posts until the last moment. Even a trivial gram of helium-3 is extremely important to the human fleet that is about to sail away. The back of Jupiter. The fleet composed of 1,251 Nebula-class starships silently adjusts its course to keep itself on the side of Jupiter facing away from the sun. Among the fleet, there is one starship that stands out. Its extremely large size and position in the center of the fleet all show its unique status. That is the flagship of human civilization, Earth. The Earth, which inherited the flagship name of the previous generation, has a total length of 2,500 meters, which is a full 1,000 meters longer than other starships. As the saying goes, every inch is long and every inch is strong. As the flagship of human civilization, Earth naturally has unmatched performance by other Nebula-class starships. In addition to having an independent large-capacity material storage unit and an independent large-scale laboratory, Earth has thicker armor, a more powerful power system, and a more powerful weapon system. In addition, Earth also contains a large number of biological genetic samples. It is no exaggeration to say that even if an accident occurs to the human fleet, with the help of the Earth, human civilization still has a glimmer of hope for a comeback. Earth. The huge command center was filled with an atmosphere of anxiety and uneasiness. Thousands of top scientists and starship pilots sat in their seats nervously. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the huge holographic image directly in front of them. In the holographic projection, real-time observation images of the Sun and Venus are vividly displayed. The observation picture is provided by an observation satellite in Jupiter's orbit. Therefore, there is a delay of about 43 minutes from the real picture. 0. How much time is left until impact? Lu Yongchang, who was standing on the podium, frowned and asked in a deep voice. The huge holographic projection screen directly in front changed instantly. A countdown was presented in front of everyone. 48 minutes and 36 seconds. Venus is expected to fall into the Sun's atmosphere in 48 minutes and 36 seconds. Zero's voice did not waver at all. Only 48 minutes left. Lu Yongchang's expression changed slightly. After pondering for a moment, he spoke again. Everyone, check the status of each starship again. No mistakes are allowed in this bunker plan. Time passes minute by minute, and the countdown returns to 0. Professor, the fall of Venus has already occurred. Zero's plain voice sounded in the command center. The next second, the countdown in the holographic screen was refreshed again. 42 minutes and 45 seconds. This is the countdown to the time when humans can observe the specific scene of Venus falling into the Sun. The countdown reaches 0 again. The holographic image screen has undergone some changes. It is very similar to the scene of Mercury falling into the Sun. Except that the whole scene is more grand and spectacular. Under the deceleration of the sun's atmosphere, Venus was unable to maintain its original orbit and fell straight into the sun. At this time, Venus has lost all its atmosphere, and like Mercury in the past, it has become a huge ball of lava. The moment it fell into the sun, a huge hole was suddenly smashed in the sun's corona. The brightness of the impact area instantly increased, and at the same time, endless coronal material was ejected into space. The power of Venus falling into the sun is obviously much greater than that of Mercury. The ejected coronal material is even accelerated to the escape velocity in a short period of time and flies straight away from the sun. The solar storm is expected to arrive at Jupiter in 10 days. Zero's reminder sounded just right. With Jupiter's magnetic field 14 times that of the Earth, we can escape this solar storm safely. Lu Yongchang didn't pay attention to Zero's reminder and just stared at the ejected coronal mass. Zero, don't worry about the solar storm for now. There was a hint of nervousness in Lu Yongchang's voice. Calculate the trajectory of that mass of coronal matter. In just a few seconds, Zero gave the answer. Professor, according to the simulation results, these coronal materials will be deflected by Jupiter's gravity and eventually captured by Jupiter. Lu Yongchang subconsciously held his breath. How long will it take? Not only Lu Yongchang, but every scientific researcher present held their breath, quietly waiting for Zero's answer. Calculations suggest capture is 5 years from now. There was an exhale in the command hall. It scared me to death. Fong Su reached out and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. What happens 5 years later has nothing to do with us. Yes. Chow Liansai's voice rang out. I guess we were all outside the Kuiper belt by then. How could Jupiter have anything to do with us? Academician Fong. You don't know that at that moment. I was sweating from behind. Unlike the relaxed looks of everyone around him, Lu Yongchang still had a solemn and serious expression on his face. Zero. Based on the situation of Venus falling into the sun, simulate the scene of the Earth falling into the sun. A few seconds later, a simulation of the Earth falling into the sun appeared on the holographic projection directly in front. Slightly different from Venus. The moment the Earth fell into the sun, a helium flash broke out at the same time. But the same thing is that the Earth's fall into the sun also smashed part of the corona material. Zero. Give a rough estimate. If all this coronal material is captured by Jupiter, how much will its mass increase? This time, Ling spent a few minutes thinking. Professor, there are too many variables, and the calculated results will be greatly different from the real situation. It's okay. Just tell me a range. Lu Yongchang waved his hand and said. No precise data is required. Jupiter's mass will increase to between 5.11 and 23.17 times its current mass. The moment Zero's voice sounded, everything in the Earth command center was quiet. Brown dwarf. Fong Su's voice broke the silence in the command center. Yes. Academician Fong. Zero responded methodically. After the mass of Jupiter increases, the probability of becoming a brown dwarf reaches 27.96%. The so-called brown dwarfs are equivalent to incompletely developed stars. Its mass does not reach the minimum threshold for becoming a star, but it is much heavier than ordinary gas giant planets. Unlike stars, brown dwarfs are not massive enough to sustain the nuclear fusion of normal stars, but deuterium fusion can occur inside them. Therefore, the surface temperature of brown dwarfs will be much lower than stars, generally not exceeding 3000 K. 27.96%. This probability is not low. Lu Yongchang murmured to himself. Chapter 252 Double Star System. Yes, the probability is not low. Fong Su's sigh came from the side. I didn't expect that the sun would leave a legacy to Jupiter when it was dying. Maybe in countless years, the solar system could become a binary star system. Double star system. The moment Lu Yongchang heard this term, he frowned. He stared intently at the giant holographic image directly in front of him. No, that's not right. Looking at the huge red fireball in the center of the holographic projection, a flash of light flashed in Lu Yongchang's mind. We overlooked something. He suddenly shouted. Huh? What? Fong Su cast a doubtful look at Lu Yongchang. The mass lost by the sun itself during the red giant process. There was a bit of excitement in Lu Yongchang's voice, and he suddenly realized that he might be able to grasp the real cause of the sun's mutation. According to our previous model, the sun will lose about 50% of its mass in the process of becoming a white dwarf star. These ejected materials will exist in the surroundings in the form of nebulae. But now, the changes in the sun clearly don't fit this model. Speaking of this, Lu Yongchang showed a complicated look in his eyes. Not only do they not match, They are completely different. Let's not talk about the timing of the red giant process. But the extent of the expansion is also wrong. In normal prediction models, the red giant formed by the expansion of the Sun will reach the orbit of Mars. But both the new model and the experience of the previous life told Liu Yongchang that the red giant formed by the Sun had a helium flash before it even reached the Earth's orbit. The huge difference between this means the disappearance of a large amount of mass, or energy. 0. Based on the current situation of the Sun, let's calculate how much material will be thrown out by the Sun during the entire red giant process. Ignoring the confused looks from Fang Su and everyone else, Liu Yongchang directly gave the order to Ling. Professor, according to the current trend, the material eventually thrown out by the Sun is about 20% of its original mass. 0 quickly answered Liu Yongchang's question. For it, the problem is not complicated. Liu Yongchang's face darkened. Really? A full 30% of the mass disappeared into the universe out of thin air. Like Liu Yongchang, the faces of the scientific researchers present also changed drastically. 30% of the mass of the Sun. This is an incredible data. Before the law of conservation of matter is overturned, there are only two situations that will lead to this phenomenon. First, calculation errors. Second, Yongchang, what do you mean? Fang Su swallowed and asked in a low voice. Is there something absorbing matter inside the Sun? Liu Yongchang nodded silently. In other words, it is absorbing the energy of the Sun. Although he has had a similar conjecture in his mind for a long time, this is the first time he has obtained direct evidence for this conjecture. This? What kind of method is this? God. There was a murmur of discussion in the command hall. Although everyone here had sufficient psychological expectations for the abnormality of the Sun, many people still exclaimed when they learned the news. Directly extracting solar energy causes it to enter old age in advance. Such a technical method is no different from the gods in the eyes of current humans. Everyone, calm down. Hearing the buzz around him, Liu Yongchang lightly knocked on the table in front of him. No matter why the Sun became like this, it has nothing to do with us now. At least, we cannot afford to offend a civilization that can tamper with the Sun. What we have to do is stay as far away from this land of right and wrong as possible. The command center instantly became quiet, although it is a bit hard to accept. There is nothing wrong with this. After a moment of silence, Liu Yongchang changed the topic. 0. Simulate Jupiter again. This time, the material ejected by the Sun is also included. Perhaps because there were more variables. 0 took more than 10 minutes to calculate this time. Professor, according to the latest calculation results, the increased mass of Jupiter will capture most of the nebula material, and the final mass will reach about 10% to 15% of the Sun. Hiss! There was a sound of sucking cold air in the command center. 10% to 15% of the mass of the Sun. This is going to become a red dwarf star. Fang Su's voice of surprise came from the side. Liu Yongchang's eyes also flashed with surprise. Even he didn't expect that Jupiter is so powerful that it can inherit most of the mass thrown out by the Sun. While everyone was amazed, a simulated image of the solar system began to play on the holographic projection directly in front. As the Sun's helium flash explodes, the red giant process comes to an end, and the Sun begins to shrink until it becomes a supersolid white dwarf. This white dwarf inherits 50% of the mass of the Sun and stays quietly at the center of the solar system. The large amount of material thrown out during the process of the Sun's red giant star was gradually captured by the massive Jupiter during the continuous drifting process. As time goes by, as Jupiter becomes more massive, a dark red light shines on its surface. Its mass reached a critical point, and the fire of deuterium fusion ignited in its body. At this moment, Jupiter was promoted from a gas giant star to a brown dwarf. When most of the nebula material permeating the solar system is absorbed by Jupiter, the color of its surface gradually becomes brighter. It became a red dwarf star. Although it is the weakest star, it also has the power to rival white dwarfs. In the simulation, the entire solar system's gravitational system is in chaos. Various stars are flying in all directions under the gravitational tug-of-war between the two. Time flies by, and a stable binary star system composed of a red dwarf star and a white dwarf star gradually appears in front of everyone. Heck! Saturn and Uranus actually became satellites of Jupiter. Neptune is also a satellite of the Sun. Incredible. The simulated scene in front of them made everyone marvel. How long ago did this happen? Liu Yongchang stared at the screen and asked softly. Professor, probably in 50,000 to 100,000 years. Liu Yongchang immediately shrugged and said helplessly. Well, it seems we won't be able to see this amazing scene. 10 days later. A piercing siren sounded in the command center of Earth. Alarm! The solar storm is expected to reach Jupiter's orbit in 30 minutes. In the command center, everyone's expressions became serious. Although Jupiter serves as a shelter, human beings are still as fragile as infants in the face of such stellar-level natural disasters. If they are not careful, the ship will be destroyed and everyone will be killed. Chapter 253 Gao Yang's Concerns. The countdown is over. Solar storms with speeds reaching hundreds of kilometers per second blow through the orbit of Jupiter. Although the solar storm is the most powerful in human history, for Jupiter, this small solar storm is obviously not enough. In the face of Jupiter's powerful magnetic field, the raging solar storm cleverly turned an angle and bypassed Jupiter's huge body. A large amount of X-rays produced at the poles of Jupiter were detected. Zero's reminder sounded, attracting everyone's attention. The next moment, in the holographic projection directly in front, the area where the X-rays were generated was marked with a special color. That's Jupiter's aurora under a solar storm. Unlike auroras on Earth, Jupiter's auroras exist in the form of high-energy X-rays, which contain hundreds of times more energy than Earth's aurora. The invisible solar storm crossed the orbit of Jupiter and rushed directly towards Saturn behind it. Like Jupiter, Saturn has its own magnetic field. Speaking of which, if there are still jellyfish on Titan, will this solar storm affect them? Gao Yang, who was sitting in the corner, quietly asked his teammates. Zhao Zijie rolled his eyes angrily. Say, why do you care so much about those jellyfish? Don't worry about the solar storm. If it develops normally, those jellyfish will have been wiped out. Gao Yang sneered, and a trace of uneasiness flashed in his eyes. I don't know why, but I always feel like something is wrong. It's like something landed on Titan. Zhao Zijie ignored Gao Yang. After a moment of silence, Gao Yang smacked his lips gently and spoke again. Zijie, tell me, is it possible that some of the jellyfish have gained consciousness and are deliberately hiding from us? Zhao Zijie glanced at Gao Yang with a very strange look. Wait a minute. I'll take you to Dr. Wen's place. I think you need a psychological evaluation. Gao Yang. Ahem. Pretend I didn't say anything. Gao Yang waved his hands repeatedly and subconsciously shrank away from Zhao Zijie. So, will Titan be affected by this solar storm? Zhao Zijie opened his mouth, and for a moment, he didn't know how to solve his teammate's strange situation. Not really. A gentle voice came from the side. Professor Liu? Gao Yang hurriedly stood up from his seat and saluted Lu Yongchang. Seeing this, Zhao Zijie also hurriedly tried to stand up from the chair. Sit down. Sit down. Lu Yongchang happily sat beside the two of them. What? Are you still obsessed with Titan? Gao Yang lowered his head in embarrassment. As a starship pilot who has received various trainings, he naturally knows that his thoughts are not normal. But he didn't know why. But he always felt uneasy since leaving Titan. After thinking for a long time to no avail, he could only ask his teammates a question. Seeing Gao Yang's expression, Lu Yongchang reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. With the protection of Saturn's magnetic field, solar storms will not threaten Titan. The worry in Gao Yang's eyes became even stronger. He hesitated for a long time and then asked a question. Professor Liu, if there are still jellyfish on Titan, will they pose a threat to us when they develop into advanced civilizations in the future? Lu Yongchang was suddenly startled, with a look of astonishment on his face. This question. Professor, just think I'm talking nonsense. Gao Yang showed a bit of regret in his eyes, reaching out and tapping his head lightly. Zijie is right. I may have to go to Dr. Wen. It's quite interesting. Lu Yongchang said the second half of the sentence, his eyes sparkling with interest. Come on. Come on. I just have nothing to do now that I'm hiding behind Jupiter. I'll give you a good analysis. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand in the air. Zero immediately controlled a holographic projection generator to present a holographic image in front of him. Gao Yang and Zhao Zijie stared blankly at the excited Lu Yongchang. Zero. Simulate the solar system in the next few years. In the holographic image, the fireball located in the center of the solar system emits a dazzling light after approaching the Earth. A helium flash occurred. The Earth was instantly melted into a molten ball, and then fell into the expanding interior of the Sun. Subsequently, the power of the solar helium flash is transmitted to the distance. Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. Zero. Where is Titan now? When the energy released by the helium flash reached the orbit of Saturn, Lu Yongchang asked softly. The holographic image in front of him instantly enlarged. Titan, running quietly behind Saturn, was extremely lucky to escape this huge damage. Hey, you're lucky. Lu Yongchang's eyes lit up. He turned to Gao Yang and pursed his lips. Did you see it? Titan's luck is much better than that of the Earth. With Saturn as its backing, not only is it unaffected by solar storms, but it is also not damaged by helium flashes. If there are still jellyfish on Titan, they have been lucky enough to escape the biggest disaster in recent times. Of course, we are not so lucky. Now there are only 4 gaseous planets left among the 8 planets in the solar system. So, we can only go next door and borrow a solid planet suitable for survival. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang raised his hand and gently crossed the holographic projection. 0. Speed up. Time passes quickly. Now that the sun has become a white dwarf star, it cannot release as much heat as before. Correspondingly, Titan's surface temperature will be even lower. Lu Yongchang shrugged and reached out to tap Titan in the projection. But there's no need to worry. The temperature inside Titan is not low. This energy mainly comes from the high pressure inside the planet, the decay of core radioactive material, and the friction of its core material caused by Saturn's gravity. Therefore, there is a high probability that these jellyfish will survive. But that may not be the case next. After Jupiter absorbed a large amount of material thrown out by the sun, it first became a brown dwarf, and then a red dwarf. In this process, I won't say more about how chaotic the solar system was. The point is, this process is very long, and will last at least tens of thousands of years. Even if these jellyfish successfully escape this disaster, they will still have to face Jupiter becoming a red dwarf star. Once the new orbits of Saturn and Titan are too close to red dwarfs, these jellyfish will face another disaster. Lu Yongchang looked at Gao Yang with a smile. Do you understand now? Your concerns are most likely unnecessary. Gao Yang nodded blankly. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Lu. Lu Yongchang waved his hand, closed the holographic image in front of him, and stood up from the chair. Okay, it's time for me to go. When the solar storm passes, we have to rush to the Kuiper belt. To explain here, helium flashes in real situations only occur in the core of the sun. Most of the energy of the helium flashes is used to promote changes in the core, and a small amount of the energy is blocked by the hydrogen layer on the surface of the sun. Simply for example, at that time, the internal reaction of the sun was extremely violent, but there was no visible condition on the surface. Chapter 254 Unique Training Method. A few days later, the huge solar storm caused by Venus falling into the sun moved away from the orbit of Jupiter and flew toward Saturn further away. After confirming that there was no danger, the human fleet replenished its helium-3 reserves and started its journey to the Kuiper belt again. Under Zero's control, the Hall thrusters at the tails of the 1,251 starships emitted intense light, pushing all the starships gradually away from the huge Jupiter. Being in a star system, the starship's acceleration and travel speed are not very fast. The reason is also very simple. They need to use asteroids in the solar system for training. Although it has passed through the relatively dense asteroid belt, it is possible to hit a few asteroids along the way in the solar system. Just like now, not long after leaving Jupiter, a piercing siren sounded in the command center of Earth. Asteroid impact alert. A row of highlighted characters appeared on the holographic image directly in front of the command center. Maximum diameter of asteroid, 5 kilometers. Asteroid coordinates X, 573.4267 kilometers. Y, minus 328.7123 kilometers. Z, 1038.3422 kilometers. The coordinate numbers are accurate to the 0.1 meter level. And as time goes by, the numbers on the coordinates continue to beat. The coordinates here are naturally a three-dimensional coordinate system established with Earth as the origin. The x-axis represents the left and right sides of Earth. The y-axis represents up and down. And the z-axis represents the front and back. Through this coordinate positioning method, starship pilots can find target objects extremely quickly. A 5-kilometer diameter asteroid. Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows slightly, turned to Zhao Zijia and said, use the electromagnetic gun and high-energy laser to solve it. After hearing Lu Yongchang's order, Zhao Zijia looked slightly solemn, nodded and pressed the communication button on the console in front of him. Golden Crow, B-31. Please reply when you receive it. With almost no delay, a clear voice came from the communication device. Golden Crow, B-31 received. Speaking. Without any hesitation, Zhao Zijia reached out and pressed a few buttons on the console in front of him. B-31. There is an asteroid with a maximum diameter of 5 kilometers 1,100 kilometers away from you. According to calculations, Its trajectory coincides with the fleet. The solution and the exact location of the asteroid have been sent to your onboard computer. Get it right now. As soon as he finished speaking, a response came from the communication device. B-31 received. A few seconds later, a series of firelights and several extremely bright lasers appeared in the lower right corner of Earth. That innocent asteroid, under the action of the electromagnetic gun and high-energy laser, didn't even last a few seconds and turned into a piece of powder. Report. Target successfully resolved. As the report sounded, a new line of reminder flashed across the holographic image directly in front of the command center. Alert cleared. Lu Yongchang looked at the people who were gradually becoming familiar with this process and nodded slowly. Yongchang, it seems that your training method is quite good. Fong Su chuckled and said in a low voice. Facing Fong Su's compliment, Lu Yongchang shook his head and showed a helpless smile. This is also a helpless move on my part. Everyone leaves the solar system and goes into hibernation. When hibernation ends, we will have a fight with the Proxima Centauri civilization. With such a tight schedule, I can only choose this method for simulation training. Yes, all of these are training tasks assigned by Lu Yongchang. He ordered that Zero's automatic interception function be disabled, and all interception operations be manually operated by Starship pilots, in order to allow these Starship pilots to adapt to space operations as soon as possible. Fong Su ignored Lu Yongchang's complaints and said happily, Now it seems that the effect is quite good. At least, their operations are much more skillful than before. Think about the scene in the asteroid belt, TSK. 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 It's really terrible. Lu Yongchang also smiled bitterly and shook his head. In order to train these pilots, he specifically ordered Zero to choose a route with the highest concentration of asteroids. The results can be imagined. If Zero had not taken over most of the Golden Crow battleships at the critical moment, it is estimated that the human fleet would have been attrited before it even left the solar system. But the benefits of that frightening incident were also huge. At least, these Starship pilots are much more skilled in attacking targets. Thinking of this, Lu Yongchang shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, there are still a few asteroids in the solar system. Fong Su rolled his eyes angrily. You can pull it down. Why don't you look back and see how the asteroid belt has been destroyed? Lu Yongchang's face froze, and he scratched his head with a smile. Isn't this to improve their proficiency as much as possible? Improvement of proficiency won't mean you have to go around the asteroid belt 3 or 4 times. Right. Fong Su complained again. If this were in ancient times, you would definitely be a master at stealing houses. Ahem. Seeing some of the scientific researchers around him giving him strange looks, Lu Yongchang twitched the corners of his mouth, coughed twice, and then changed the topic directly. Who is that? Academician Emoziang. Come with me. After saying that, he turned around and walked directly outside the command center. Hearing his name, Emoziang suddenly raised his head and looked at the command podium beside him. Seeing that Lu Yongchang had already walked out of the command center door, he quickly reached out and pressed the controller on his watch. The magnetism of several electromagnetic devices connected to the chair on the back of the spacesuit disappeared instantly. Then, with the help of electromagnetic boots, he stood up from the chair and walked quickly towards the command center door. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw Lu Yongchang standing by the porthole, silently staring at Jupiter, which had shrunk into a small ball. Professor, what's the matter? He slowed down, walked to Lu Yongchang, and asked softly. When Lu Yongchang heard the sound, he turned to look at Emoziang, and said with a gentle smile, Academician Emo, how is the development progress of photonic computers? The moment he heard the question, the expression on Emoziang's face turned dry. Professor, there's still not much progress. Unlike superconducting circuit quantum computers, photonic computers require new architectural methods and higher manufacturing technologies. At the moment, it seems we don't have the capability. Lu Yongchang's face turned slightly gloomy. Photon computers, as the threshold of the second-level civilization in the technology tree system, must have their own unique difficulties, which is also to be expected. But he never expected that a piece of photon computer technology would block them for 2 whole years. Chapter 255 Dim Blue Dot. Perhaps for other civilizations, the advancement of computer technology does not play a decisive role. But human civilization is different. For human civilization with strong artificial intelligence, breakthroughs in computer technology will bring unparalleled improvements. The most basic improvement is based on infrastructure construction. As long as there is enough computing power, humans can achieve endless expansion. Secondly, There is the aspect of war. Although all tasks of intercepting asteroids are now handed over to Starship pilots. As long as Lu Yongchang gives an order, Zero can control 250 battleships to form a dense firepower network to accurately intercept any asteroid in the fleet's navigation path. Planet. The same goes for replacing asteroids with enemy ships. It was with this in mind that Lu Yongchang frowned tightly after learning that the photonic computer research and development project still had not made any progress. Academician MO. Wait for me, and you to go to the laboratory. I hope to overcome the problem of photon computers as soon as possible. Unlike other research projects, photon computers, as the core research project of human civilization, did not end with a fleet voyage. This is also to gain the last bit of probability. If photon computer technology is broken through before leaving the solar system, humans will undoubtedly have a greater chance of winning in the future war. Mo Ziyang was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded and agreed to Lu Yongchang's request. As the person in charge of the photonic computer project, he naturally wanted Lu Yongchang to help solve this problem. After all, it would be a bit embarrassing to spread the word about being stuck on a project for several years. In the main laboratory of Earth, Lu Yongchang carefully read the research content of Mo Ziyang and others during this period. His knuckles rapped rhythmically on the table. TSK. Perhaps because the project was far more difficult than imagined, Lu Yongchang clicked his tongue unconsciously. The next second, under the anxious looks of Mo Ziyang and others, he reached out and closed the holographic projection screen in front of him. Then, he adjusted his sitting posture and closed his eyes. Let me think about it, and try not to disturb me. In order to increase his winning rate, he has made preparations. He's going to try to force the hint again. Shouldn't we just go to Dr. Wen's place again? What's this? While thinking in his mind, he mobilized his consciousness and entered the technology tree space. Looking at the dim cursor at the top of the first-level technology tree and the bottom of the second-level technology tree, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but darken his face. According to his experience, the brightness of this cursor has not even reached 10% of the research progress. Do not care. He gritted his teeth and focused his consciousness directly on the dim cursor. Strong dizziness followed. Before he could hold on for 3 seconds, Lu Yongchang's consciousness began to fade. Oops. I have to report to Dr. Wen again. The moment this thought flashed through his mind, he lost consciousness. Oh, that's good. I've made great progress this time. A familiar voice rang in my ears. Lu Yongchang struggled to raise his eyelids and struggled to look in the direction of the sound. I saw Dr. Wen holding a bag of space drinks in his hand and looking at himself happily. Lu Yongchang endured the dizziness in his mind and asked in a low voice, How long have I been unconscious this time? Dr. Wen raised his watch and took a look. So far, exactly 1 hour and 30 minutes. I've made great progress. Next time, I might wake you up right after I deliver it. Lu Yongchang's mouth twitched. That's very good. Don't say it again next time. He didn't say anything nonsense and got up from the hospital bed. I said, Professor Lu, you don't want to go to the laboratory, do you? Dr. Wen finished sipping the drink in the packaging bag, reached out and threw the packaging bag into a special garbage bag and looked at him with a strange face. Is there any problem? Lu Yongchang frowned. I suggest you rest for a while. Dr. Wen shrugged and reached out to open a holographic image. Although the time you wake up from coma is getting shorter and shorter, it seems that your condition is getting better. But, speaking of this, Dr. Wen's voice suddenly stopped. I don't know how you manage to overclock your brain like a CPU. But your brain is made of meat after all. And every coma will put a considerable burden on your brain. Lu Yongchang's face changed slightly. After thinking for a while, he let out a long sigh. All right. I'll listen to you. But if you have to continue to struggle, there is no problem. After all, your brain has surpassed human biological understanding. Who knows what will happen in the end? Maybe you could provide us with some materials. Dr. Wen suddenly he stopped talking and blinked his eyes. You? What did you just say? Are you ready to rest? Lu Yongchang. Material? Did he just talk about the material? Blanche. No wonder he always looks at me a little strangely. I said. I'm going to take a good rest. Lu Yongchang said through gritted teeth. The experience of continuously hitting walls in the system also made him aware of a problem. The threshold for second-level civilization is still a bit too high for today's humans. Haste makes waste. The development of photon computers should wait until the Proxima Centauri civilization is solved. TCH. Dr. Wen pointed at the door angrily. The door is over there. Go back by yourself. Lu Yongchang. 2045. There is still 1 month left before reaching the Kuiper Belt. And 1 month left before the solar helium flash explodes. Professor, the sun has approached the orbit of the Earth. Zero's voice sounded in the command center. Lu Yongchang didn't speak. He stood up silently and walked to the porthole and looked behind him. In the deep darkness, there is a small point of light. The light spots are dull blue. That was humanity's former home. The Earth. Everything mankind has ever had happened on this blue dot. On the scale of the universe, the magnificent history of human civilization is nothing more than an insignificant event that happened on a dim blue dot. Zero. Are the detectors we placed later still working properly? Lu Yongchang looked at the scenery outside the porthole and asked in a low voice. Certainly. As the words fell, a spectacular scenery appeared in the holographic image on the side. A huge red fireball and a bare planet. That's Earth today. The atmosphere and moisture on the surface were completely blown away, leaving only bare rock formations. Looking at the unrecognizable Earth, Lu Yongchang felt even more helpless. He waved his hand and was about to ask Zero to turn off the hologram. Suddenly, an extremely bright spot of light flashed across the surface of the sun. Chapter 256. What does destroying you have to do with you? Etc. Lu Yongchang suddenly stopped waving and shouted, Zero, play back the video and find the light spot for me. Lu Yongchang's shout broke the silence of the command center. Everyone cast doubtful glances at Lu Yongchang. Yongchang? Fong Su's voice came from afar. What happened? The half-dissipated holographic projection condensed again, and the images played in it quickly began to regress. When he saw that shining spot of light appear again on the surface of the sun, he shouted, Stop! The picture stops immediately. On the surface of the red fireball, an object far exceeding the brightness of the sun appeared. Lu Yongchang reached out and swept through the air, and the holographic projection in front of him instantly collapsed. Later, the same picture appeared on the huge holographic projection directly in front of the command center. This. Fong Su's eyes suddenly widened and he blurted out. What is this? Has the sun had another accident? No. I'm afraid it's not the sun. For a time, countless noisy discussions were heard in the command center. Lu Yongchang ignored everyone's comments and said directly, Zero. Process the image. Okay, Professor. The picture in the giant holographic projection changed rapidly. Areas of bright light on the sun's surface are continuously magnified. Gradually, the image became slightly blurry. But with Zero treatment, the image became clear again. After repeating this operation several times, and after a series of Zero processes, a clear image of the light spot gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Hack. WTF. When they saw the clear image of the light spot, everyone in the command center suddenly cursed. There is no other reason. That is an object full of man-made traces. A spherical silver-white object with an extremely smooth surface. At least, in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang did not see any roughness or bulges on its surface. Maybe it's because the distance is too far, or maybe it's made in one piece. But Lu Yongchang didn't find any traces of splicing. Zero. Slow down the video and see where it goes, Lu Yongchang said with an ugly expression. Zero didn't speak, and just played the video silently. The next moment, the silver-white sphere disappeared directly in front of everyone's eyes. Zero? Lu Yongchang looked panicked and subconsciously shouted. Professor, we are looking for the target. Please wait. As Zero's response sounded, the holographic projection screen in front of him began to change rapidly. Densely packed pixels are beating crazily in front of everyone. Time passed by, and the atmosphere in the command center gradually became solemn. After more than 10 minutes, the beating pixels suddenly stopped. The light spots on the dark background glow a little. Compared with the scene just now, the light on the surface of this silver-white object seems to have dimmed a lot. Is it moving away from the sun? Lu Yongchang frowned slightly and expressed his guess. Yes, Professor. Can you calculate its direction of travel? Lu Yongchang asked in a low voice. After a short wait, Zero gave his answer. The central region of the Milky Way. Lu Yongchang's expression changed slightly, and he asked again. Are there any other scenes? Sorry, Professor. Among all the video materials, I only found these 2 seconds of footage. Zero quickly replied. In the second of footage, it has already appeared in the very corner of the video. The command hall fell into dead silence. Only 2 seconds of footage. This UFO actually covered such a long distance in just 2 seconds. This astonishing flight speed seems to declare to mankind the technological gap between the two. Good. Lu Yongchang swallowed lightly. After swallowing the panic and shock in his heart, He took a deep breath. 0. Based on the image ratio. Roughly estimate its data. After a short waiting time, the size of the 0 estimate was presented to everyone. Diameter, 3,000 kilometers. Quality, insufficient data. Unable to estimate. Current speed, 0.5 to 0.8 times the speed of light. Top speed, insufficient data. Unable to estimate. The data in front of me was like a pair of thick hands, strangling the throats of everyone present. This is impossible! Chow Liangsai's horrified voice came from the side. How could there be such a powerful man-made object? 3,000 kilometers in diameter. This is almost as big as the moon. Think about it. A moon accelerated to 0.5 times the speed of light in such a short period of time. This is too exaggerated. 0 must have been miscalculated. Or, there is an error in the images captured by the detector. Yes, that's definitely the case. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible to have such an aircraft. Chow Liangsai's low murmur echoed in the command center. Lu Yongchang sighed softly, turned to look at Chow Liangkai, whose face was filled with fear, and slowly shook his head. Old Chow, there is no need to lie to yourself. The facts are before us. If nothing else, our sun was probably destroyed by this object. Lu Yongchang lowered his eyes and hid the horror in his eyes. It absorbed 30% of the sun's mass and completed its mission. Mission? What mission? Chow Liangkai gasped hard and asked in horror. Destroy human civilization? No. Fong Su's bitter voice sounded from the side. Probably. It's to collect energy. If you want to destroy human beings, you don't have to use weapons of this level. No. Maybe it's not a weapon. Collecting energy? Just because we want to collect energy. Chow Liangkai excitedly broke away from the magnetic device on the seat. Fortunately, with the electromagnetic boots fixed, he would not fly to the ceiling. But the pulling feeling at that moment was not pleasant either. Chow Liangkai forcefully exhaled a few hot breaths and suppressed the excitement caused by panic in his heart. Sorry, I lost my temper. He lowered his eyes and apologized softly. Then, as if deflated, he sat back in his chair again. Click! The sound of the magnetic device being connected rang in everyone's ears. Lu Yongchang shook his head with difficulty. It's okay. It's human nature and understandable. No one responded to his words. Lu Yongchang didn't care about this small problem. As the chief scientist, he naturally knew how much of a blow this scene had caused to everyone present. Thinking that human civilization was destroyed just because of the energy collection device of a certain advanced civilization. Lu Yongchang felt a chill in his back. He closed his eyes and whispered the words that emerged in his heart. What does destroying you have to do with you? Chapter 257 Human Fleet. Advance 4. In the following time, the atmosphere in the fleet seemed particularly depressing. Lu Yongchang had no good solution for this situation. Not to mention ordinary scientific researchers and starship pilots. Even he himself found it difficult to accept this reality. The entire solar system was so easily destroyed at the hands of an advanced civilization that had never been seen before. A few days later, a group of scientists started a discussion about the attitude of this unknown advanced civilization towards human beings. Needless to say, the process of discussion highlights a confusion. Some scientists believe that the purpose of this advanced civilization is only energy, and that human civilization just is bad luck. There are also many people who hold objections. The reason is very simple. There are countless stars in the Milky Way, so there is no need for people to come to this remote corner to target a small yellow dwarf star. The two groups of people argued fiercely until Lu Yongchang revealed his previous suspicion. Conjectures about Voyager. You mean, it was the Voyager that exposed human information, which led to targeted strikes by higher civilizations? Fong Su frowned, shook his head and said, But why did they choose this method to attack us? Doesn't this give us a chance to escape? Lu Yongchang looked at Fong Su with a strange expression. Are you sure? At our original development rate, is it possible for us to escape? The moment the words fell, the conference room fell into silence. In other words, can human civilization continue to exist when only a few thousand or tens of thousands of people escape? Lu Yongchang stood up from his seat and glanced around at the faces of everyone with different expressions. I think that the unknown advanced civilization must have malicious intentions towards us, and the blow we received must be targeted. The moment the words fell, there was a burst of noisy discussion in the conference room. Lu Yongchang coughed hard and spoke again. It's just that. Perhaps to save resources or to recover costs, higher civilizations chose this inconspicuous means of attack. Of course, even then, it's not something we can afford. Then will we still be hit? A voice sounded from the corner of the conference room. Lu Yongchang turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. He is a scientific researcher with little sense of existence. Lu Yongchang was silent for a while and slowly shook his head. I don't know, but I think it won't happen. That energy harvesting device has left, proving that according to its logic, it is impossible for humans to escape this disaster. Speaking of this, Lu Yongchang smiled bitterly and shook his head. I believe that these advanced civilizations are not so free and will stare at us little ants. So, guys, cheer up. Don't worry about the advanced civilization we have never met before. Our primary target now is the Proxima Centauri civilization next door. A month passed by in a flash. The human fleet has officially entered the Kuiper Belt. 1B signal detected. In the holographic screen in front of the command center, a line of inspiring Chinese characters jumped out. 0. Go to the source of the signal. Let's go take them home. Lu Yongchang, who was standing on the podium, shouted loudly with excitement in his eyes. Somewhere in the Kuiper Belt, 1,251 starships slowly slowed down. Right in front of these starships, 380 Luanio starships stay quietly in the deep space. 0. How is the condition of the Luanio starship? As the distance to the Luanio starship group became closer and closer, Lu Yongchang's mood gradually became agitated. He asked repeatedly, what is the physical condition of the 3.8 billion human beings? Are any of the hibernating cabins damaged? As for 0, he was naturally 1-5-10, patiently answering Lu Yongchang's questions. Professor, the overall condition of the Luanio starship is good. The overall fuel remaining is 58%, and the number of recyclable parts is... Lu Yongchang. Forget it. You should talk about the hibernation cabin and the situation of 3.8 billion humans. 0's report stopped abruptly. Okay, Professor. The overall condition of the hibernating cabin is good. Within 10 years, the hibernating cabin failure rate is 0.78%. However, thanks to the maintenance work of your robot, so far, there have been only 16,936 deaths among 3.8 billion humans. Following 0's announcement, all the statistical data in recent years appeared in front of him. Looking at the cases of death due to various reasons in front of him, Lu Yongchang shook his head helplessly. For such a weak artificial intelligence, it is pretty good to be able to control the mortality rate to this level. Start the reception work. Lu Yongchang waved his hand, trying to turn off the holographic image in front of him. When everyone transfers to the home ship, we can prepare to set off. The holographic projection did not disappear as usual. 0? Professor. 0's avatar appeared in front of Lu Yongchang. Helium flash has occurred. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but fell into silence. He subconsciously turned his head and looked toward the porthole. Professor, you can't see the helium flash happening yet. 0 reminded softly. I know. Lu Yongchang sighed softly. At this moment, his mood was extremely complicated. There is a bit of sadness, a bit of joy, and a bit of relief. Let's do it. In addition to moving the hibernation cabin, remember to take away all the useful resources inside the 381 bird. We don't have much time to waste. The holographic projection quietly dispersed. Outside the porthole, an extremely short and extremely bright light came from the direction of the sun. Earth calendar January 1st, 2046. The human fleet slowly sailed towards the outer reaches of the Kuiper Belt, and the 380 Luanio starships turned into a piece of space junk, floating in the empty space. Within Earth, Lu Yongchang stood in front of his hibernation cabin and turned to look at the porthole next to him again. Goodbye, solar system. After saying H, low in his heart, he turned his head and entered the hibernation cabin without hesitation. 0. Accelerate with all your strength and head towards Proxima Centauri. Through the brainwave reading device, Lu Yongchang issued his last order. A slight tingling sensation came from his arm. My eyelids gradually became heavy. He slowly closed his eyes, and one last thought flashed through his mind. I don't know what kind of challenges human civilization will face when it wakes up again. Hibernation successful. A line of Chinese characters flashed on the holographic projection outside the hibernation cabin. Human fleet. Advance 4. Incomparably powerful thrust comes from the Hall thruster, pushing the fleet towards the outer reaches of the solar system. Under continuous acceleration, the fleet's top speed will reach 10% of the speed of light. Include acceleration and deceleration times. Estimated arrival time at Proxima Centauri, Earth calendar year 2146. Solar system. End. Chapter 258. Level 1 abnormal situation. Earth calendar. Year 2096. 50 years have passed since the human fleet left the solar system. In the empty universe between the solar system and the Proxima galaxy, a large fleet composed of 1,251 starships slowly floats at 10% of the speed of light. Occasionally, the rear of the starship would emit a faint burst of light, which would quickly dim again. That is the light produced by the intermittent operation of the Hall thruster. Although the spaces between galaxies are extremely empty, there are still sparse amounts of interstellar dust and gas. For a starship traveling at 10% of the speed of light, these extremely thin interstellar materials will still produce considerable resistance. Therefore, under the premise of saving energy as much as possible, Zero can only control the Hall thrusters of all starships to perform irregular intermittent injections. Just as the fleet was heading towards its destination normally, several detectors sent an alert to the flagship Earth. A few seconds later, several large radio telescopes set up outside the Earth starship quietly changed their angles and focused their lenses on Proxima Centauri, a dim star in front of them. Inside Earth Central Supercomputing Center. In the dim cabin, dots of indicator lights flickered everywhere. The hum of the cooling system filled the cabin. A red light with warning suddenly appeared in the corner of the supercomputing center. Abnormal condition detected. Status classification in progress. Mistake. The current situation is not a scheduled matter. Warn. Warn. Level 1 abnormality. Red light instantly filled the entire supercomputing center. Wake up procedure is being executed. Wake up staff. A rapid siren sounded in Lu Yongchang's ears. Perhaps because of the long period of hibernation, the siren sound was particularly ethereal, giving people an unreal feeling. Professor Lu. Professor Lu. There's something wrong with Proxima Centauri. Under the rapid reminders again and again, Lu Yongchang's consciousness gradually returned, and he slowly opened his eyes. He took a breath subconsciously. Cough, cough, cough. The deep-sea fluid remaining in his lungs instantly made him realize the dangers of the human world. While coughing, he reached out and pulled off his mask. As a tickling feeling came from his trachea, a long white tube was pulled out of his nasal cavity. After a violent cough, Lu Yongchang finally recovered. He endured the discomfort coming from his abdomen and climbed out of the hibernation cabin. Zero's avatar stood in front of the hibernation cabin, looking at him respectfully. Zero? What time is it? Have we arrived at our destination? As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Lu Yongchang was startled by his extremely hoarse voice. Professor, it is currently August 11th, 2096 in the Earth calendar. 2096? Lu Yongchang's brows frowned instantly. According to the scheduled plan, they will arrive at their destination in the year 2146 of the Earth calendar. But now, the awakening time has been advanced 50 years. As he stayed awake longer and longer, his consciousness gradually became clearer. He noticed the red light flashing around him. After a brief daze, his expression changed drastically. Zero. What happened? Red light flashes, coupled with early wake-up. Lu Yongchang instantly realized the reason for his awakening. Level 1 abnormal situation. In Lu Yongchang's setting, he would be awakened in advance only if an abnormal situation of this level occurred. As for what is a first-level abnormal situation, it's very simple. When encountering an alien fleet, the hibernating cabin will fail on a large scale, or the fleet will lose more than 10% of its starships in a short period of time. To sum it up, it's just one sentence. Only situations that may lead to the extinction of human civilization are considered first-level abnormal situations. At this moment, countless bad thoughts flashed through Lu Yongchang's mind. Professor, it's the Proxima Centauri civilization, Zero said as he unfolded a holographic projection in front of Lu Yongchang. The latest observation results show that Proxima Centauri seems to have undergone a series of abnormal changes. Lu Yongchang reached out and slid the projection interface and took a rough look at all the observation data. A few hours later. Earth, Command Center. Everyone. This is an emergency, so I won't talk nonsense. Lu Yongchang stood in front of everyone with a solemn expression and reached out to open the huge holographic projection on the side. Our destination, Proxima Centauri, encountered a similar situation to us. As he spoke, he pointed to the right side of the projection. Here are the latest observation results about Proxima Centauri. And on the left are the observations from 50 years ago. Everyone can clearly see that within 50 years, the brightness of Proxima Centauri has dropped by a notch. Based on Zero calculations, and at the current rate, Proxima Centauri will die out in about 120 to 150 years, and become a black dwarf star that only exists in theory. After the words fell, everyone's expressions changed slightly. How could this happen? Fong Su looked at the holographic image in front of him with an ugly expression. Like us? Is there an energy collection device of an advanced civilization in Proxima Centauri? Lu Yongchang nodded silently. This should be. Actually, this is a predictable result. As he spoke, he sighed deeply. Since the information we send can be detected by higher civilizations, there is no reason why the Proxima Centauri civilization can escape this blow. This also just proves the correctness of the Dark Forest law for us. Fong Su's face became increasingly ugly. Then what should we do now? Still going to Proxima Centauri? It was originally thought that after escaping from the solar system, humans would be greeted by a star system suitable for long-term residence and development. But who would have thought that it was a star system that was sentenced to a reprieve? Certainly. Hearing Fong Su's question, Lu Yongchang answered without hesitation. This answer also stunned everyone present. Let me talk about the most fundamental reason first. Lu Yongchang shook his head with a wry smile. We don't have enough supplies. Although there are still a lot of survival supplies. Our fuel and replacement parts only allow us to go to the nearest Proxima Centauri. Everyone fell into silence. This is also the biggest pain point of human civilization at present. So, we still have to compete with the Proxima Centauri people for the star that is about to go out? Fong Su sighed forcefully and said softly, Good. Feeling the heavy atmosphere in the command center, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and clapped gently, attracting everyone's attention. Of course, there is also good news, to be precise. Semi-good news. Chapter 259 running in both directions? Proxima Centauri is unlike the Sun. At least it won't have a helium flash. So we don't have to run out of energy. In the Proxima Centauri galaxy, there are not only solid planets suitable for survival, but also a gas giant planet. Even if Proxima Centauri burns out, we will still have an excellent opportunity for development. That's the first good news. As for the other half of the good news, perhaps, by the time we arrive, the Proxima Centauri civilization will have already fled. Speaking of this, Lu Yongchang's face suddenly looked a little weird. Moreover, their escape choice is most likely the solar system. Fong Su, Cao Liangkai, the rest of the scientists. Yongchang, this joke is not funny. Fong Su looked at Lu Yongchang with a strange expression. Lu Yongchang looked helplessly at the weird-looking people in front of him. What I said is not a joke. 0. Open the star map and show them. The holographic projection changed instantly, and images of several nearby star systems appeared around him. The solar system, the Centauria galaxy, and the Ophiuchus galaxy. The closest stars to Proxima Centauri are the other two stars of the Centauria triple star, which are only 0.21 light-years away. It's just that those two stars formed a binary star system. According to Zero's latest observation results, there is no planet suitable for life there. The second is the solar system, and the last is Barnard Star in the Ophiuchus galaxy. Unfortunately, Barnard Star also has no habitable solid planets. So, as he spoke, Lu Yongchang shrugged. According to normal circumstances, the Proxima Centauri might already be on their way to the solar system. Fong Su's expression became increasingly weird. So, we are still a two-way process? You can indeed say that. Thinking of the expressions of the Proxima Centauri people after arriving in the solar system, Lu Yongchang twitched the corners of his mouth slightly and said while suppressing a smile, Of course, there is another possibility. Their observation methods are more advanced than ours, and they discovered the anomalies of the Sun earlier and chose farther star systems as targets. It's just that this requires a higher level of technology. I don't think the Proxima Centauri civilization has such means. The central region of the Milky Way, the artificial planet belonging to Sweeper 9527, remains quietly in the universe. Inside the planet, Sir, the latest news is coming from the Orion Arm area. A report sounded, attracting the attention of Cleaner 9527. Explain. A simple syllable came out of his vocal organ. Sir, the Star Eater sent to the LHS-4C-42 Y star system has successfully completed its mission and is on its way back. Yes. How much energy does it absorb? Not much. A curtain of light appeared in front of Sweeper 9527. He casually glanced at the data on the screen, and the color of his originally cyan skin suddenly deepened by 1 degree. That's it? He said in an extremely dissatisfied tone. Sir, that's just a yellow dwarf star. It's good that the Star Devourer can absorb this energy. The subordinate's defensive voice came. Unless we use the large mass energy conversion device of the parent civilization. Otherwise. Okay. Of course I know this. Sweeper 9527 waved his tentacles angrily. I don't have much of that thing on hand. I can use it to deal with a first-level civilization and a yellow dwarf star. Do you think I'm crazy? I'm just making an analogy. The subordinate's voice came again. By the way, I remember that there is a red dwarf star next to the yellow dwarf star. How is the Star Devourer over there? A faint light flashed on the external memory storage device of Sweeper 9527. Sir, it will take some time. The internal reaction of the red dwarf is not strong enough. TSK. What a loss-making deal. Cleaner 9527 said somewhat depressedly. The subordinate's voice sounded again. Sir, how about I help you choose a more massive star? After the words fell, another light curtain appeared in front of Cleaner 9527. Huh? Level 3 civilization? He stretched out his tentacles boredly and slid the light screen. The civilization has good potential. It is estimated that it will reach level 4 civilization in another 50,000 years. Sir, do you want to do something about it? The subordinate said softly. It's in the Persis arm, far away from us, and there are no signs of pastoral faction activities there. Cleaner 9527 swiped away the light curtain in front of him angrily. There are no signs of pastoralist activities? Then what effort should I expend? If it weren't for that damn pastoral two-dimensional creature hiding in the Orion arm, I wouldn't care about those lowly bugs. Keep an eye on the Orion arm. Once you find any trace of that two-dimensional creature, report it to me immediately. If our dimensional weapon hits the core, it won't last long. Earth calendar year 2100. Proxima Centauri. Inside a giant disc-shaped building. In a room on the top floor of the building, Levi stood silently by the window, looking down at the outside scenery. As the leader of the rebel army, after the uprising was successful, he took the seat he had always dreamed of and became the leader of the Proxima Centauri. Of course, this group of Proxima Centauri people does not include Proxima Centauri royal family Rex and scientist Lyle. But for Levi, this life has made him very satisfied. Outside the window, countless Maris and ordinary Proxima people were busy on the production line. They are working hard to build their own escape starship. Ding! A crisp sound came from behind. Levi turned to look, and the door opened a crack. Levi, the famous Lyle wants to see you. A familiar announcement came from the door. In order to demonstrate his own claim that everyone is equal, anyone can call him by his first name, including Malice. Even his personal guards are made up of half Proxima and half Malice. The person who just issued the notification was none other than Malice. Lyle? He made no secret of his hostility and asked in a deep voice. Why did Lyle come to see me? Tell him that I don't want to see him and ask him to leave immediately. Maris, get out of my way. With a low and firm voice, the door to the room opened with a bang. The person who came was wearing a standard black robe and used his strong limbs to push open the door, and the Maris guard blocking him. You? Levi subconsciously took a step back and reached out to press the white button on the side. As long as he presses the button, other guards will immediately come to deal with the strong Lyle. Calm down, Levi. There was a bit of weird excitement in Lyle's tone. I'm not here to fight with you. Then what are you doing? Levi's breathing holes opened and closed rapidly. Don't forget the agreement we signed. You have no right to interfere with us. Chapter 260. We are the same kind. Levi's reaction was reflected in Lyle's visual organs. There were some slight wrinkles on the top of Lyle's thinking organ, but they were quickly smoothed away. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Levi, don't worry. The Academy of Sciences does not want to interfere with your lives. It's just that, for the sake of being from Proxima Centauri, let me tell you some news. News about the solar system. Seeing Levi's doubtful look, Lyle added lightly. Levi's breathing holes suddenly opened. What? His tone seemed extremely urgent. As the leader of the rebel army, he naturally knows that the solar system is the escape target selected by the Academy of Sciences and the royal family, and it is also the best choice at present. Seeing Levi's anxious look, Lyle seemed a little more relaxed. He sat carelessly on a chair nearby and gently moved his thick and short forelimbs. Relax, Levi. It's not a big deal. What happened to the solar system? Levi's 3 pairs of visual organs narrowed slightly, and there was a hint of threat in his tone. If you continue to act mysterious, I will call the guards. As he spoke, Levi stretched out his forelimbs and pressed the white button on the side. There was a hint of fear in Lyle's visual organs. Although his physical fitness was stronger than that of most Proxima Centauri people, he didn't think he could handle it when faced with a group of guards. Okay. I said that. Lyle stood up from the chair helplessly and whispered a piece of news that shocked Levi. "We can't go to the solar system." "Whoa, what?" Levi subconsciously held his breath and asked in a difficult voice. "What's the reason?" Lyle shrugged. "The latest observation results of the Academy of Sciences. The main star of the solar system has entered its final stage. A helium flash occurred a few days ago and is currently developing towards a white dwarf star. I heard from several observers that there are only a few gas giant planets and a few solid satellites left in the solar system." Complex textures appeared on the thinking organ on top of Levi's head. "When did it happen?" Lyle was silent for a while, seeming to be thinking. "If I remember correctly, it should be the helium flash that happened 50 years ago. Then why did you find out now?" Levi clenched his fist and slammed it on the table in front of him. Boom! There was a loud noise. "Levi!" Several short but powerful calls came from outside the door. "What happened?" Just when Levi wanted to explain, Lyle suddenly smiled and said to him meaningfully, "If I were you, I wouldn't explain to them now." Looking at the round arc on the skin on the top of Lyle's thinking organ, he suddenly swallowed the words that came to his lips. "It's okay. Don't worry. Very good." Lyle's smile became more mysterious. "So what is the reason why we discovered this news so late?" Levi ignored Lyle's praise, stretched out his forelimbs, grabbed Lyle's black robe, and asked in a deep voice. Faced with Levi's questioning, Lyle opened his breathing holes slightly and exhaled a long breath. "You should know the efficiency of the Academy of Sciences. All kinds of documents and materials are piled up like a mountain, and a delay of 50 years is considered fast. There are several scientific research projects proposed 300 years ago, but no one is willing to take them up until now." Levi fell silent. He knew Lyle hadn't lied to him. The work efficiency of the Academy of Sciences and the royal family was extremely inefficient. As the leader of the rebel army, he knew this very well. "I still remember the scene when I captured the incubation center and the royal family, and the Academy of Sciences sent people to negotiate. That negotiation dragged on for 5 years. "Then what are you going to do?" Levi asked again after a moment of silence. Lyle did not answer immediately, but walked to the window and looked down at the hard-working Proxima Centauri people. "The construction speed is really fast. If we had had such a construction speed back then, I might have been on the escape ship now." Levi ignored Lyle's emotion and just looked at him silently. "It's boring." Seeing that Levi ignored his words, Lyle opened his breathing hole again and blew out a breath of turbid air. "You can't go to the solar system, so naturally you can only change your destination." "But," Levi said in a somewhat urgent tone, "the distance to other habitable star systems is." Lyle turned around from the window, and the skin on the top of his thinking organ revealed an expression that was half smiling. "The distance is far, and it can be solved as long as there are fewer people fleeing." Levi's breath suddenly suffocated, and a series of tiny bumps suddenly appeared on the top of his thinking organ. "No! This is impossible!" Lyle interrupted Levi's words directly. "Okay. There are no outsiders here. You should know in your heart that the spacecraft built below alone are not enough to allow everyone to escape from Proxima Centauri." "Right." Levi fell silent. Yes, he knows better than anyone else. It was he who proposed this large-scale construction plan, because the starship manufacturing technology was in the hands of the Academy of Sciences. He even entered negotiations with the Academy of Sciences at that time. After obtaining the relevant technology, he mobilized everyone to build his own starship. He still remembers his words to mobilize everyone. "Since the Academy of Sciences and the royal family are not prepared to take us to escape, then we will build our own escape starship. I assure you that everyone can board the escape starship and go to the solar system. Even Malice will have his own seat." Of course, after the mobilization, he quickly realized his naivety, not to mention leading everyone to escape. A conservative estimate is that even if all the Proxima people work day and night to build starships, the best result is to take away about 500,000 Proxima people. This clearly goes against his own words of commitment. Thinking of the impact of the announcement, he made a prompt decision to suppress the situation and strictly prohibited those with knowledge of the matter from disclosing information to the outside world. The purpose of this is simple. In order to allow all Proxima people to complete their work with peace of mind. At this critical moment, no matter what accident occurs, it will reduce the final number of escapes. As for the final escape candidate, Levi already had his own answer in his mind. No matter what, let the Proxima people get priority on the escape ship. In other words, in his mind, the Malice once again became disposable tools. "So, Levi, we are the same kind." Lyle's voice came from the side. "We are all the same. Chapter 261 The Importance of Levi. Levi didn't respond to Lyle's words. He turned to look at the window on the side, silently looking at the hard-working Proxima Centauri people below. Think about it. Lyle walked up to Levi and patted him on the shoulder. Join us. The Academy of Sciences can ensure the safety of you and your family, and even your friends, who can enter the escaped starship as soon as possible. Academy of Science. Get out! Levi shouted angrily, interrupting Lyle's unfinished words. Lyle obviously did not expect Levi's reaction. He was stunned. What? I said? Get out! Levi's tone became more and more violent. At the same time, he pressed the white button next to him, and a piercing alarm sounded outside the door. Bang! Almost at the same time, the door was pushed open, and more than 10 guards filed in, looking at Lyle as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Lyle came back to his senses. Not only was he not angry at all, but he chuckled softly. I'm sure you'll come to your senses. Levi, we are the same kind. I'm waiting for you to come to me. Proxima Central Academy of Sciences. A man in black robes, Lyle, came to a closed door with a hurried expression. He raised his short forelimbs and gently knocked on the door in front of him. A crisp and ethereal sound sounded from the tapping point. Who? Dear Lord Augustus. It's me, Nardus. No response. But the closed door quietly opened, and old Lyle staggered out of the door. His slightly cloudy visual organs glanced at Lyle in front of him, and asked expressionlessly, Nardus, has the mission been completed? Upon hearing Augustus's question, Nardus quickly and respectfully replied, Your Excellency Augustus, the mission has been completed. Levi's reaction was exactly as you said. He was a little angry at our proposal. A gleam flashed in the eyes of the old Augustus. Well done. I believe it won't take long before he comes to us. Nardus raised his head and cast a doubtful look at Augustus. Sir Augustus, why do you pay so much attention to an ordinary Proxima Centauri with a low status? Under the focus of high-energy laser weapons, as long as we give an order, they will not have any reaction time. When the time comes, wouldn't it be great if we took over those escaped ships? Augustus slowly shook his head. Levi is different. He plays a big role in my subsequent plans. Hearing this, Nardus's eyes changed slightly. He recalled some rumors in the Academy of Sciences during this time. Your Excellency Augustus, is it because of the solar system fleet? He asked cautiously. Uh-huh. In an instant, Augustus' stern eyes glared at Nardus in front of him. How do you know this? Nardus's breathing holes opened and closed rapidly, and a small pimple appeared on the skin on the top of his thinking organ. I heard that. Augustus slowly closed his visual organs, opened his breathing holes, and let out a long sigh of relief. Forget it. It's okay if you know this. Is there really a solar system fleet? Nardus lowered his voice and asked in horror. Seeing Augustus nodding, Nardus was even more frightened. Moreover, according to the continuous observation of observers, they are coming towards us at 10% of the speed of light. Augustus dropped a bombshell lightly. What? Nardus felt like a pair of invisible hands were choking his neck. He struggled for a long time and was unable to utter a complete sentence. Augustus turned and walked into the room. Follow me. Watching August retreating back, Nardus hurriedly followed. According to predictions, they will reach the outer reaches of Proxima Centauri in 50 years. Augustus said softly as he reached out to open a monitor. There was deep darkness in the monitor, but in the endless darkness, there is a pixel with a slightly strange color. This is their fleet. Augustus reached out and tapped the pixel and said in a deep voice. Then, what should we do? Nard's tone was full of panic. Escape in advance? A cold light flashed in August's visual organs. War is inevitable. Before Nardus could speak, he explained on his own. Our main star is expected to have a lifespan of 120 years. It's ridiculous to say that the creation of that advanced civilization actually allowed a red dwarf star to complete its extremely long life course in just 190 years. As he said that, Augustus shook his head. In 120 years, we simply cannot build an escaped starship that can carry enough people. Even if we escape briefly, our civilization will eventually perish. All we're doing is hanging on. However, the emergence of the solar system fleet changed this ending. August's rapid breathing revealed his inner agitation. We don't have to rush to escape, relying on our home planet and building defenses. As long as we defeat them and capture their spaceship, we can take more people away. Our civilization can continue to exist in this universe. Nardus was silent for a moment, then asked softly, But what if we never fought? Augustus opened his breathing holes with force and blew out a breath of hot exhaust gas. Impossible. Even if their technological level is higher than ours. After going through an interstellar journey of 4.22 light years, their fleet will definitely not have many resources left. And we, with the resource advantage of our home planet, can drag them to death even if we drag them hard. What's more, judging from the intelligence sent back by the detectors at that time, it can be seen that their technological level is far lower than ours. Nardus said nothing and nodded silently. He is not qualified to speak on matters of this level. Augustus turned his head and glanced at Nardus. This is the time for Levi to play his role. What? Nardus was stunned. His mind obviously couldn't keep up with August's jumping speed of topics. Augustus didn't care about Nardus's reaction. So far, Levi is the only one who can get those Proximas and Maris to do their thing. That's why Levi plays a big role in winning this war. He must join us. Let those Proxima Centauri and Maris modify the spacecraft and build defense measures for us. Then push them onto the battlefield and serve as cannon fodder. There is no better solution than this. August's voice continued to echo in the empty room. Chapter 262 Planetary Defense Project. Earth Calendar Year 2105. Looking at the vast white field outside the window, Levi sighed deeply. Akitas, it's getting colder. He did not turn his head and said softly to himself. Such an environment has greatly affected our starship manufacturing progress. Sitting on a large chair in the room was a female Proxima Centauri. Hearing Levi's sigh, she slowly stood up from the chair and walked to the window. Yes, Father! The condition of the main star is getting worse and worse. Starting from the past 2 years, bad weather has begun to affect our work progress. Many Proxima people even started to protest against the hard work day after day. Damn! Levi roared in a low voice with a gloomy expression. They are building an escape spaceship for themselves. If they don't want to work, they can just find a quiet corner and wait to die. Father! Akitas looked at Levi in surprise. Obviously, she didn't expect her father to say such words. If this continues, the number of people who can successfully leave in the end will probably be reduced. As he spoke, Levi closed his 3 pairs of eyes in pain. Maybe I should talk to them. He spoke so softly that Akitas, who was standing next to him, didn't hear him clearly. What? Akitas was stunned and cast a doubtful look at his father. Levi didn't speak, just looked out the window at the huge disc-shaped spaceships. The construction progress of each spacecraft is different. The progress is fast. 80% of the construction work of the spacecraft has been completed. As for the slow progress, basically only one SHL has been completed. Why? Levi opened his breathing hole and sighed deeply. Akitas, go back. Hearing this, Akitas opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something more. But when the words reached his lips, they turned into a gentle sigh. Okay, Father! After saying that, she turned and walked towards the door. The moment she reached out to open the door, she suddenly turned around, with a hint of worry in her 3 pairs of eyes. Father! Are you really okay? Hearing Akitas' voice, Levi couldn't help but tremble slightly. He was silent for a while, and looked away from the window. I'm fine. Akitas, don't worry. I will take you away from this terrible planet. Upon hearing this, Akitas' thinking organ revealed a graceful arc. I believe in you. After saying that, she turned and left the room. The sound of the door closing echoed in Levi's ears. And gradually, his eyes gradually became firmer. A few days later, Proxima Central Academy of Sciences. Levi, you're finally here. The moment he saw Levi, Nardus's 6 eyes suddenly lit up. Good guy. Let him wait. Originally, he thought it would only take a few days for Levi to wake up. As a result, he had to wait for 5 years at the Central Academy of Sciences. 5 years. Do you know how he has lived these 5 years? Although his heart was turbulent, Nardus still maintained his demeanor as much as possible. How do you think about it, Levi? Nardus showed a meaningful smile to Levi. Levi was silent for a moment and nodded slightly. You're right. I join you. However, I agreed in advance to ensure the safety of people around me. Levi's breathing was very rapid. There is also a quota for the landing spaceship. I need it. Nardus waved his hand and said lightly. Don't worry. We will not go back on our promise to you. 10 places. The specific list is up to you to choose. Only 10? Levi's brows suddenly frowned. So few? Nardus, who was dressed in black robes, looked at Levi with a condescending look. What else? Do you know how much it costs to travel to farther star systems? 10 spots is already the biggest reward for you. Levi's breathing became more rapid, and his breathing holes opened and closed rapidly. Good. He struggled to hold back a sentence. What do you want me to do? Very well. Come with me to see Mr. Augustus first. The smile in Nardis's eyes became more obvious. He will tell you the next arrangements. After saying that, Nardis turned and walked towards the inside of the Academy of Sciences. Looking at Nardis's back, Levi suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he felt like a different person. He shook his head silently, and after shaking off the strange feelings from his thinking organ, he took steps to keep up with Nardis. Earth calendar year 2130. There are still 16 years until the human fleet arrives at Proxima Centauri. At this time, Proxima b has been covered by a thick layer of snow and ice. Proxima Centauri b, which was originally colorful, has become a white planet since the news of the upcoming arrival of the solar system fleet spread. And with Levi's order, countless Proxima Centauri and Maris began spacecraft modification plans and planetary defense project construction plans. The spaceship transformation plan, as the name suggests, is to transform the original escape spacecraft into a spaceship suitable for combat. The Circumplanetary Defense Project construction plan consists of countless space-based electromagnetic guns and space-based high-energy laser weapons. These weapons transformed Proxima b into a hedgehog covered with thorns. In the entire project, the most important project is the 12 land-based giant high-energy laser cannons. Thanks to the extremely low temperature and dense atmosphere on the surface of Proxima b at this time, the heat dissipation problem of the laser weapon has been well solved. In addition, being placed within the home star, there is basically no need to worry about any energy supply issues. Therefore, the 12 giant laser cannons built around the equator of Proxima Centauri b have become the trump card of the Proxima Centauri civilization. At the same time, they began building underground works. This can not only avoid attacks from the solar system fleet, but also block the cold air from the outside world. In the underground city, August sent a communication request to Levi. Levi, how is the construction progress of the defense project? Facing August, who was in charge of the entire Proxima civilization, Levi respectfully placed his hands on the top of his thinking organ. Dear Sir Augustus, the underground city has been built. According to the current progress, it will take about 15 years before the planetary defense project is fully completed. On the screen, August's thinking organ showed no expression at all. Too slow. 10 years. I'll give you 10 years. No matter what you do, I want to see a complete defense project in 10 years. Then, meet the war. Chapter 263 Arrival. Awakening. Earth calendar, June 7, 2146. Outskirts of the Proxima Centauri galaxy. It is 0.01 light-years away from Proxima Centauri. A fleet floated towards Proxima Centauri like a ghost. This is a human fleet that spans 4.22 light-years and comes from afar. As early as 5 years ago, the human fleet completed the steering and deceleration work under zero control, and shut down all hull propulsion devices and high-power radio facilities. After a series of cool maneuvers, the entire fleet made a small circle, changed direction, and relied on inertia to drift toward its destination. This is the traveling mode designed by Liu Yongchang himself. When it is unclear whether the Proxima Centauri civilization has observed the movements of its own fleet, this method of travel is undoubtedly the safest. It is also the most insidious. The war has begun the moment the human fleet shuts down its engines. Just as Liu Yongchang expected, Proxima Centauri was in chaos at this time. The reason? Nature is also very simple. On the eve of the war, I lost the position of the enemy ship 5 years ago. Tell me, why did that solar system fleet disappear under our noses? The elderly August shouted angrily at several observers. We don't know either. An observer took courage and whispered. We were still targeting them some time ago. It happened very suddenly. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from our detection equipment. Some time ago? August's anger became stronger. He opened his breathing holes vigorously and breathed in the air. How long ago was it? Tell me clearly. A month ago, the observer kept saying. Just a month ago. Our radio telescope could still receive their radio signals. A month ago? Augustus couldn't help but froze when he heard this. Then why are you saying it now? As he spoke, he raised his short and thick forelimbs, preparing to hit the observer in front of him. We reported the relevant situation at the time. But you only found out today. The observer subconsciously closed his eyes and explained loudly. Hearing this, August took a deep breath. What is this? For the first time, he experienced the work efficiency problem of the Academy of Sciences, thinking that in the past month, the solar system fleet had quietly changed its position. An unprecedented sense of dizziness instantly rushed into his thinking organ. Turn on all detection equipment and scan the area where the fleet disappeared, Augustus said through gritted teeth. You must find that solar system fleet for me. Although he said this, his heart was already half cold. As Chief Lyle, he knows very well that with their technology, they will never find a fleet in the universe that deliberately hides itself. Outskirts of Proxima Centauri. As the fleet arrived at the predetermined location, countless lights suddenly lit up inside. Earth. Destination location has arrived. Executing wake-up procedure. Homeship number 1 begins to wake up. A series of Chinese characters flashed across the huge holographic image in the command center. The wake-up procedure has begun. His heavy eyelids were suddenly opened by something. A bright white light lit up in front of my eyes. A robotic arm? Where am I? Sleepy, slightly confused thoughts emerged in my mind. An obvious sense of mental stagnation hindered his thinking. The pupil light reflex is in good condition. Captain Zhao Zijie, can you hear me? A familiar call sounded in my ears. Hearing his name, Zhao Zijie struggled to open his heavy eyelids. Here it is! The extremely hoarse voice startled him. He couldn't believe it was his own voice. As soon as the words were spoken, an extremely sour feeling came from the trachea and lungs. Cough, cough, cough. While coughing hard, he asked the question that was lingering in his heart. Where am I? Zero's avatar appeared in front of him instantly. Captain Zhao Zijie, congratulations on your successful awakening. It is now June 7th, 2146 in the Earth's calendar, and we are located 0.01 light-years away from Proxima Centauri. Zhao Zijie subconsciously held his breath. 2146. Proxima Centauri. Word after word struck his brain, which was slow to react due to long periods of hibernation. We're here? After he stopped coughing, he turned around and looked. The familiar hibernation cabin, the familiar starship cabin, and the familiar coughing sound. There were many people around him who looked as confused as him. He took a cursory glance and found that most of them were familiar companions. Zhao Zijie struggled hard and tried to climb out of the hibernation cabin. Captain Zhao Zijie, please wait a moment, Zero's avatar said again. Long-term hibernation causes your body to become weaker, which is normal. As he spoke, a robot placed a packaging bag in front of him. Is this? Zhao Zijie's eyes showed some doubts. Nutritional solution can help you quickly recover your physical strength. You should use it, Zero quickly explained. Gulu. A strong feeling of hunger came from the abdomen. Zhao Zijie grabbed the packaging bag in front of him with trembling hands, opened the seal with force, and drank with the help of the straw structure on the bag. Call! The effects of highly concentrated nutrient solutions are immediate. Zhao Zijie, who originally felt extremely weak, had the strength to crawl out of the hibernation cabin in just a few minutes. Floating in midair, Zhao Zijie looked at the familiar cabin in front of him, his eyes showing a bit of confusion for a moment. What should he do now? Captain Zhao Zijie, please follow me. The robot on the side gave a slight reminder. At the same time, a holographic picture appeared in front of him. Here's your schedule for the next week. In order for you to regain your physical fitness as soon as possible and cope with the upcoming war, you need to undergo a week of rehabilitation training. Looking at the dense schedule in front of him and listening to the explanation from the robot around him, Zhao Zijie suddenly became excited. War. The war is about to begin. Proxima Centauri civilization. Here we come. Just as Zhao Zijie was shouting loudly in his heart, the robot's voice pulled him out of his turbulent inner world. Captain Zhao Zijie, please come with me. Next, you need to shower and change. In 30 minutes, I will take you for a physical examination. After 1 hour, Zhao Zijie. Similar scenes occurred in every corner of the home ship number 1. In order to prepare for the coming war, Zero awakened all scientists and starship pilots according to the preset program. In the Earth Command Center, Li Yongchang silently looked at the faintly glowing stars in front of him. The war has begun. Chapter 264 First Fleet Command. A week later, after a week of rest and exercise, the bodies of all scientific researchers and starship pilots have returned to their previous state. Inside the Earth Command Center, Li Yongchang sat on the highest podium of the command center, frowning and looking at the holographic image in front of him. In the holographic projection, the information of a famous starship pilot was clearly presented in front of him. Yes, the problem before him was exactly the stage before the war. This is the first time human civilization has conducted interstellar combat. without any previous experience or resume for reference. Lu Yongchang can only select candidates based on battlefield simulation results and actual combat simulation results. Of course, it is said to be an actual combat simulation, but it is actually work like hitting meteorites in an asteroid belt. They don't have the resources or time to conduct a real Star Wars exercise. As for why not choose it in advance, the reason is naturally very simple. During the hibernation journey that lasts for hundreds of years, who knows what accidents may occur? For example, according to Zero's report, there was an unlucky man in the Home No. 1 ship. The hibernation cabin was damaged several times for no reason. Although the robot was repaired in time, it still caused great damage to his body functions. If nothing else happens, he will have to be an ordinary person for the rest of his life. Lu Yongchang frowned and looked at the holographic projection in front of him. Suddenly, his hand that kept sliding in the air stopped. Zero, pull up his details. The rapidly flipping holographic projection suddenly stopped. Later, the resume of a starship pilot was retrieved and presented to him. Expand Titan's resume. Lu Yongchang's eyes swept across and immediately locked onto part of the resume. A long time. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly. Yes, just him. Home is a ship. Recovery room. Zhao Zijia and Gao Yang were sweating profusely and using various equipment to restore their physical fitness. Captain Zhao Zijia, I have your latest appointment information. Please check it. Zero's voice suddenly sounded, and a holographic projection also appeared next to the two of them. Call. Zhao Zijia slowly released the thruster made of springs, unfastened the electromagnetic buckle on the chair, stood up, and walked towards the holographic projection next to him while wiping his sweat. Zijia, how are you? Which fleet have you been assigned to? Gao Yang also put down the exercise equipment in his hands and cast a curious look at Zhao Zijia. The 250 Golden Crow battleships are divided into 4 arrays. Each array consists of 60 battleships. The remaining 10 battleships will surround the Earth and be responsible for guarding the mothership. In fact, in Zhao Zijia's opinion, the protection provided by these 10 battleships is completely dispensable. Although the size of the flagship allows the enemy to clearly recognize that it is the flagship of human civilization, if they want to carry out a decapitation operation. The powerful firepower equipped on the flagship will teach them how to behave in an instant. Do you really think that extra bulk is due to vegetarianism? Of course. This is based on the situation that the strength of the two parties is almost the same. If the opponent is a higher civilization that far exceeds our own, then even adding those 10 Golden Crow battleships may not change the battlefield situation. According to his idea, all the Golden Crow battleships should be sent to the front line, and even the flagship must participate in the battle when necessary. Zijia? Gao Yang's voice came again, interrupting Zhao Zijia's thoughts. He responded and looked at the holographic image in front of him. The camera in the recovery room then moved to his face. Identity authentication successful. A line of small Chinese characters flashed by, and his appointment information suddenly appeared on the holographic image. Hack! Zhao Zijia stared blankly at the holographic projection in front of him and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. What the hell are you doing? Gao Yang was intrigued by Zhao Zijia's reaction. He quickly reached out and unlatched the electromagnetic buckle on the chair, stood up, and walked towards Zhao Zijia. Isn't it just an appointment message? Is there any need to be so surprised? Let me guess. You should be in the first fleet. With your simulation class results, you should be able to. As he spoke, Gao Yang looked towards the holographic projection in front of Zhao Zijia. Damn it! An exclamation sounded in the recovery room, causing everyone nearby to cast doubtful glances. Are you the fleet commander? Gao Yang's exclamations continued to echo in the recovery room. Ahem. It's the commander of the first fleet. The commander-in-chief of the fleet is Professor Lu. Feeling the burning eyes of everyone around him, Zhao Zijia hurriedly explained. That's also the commander of the fleet. Gao Yang's face was full of excitement. And he's also the commander of the first fleet. Zijia, as long as you are rich and noble, don't forget each other. As he said that, he didn't dislike the slick sweat on Zhao Zijia's body, and stretched out his hand to hug Zhao Zijia's arm. The main reason is that there are too many people around to watch the fun. Otherwise, he would have to have a thigh-hugging scene. Zhao Zijia glanced around and looked at the increasingly fiery eyes of the people around him. He quickly pulled his arm out of Gao Yang's arms. Okay. Don't make these mistakes with me. Your appointment has also come down. With that said, Zhao Zijia reached out and moved the holographic projection in front of him to the bottom. See for yourself. Upon hearing the news of his appointment, Gao Yang immediately let go of his hand and turned to look at the holographic image aside. Assist Captain Zhao Zijie to complete the fleet command work. Gao Yang swiped the projection in front of him back and forth. After confirming that there was no unnecessary information, he turned his head and looked at his teammates in confusion. What kind of position is this? Zhao Zijie was silent for a while, then asked in a low voice. Secretary? Or should I say, errand boy? Not the vice captain anyway. Gao Yang's mouth twitched sharply, and he took a deep breath. Secretary? The secretary is not bad either. At least it's better than big head soldier. Zhao Zijie laughed dumbly and reached out to pat his teammates on the shoulder. Don't worry. The war is about to begin. Isn't it easy to get credit? That makes sense. Gao Yang nodded vigorously. He turned to look at the dim star outside the porthole window, and the light in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Captain Zhao Zijie, please report to Earth immediately. Zero's voice interrupted the conversation between the two. Let's go. Hearing the reminder, Zhao Zijie took a deep breath, called out to his companions, and walked towards the door of the recovery room with firm eyes. Along the way, there were naturally envious glances. The first time he participated in an interstellar war, he became the commander of the First Fleet. It can be said that as long as he doesn't make any big mistakes, his future will be bright. Chapter 265 Declaration of War. The fleet drifted again in endless darkness for a week. The Proxima Centauri civilization spent another week of fear. June 21st, 2146. 0. Help me connect all starships. Lu Yongchang, who was sitting in the command center, took a deep breath and turned on the long-distance communication equipment in front of him. After confirming that the communication equipment was working properly, he coughed slightly and then spoke. Hello, fellow citizens. I am the commander-in-chief of the fleet, Lu Yongchang. The First Fleet, a Golden Crow battleship. Bai Xuan sat in the captain's seat with a solemn expression, silently feeling the heavy atmosphere in the cab. White team, the war is about to begin. Are you afraid? Hong Fan's faint voice came from the side. Bai Xuan turned to look at his teammates sitting in the vice-captain's seat. Like Hong Fan, Xiao Wani's eyes were also filled with uneasiness. He was silent for a moment and nodded slightly. Afraid? Of course. Hong Fan opened his mouth and was about to say something, but was interrupted by Bai Xuan's next words. I'm afraid that I will die on the battlefield. And I'm afraid that you will die in front of me because of an accident. But more than these, I am more afraid of the demise of human civilization. Hong Fan did not speak, but quietly listened to his captain's words. Bai Xuan's voice continued. Therefore, I will not avoid this war, even if I only have a few days left in my life. I hope that the glory of mankind will last forever. There was a bit of excitement in Hong Fan's eyes. He stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, and repeated in a low voice, Humanity, glory will last forever. On the side, a slightly helpless smile appeared on Xiao Wani's face. Wani, what about you? Hong Fan turned to look at his teammates and asked softly. Me? Xiao Wani laughed dumbly. Why do you think I am sitting on this Golden Crow battleship? Captain, long-distance communication from Earth. A report interrupted the conversation between the three. Connected, Bai Xuan said in a deep voice. Cough. There was a cough. A trace of surprise flashed in Bai Xuan's eyes. He recognized it. It was Professor Lu's voice. We are about to head to the battlefield. This is the first interstellar war of human civilization, and the most important war. If we win, human civilization can continue to survive in the universe. If you lose, there's no need for me to tell you the result. Here, I declare war on Proxima Centauri civilization. Everyone, the time has come to make great achievements and honor our ancestors. Fleet, set sail. May the glory of mankind last forever. Over-distance communication is automatically cut off. In the cab, the heavy atmosphere was swept away. What the professor said is really good. Xiao Wani's sigh came from the side. Bai Xuan turned his head and cast a doubtful look at her. Xiao Wani didn't speak. She just pursed her lips to the side. Bai Xuan looked in the direction she pointed. The driver, who originally looked gloomy, now had a red face. He could even hear their whispered discussions. Nothing more than a few big characters. Honor your ancestors and make great achievements. Feeling the completely different atmosphere from the beginning, Bai Xuan chuckled and turned to look at the holographic projection in front of him. The tails of 501 starships lit up dimly at the same time. After 5 years, the Hall thruster is activated again. in order to prevent the Proxima Centauri civilization from discovering its traces. The power of the hull thruster was reduced to the minimum. The expedition fleet consisting of 250 Tau Tai, 250 Golden Crow, and 1 Earth left the original orbit with the help of weak thrust and silently sailed in another direction. The remaining Tau Tai ships and homeland ships were left behind. 0.01 light-years is considered a very safe distance for a first-level civilization. The expedition fleet's goal is an area 1 astronomical unit, O, away from Proxima Centauri. Even though it is only 1 astronomical unit, O, this is still an extremely far distance for Proxima Centauri B. Proxima Centauri B is 7 million kilometers away from Proxima Centauri. When converted, it is only 0.047 astronomical units, O. Therefore, in a certain sense, approaching Proxima Centauri means approaching Proxima Centauri B. January 6, 2147. More than half a year later, the expedition fleet finally touched the target area. Earth, Command Center. Lu Yongchang stood by the porthole, looking at Proxima Centauri, which was much brighter than before. Next to the red dwarf star, there is a slightly dim light spot. That was Proxima B, their target. Under the light of the main star, Proxima Centauri B exudes crystal light. It can be clearly seen through optical telescopes that, similar to the Earth, the surface of Proxima Centauri is also extremely rich in water resources. Alarm! Alarm! The sudden siren made everyone's nerves tense. High-intensity electromagnetic wave signal detected. A bright red alert appeared on the giant holographic projection directly in front of the command center. Lu Yongchang's expression darkened, and he quickly returned to his seat. He reached out and dragged the holographic projection in front of him to separate the detected active electromagnetic wave signals from various chaotic electromagnetic signals. Zero! What does this signal mean? Lu Yongchang asked in a deep voice. With the Proxima Centauri dictionary in hand, they can completely interpret the captured Proxima Centauri signals. Soon, Zero gave his answer. Professor, the signal does not contain information. It's more of an active detection method, similar to our active detection radar, except the frequency band is slightly different. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang's face darkened. How effective is our radar absorbing coding on it? Active detection methods have advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it can detect surrounding enemy targets in real time and respond to upcoming strikes in advance. The disadvantage is that once it is turned on, while releasing high-power electromagnetic waves, it also exposes itself to the other side's sight. Therefore, the Earth fleet has not started active detection methods for a long time, just to prevent being discovered by the Proxima Centauri civilization. However, the Proxima Centauri civilization on their home star is different from the Earth civilization. They are destined to not be able to hide their existence. Therefore, they can use high-power detection equipment and scrupulously to search for Earth civilization around the clock. This is also true once the radar absorbing coating on the outer layer of the starship has a poor absorption effect. That means that the human fleet at this time has been completely exposed to the site of the Proxima Centauri civilization. Everyone present naturally knew this. Therefore, when Lu Yongchang asked this question, everyone reached out and fastened their seat belts and prepared for emergency maneuvers and response to strikes. The absorption is good. Zero's voice was as calm as ever. According to estimates, our detection equipment on the opposite side has a high probability of being a slightly larger asteroid, just like the asteroid next to us. Lu Yongchang subconsciously turned his head and glanced out the window. An asteroid with a diameter of more than 100 meters was swinging beside the fleet. Call! Zero's words made everyone relax. Lu Yongchang stretched out his hand to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead and said softly, Everyone, since we haven't been discovered, it's time for us to get to work. Let's give our neighbors a little surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Zijia on the side had already pressed the long-distance communication button. First Fleet, everyone is following orders. Lock Proxima B immediately. Like Zhao Zijia, the commanders of the other 3 fleets also quickly issued combat orders. As the order was issued, Zero quickly sent the ballistic prediction trajectory and Proxima B orbit to the onboard computer of each Golden Crow battleship. A few seconds later, the response came. The First Fleet has completed the locking mission. Second Fleet. Seeing that all 4 fleets had completed their target locking, Lu Yongchang showed a ruthless look in his eyes and shouted sternly, Fire! The moment the words fell, countless tongues of flame were spit out from the electromagnetic gun barrels of the 250 Golden Crow battleships. The energy generated by the fusion engine accelerated the projectiles in the gun barrel to 6,000 kilometers per second in a very short period of time. After the projectile came out of the chamber, it flew straight towards Proxima Centauri b, which was 0.95 astronomical units away. These projectiles wrapped with micronuclear bombs will arrive over Proxima b in 6.57 hours. 0. Change the direction of the fleet immediately. After the blow was sent, Liu Yongcheng immediately shouted, "Pay attention to the power of the hull thruster." "Copy that, Professor." Under Zero's control, the fleet began to slowly turn, floating in another direction like a ghost. Chapter 266A Gift from thousands of miles away. Proxima b, Central Academy of Sciences. Augustus was wearing a unique black robe and pacing back and forth in the observation room. "What's the result?" Seeing an observer stand up, Augustus quickly cast a questioning look at the observer. "Have you found any traces of civilization in the solar system?" Facing August's burning gaze, the observer shook his head tremblingly. Seeing this, Augustus' aura became somewhat suppressed again. 5 years. 5 years of searching." Augustus opened his breathing holes, blew out a breath of hot air, stretched out his short and dry forelimbs, and slapped the detection equipment in front of him hard. "Not even a hair of the solar system fleet was found." The observer did not dare to speak, but silently took a few steps back and sat back on the chair again. "Your Excellency Augustus, is it possible that the solar system fleet has already left?" "Beside?" Nardus asked cautiously. Augustus turned around suddenly and stared at Nardus in front of him with 6 eyes. "Nardus, do you think this is possible? They gave up on the habitable star system in front of them and went to find Ross 154, which is 8.24 light-years away. That's nearly twice the distance." Nardus was speechless for a moment. Also, unless the brain of the civilization of the solar system is caught in the door, it is impossible to give up a piece of fat. According to their hundreds of years of observations, within 10 light-years, in addition to the solar system 4.22 light-years away, there are habitable solid planets in the Ross 154 star system 8.24 light-years away. The atmosphere in the observation room was so solemn that it seemed like water could be squeezed out of it. "Keep detecting." August's voice broke the heavy atmosphere in the observation room. "Give me the optical telescope too, since electromagnetic waves cannot detect them. Use your eyes to pick them out bit by bit." After finishing his words, Augustus turned and walked towards the door of the observation room. "Huh?" Watching August's back gradually disappear at the door, Nardus opened his breathing holes slightly and breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at each other with several observers on the side. Everyone saw the bitterness and helplessness in the other's eyes. Just when Nardus was about to say something, a rapid and high-pitched siren sounded in the Central Academy of Sciences. At the same time, countless white warning lights lit up. Nardus couldn't help but froze on the spot. The shrill shouts of observers drowned out the high-pitched sirens. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" A few minutes ago, there are a large number of planetary defense facilities distributed in the synchronous orbit of Proxima Centauri b. Laser cannons, electromagnetic cannons, and various active detection equipment form a dense defense network around Proxima b. Suddenly, a large number of active detection devices sent alarms to Proxima Centauri b. There is no other reason. The electromagnetic wave signal return showed that a large number of unidentified objects moving at high speed suddenly appeared 120,000 kilometers ahead. "Damn! What's going on?" August's voice sounded again. He moved his slightly dry lower limbs and returned to the observation room again. "Your Excellency Augustus, the active detection equipment shows that a group of high-speed moving unknown objects have appeared 120,000 kilometers away from us." Hearing this, Augustus' heart sank. "Coming!" "Is it the solar system fleet?" Augustus asked hurriedly. "As long as you find the location of the enemy fleet, this war will be much easier." It doesn't look like it. The data displayed by the detection equipment is a bit strange. Could it be an error? Nartz looked at the monitor beside him and asked doubtfully. "Not an enemy ship?" Suddenly, a fatal thought flashed through August's mind. He suddenly widened his 3 pairs of eyes, rushed forward and pushed Nardus, who was blocking the way. When he saw the data displayed on the monitor, his 6 eyes revealed a strong sense of horror. "Quick! Prepare to intercept. That's a projectile fired by an electromagnetic gun." As he spoke, he glared hard at Nardus and the observers beside him. Damn it! No one noticed such obvious features. At a speed of 6,000 kilometers per second, it only takes 20 seconds to cross the 120,000 kilometers. Thinking that they had just wasted nearly 10 seconds of interception time, Augustus felt itchy with hatred. Time was limited, so he didn't have time to scold everyone. So he reached out and pressed the white emergency button on the side. Quick! Start the automatic interception program. We must not let these projectiles attack our planet-circling defense equipment. The moment the white button was pressed, a radio command was sent from the Central Academy of Sciences towards the planetary defense facility in synchronous orbit. The next second, under the control of the Central Computer's preset program, the electromagnetic guns and laser cannons in the corresponding areas began charging. At this time, a full 12 seconds had passed since the batch of projectiles was discovered. The first batch of gifts sent by the human expedition fleet crossed thousands of rivers and mountains and arrived at a distance of 48,000 kilometers from Proxima Centauri b 48000. After 1 second, the interceptor weapon is fully charged. Projectile distance from Proxima b 42,000 kilometers. Under the control of the central computer, the laser cannon and electromagnetic cannon instantly poured out huge firepower forward. The short laser beam strikes the target first. In just an instant, under the power of the high-energy laser beam, the electromagnetic gun pellet melted instantly, revealing the miniature nuclear bomb wrapped in it. Boom! A burst of fire appeared outside Proxima b, like a signal, with the laser beams firing back and forth and the precise attacks of electromagnetic cannon projectiles. Explosions of fire appeared one after another on the periphery of the planet. Suddenly, a projectile broke through the layers of blockade, and like a warrior, it entered the dense planet-circling defense facilities. This fish that slipped through the net slammed into a high-energy laser cannon. The huge impact instantly activated the micronuclear bomb inside the projectile. Boom! This time, the flames of the explosion appeared in the planet-circling defense facility. Because there is no atmosphere, the explosion of the micronuclear bomb did not cause a shock wave, and the impact on the surroundings was not very large. But no matter what, the laser cannon that was directly hit completely became space junk. The disappearance of a laser cannon created a small hole in the originally extremely dense defense network. A chain reaction ensues. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions of fire appeared on the defense network of the synchronous orbit. Laser cannons and electromagnetic cannons turned into endless debris under the attack. Several more projectiles quietly passed through the defense network and rushed straight towards the surface of Proxima b. Chapter 267 Levi. You have changed. Levi, wearing cold weather clothing, stood alone on the surface of Proxima Centauri, raising his head and looking toward the sky silently. At this time, it was night. In the cloudless night sky, a few dim flashes could be seen here and there. He knew that it was the fire from the planet-circling defense network intercepting the electromagnetic cannon projectiles. There was a rustling sound behind him, followed by a familiar shout. Father. Levi's expression moved slightly, and he turned to look behind him. Akitas walked out of the hut in front of him, wearing tight winter clothes. That's the entrance to the dungeon. What's the matter? Akitas? Levi waved to his daughter and asked softly. Akitas walked quickly to his father. Like her father, she also raised her head to look at the dim firelight that appeared and disappeared in the sky. After a long time, she asked softly, Father, I heard that the solar system fleet launched an attack on us. Levi was speechless for a moment. This news is still blocked. This is to avoid unnecessary panic. But as his daughter, Akitas naturally had many ways to learn this information. Levi opened his breathing holes and exhaled a deep breath of hot breath. The water vapor in the exhaust gas condensed rapidly, forming a thick white mist in the air. Yes! He lowered his eyes slightly and said softly. Akitas fell into silence. The atmosphere between the two also became tense. So, what should we do? After a long silence, Akitas broke the silence softly. Levi subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. He looked helplessly at the night sky above his head. At some point, a dark cloud drifted over, obscuring the faint light of the fire above. At least for now, we should stay in the dungeon. After the news comes from the Academy of Sciences, it will be our turn to fly the spacecraft to participate in the war. Just as Levi finished speaking, a rough voice came from the hut behind him. Why should we listen to the arrangements of the Academy of Sciences? Levi turned to look again. Ix? A male Proxima, who was wearing cold weather clothing, and was obviously larger than the other Proxima, came out of the house. Brother Levi, you are too cowardly. If you ask me, we should just rush out in the spaceship and fight those damn invaders to the death. Upon hearing this, a complex ripple appeared on the skin on the top of Levi's thinking organ. Then what? We haven't even found the opposite ship yet. Are you going to be a target? Hicks' voice suddenly choked. But a few seconds later, he muttered softly, "No matter what, at least we can't obey the orders of the Academy of Sciences. Otherwise, what's the difference from before?" Levi looked a little more serious. "Hicks, I don't want to hear words like that again. The interstellar war is different from the small fights in the past. Without the leadership of the Academy of Sciences, we alone cannot win anyway." Hicks looked at Levi in surprise, as if he didn't expect him to say such a thing. "Go back, Hicks." Levi waved to him and looked up at the huge dark cloud again, trying to see through it the situation above. "You have changed, Levi." Hicks' eyes gradually became complicated. "You are no different from those in the Academy of Sciences now." After saying that, Hicks turned around and walked towards the cabin behind him with a disappointed look on his face. Levi said nothing, but there was a bit of struggle in his eyes. Has he changed? Become like the people from the Academy of Sciences? Maybe, but only in this way can he survive with his family. He opened his mouth and tried to explain something to Hicks, but as soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling light came from a distance, interrupting his movements. Levi narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. A dazzling ball of light appeared on the ground very far away. At the same time, a mushroom cloud slowly rose. In the sky, a few small dots glowing with red light also appeared, rushing towards the ground. "Run away! The defense network has been breached!" Levi was the first to react. He shouted, picked up Akitas beside him, and rushed towards the hut. When passing by Hicks, Hicks was still frozen in place, apparently unaware of what was happening. Levi turned his head and glanced. The shockwave visible to the naked eye is rushing towards them. He gritted his teeth, freed up one hand, and pulled Hicks hard. "Quickly go! Enter the dungeon!" After a few seconds, the shockwave caused by the mini-nuclear bomb swept through the cabin. Inside the cabin, the special elevator shook, and the lights inside flickered on and off. Akitas had obviously never seen such a scene. She curled up in her father's arms, her body trembling slightly. "Don't worry. It's okay." Levi patted his daughter's shoulder gently. "This entrance is not afraid of this impact." Wave after wave of impact and roar came from the outside world. Apparently, more than one projectile broke through the interception of the circumplanetary defense network. "Damn, are these intruders crazy? How could they add nuclear bombs to the electromagnetic gun projectiles?" Levi cursed in a low voice. The sound of the explosion gradually dissipated. The lights returned to normal first, and the elevator gradually returned to stability. Akita's mood gradually calmed down. "Thank you," Hicks said stiffly to Levi. I owe you my life." Levi waved his hand, reached out, and pressed the button in front of him. The elevator opens again. The cabin was filled with dust. He glanced at the screen beside him, which displayed the radiation values from the outside world. Fortunately, the radiation concentration is not very high, still within their tolerance. Living on a planet 7 million kilometers away from the main star for a long time, the bodies of Proxima Centauri people have a high degree of tolerance to radiation. Thanks to this, the biggest impact of these nuclear bombs on Proxima Centauri civilization is the destruction of surface buildings. Levi walked out of the cabin cautiously. In the distance, the mushroom cloud has not dissipated, and the firelight illuminates the entire sky. Akita's eyes showed a bit of sadness. She asked softly, "Father, must there be a war?" Levi was silent for a moment and nodded slightly. "Akitas, there is no way. We will not give up our home planet, and they will not give up their spaceship." Central Academy of Sciences. August was venting his anger. "Vicious intruder. There are actually nuclear weapons inside the projectiles. How much have we lost?" He turned and looked at Lyle aside. 10% of the electromagnetic guns and laser cannons were lost in the hit area. The damage on the ground was not large. Mostly ordinary buildings. Our giant land-based laser cannons did not suffer any damage. August relaxed a little. But soon, his face turned ugly again. Observers reported their latest observations. "Your Excellency Augustus, no trace of the solar system fleet was found in the direction in which the projectiles were launched. They should have moved their position in advance." Augustus sat in his chair helplessly. The scene he was worried about finally appeared. At the beginning, due to the unbridled linear acceleration of the solar system fleet, they discovered the solar system fleet extremely accidentally while observing the sun. But since the fleet changed course and reduced the Hall thrusters and radio power as much as possible, even their observation equipment has found it difficult to search for their location. The reason is simple. Although their observation technology is advanced enough that they can even observe the fleet several light years away, But that is the result of checking one by one after determining the direction. And now, space is three-dimensional, and fleets can hide in any direction. Investigating any direction will consume a lot of their time. By the time they had checked all the pixels in a certain direction, the solar system fleet had already changed its trajectory. Chapter 268. Is the technology tree wrong? Beyond 0.950. The human fleet floats quietly in the deep and dark space of space. Inside Earth, Lu Yongchang sat in his chair and looked at the holographic image in front of him quietly. When he saw countless explosions and fires coming from the periphery of Proxima B in the image, a look of helplessness appeared on his face. It seems that the opposite side has built a lot of defense facilities in the orbit of the planet. As time went by, the explosion flames gradually dissipated. Lu Yongchang said softly, "Zero, report the results of the battle." "Professor, according to observations, 151 projectiles broke through the enemy's defense network. Among them, 63 projectiles hit the enemy's defense facilities, and 88 projectiles entered the enemy's atmosphere and successfully hit the enemy's homeland." As Zero's voice sounded, a simulation appeared on the huge holographic projection directly in front of the command center. The specific configuration of Proxima Centauri B's planetary defense network is presented to everyone. According to observations, the defensive weapons used by the enemy are orbital high-energy laser cannons and orbital electromagnetic guns. Lu Yongchang nodded thoughtfully. There is not much difference from the information originally transmitted to the Earth. As expected, the Proxima Centauri civilization has entered a period of stagnant development. Even after more than 100 years of development, they are still in the category of first-level civilization. Moreover, through the above information, Lu Yongchang had a guess in his mind. Proxima Centauri civilization does not seem to mention artificial intelligence technology. The reason is very simple. The first round of attack was a tentative attack, and the human fleet actually did not launch many projectiles. Even so, there were still flaws in their defense network, and they even suffered major battle losses. This was enough to prove his guess. At least, if it were Zero, it would be absolutely impossible to make such a stupid mistake. Thinking of this, a gleam flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. "Zero, simulate the interception process on the other side and see if you can find any loopholes." "Receive." After Zero responded, he started his calculation work. Countless ballistic trajectories and movement paths appear on the giant holographic projection. "Do you think Proxima Centauri is still using rigid interception programs to control these space-based weapons?" Fong Su frowned and looked at Lu Yongchang in surprise. "It is an interstellar civilization after all, so it shouldn't be so backward." Lu Yongchang shrugged. "Who knows? You can't go wrong if you try." After saying that, he added silently in his mind, Zero is not something that ordinary civilizations can possess, as the only existence that is directly given codes by the technology tree system. Zero's help to technological civilization far exceeds everyone's imagination. Calculation completed. Zero's voice sounded again. "Based on the simulation results, I found the following defensive loopholes." Looking at the text listed one by one on the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang turned his head and raised his eyebrows at Fong Su. "How is it? Am I right?" Fong Su couldn't help but be speechless for a while. "Why do I feel that the technology tree of the Proxima Centauri civilization is crooked?" Lu Yongchang ignored Fong Su's complaints and directly issued the order. "Attention all. Continue to remain silent. After a week, change the attack mode and conduct a second round of bombardment." A week later, August looked at the monitor in front of him with an embarrassed expression. The message, "Search failed," appeared on the display again. During this period of time, they spent countless efforts searching for the solar system fleet. But obviously, no results were obtained. The only good news is that they have not been attacked in this week. Taking advantage of this gap, they launched several spacecraft, carefully climbed into space, and performed simple repairs and replacements on the planet-circling defense equipment, closing the loopholes that emerged after being attacked. Of course, another way of thinking. This also means that the solar system fleet is still changing its position and is always ready for another similar attack. "Your Majesty, August. Communication request from Levi." Alao walked up to him hesitantly and said in a respectful tone. August's face darkened, and he waved his short forelimbs impatiently. "Tell him not to bother me now." Lyle, who was responsible for reporting the news, showed a bit of panic in his eyes. But, There was a hint of coldness in August's eyes, and he glared at Lyle in front of him. "But what?" Facing August's gaze, Lyle's eyes were even more panicked. His breathing holes were opening and closing rapidly, and the skin on the top of his thinking organ perfectly reflected his panicked mood. But he still forced himself to speak. But Levi said that you must answer. Otherwise, he cannot guarantee the next counterattack. The moment the words fell, a hot breath spurted out from August's breathing hole and sprinkled on the face of Lyle. How dare he? Augustus roared angrily. Inferior race. After I deal with the intruder, I will definitely settle this account with him. Lyle took a few steps back tremblingly. You? After Augustus vented his anger, he looked at him fiercely. Take over the communication. Lyle nodded hastily, turned around, and left this land of right and wrong as if running away. August. Levi's somewhat angry voice came from the communication equipment. What's going on? Why was our planetary defense network breached so easily? I was on the surface at that time. Do you know how dangerous it is? Hearing Levi's question, a burst of anger suddenly rose in August's eyes. But soon, thinking of the consequences of Levi's accidental death, a chill could not help but rise behind him. We underestimated the power of the artillery LS, and I didn't expect those invaders to be so crazy. In order to stabilize the morale of the army, Augustus suppressed the anger in his heart and explained slightly vaguely. Levi was obviously not very satisfied with August's response, but thinking that he still had something to ask for, Levi suppressed his dissatisfaction. Is there any solution? What? Augustus didn't understand the meaning of Levi's words for a while. I mean, is there any way to find the invaders' fleet? When it came to business, Levi's tone gradually calmed down. His words were full of worry. It's very difficult for me to handle now. Many people want to fight back. But until now, we don't have the specific location of the enemy's ship. Augustus sighed and shook his head slowly. It's a pity. Currently, we have activated full-band active detection equipment and even used optical telescopes. But we still have not made any progress. Chapter 269 Microdetector. There was silence in the communication equipment. Obviously, this news is also a huge blow to Levi. After a long silence, Levi's voice sounded again. Your Excellency August, I have a suggestion. There were wrinkles on the top of August's thinking organ. He looked at the communication equipment in front of him with disdain. You said it. He didn't believe that an ordinary Proxima person with an ordinary background could give any useful advice on such a matter. I think we can manufacture a large number of microdetection devices to conduct blanket inspections of the surrounding area, Levi said in a low voice. Only the most basic detection and signaling functions are needed. Augustus was slightly startled. That's not a bad idea. But then, he shook his head and rejected his proposal in a low voice. A little difficult. Our factories are already at capacity, and it's difficult to make room to manufacture so many single-use detection devices. What's more, even with the help of a central computer, it is difficult for our personnel to process the complex information returned by so many detectors. As soon as he finished speaking, a rapid and high-pitched alarm sounded. Enemy attack! Second enemy attack! The sharp shouts of the observers sounded again. Unlike last time, this time, they were fully prepared. The moment the alarm went off, the observer reached out and pressed the white button on the side. A few minutes later, alert lifted. Augustus looked at the observer on the side with a gloomy expression. How is the interception going? The observer rapidly tapped the console keys in front of him. After seeing the data, he responded with some helplessness. The damage is more serious than last time. The damage to the affected area reached 15%. To make matters worse, a projectile landed close to our giant land-based laser cannon. The damage to the laser cannon is minor, but it will take some time for repairs. August's face became increasingly ugly. How so? Logically speaking, this time they have enough time to react and intercept, so the degree of damage should be greatly reduced. The observer pressed the keys that looked like a keyboard again and called up a piece of data. Unlike the last time, this attack lasted longer and the density of projectiles also dropped a lot, which added a lot of interception pressure to us. The opponent should have adjusted their offensive method. Our original preset procedures are not well equipped to deal with this attack mode. August's heart sank. Is there a remedy? Lyle shook his head. It's difficult. It will take at least a month to change all the procedures. During this period, the defense equipment is basically the same as decoration. Your Excellency Augustus, why don't you consider my proposal again? Levi's voice came from the communication device on the side. At this point, this is the best option for us. We can't go on like this. This will consume a lot of our strategic material reserves. In comparison, the other side only consumed a few artillery LS. August's expression changed several times, and he exhaled a long breath. Levi, tell me more about your thoughts. In the next month, Proxima b was attacked by electromagnetic guns from different directions. Most of the planetary defense facilities in the orbit of Proxima Centauri b were destroyed. Fortunately, the Proxima Centauri civilization has enough resources to replace the destroyed forts in time. Otherwise, it is estimated that Proxima Centauri b will have been plowed by saturation strikes before the detector is completed. Of course, this approach also places a heavy burden on the human fleet. From the beginning of the war to now, they have emptied an entire Tao Tai ship of supplies, thinking that only 99.6% of the war reserves were left. Lu Yongchang tearfully gave the order to continue the attack. He wanted to see how long this Proxima civilization could last. Not to mention the resources consumed by the constantly changing turrets in the orbit of Proxima Centauri b. Even the increasingly bad environment is enough for the people of Proxima Centauri to drink a pot. Although the genetic data sent by the Proxima Centauri civilization shows that they are extremely resistant to radiation. As the saying goes, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. After enduring intermittent bombardment for more than a month, the miniature detector Levi called it was finally completed. On this day, dozens of starships took off from the surface, pierced the dusky sky, and flew straight into the orbit of Proxima b. The disc-shaped starship with a diameter of more than 100 meters scattered billions of microdetectors around Proxima Centauri b, driven by microhull propulsion devices. These detectors will cover an area of 10 near Proxima Centauri b within a week. The next day, Lu Yongchang was preparing to order the fleet to conduct long-range bombardment of Proxima b in the distance as usual. Suddenly, a rapid siren interrupted his movements. An unknown signal source is detected approaching. When he saw the warning in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang's expression changed drastically. Zero? Zero's holographic image appeared instantly. And at the same time, a huge holographic projection flashing with red light unfolded. Professor, there are a large number of signal sources in the direction of Proxima Centauri b. It is initially determined that they are detectors. The number has been found so far, 3,672. Updated to 15,803. Updated to 36,709. The warning lights flashed rapidly, and the number of signal sources in the holographic projection also increased rapidly. At this moment, the expressions of everyone in the command center changed. Hack! Where did they get so many detectors? Lu Yongchang pressed the fleet communication button in front of him. Attention everyone! Enter deep sea mode immediately. Unsilence. We've been discovered. The entire ship turns on active detection modules. Activates hull thrusters. Unlocks all weapon modules. And prepares to respond to strikes. A few minutes later, in the deep and dark universe, 501 extremely bright light points suddenly lit up. That's the hull thruster of the human fleet operating at full power. At the same time, all starships turned on their own active detection equipment. At this moment, in the side of the Proxima Centauri civilization, the human fleet was like a bright light, suddenly appearing in the dim background of the universe. In the deep sea cabin, the font in the hologram became increasingly bright red. Signal source distance, 10,000 kilometers. Signal source distance, 5,000 kilometers. Signal source contact alert. A series of bright red alerts flashed in front of everyone's eyes. Lu Yongchang couldn't help but hold his breath. Signal source discovered. As the last message passed by, a 3D modeling image appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the extremely crude 3D model of the microdetector in front of him, Lu Yongchang's face instantly turned ugly. Chapter 270 Counterattack. Fight against? Scammed? A bad thought flashed through Lu Yongchang's mind. Being in the deep sea cabin, he could only give orders to Zero through the brainwave reading device. Zero, control the robotic arm to capture a detector. After receiving the order, Zero quickly controlled the Earth to approach the detector on the side. When the two were close to each other, a huge mechanical arm stretched out from the belly of Earth and grabbed the extremely small detector directly. Capture successful. A prompt appeared in front of Lu Yongchang. Zero, send it to the laboratory. Take it apart and see what's inside. Lu Yongchang issued the second order. A few minutes later, the holographic projection screen in front of Lu Yongchang quietly changed. The internal structure of the detector gradually emerged. Although the construction methods were different, and the shapes of the parts were slightly different, he still recognized the various modules in the microdetector. A set of miniature hull propulsion devices, a radio transceiver device, and an active detection device similar to radar. The three main components are spliced together to form the detector in front of you, which is less than half a meter in size. While Lu Yongchang was observing this structure, Zero also successfully completed the cracking work. According to Zero's cracking, the radar-like device inside it cannot identify the type of object, and the radio transceiver device cannot transmit complex information. Simply put, it's more like a beacon than a detector. When a larger object appears nearby, it sends a simple signal to Proxima Centauri b. As for determining whether the large object is an enemy ship, an asteroid, or some other object, it is completely beyond its capabilities. After reading the test results given by Zero, and then contacting the extremely large number of signal sources, Lu Yongchang's face became increasingly ugly. At that moment, he completely understood the opponent's tactics. Proxima b. Inside the Central Academy of Sciences, Augustus paced back and forth in the observation room with a solemn expression. It has been a full day since the microdetector was launched. How's it going? Is there any result? There was impatience in his questioning voice. An observer quickly shook his head. Your Excellency, August, the detector did not return any useful data. Currently, we have only discovered a few asteroids. August's expression changed slightly, and he exhaled a breath of hot breath, forcing down the uneasiness and irritability in his heart. Your Majesty, August, be patient. Levi's voice sounded in the communication equipment nearby. Give those detectors some more time. They will help us find the intruders. What if they were not deceived? Augustus said in a deep voice. Levi, you also know how poor the quality of these detectors is. Speaking of this, Augustus' voice paused slightly. They can't even be called detectors. Levi shrugged. That's okay. When the detectors complete their coverage, they will still be exposed to us. Whenever they move, our detectors will send us a signal. What if it's an asteroid? Augustus subconsciously argued. In the communication equipment, Levi's voice became increasingly weird. Whether it's an asteroid or not, we'll know if we can shoot it. August fell silent. After a long time, he breathed out a hot breath again. I hope so. As soon as he finished speaking, a piercing alarm sounded throughout the Central Academy of Sciences. Found it! The observer's high-pitched shout was full of excitement. Active detection has been activated on the other side. They're moving! Augustus turned his head sharply and looked at the monitor in front of the observer. I saw a huge white dot appear on the monitor. Distance 0.950. Augustus gritted his molars and said, Cunning intruders! I finally found you. Levi, it's your mission now. Proxima b. Underground City. After Levi cut off the communication, he suddenly stood up from the chair and took steps toward the door. Father? Akita's voice came from the side. Levi's steps paused slightly. He turned to look at his daughter. A slightly stiff smile appeared on the top of his thinking organ. Akita, stay here obediently. Father! Akita seemed to want to say something more. Her lips moved, and thousands of words finally merged into one sentence. Be safe. Levi didn't speak, just nodded silently. Then, he opened the door and walked out. Just a few minutes later, a deafening cry came from outside the room. Fight back! Fight back! Fight back! Perhaps because they had been bombarded for a whole month, all the Proxima people were holding back their breath. After learning that the coordinates of the enemy ship were exposed, the Proxima people with pilot qualifications got up and ran in the direction of the parked spacecraft. After an hour, as a long siren sounded, a huge hole opened in the surface of Proxima b. Hundreds of disc-shaped spaceships flew out of it one after another. After breaking away from the planet's gravity, they rushed straight towards the target location, Earth. After figuring out the Proxima people's methods, Lu Yongchang also gave up his guerrilla warfare plan. Yongchang, what should we do now? A message appeared in front of him. It was an inquiry from Fang Su. In holographic projection, the number of detector signal sources has risen to more than 100,000. Withdraw first, and see how the Proxima Centauri civilization reacts. The order was given, and the originally compact fleet instantly dispersed. As the flagship, the Earth and Taotai material reserve ships took the lead in sailing away from Proxima b. As for the Golden Crow battleship, it is responsible for the rearguard work. Not long after the retreat started, an alarm appeared in front of everyone. Alarm. Enemy fleet detected. Current distance, 80,000 kilometers. As the alarm popped up, a star map instantly appeared in the holographic projection. There are 120 red dots marked on the star map. These red dots are closing the distance to our own fleet at a speed visible to the naked eye. The moment he saw the picture, Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly changed. What a speed. Zero. How long will it take for them to catch up to us? Zero immediately gave the answer. Estimated contact time, 160 seconds. That's too late. We can only fight. Without any hesitation, Lu Yongchang gave the order again through the brainwave reading device. The fleet formation changed again. Earth and Taotai still maintain their original driving routes. To be on the safe side, they need to evacuate to a safe distance. As for the Golden Crow battleship, it slowed down and stopped in place. They slowly adjusted their direction, waiting for the moment the enemy ship came into range. Chapter 271 Auxiliary Functions Unlocked. Current distance, 60,000 kilometers. Flight trajectory calculation completed. Ballistic calculation completed. Zhao Zijia stared at the holographic projection in front of him and breathed hard into the pale yellow deep-sea liquid in the deep-sea cabin. Give them a taste of the electromagnetic gun first. While thinking about it, he issued an order through the brain wave reading device. First Fleet, fire! The next moment, under Zhao Zijia's order, a total of 60 starships in the First Fleet sprayed countless tongues of fire forward. The distance between the enemy ship and our own is still shortening, perhaps due to lack of experience, or having sufficient confidence in their own starships. The Proxima Centauri fleet's march is extremely monotonous. Their path forward is entirely a straight line. But as the First Fleet took the lead in firing, the Proxima Centauri fleet suddenly changed its original extremely arrogant way of traveling. On the star map, those 120 red dots were flying around like frightened flies. Seeing this scene, Zhao Zijia's face darkened slightly. Although I don't know why the opponent chose this chaotic way of traveling. There is no doubt that this irregular flight curve extremely restrains their electromagnetic gun attacks. It takes about 10 seconds for the electromagnetic gun projectile to hit the enemy ship. The attack delay of 10 seconds, coupled with the opponent's extremely messy evasion methods. The firepower of a mere 60 Golden Crow battleships is simply not enough. TSK. Zhao Zijia's mouth twitched, and he let out a light tut. A mouthful of deep-sea fluid entered his mouth smoothly. Bah! He spat out the deep-sea liquid in his mouth impatiently. I have to say that this thing does affect people's performance, especially in the process of command. Almost every starship pilot has experienced the feeling of accidentally swallowing a mouthful of deep-sea fluid. This feeling, extremely sour and refreshing. Looking at the enemy ship still flying around like headless flies, Zhao Zijia retracted his thoughts of complaining. Second, third, fourth fleet. I need fire support. Through the brainwave reading device, he sent a signal for help to his companions. There was almost no delay, and the remaining 180 Golden Crow battleships opened fire at the same time. The endless electromagnetic gun projectiles formed an extremely dense metal storm, sweeping towards the enemy ships in the distance. Suddenly, a highlighted text appeared above the holographic projection. Accessibility unlocked. Zhao Zijia was suddenly startled. But soon, he realized that this was an order from Professor Lu. At the beginning, in order to improve the capabilities of each driver, Lu Yongchang directly ordered a series of 0 auxiliary functions to be banned. However, what surprised Zhao Zijia was that it was not until this moment that Professor Lu ordered the unlocking of Zero's auxiliary function. What surprised him even more was that the previous ballistic prediction functions were not included in the category of auxiliary functions. Before he could recover, the scene in the holographic projection made him sluggish again. WTF? He opened his eyes suddenly and looked excitedly at the holographic image in front of him. Earth. Quantum Supercomputing Center. The moment the auxiliary function is unlocked, Zero's CPU usage skyrockets instantly. A dense white mist then rose from the heat dissipation area soaked in liquid nitrogen. The vaporized liquid nitrogen quickly takes away the huge heat of the supercomputing center. Then, under the action of the compressor, the vaporized liquid nitrogen becomes liquid again and returns to the cooling pool. With the support of powerful computing power, Zero quickly calculated the possible route of the enemy ship. Then, under Zero's control, each electromagnetic gun began to move with extremely small tremors. Every projectile was placed at an extremely precise position, perfectly blocking the direction of 120 enemy ships. Zhao Zijia saw this scene through holographic projection. Shit! This is so cool! His eyes widened, and he shouted excitedly in his heart, self-aiming. This is self-aiming. Like Zhao Zijia, almost every starship pilot was shocked by Zero's powerful abilities. The 5-minute-long metal storm directly consumed 50% of the projectile reserves in the Golden Crow battleship. The consumption of these 5 minutes far exceeded the consumption of guerrilla warfare in the past month. Proxima Centauri fleet. Looking at the approaching fleet of invaders, Levi's eyes showed excitement. His heart was beating rapidly, pumping blue blood crazily into the veins all over his body. From the flying speed of the two, Levi saw the gap in the technological level of the opposite side. The performance of the enemy starship is far inferior to our own. At this moment, he had even thought about how to ravage those despicable intruders next. But the next moment, an alarm completely disrupted his plan. When he saw the familiar active detection data, his expression changed instantly. It's the electromagnetic gun again. Damn. How much ammunition do those invaders have? Just when he was about to organize everyone to conduct defensive interception, he suddenly discovered a problem. Due to lack of experience, our fleet was obviously in chaos when faced with the sudden electromagnetic gun attack. Hundreds of starships were scurrying around like headless flies. Calm down! Calm down! Levi shouted hoarsely through the communication device, trying to calm down his teammates. A few seconds later, projectiles with a diameter of 1 meter streaked across the periphery of his spacecraft at extremely fast speeds. In the chaos, Levi ignored the others and directly started the defensive interception program. With the help of active detection equipment and pre-programmed onboard computers, he successfully dealt with several of the oncoming projectiles. It was only then that he came back to his senses and turned to look at his teammates. It has to be said that fools are blessed. The rampaging and irregular flight path happened to restrain the electromagnetic gun attack from the opposite side. At least, they didn't suffer any damage from this round of attacks. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the piercing alarm sounded again. The siren sounded sharper and more urgent than last time. Levi looked at the dense electromagnetic cannon pellets on the monitor with splitting eyes, calling for his teammates at the top of his lungs. Fortunately, Levi's shouts worked. After experiencing a round of attacks, the Proxima Centauri fleet gradually regained its composure. Under Levi's command, they followed the training process and tried to return to their rightful position. But it was too late. The metal storm under zero control. The density and accuracy are greatly increased. Explosive flames continue to rise in the Proxima Centauri fleet. 1 ship, 2 ships, 10 ships, 20 ships. In just 1 minute, a total of 20 spaceships were bombarded by electromagnetic cannon pellets carrying micronuclear bombs, turning the sky into space debris. But the metal storm is not over yet. Warning white lights flashed everywhere on the spacecraft. Looking around, the sky and fields are filled with electromagnetic cannon projectiles that will kill you on contact. The flames of the explosion came and went, reflecting Levi's desperate look. When the number of crashed spacecraft reached 50, he gave up. He grabbed the communication equipment nearby, shouted hoarsely, "Retreat! Retreat!" Chapter 272. I suggest using an electromagnetic gun to explore the path. The army was defeated like a mountain. The moment Levi shouted to retreat, the remaining 70 Proxima spacecraft began to turn around and fled in the direction of Proxima B. Zhao Zijia looked excitedly at the holographic projection in front of him. In the picture, the scene of the Proxima Centauri fleet being defeated by the metal storm was clearly visible. He clenched his fists hard. Victory in the first battle, as the first head-on interstellar war of human civilization. This victory is undoubtedly extremely inspiring. When he discovered that the alien spaceships were showing signs of escaping from the battlefield, a ruthless look suddenly appeared in his eyes. You can come when you want and leave when you want. How can anything in the world be so cheap? First Fleet, apply for pursuit. He quickly submitted an application to the fleet commander Li Yongchang. Looking at the pursuit request from Zhao Zijia in front of him, Li Yongchang fell into deep thought. Should we pursue it or not? As the old saying goes, don't chase poor enemies. But the current situation seems to be a little different. The combat effectiveness of the Proxima Centauri fleet was far beyond his imagination. Before the head-on war started, he made countless simulations in his mind. But he never expected that the fleet sent by Proxima Centauri could not survive even the first round of electromagnetic gun strikes. Looking at the extremely scattered formation, a bold guess gradually emerged in Li Yongchang's mind. This Proxima Centauri civilization won't be a flower stand that will break at a touch. Right? As this idea gradually became clearer, he pursed his lips hard, and his eyes gradually became fierce. Pursuit allowed? The First Fleet and the Second Fleet pursue the enemy ships together. The order was given, and 120 bright points of light instantly appeared in the dim space. Forward 4. Looking at the 120 Golden Crow battleships that broke away from the team and flew towards Proxima B, Li Yongchang relaxed his frown a little. This pursuit was mainly to see the trump card of Proxima Centauri civilization. If the opposite side is really what I thought, It is a flower stand that will break at the touch of a touch. It is estimated that it won't be long before the first interstellar war of human civilization comes to a successful conclusion. Request support. Request support. The dungeon of Proxima B and the Central Academy of Sciences echoed with Levi's cry for help. Augustus stayed in place with an ugly look on his face. Although these 50 small spaceships were nothing to them, he still couldn't accept this one-sided situation. In August's view, the main reason for the fiasco was actually human factors. Thinking of this, August cursed in a low voice. Damn it! I know these lower races are unreliable. But things have happened. And now we can only think about how to make up for it. They are chasing us! Levi's voice became more and more panicked in the communication device. We need support. August's eyes suddenly lit up. He was still struggling with how to deal with it. But an excellent plan suddenly emerged in his thinking organ. He quickly walked to the communication device and pressed the communication button. Levi, lead them to the home planet. I will send someone to pick you up. Looking at the Proxima Centauri fleet getting further and further away in the holographic projection, Zhao Zijia's eyes showed a bit of helplessness. For current humans, this is a flaw that cannot be solved. While greatly increasing the size of the starship, it also greatly weakened its maneuverability. Compared with a Golden Crow battleship with a length of 1,500 meters, the Proxima Centauri spacecraft, with a diameter of about 100 meters, appears extremely petite. It is precisely because of this that their acceleration performance far exceeds that of the Golden Crow battleship. Fortunately, the Proxima Centauri civilization has a home star that cannot move freely. As the saying goes, a monk who can run away cannot run away from the temple. What's the use of running away quickly? If you have the ability, make Proxima B run. Thinking of this, a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Zijia's mouth. In the dim starry sky, 120 bright points of light slowly headed towards the target location. No blockers. No traps. The driving process is extremely smooth. So smooth that it makes people feel nervous. Earth. In the brainwave communication channel, several fleet commanders were still passing the time with small talk. Some people have even started discussing how to land on Proxima B. Zhao Zijia and Lu Yongchang frowned at the same time. Something's wrong. First Fleet, slowed down immediately. Zhao Zijia suddenly issued an order to the moving First Fleet. The First Fleet, which was still 300,000 kilometers away from Proxima B, immediately began to slow down the moment the order was issued. The two fleets that were originally moving side by side also had a gap. Warn! The fleet is in abnormal condition. Commanding the Second Fleet. A bright red alert instantly popped up in front of Brad's eyes. Zhao Zijia? Brad asked with some annoyance. What are you doing? Why did you suddenly order your fleet to slow down? Before Zhao Zijia could speak, Lu Yongchang's order came. Brad, slow down your fleet. Keep pace with the First Fleet. Aye. Brad's face was full of confusion. But in the face of the Commander-in-Chief's order, he honestly issued the order to slow down the Second Fleet. Zhao Zijia, tell me what you think. Lu Yongchang ignored Brad and asked Zhao Zijia, who was the first to speak. Why did you issue the order to slow down without authorization? Looking at the words that appeared in front of him, Zhao Zijia's heart trembled slightly. He knew what he had just done. To put it more seriously, what he just did was no different from disobedience on the battlefield. He did not dare to delay, and immediately reported his guess to Lu Yongchang. There was silence in the brainwave communication channel. Well done. Next time, remember to report first and communicate with friendly forces. A short sentence appeared in front of everyone. Zhao Zijia breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was in a deep-sea cabin, he still felt a cold sweat break out from his back. I have the same hunch. The Proxima civilization seems to be setting a trap for us. Lu Yongchang continued to express his views. So far, we have not encountered any resistance. When something goes wrong, there must be a demon. We have reason to suspect that the Proxima Centauri civilization has ambushed a large number of troops near its home star. Hearing this, the other fleet commanders also broke out in cold sweat. Especially the commander of the Second Fleet. Brad looked at the holographic projection in front of him with an ugly face. His eyes filled with annoyance and self-blame. Lu Yongchang glanced at the holographic projection, which showed the distance between the two fleets and Proxima B, 80,000 kilometers, just outside their active detection range. Seemingly aware of Lu Yongchang's entanglement, Zhao Zijia took the initiative to make suggestions. Professor Lu, I suggest using an electromagnetic gun to explore the path. Chapter 273 5181 vs 120. In the deep sky 80,000 kilometers away from Proxima Centauri B, 120, Golden Crow, battleships slowly raised their electromagnetic gun muzzles. With the assistance of Zero, the electromagnetic gun muzzle pointed straight ahead at Proxima Centauri B. Fire! The moment the order was issued, countless tongues of fire flickered in the deep space of space again. A volley of artillery fire. At a distance of 80,000 kilometers. It only takes 13.3 seconds for the electromagnetic gun projectile to cross. Inside Earth, a countdown appeared in front of everyone's eyes. 13. 10. Alarm. Alarm. Flashing red light filled everyone's sight. A large number of enemy ship signals detected. Active detection equipment sounded an alarm. As if appearing out of thin air. Countless signal sources appeared directly in front of the fleet. Zhao Zijia's pupils shrank suddenly. At the request of readers, shrink Zhao Zijia's pupils.jpg. He stared at the holographic image in front of him. His lips trembling slightly unconsciously. Something big happened. In the active detection screen, there are countless red dots near Proxima Centauri B. Each red dot symbolizes a starship equipped with active detection equipment. Near Proxima B, countless disc-shaped spaceships parked quietly in deep space, waiting for the invaders from the front to fall into their traps. Levi! They are coming! August's voice came from the communication device. Receive. This time, I will teach these intruders a severe lesson. Thinking of the 50 crashed spaceships, bursts of hot air suddenly erupted from Levi's breathing holes. Levi, are you sure they only have 240 spaceships? August asked again. Levi didn't hesitate. Of course. I can see it clearly. Well, they have sent half of their troops. And the active detection equipment shows that there are 120 spaceships heading towards us. Augustus said calmly. Be careful to stay hidden. And wait until they are within the range of all weapons before starting to attack. He was silent for a while, and then said again. Attention! The current distance is 120,000 kilometers. Levi narrowed his 6 eyes slightly, and stared at the deep space in front of him. Nothing can be seen. A bad feeling arose in his heart. But thinking of the army behind him, he shook his thinking organ and shook off the distracting thoughts. In order to teach the invaders a painful lesson, Proxima Centauri civilization dispatched all combat-capable spaceships. Abbreviation, Alan. Wait a minute. The other side is slowing down. August's confused voice sounded again. What happened? Did they find a problem? The uneasiness in Levi's heart became stronger again. Impossible? We have been silent. From such a distance, there is no way they can detect us. Augustus said nothing. Apparently, he was observing the movements of the enemy fleet on the surface. A few seconds later, a scream broke the original tranquility. Electromagnetic gun! They fired the electromagnetic gun again! Defend! Defend quickly! August's hoarse shouts rang out in the communication equipment. The human flagship located in the rear area. Earth. Enemy ship signal detected. 381 ships. Update. Enemy ship signal detected. 870 ships. The numbers in the holographic projection keep beating. Ultimately, it settles on a thrilling number. Enemy ship signal. 5,181 ships. The moment he saw this number, Zhao Zijia's eyes suddenly widened. It's over. Barbie is done. 5181 versus 120. Any normal person knows what the result will be. Retreat. Retreat immediately. Second Fleet Commander Brad has issued a retreat order. But there was no movement from the Second Fleet thousands of miles away. Calm down, Brad. Lu Yongchan directly intercepted the order issued by Brad. 0. Fire the giant flare. The situation was urgent. So Lu Yongchan directly asked Ling to take over the command of the fleet. With the launch of the electromagnetic gun, the Proxima Centauri fleet lifted its original state of silence, facing the overwhelming electromagnetic cannon projectiles. The Planetary Defense Network and the Proxima Centauri fleet launched force at the same time, using high-energy laser cannons and electromagnetic cannons to stop them all. Suddenly, countless explosions and flames appeared between the two fleets. Just as Levi was about to launch an attack, 120 dim light points appeared directly in front of him. What is that? Levi was stunned. Before he could react, an extremely strong burst of light was released from those 120 dim light points. In the center of the battlefield, a small star seemed to appear. Under the light of the giant flare, the Proxima fleet revealed their true appearance. The optical telescope swept across it at extremely fast speeds. 0. Analyze the composition of the enemy fleet. Lu Yongchan quickly issued his order. In less than a second, the statistics appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Enemy ship with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters, 1 ship. Enemy ships with a diameter of 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 2. Enemy ships with a diameter of 100 meters to 500 meters, 1,070 ships. Enemy ships with a diameter of 50 meters to 100 meters, 2,008 ships. Enemy ships less than 50 meters in diameter, 2,100. Looking at the data in front of him, Liu Yongcheng's expression gradually became strange. Why are there still spaceships with a diameter of less than 50 meters? What is this? A combination of the old, the weak, the sick and the disabled? Everyone, you have all seen the configuration of the enemy ships. If nothing else, this should be the starship owned by the Proxima Centauri civilization. Retreating is not my style. I declare. The fleet sets sail. Prepare for a general attack. The order was issued. Earth and the other starships turned around and rushed towards Proxima B. At the same time, a message appeared in front of everyone in the First Fleet and the Second Fleet. Attention all units. Attack freely. Repeat. Free attack. Hold on to. Reinforcements are coming soon. Flares work both ways. When humans observed the true appearance of the Proxima Centauri fleet, Proxima Centauri also observed the appearance of the human fleet. Only, the neat arrangement of 121,500-meter-long starships obviously had a great mental impact on them. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. But soon, this long-lost tranquility was broken by Levi. With the help of the onboard computer, he fired a series of electromagnetic cannons at a Golden Crow battleship within the crosshairs. Levi's movement was like a signal. In just a few seconds, 5181 Proxima Centauri spacecraft and the planet-circling defense network sounded the clarion call for attack at the same time. Countless electromagnetic gun projectiles rushed towards the 120 Golden Crow battleships ahead. Chapter 274, Trouble. Inside the Golden Crow battleship. Warning red lights flashed everywhere. Warning. You have been targeted by an enemy ship. Warning. Electromagnetic gun strike detected on the way. Baishuan looked at the dense warning messages on the holographic projection in front of him and bit his back teeth hard. Something big happened to TMD. Look at the message sent by the headquarters. Is that what people said? Free attack? Free defense is pretty much it. Facing the coming blow, he quickly suppressed his desire to complain. Defense. Prepare to intercept enemy attacks. Baishuan looked at the electromagnetic cannon projectiles getting closer and closer to his side, and quickly issued an order. No matter what. Let's get through the first round of attacks first. Target locked. A few milliseconds later, a prompt appeared in front of Baishuan. In the holographic projection, densely packed tiny red dots instantly appeared. Those are electromagnetic cannon projectiles from the Proxima Centauri fleet. Weapon system is charging. A slight buzz came from the deck below and entered Baishuan's ears through the conduction of the deep-sea cabin and deep-sea liquid. At the same time, the muzzle of the high-energy laser cannon outside the Golden Crow battleship glowed with a faint red light. A second later, another reminder popped up in front of Baishuan's eyes. The weapon system is charged. Automatic interception function is turned on. When the last prompt faded out of sight, countless red lights shot forward from the Golden Crow battleship where he was. Under Zero's control, the high-energy laser beam seemed to have eyes, accurately bombarding every electromagnetic cannon projectile attacking Golden Crow. The whole process sounds long, but in reality, it only took less than 3 seconds. Almost at the moment when Proxima Centauri B launched the electromagnetic gun attack, the 120 Golden Crow battle fleets unanimously turned on the automatic interception function. Billions of high-energy laser beams instantly formed an airtight defense network in front of the fleet. Interception successful. A prompt popped up in the holographic projection. Before Baishuan could breathe a sigh of relief, the alarm sounded again. Electromagnetic gun attack on the way detected. Warn! You have been hit by a laser weapon. Please take evasive action immediately. In the holographic projection, several flashing red dots suddenly appeared on the 3D model of the Golden Crow battleship. Armor damage in the hit area, 10.7%. Update. Armor damage in the hit area, 21.6%. The camera cuts to the outside world, perhaps sensing that the electromagnetic gun offensive had little effect on enemy ships. The Proxima Centauri fleet quietly changed its attack mode. Electromagnetic guns and laser weapons worked together. In the gap between the electromagnetic cannon projectiles, countless laser beams were emitted from the spacecraft of the Proxima Centauri civilization, shooting directly at the Golden Crow fleet. Without any reaction time, The high-energy laser beam shines directly on the surface of the Golden Crow starship. Laugh. Although the laser beam only lasted for a few milliseconds, the high temperature it brought still ablated a small dent in the outer armor of the Golden Crow. In the pit, the molten armor gradually solidified. The surface of the starship, which was originally extremely smooth, has since developed an ugly scar. But is this the end? Of course it's impossible. The first laser disappeared, and the second laser followed closely, irradiating the same location. 1 way, 2 ways, 3 ways. A bunch of lasers accurately bombarded the same position of the Golden Crow starship. The originally superficial scar sunk in at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing the sharp increase in armor damage, Bai Xuan's eyes showed a bit of panic. But then, he remembered how to deal with laser weapons. The damage caused by high-energy laser beams mainly comes from the instantaneous ultra-high temperature. Therefore, there is a clever countermeasure. For these, low, laser beams that cannot penetrate the protective layer of the spacecraft in an instant, it can be easily dealt with as long as their attack areas are dispersed as much as possible. The method of spreading the attack area is also very simple. The starship maintains high speed and irregular motion, and those laser beams are naturally unable to continuously and accurately bombard the same area. Thinking of this, Bai Xuan quickly issued his order. Golden Crow A-21. Advance 4. The originally dim Hall thruster instantly released an extremely powerful light. Under the huge thrust, the 1,500-meter-long Golden Crow battleship began to move faster. Similar to Bai Xuan's decision, the other 119 Golden Crow battleships also entered the forward 4 state. The laser beam is still continuously shining on the surface of the Golden Crow battleship. As the movement speed of Golden Crow increases, the destructive effect caused by the high-energy laser beam becomes weaker and weaker. At best, it can only leave long and thin scars on its surface, while avoiding the attacks of laser beams and electromagnetic guns. Each Golden Crow would also take the time to shoot a shuttle of electromagnetic cannons at the opposite Proxima fleet from time to time. But obviously, such a scattered attack to the Proxima Centauri fleet backed by the planet-circling defense network is like scratching an itch and cannot cause any harm at all. In the deep space 0.950 away from Proxima Centauri B, 381 starships are rushing towards their destination with all their strength. Inside the human flagship, Earth. Laser weapon? The moment the frontline fleet was struck by the laser beam, Lu Yongchang exclaimed in his heart, 0. What is the distance between the two sides? 0 quickly gave the answer on the holographic projection. 80,000 kilometers. Lu Yongchang's face instantly darkened. Problem occurs. Proxima Centauri's weapons technology is much more advanced than theirs. The human fleet's laser weapons and ion beam weapons have an effective range of only 50,000 kilometers. There is at least a 60% gap between the two. No. You can't fight like this. Lu Yongchang looked at the Golden Crow fleet that was forced to defend in the holographic projection, and gritted his back teeth hard. The range is not as good as the opponent's, which is a taboo in interstellar warfare. Although at present, the offensives on the opposite side have been easily resolved by the Golden Crow fleet, and the situation looks good. But as long as the war lasts longer, these 120 Golden Crow battleships will be completely wiped out. Let's not talk about the issue of reserve ammunition on the Golden Crow battleship. Just the continuous laser weapon is enough to slowly wear away the armor of Golden Crow. Lu Yongchang looked anxiously at the holographic projection in front of him. Escape? Just kidding. I can't run across the street at all. Beat? What to fight with? The range of laser weapons and ion beam weapons is nowhere near enough. Is it relying on those electromagnetic cannons that take the time to fire, when the range and movement speed are inferior to those of the opponent? Blind pursuit has only one result, being kite to death. 0. How long will it take for us to reach the battlefield? Lu Yongchang took a deep breath of the deep-sea liquid with extremely high oxygen content and suppressed the anxiety in his heart. Estimated arrival at destination in 4 hours. Chapter 275. Everyone. We are here. 4 hours 1 minute and 23 seconds. Seeing the bright red countdown beating in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but hold his breath. This was the first time since he boarded the Earth that he disliked the flying speed of this flagship. Zijia, is there any good solution? Lu Yongchang, who had thought to no avail, asked Zhao Zijia. Obviously, Zhao Zijia has no good solution to this dilemma. After waiting for a long time, Lu Yongchang waited for his response. Professor Lu, at present, We do not have a suitable solution. Only when we reach the main battlefield. Suppress the opponent's large forces with the help of electromagnetic guns. And then close the distance can we have a chance to win this war. Lu Yongchang looked at the holographic projection in front of him and nodded silently. Exactly the same idea as him. But I wonder if those 120 Golden Crow battleships can survive these 4 hours. Lu Yongchang's face was full of worry and regret. If it were just high-energy laser cannons and electromagnetic cannons, with Zero's auxiliary capabilities, he believed that these starships could wait for rescue unharmed. However, if the opponent has a more powerful weapon, for example, ion beam weapons, then these 120 starships are probably in danger. Frontal battlefield. Bai Yishuan stared at the holographic image in front of him with all his concentration. It shows various conditions of the battleship. Damage to the outer armor of the entire ship, 53.78%. Fuel remaining, 90.13%. Ammo remaining, 58.11%. He raised his eyelids and glanced above the projection. 1 hour 34 minutes and 33 seconds. 103. There is still 1 hour and 34 minutes left before reinforcements arrive. The number of Golden Crow battleships remaining on the battlefield, 103. Damn it. Bai Yishuan said fiercely in the brainwave communication channel. When the reinforcements arrive, I have to show them some color. Hong Fan's message then came, Team White. Don't talk about this now. The frequency of electromagnetic guns and laser beams fired from the opposite side is getting higher and higher. Bai Yishuan twitched the corners of his mouth and revealed a sneer. They probably found out that our reinforcements are coming soon. Everyone, hold on until reinforcements arrive. Wait a minute. The flagship on the other side has moved. As soon as the news was sent out, a shrill alarm sounded inside the Golden Crow battleship. The outer reaches of Proxima Centauri B. Levi's eyes were filled with joy. This feeling of shooting is so exciting. The only drawback is that these targets are too slippery. Of course, after spending a long time, he still solved an invader starship. The moment Levi saw the 1,500-meter giant starship turn into fireworks, Levi's excitement reached its peak. Levi, we need to use the flagship. August's deep voice came from the communication device, interrupting his excitement. Why? While controlling the direction of the electromagnetic gun and laser cannon, Levi said dissatisfiedly. The opponent hasn't revealed its trump card yet. We can't use the flagship so early. Augustus said calmly. Their reinforcements are coming. A total of 381 starships. Levi suddenly fell silent. Of course he knew what it meant. Okay. Let's dispatch the flagship. The bottom of a disc-shaped spacecraft with a diameter of 1,100 meters, located in the center of the Proxima Centauri fleet, lit up with the light of the Hall thruster. Under the powerful thrust, it rushed straight towards the battlefield ahead. The unusual behavior of the flagship of the Proxima Centauri civilization naturally attracted everyone's attention. What do they want to do? Including Lu Yongchang. Everyone had a trace of doubt in their hearts. But this doubt was solved in just a few seconds. Alarm. You have been locked by an enemy ship. Please take evasive action immediately. An alarm sounded in one of the Golden Crow battleships. Captain Wu Ran, as a veteran pilot, subconsciously controlled the starship to dodge to the side the moment he saw the alarm. But it was too late. Almost at the same time as the alarm sounded, a burst of fire appeared in front of him. Boom! Jinwu, the battleship suddenly exploded. A strong explosion of flames emitted from the fusion furnace at the tail of the Golden Crow, instantly affecting the entire starship. A brilliant ball of fireworks appeared in everyone's eyes. Ion beam weapons. A thought came to everyone's mind at the same time. Like them, the opponent also mastered ion beam weapons. Wu Ran. Bai Yishuan's eyes widened suddenly, looking straight at the slowly extinguishing fireworks in the projection. The moment he confirmed that his old teammate was dead, the flames of hatred suddenly rose in his eyes. TMD? I'll fight you. Hong Fan. Tell me the distance. Hong Fan changed his usual cheerful tone and answered Bai Yishuan's inquiry without any nonsense. 69,000 kilometers. White team. We don't have enough range. Alarm. You? The piercing alarm sounded in Bai Yishuan's ears. Before he could react, Zero, who had learned a lesson once, had already controlled the starship and made evasive actions. High-energy ion beam detected. Evasion successful. In the deep-sea cabin, Bai Yishuan breathed hard into the light yellow deep-sea liquid, trying to suppress his violent heartbeat. Not even close. Just a little bit. White team. What do we do now? Hong Fan sent an inquiry to Bai Yishuan. The attack just now was like a basin of ice water poured on Bai Yishuan's head, instantly calming him down. Bai Yishuan took a deep look at the disc-shaped starship in the projection, and struggled to squeeze out one word: escape. The addition of the Proxima Centauri flagship changed the situation of the battle drastically. The human fleet, which was originally at a slight disadvantage, directly turned into a big headwind. Explosive fire lights lit up in the deep dark universe. Every flash of fire means the crash of a Golden Crow battleship. Even Zero can only rely on prediction to avoid ion beam attacks approaching the speed of light. In just 1 hour, more than half of the 120 Golden Crow battleships were lost. Alarm. You have been locked by an enemy ship. Please take evasive action immediately. The death-like siren sounded in Bai Yishuan's ears again. Under Zero's control, Golden Crow automatically made evasive actions. 1 second. 2 seconds. Bai Yishuan, who hadn't seen the word evasion success for a long time, couldn't help but be stunned. What's the situation? He subconsciously raised his head and looked at the holographic image on the side. An extremely dense burst of fire appeared in front of the Proxima Centauri civilization flagship. Seeing the familiar explosion effect, Bai Yishuan suddenly felt his eyes well up. That was the explosion of electromagnetic gun projectiles carrying micronuclear bombs. At the same time, a highlighted message appeared in front of everyone. Everyone, we are here. Prepare to counterattack. Chapter 276 Nuclear Torpedo. Before the people arrived, the cannon arrived first. The precise metal storm caught the Proxima Centauri civilization by surprise. The Proxima Centauri flagship, which originally relied on its range advantage to show off its power in the Golden Crow fleet group, no longer had the energy to launch another attack. Countless lasers and electromagnetic cannons are fired from its surface to intercept incoming electromagnetic cannon projectiles. However, due to software problems, many projectiles still pass through the interception net it laid and hit its surface directly. Explosive flames appeared one after another, constantly appearing on its outer armor, and the power of a nuclear explosion close to the face was fully demonstrated. After just one meeting, the Proxima flagship was in crisis. At this time, Bai Yishuan also reacted. In line with the fine tradition of taking advantage of his illness to kill him, Bai Yishuan immediately gave the order: change direction and launch a counterattack. The Golden Crow, a 21 battleship, drew a round arc in the universe and rushed straight towards the Proxima Centauri flagship, which was gradually retreating. Of course, the Proxima fleet would not watch its flagship die in vain. Almost at the same time, countless artillery LS and laser beams hit the direction of the human fleet. I don't know if it's accurate or not, but it's a very powerful one. In an instant, the war entered a white-hot stage. In the battlefield, countless electromagnetic gun projectiles were flying in all directions, and high-energy laser beams were sweeping towards enemy ships and electromagnetic gun projectiles like rain. And in this extremely chaotic battlefield, a Golden Crow battleship sailed upstream against the endless electromagnetic gun projectiles and high-energy laser beams, rushing straight towards the Proxima Centauri flagship. Zero's terror was fully revealed at this moment. The 1,500-meter-long battleship is like a swimming fish, constantly moving through the hail of bullets. With the help of electromagnetic guns and high-energy laser beams, it constantly solves oncoming attacks and closes the distance between itself and the enemy's flagship. Bai Yishuan stared at the holographic projection that was constantly flashing red light in front of him. 60,000 kilometers. High-energy ion beam weapon starts charging. 55,000 kilometers. Charging completed. 50,000 kilometers. White team. The range is enough. Hong Fan's message flashed on the holographic projection. At this moment, scenes of his own starships constantly exploding flashed before his eyes. Fire! Bai Yishuan issued his order with a ferocious expression. In the distance, an explosion of fire suddenly appeared on the exhausted Proxima Centauri flagship. Boom! A violent explosion rose from inside the enemy's flagship armor, instantly tearing a huge gap in the tight armor. In the gap, countless broken parts sprayed out along with the airflow. However, the enemy ship's escape movement did not slow down at all, but even sped up. Damn it! The fusion reactor isn't over here. Bai Yishuan looked at the picture in the holographic projection with a hint of disappointment in his eyebrows. Unfortunately, bad luck. How much time does it take to prepare the second ion beam? Hong Fan's response came immediately. 10 seconds. 49,500 kilometers. 50,000 kilometers. The numbers displayed in the holographic projection are constantly beating. The gap in the starship's mobility was clearly visible, and the distance between the two widened again. In the blink of an eye, the enemy flagship escaped from the range. Baishuan's face changed slightly. That's too late. White team. The second ion beam is charged. The message from Hong Fan danced in front of his eyes. Looking at the enemy's flagship whose trajectory was gradually skewing, and then thinking about the past experiences that his old teammate Wu Ran and himself had experienced together, Baishuan suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. Hong Fan. Let's catch up. Before the message was sent, a highlighted reminder popped up in front of him. Golden Crow A21. Your position is too far forward. Retreat immediately. It was the order from Zhao Zijie, commander of the First Fleet. Baishuan looked a little dazed, and glanced at the star map beside him. As Zhao Zijie said, during the pursuit just now, he had unknowingly deviated from the main force, and became a lone force deep into the enemy's enemy. He took a deep breath of the deep-sea liquid and suppressed the complicated emotions in his heart. Jinwei 21 received it, and began to retreat. The evacuation of Golden Crow A21 is insignificant to the entire battlefield. Lu Yongchang, who was in the flagship Earth, looked at the crumbling enemy flagship heading towards Proxima B in the projection, with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. You've killed so many of us, and you still want to go back alive? 0. Prepare to use nuclear torpedoes. As soon as he finished speaking, a line of prompts appeared in the holographic projection. The nuclear torpedo is ready. Launch it? Nuclear torpedoes are the trump card of human civilization. Academician Qian Xingyang successfully realized Lu Yongchang's idea. Simple version of plasma weapon. With the help of a large yield directional nuclear explosion, a beam of ultra-high temperature plasma flow is created at a very short distance. The main part of the nuclear torpedo is an interstellar missile, loaded with a hull propulsion unit of the same type as the Golden Crow battleship. The overall size is nearly 20 meters. Even so, its size and mass are still extremely small compared to starships. Under the influence of powerful thrust, it can increase its speed to 5,000 kilometers per second in just a few seconds. Such acceleration performance is terrifying. Although the fleet's maximum cruising speed can reach 10% of the speed of light, which is 30,000 kilometers per second, that speed can only be reached after a long period of acceleration. In war, in order to maintain its maneuverability, the speed of starships is often greatly reduced. According to the data collected during this period, even the Proxima Centauri fleet, which is known for its maneuverability, has a maximum cruising speed of only 2,000 kilometers per second in a state of war. It is precisely because of this that nuclear torpedoes have room to play. Under Qian Lao's crazy stacking of materials, the performance of this interstellar missile far exceeded Lu Yongchang's pre-designed design. Of course, the consequence of crazy stockpiling is scarcity of output. Even 0. Before setting off, only produced a few dozen. Looking at the beating prompts in front of him, Lu Yongchang put back his distracting thoughts and solemnly issued his instructions. Emission. A faint blue flame suddenly lit up on the side of Earth. Chapter 277. The Death of Proxima Centauri Flagship. The tail of the nuclear torpedo dragged a long blue flame and flew towards the side battlefield. After adjusting the course, it will shut down the main engine and fly towards the target by relying on inertia. This is the optimal way to travel after 0 calculations. The reason is also very simple. First, there are too many interference factors on the frontal battlefield. The scarcity of quantity destined it can only be used for beheading missions. In a frontal battlefield full of crises, this precious nuclear torpedo may be intercepted by electromagnetic gun projectiles or high-energy laser beams. Such a result is obviously unacceptable to Lu Yongchang. Second, hide yourself better. In the war with the human fleet, Proxima Centauri civilization has developed the habit of focusing only on the frontal battlefield. After all, conventional high-power weapons such as electromagnetic guns and laser beams, including ion cannons, will not turn. After shutting down the main engine, the reflection area of a nuclear torpedo is not even comparable to that of an electromagnetic gun projectile. Plus cutting in from the side of the battlefield, Lu Yongchang believes that this nuclear torpedo can definitely achieve unimaginable results. With the launch of nuclear torpedoes, the human fleet's firepower increased again. The Proxima Centauri fleet's planetary defense network and the interception network composed of more than 5,000 starships are obviously not vegetarian. Even though there may be some flaws in the software, with their numerical advantage, they successfully blocked almost all electromagnetic gun projectiles fired by the human fleet. Only a few projectiles passed through the defense network, causing some negligible damage to the enemy's home planet or enemy starships. But even so, the human fleet still did not stop its steel torrent attack. One after another, Taotai material reserve ships quickly replenished ammunition for the third and fourth fleets to ensure that the electromagnetic gun attack of the entire fleet would not be interrupted. This is not a waste. All this is to suppress the Proxima fleet in the distance. Faced with such a violent steel torrent attack, the Proxima Centauri fleet had no time to care about the rest of the battlefield. For example, the flagship in the center of the battlefield. Another example is the first and second fleets that took the opportunity to rush forward. In the center of the battlefield, Jinwu, a 21 battleship, under Baishuan's instructions, slowly turned the ship's bow and began the evacuation mission. In the deep-sea cabin, Baishuan lowered his eyes slightly, with disappointment written all over his face. Pity. If the ion cannon shot just now was more accurate, he could avenge Wu Ran. Well, Baishuan sighed silently in his heart. Team White, look behind you. White team, something is going to happen to the flagship opposite. White team. The constantly flashing holographic projection screen attracted Baishuan's attention. He raised his head and glanced at the projection in front of the deep-sea cabin. After a brief daze, he quickly adjusted the viewing angle in the holographic projection. Golden Crow, behind the battleship, next to the flagship that was swaying towards Proxima B. A faint blue light suddenly appeared. The nuclear torpedo that sailed silently revealed its ferocious face after arriving near the target. It enters the final acceleration stage. That is. Baishuan's lips trembled slightly and sent a message. Nuclear torpedo? Can't be wrong. This maneuverability and this driving trajectory are definitely the nuclear torpedo developed by Mr. Qian. Hong Fan's affirmative reply appeared in front of him. The flagship of Proxima Centauri B is probably going to suffer a serious blow. In the holographic projection, the flagship of Proxima B apparently discovered the rapidly approaching missile. At this time, its front was being hit by an unparalleled torrent of steel. Once it uses electromagnetic cannon and laser weapons to intercept the missile, within a few seconds, it will be torn into pieces by a terrifying number of electromagnetic cannon projectiles. The flagship's course of action began to change. It tries to avoid missile strikes by moving around. It's anxious. It's running away. It's unable to fly. In the face of the terrifying maneuverability of nuclear torpedoes, everything is false. In less than a second, the nuclear torpedo arrived 50 kilometers away from the Proxima Centauri flagship. The large-yield nuclear bomb was detonated instantly. Under the constraints of the surrounding devices, all the energy of the nuclear bomb explosion rushed towards the nozzle. The spout is covered with a thick layer of intermediary material. Under the high-temperature impact of the nuclear bomb, the intermediary material turned into hot plasma within a few microseconds, rushing straight towards the Proxima Centauri flagship. A straight white beam appeared in the center of the battlefield, directly penetrating the enemy's flagship. At this moment, the battlefield seemed to be still, and everyone's eyes were attracted by the incandescent beam. The beam of light extinguished in an instant, leaving only the Proxima Centauri flagship quietly staying in place. In just a few seconds, a brilliant firework appeared in everyone's eyes. The power of the simple version of plasma weapons is so terrifying. Baishuan subconsciously held his breath. The fireworks of the explosion gradually dissipated, and the Proxima Centauri flagship turned into debris appeared in front of him. Golden Crow A-21. Don't stay. Evacuate immediately. Replenish your status and launch a general attack. The urging message from Zhao Zijia flashed in front of his eyes. Even though he was in the pale yellow deep-sea liquid, he still felt blurry in front of his eyes. Revenge. Wu Ran. Have you seen it? We took revenge for you. Jinwu A-21 received. He choked out his response. The next moment, several Chinese characters appeared in the holographic projection. Golden Crow A-21. Advance 4. The hull thruster shines brightly, pushing the Golden Crow A-21 towards the direction of the human fleet. It was different from the festive atmosphere in the human fleet. The Proxima Centauri fleet's communication channel fell into dead silence. The flagship is gone? The flagship is gone. As the most powerful starship in civilization, the destruction of the flagship is undoubtedly a severe mental blow to all Proxima Centauri people. For a time, people were panicked. The originally airtight defense also had some holes. Boom, boom, boom. The torrent of steel from the human fleet will not be merciful. In just a moment, hundreds of lucky starships turned into brilliant fireworks. Defend! Damn it! Defend quickly! In the communication channel, the roars of Levi and Augustus came and went. In the chaos, no one noticed the alarm on the monitor nearby. 50,000 kilometers. Zhao Zijia looked at the shrinking numbers in front of him and swallowed slightly. Closer. Closer. Taking advantage of the chaotic scene of the opponent's flagship explosion. The first and second fleets, a total of 50 Golden Crow battleships, moved towards Proxima B. 49,000 kilometers. The numbers jump again. The chaos in the Proxima fleet is slowly dying down. Zhao Zijia was keenly aware of this from the decreasing explosion frequency of the enemy starships. He no longer hesitated and gave his order directly. Start the attack. Ion cannon salvo. Pick me the biggest starship to fight. Chapter 278 Charge. Hand-to-hand combat. The order was given. The 50 Golden Crow battleships no longer hide themselves. They directly entered the forward 4 state and launched a sprint towards Proxima B. At the same time, the charged ion cannon launched its first salvo. There was almost no delay, and a large explosion of fire appeared in the center of the Proxima Centauri fleet. As the secondary flagships of the Proxima Centauri civilization, the 2 starships with a diameter of more than 800 meters received special attention. A total of 30 ion cannon rounds were fired at them. It was precisely for this reason that the 2 secondary flagships immediately followed the footsteps of the Proxima Centauri flagship, turning into a brilliant firework. The other 20 explosions of fire occurred on smaller starships, although the size is not comparable to that of the secondary flagships. It can be seen that those are also the main force of the Proxima Centauri fleet. With just one salvo of ion cannons, the combat effectiveness of the Proxima Centauri fleet dropped by a notch. These 50 Golden Crow battleships also exposed their positions. Just a few seconds later, hundreds of small starships broke away from the original array and flew directly towards these Golden Crow battleships that were not practicing sneak attacks. Earth. Seeing the changes in the battlefield situation in the holographic projection, Zhao Zijia's face sank slightly. He did not expect that in order to deal with these 50 Golden Crow battleships, Proxima Centauri would dispatch more than 500 small starships. Are they crazy? The situation on the battlefield was changing unpredictably. He thought for a moment, and then issued his order. It's definitely too late to escape. The starship on the opposite side is too maneuverable, and can only be used as a living target once it escapes. Everyone, free to attack. Get ready for hand-to-hand combat. Charge. The moment the words fell, a rush of charging horns sounded in everyone's ears. The bugle that was engraved in the bone marrow aroused everyone's emotions in an instant. Charge. Charge. Proxima B. Levi looked out the porthole with eyes wide open, seeing the flames of the crash of the secondary flagship. The destruction of the cutting-edge combat power means that Proxima Centauri is at a huge disadvantage in this battle. Looking at the 3,000-meter-long giant flagship in the solar system fleet, Levi felt his hands and feet were cold. It's over. Proxima Centauri civilization is over. While desperate, endless anger arose in his 3 pairs of eyes. Hack the intruder! He roared, using his thick forelimbs to pull the joystick in front of him, controlling his starship to rush towards the culprit not far away. At the same time, he turned on the communication device next to him. Fellow compatriots! For Proxima Centauri civilization! Charge! When we meet on a narrow road, the brave wins. The moment the charge horn sounded, there was no way back. 50 Golden Crow battleships also rushed towards the Proxima Centauri's small fleet. The 3rd and 4th fleets located at the rear and providing fire support also entered the forward 4 state. While they poured out endless electromagnetic cannons at the enemy, they pushed forward the front line belonging to the human fleet. Under the volley of artillery fire, bursts of explosive fire appeared in the Proxima Centauri fleet. The original 500 starships were damaged by hundreds before they even got close to the Golden Crow fleet. But such exaggerated battle losses did not affect the Proxima Centauri's willingness to charge. If 100 ships crash, then there will be another 100? One small starship after another broke away from the original array, quickly followed the charging team, and rushed towards the 50 Golden Crow battleships at the front of the battlefield. The distance between the 2 quickly shortened. Hand-to-hand combat begins. Unlike hand-to-hand combat on the surface, interstellar hand-to-hand combat is more cruel and dangerous. The enemy is not just on one plane. Above, below, side above. Danger comes from every unexpected direction. The moment the hand-to-hand combat started, the CPU usage of the quantum supercomputing center inside Earth instantly soared to 99.9%. However, even Zero cannot achieve 100% defense in this extremely chaotic battle situation. A Golden Crow battleship used a series of electromagnetic cannons to smash a disc-shaped starship with a diameter of more than 50 meters. At the same time, the belly of the starship was hit by countless electromagnetic cannons and high-energy laser beams from the enemy. The Golden Crow battleship, which had no time to dodge the defense, could only choose to take the set of damage. A huge gap appeared at the bottom of the starship. Warn! The reactor is damaged. Warn! Lack of motivation. Warn! A series of bright red warnings appeared in front of the captain of this Golden Crow battleship. TMD. Fight it! Under the captain's order, the hull thruster of the Golden Crow battleship, which was billowing thick smoke, gave off its final light. It rushed straight into the dense area of enemy ships. Explode suddenly. The fire of the explosion illuminated every starship in hand-to-hand combat. But no one cares. He is not the first Golden Crow battleship to choose to self-destruct. Nor is he the first Proxima starship to choose to self-destruct. The ants kill the elephant. Under the fearless charge of the Proxima Centauri fleet, the number of the Golden Crow fleet at the forefront of the battlefield continued to decrease. The battlefield meat grinder is fully activated. Since the two fleets came into contact, in just a few minutes, only 20 of the 50 Golden Crow battleships were left. According to Zero's statistics, the sacrifice of these 30 Golden Crow battleships paid for the lives of at least 500 starships of the Proxima Centauri civilization. In Earth, looking at the increasing number of casualties in front of him, Zhao Zijia's cheeks kept twitching. Those are all human elites. They are all his subordinates. Professor, I apply for flagship entry. Zhao Zijia's eyes were red, and he sent a request to Lu Yongchang through brain waves. He believed that with the unparalleled firepower of the flagship, he would be able to reduce a lot of losses. Turned down. Two faint Chinese characters appeared in front of him. Why? Zhao Zijia expressed his doubts. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath of deep-sea fluid, suppressed the pain in his heart, and responded slightly indifferently. We don't know if the Proxima Centauri civilization has other means. Wait a minute. Although the flagship, Earth, did not enter the scene, fire support from the 3rd and 4th fleets arrived at the scene. The torrent of steel directly tore through the enemy ship's support route. With just one salvo, no less than 100 small starships were eliminated. As the distance continues to get closer, the elusive ion cannon also begins to take effect. Every time the energy is charged, it means the crash of an enemy ship. The fire support of the 3rd and 4th fleets relieved the pressure on the 20 Golden Crow ships at the front. As the charge became more and more urgent, they tore through the opposing defense line and rushed straight towards Proxima Centauri B. Chapter 279 Cannon Fodder. The 20 Golden Crow battleship seemed to turn into a spear, piercing the enemy's hinterland fiercely. 35,000 kilometers. 30,000 kilometers. Lu Yongchang swallowed slightly as he looked at the constantly beating numbers in the holographic projection in front of him. The bitter taste of the deep-sea fluid spread across his taste buds. He didn't care, just stared straight at the holographic image in front of him. Closer. Closer. He wants to use these 20 Golden Crow battleships to thoroughly explore the reality of the Proxima Centauri civilization. As the Golden Crow battleship continued to approach, the Proxima Centauri fleet gradually became chaotic. It is different from those small spaceships that are not afraid of death and charge forward. Many spacecraft, with a diameter greater than 100 meters, unknowingly broke away from the original array and retreated in the direction of Proxima Centauri B. This scene was quickly discovered by Levi on the front line. His eyes widened, and he looked at the monitor next to him in disbelief. How so? Shouldn't we work together to fight against the invaders at this time? Levi's roar sounded in the Proxima Centauri fleet communication channel. August! Why retreat without authorization? Levi, who was on the front line, controlled the spaceship to avoid the torrent of steel coming from the 3rd and 4th human fleets, and asked angrily. There was silence in the communication device. August! Answer me! Levi's tone became more and more impatient. At the critical moment of the counterattack, the main force suddenly withdrew, which was undoubtedly a huge blow to the soldiers rushing to the front line. There was some chaos visible to the naked eye in the Proxima Centauri fleet's charge array. Even the small spacecraft chasing the Golden Crow battleship involuntarily slowed down their speed. There was a slight noise coming from the communication device. Immediately afterwards, August's voice sounded different from the previous days. August's tone at this time was cold, and there was a bit of contempt in his words. Levi, your role has been completed. Levi's breath hitched. His movements to control the spacecraft gradually became slower, and his voice was slightly hoarse as he asked, Wah? What? August's voice continued to come from the communication device. Don't you understand yet? As cannon fodder, your mission has been completed. Levi stared blankly at the communication device beside him. On the other side, warning sounds of being locked by enemy ships continued to sound. He turned to look at the porthole in a daze, and a firelight lit up in front of his eyes. An ion cannon from the human Third Fleet hit the spacecraft he was driving. At the moment when the explosion flames spread, Akita's figure appeared in front of Levi's eyes. Yes, I'm sorry. Before he could finish speaking, the sea of fire completely engulfed him. In the distance, as all the small starships rushed to the front, the slightly larger starships had already entered the atmosphere of Proxima Centauri b. The densely packed planet-circling defense devices seemed to have become a natural chasm, blocking the two sides. Levi's death made the already chaotic small fleet look even more disorganized. They are like headless flies, scurrying around in the vast universe, under the firepower of the Third and Fourth Fleets. Countless explosions lit up the fleet. Some of the small Proxima Centauri starships turned around and rushed straight towards Proxima Centauri b. They put their hope of survival on their home planet. But apparently, they believed the wrong person. The circumplanetary defense device sprayed countless electromagnetic pellets and high-energy laser beams at them. In just an instant, they turned into a piece of cosmic dust. These Proxima Centauri people never imagined that they would die at the hands of their own people. This scene was clearly presented in the holographic projection in front of everyone. This Zhao Zijia was fooled by Proxima Centauri civilization's tricks. What is the other side doing? My teammates are offering sacrifices to the sky, and their magic power is boundless. Seeing the complaint message sent by Zhao Zijia, Lu Yongchan couldn't hold it back for a while and laughed out loud. It shouldn't be that outrageous. Perhaps there is internal strife. In any case, it is beneficial to us. Then, he quickly issued an order to the front line to continue charging. At the same time, Proxima b. inside the Central Academy of Sciences, August looked at the picture on the monitor and nodded with satisfaction. Good! I didn't expect these cannon fodder to be able to kill so many enemy ships. What a surprise! It's a pity. It would be better if nothing happened to the flagship. Speaking of this, August's 6 eyes revealed a bit of regret. Your Excellency Augustus, are we just going to watch those small spaceships being destroyed by those invaders? Alao's eyes showed a bit of pain. Those spaceships are all newly built. Even at this point, in the eyes of these so-called advanced Proxima Centauri people, spaceships are still worth much more than human lives. August glanced lightly at Lyle, who was speaking. The moment Levi died, he felt much more comfortable all over. Therefore, when faced with the inquiries of his subordinates, he did not scold him as usual, but patiently explained them. If I give you these spaceships, can you defeat these invaders? Upon hearing August's question, the expression of Lyle, who had just asked the question, suddenly froze. He shook his head awkwardly. What a joke. Even their flagship can't withstand the ion cannon from the opposite side. So what can these small starships do? That's great. Augustus turned to look at the monitor aside, a faint smile gradually appearing on the top of his thinking organ. Don't worry. Everything is going according to my plan. The restless bug has been dealt with. Now it's time to implement the real plan. Activate the land-based laser cannon. 20,000 kilometers. A sudden change occurred. The circumplanetary defense facilities above the equator of Proxima Centauri b began to move. Soon, huge holes appeared on the equator. Before anyone could react, a huge beam of light shot out from the hole. An extremely dazzling beam of light fell on the leading Golden Crow battleship, TSK. In just 1 second, the proud outer armor of the Golden Crow battleship was instantly melted through. The beam enters from the front of Golden Crow and shoots out from the rear, penetrating injury. The beam gradually dissipated. Boom! After a slight delay, the fire of the explosion illuminated the originally dim universe. Instant kill. The battlefield has come to a standstill again. Chapter 280 Land-Based Laser Cannon. This high-energy laser is just the beginning of Proxima Centauri's counterattack. No time was given for humans to react. Near the equator of Proxima Centauri b, for beams of light lit up. The laser beam flashes one after another. Every flash means a Golden Crow battleship has crashed. In just a few seconds, 20 Golden Crow battleships turned into 20 brilliant flames in the deep universe. Earth in. Lu Yongchang's expression was extremely bad. Damn it. He guessed that the Proxima Centauri civilization had a hidden card. Thinking of the sacrificed crew members, he closed his eyes in pain and took a deep breath. As a fleet commander, This is a psychological test that he must endure. Clean the battlefield and suspend the attack on Proxima B. All Golden Crow battleships are on standby 40,000 kilometers away from Proxima B. Lu Yongchang directly issued an order to suspend the attack. As for Zhao Zijie in the other deep-sea cabin, his face was even more pale at this time. While mourning for the fallen crew members, he also felt a chill coming from behind. It's hard to imagine what the consequences would be if Professor Lu accepted his proposal just now. Lu Yongchang replayed what happened on the battlefield over and over again. Is this really a laser weapon? How could it be so powerful? Even he couldn't help but marvel in his heart. 0. Can you analyze any data? Rows of complex data appeared in the holographic projection. Professor. According to estimates, in order to cause such a huge blow to the Golden Crow battleship, the power of this laser weapon must be at least 10 times that of ours. Considering that it is emitted from the planet's atmosphere, its actual power may be even more exaggerated than we imagined. Ling responded to Lu Yongchang's inquiry meticulously. Incredible. Lu Yongchang sighed silently in his heart. Laser weapons have been studied a lot by humans. For the current human fleet, the main factor affecting the power of laser weapons is actually the problem of heat dissipation. As the power of laser weapons increases, the problem of heat dissipation becomes an insurmountable problem, especially in space. After a brief moment of surprise, Lu Yongchang also deduced the reason why this laser weapon is so powerful. After the main star Proxima Centauri was hit, internal energy was continuously stolen, and the heat emitted from its surface also decreased. The surface temperature of Proxima B has also begun to decrease. The dense atmosphere, which is tens of degrees below zero, is simply a perfect heat dissipation medium. Land-based laser weapons set up on the surface have advantages that ship-based laser weapons and orbital laser weapons cannot match. There is no need to worry about energy supply issues. Due to a strange combination of circumstances, the Proxima Centauri civilization actually mastered a weapon powerful enough to threaten human flagships in a short period of time. Proxima B. Central Academy of Sciences. Looking at the solar system fleet that had stopped its offensive, Augustus gradually became proud. Now, my plan is completely completed. As he spoke, he opened his breathing holes and blew out a breath of hot air to express his excitement and joy. Narda's face on the side was full of doubts, but he couldn't go against Chief Lyle's words, so he had to ask softly in a respectful tone. Your Majesty Augustus, what do you mean by this? Augustus glanced at Nardus. Perhaps because he was in a good mood, Augustus did not blame him, but explained patiently. With 12 land-based laser cannons and a circumplanetary defense network, the solar system fleet will never dare to enter our range rashly. Next, this war will be delayed indefinitely. The longer this goes on, the greater our advantage. After all, they are just a wandering civilization. The day their supplies are exhausted is when we will harvest the fruits of victory. At that time, I will invite them to negotiate and ask them to provide us with a sufficient number of starships for our escape. I believe they will not reject this win-win outcome. A week later. What are the results of the test? In the Earth Command Center, Lu Yongchang asked solemnly. In order to test the power of the Proxima Centauri civilization's land-based laser weapons, Lu Yongchang ordered that some Taotai starships that had depleted their material reserves be sent out as bait. Of course, in order to confuse the enemy, they beautified Taotai a little bit. At least, in appearance, it should be similar to the Golden Crow battleship. Zero also plays its unique role. In just a few days, it successfully transformed more than 10 Taotai starships. The Proxima Centauri civilization never imagined that in the open universe, more than 100,000 kilometers away from its own planet, a simple starship modification factory would appear out of thin air in just a few days. Professor, Zero's voice sounded. According to the test results, the Proxima Centauri civilization has a total of 12 land-based laser cannons, all located near the equator of Proxima Centauri B. The effective range and power tests of the laser cannon also have results. A series of dense data appeared in the holographic projection directly in front of the command center. After Lu Yongchang made some calculations in his mind, he frowned slightly. The power of this laser weapon. At present, only our flagship can resist it for a short time. Yes. Zero confirmed Lu Yongchang's mental arithmetic results. According to simulation tests, Earth can withstand 3 attacks on non-critical parts, but we can only withstand 2 attacks on key parts. Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head. Too little. In this case, we won't be able to get close to Proxima Centauri B until these 12 land-based laser cannons are eliminated. Zhao Zijie's voice sounded from the side. What about the nuclear torpedoes? Although it is within the planet's atmosphere, the power of the nuclear torpedo should be enough to defeat these 12 land-based laser cannons. Lu Yongchang thought for a moment, then shook his head and rejected Zhao Zijia's proposal. Have you forgotten the planet-circling defense network opposite? Unlike last time, the weapons we send out need to break through the interception of the planetary defense network first. Same as at the beginning. What about bombarding with electromagnetic guns? Fang Su proposed a solution. Lu Yongchang didn't speak, but pursed his lips towards the holographic projection directly in front of him. The balance of various supplies is displayed above. When he saw that less than 10% of the projectiles that wrapped the micronuclear bomb were left, Fang Su couldn't help but exclaim, "How come there are so few?" Lu Yongchang shrugged. Unlike guerrilla warfare, ammunition consumption on the frontal battlefield is extremely huge. At that time, in order to suppress the more than 5,000 starships on the opposite side, everyone wanted to have more gun barrels on the starships. Hearing this, Fang Su couldn't help but smile bitterly. Looking back, this was indeed the case at the time. In the white-hot battlefield, everyone was on top. What about the remaining capacity of ordinary projectiles? Less than 60%. Lu Yongchang sighed. Not to mention how many LS can successfully enter the atmosphere. Even if they enter the atmosphere, they may not be able to cause a huge blow to the land-based laser cannon. So, unless there is definite certainty, I do not recommend using this batch of ammunition. Chapter 281, A Letter of Surrender? The command center fell into silence again. Obviously, the current war situation has reached a stalemate. Everyone present knew in their hearts that the longer this war drags on, the more detrimental it will be to mankind. This can be seen from the remaining amounts of various materials displayed on the holographic projection in front of you. The disadvantages of wandering civilization are also clearly visible at this moment. At least, when the level of civilization and technology is low. Ordinary wandering civilizations cannot support an evenly matched interstellar war. Professor, radio communication from the direction of Proxima Centauri B has been detected. Zero's voice broke the dead silence in the command center. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly, and he immediately asked, "Another meaningless communication request?" Thanks to the Proxima Centauri dictionary deciphered long ago, they can interpret the communications of the Proxima Centauri civilization without any hindrance. The Proxima Centauri civilization naturally knows this. Since the war situation entered a stalemate, they have continuously sent communication requests to human civilization, trying to have a face-to-face communication with human civilization. Not surprisingly, these meaningless communication requests were rejected by Lu Yongchang. Not really. To Lu Yongchang's surprise, Zero denied his speculation. Unlike the previous times, this time, the radio they sent contained substantial information. After the words fell, the holographic projection screen in front of the command center quietly changed, and a series of Chinese characters appeared in front of everyone. Hello, strange civilization. We are the Proxima Centauri civilization. War is not what we want. I hope we can sit down and talk. Lu Yongchang read this letter of persuasion to surrender with a solemn expression. Yes, in his opinion, the message from Proxima Centauri civilization is a different kind of surrender letter. The letter did not say it clearly, but Lu Yongchang could still read between the lines how confident the Proxima Centauri civilization was in this protracted war. Ha. This bastard Proxima civilization actually wants us to provide them with 100 starships? Zhao Zijia flashed a trace of anger in his eyes, and said in a vicious voice, "Have a hacking dream. You have killed so many of us, and now you still want us to cede territory and pay compensation? What a joke." As he spoke, Zhao Zijia slapped the console in front of him hard, causing the holographic screen on the side to tremble. Lu Yongchang chuckled, waved his hand in the air, and threw the surrender letter aside. "You can't say that. Strictly speaking, we are the invaders, and their losses in this war were greater than ours." Hearing this, Zhao Zijia's expression suddenly became a little strange. Like, is that what happened? Ahem. Even if we are intruders, their demands are too much. Zhao Zijia scratched his head in embarrassment. If nothing else, we cannot surrender even for the sake of those soldiers who died on the battlefield. Lu Yongchang did not speak, but nodded slightly. Surrender is impossible. It is impossible to surrender in this life. Only, how should this war be fought next? Lu Yongchang stretched out his hand and gently rubbed his eyebrows. Hey, let me think about it. He closed his eyes slightly and thought carefully about the current battle situation. Ground-based laser weapons. Remnant of uranium-235. Hydrogen bomb. Gas giant planet. He muttered some obscure words. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and clapped his hands suddenly. Yes! In the quiet command center, Lu Yongcheng's clapping sound was particularly clear and loud, causing everyone to cast inquiring glances at him. Yongcheng? Fong Su asked eagerly. Do you know how to destroy those 12 land-based laser weapons? Lu Yongcheng shook his head. It is too difficult to cross the planetary defense network and directly attack land-based laser weapons. The expression on Fong Su's face gradually changed from excitement to confusion and confusion. The corners of Lu Yongcheng's mouth raised slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. He did not directly state his plan, but turned to the side and said, 0. How many asteroids are there near us? In other words, are there many asteroids in this star system? The star map instantly unfolded. Densely packed tiny red dots appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Each red dot represents an asteroid of a larger or smaller size. 0. Give a rough estimate of the total amount. Lu Yongcheng frowned and gave the order again. The star map began to change, and a gray 3D sphere model gradually took shape in front of everyone's eyes. The diameter of the sphere grows rapidly. Eventually, it settled on a staggering number. 3,000 kilometers. Lu Yongcheng nodded thoughtfully. Is it close to the size of the moon? That's enough for use. The expression on Fong Su's face became more and more confused. He thought for a moment. And then, as if he had figured out something, he showed a look of enlightenment. But soon, he frowned again and slowly shook his head, perhaps feeling that there was something wrong with the direction of his thinking. He asked softly, Yongcheng, do you want to push these asteroids to hit Proxima Centauri b? This doesn't work. Their planetary defense network is enough to blast these asteroids into powder. Hearing this, Lu Yongcheng was stunned. Who said I was going to push an asteroid to hit Proxima b? Not to mention the planetary defense network. Even pushing these asteroids will take a lot of time. We don't have that much time to play tricks like this. Fong Su also froze on the spot. Then what do you mean? Lu Yongcheng chuckled and said one word. Haze. Haze? Fong Su subconsciously repeated Lu Yongcheng's words. According to our long-distance observations, the atmospheric environment of Proxima Centauri b is much better than that of the Earth. That is why they can use land-based laser weapons. Lu Yongcheng's smile became more and more obvious. Although we cannot solve the problem of land-based laser weapons, we can significantly reduce their power, with the help of hummingbird mining ships and nanorobots. These asteroids are turned into extremely fine dust, and then the dust is sent to Proxima Centauri b through nuclear bombs. Speaking of this, Lu Yongcheng shrugged. To put it simply, it is the interstellar version of smoke bombs. But our uranium-235 reserves are running low. Chow Liansai's reminder sounded from the side. Lu Yongcheng turned to look at the side window. Far away from the porthole is a gas giant planet similar to Jupiter. This time, we use hydrogen bombs. 0.01 light-years away. In the deep universe, 750 starships stayed quietly in place. Suddenly, the tails of 250 of the starships lit up with the light of the Hall thrusters. The light gradually grew brighter. 250 Taotai, material reserve ships headed straight for Proxima Centauri b. Chapter 282 Interstellar Smoke Bomb. Half a month passed by in a flash. Proxima b. Central Academy of Sciences. Old God Augustus was sitting on his chair on the ground, gently swinging his short and thick lower limbs. How's it going? Have the intruders not responded to our communication request yet? When a man in black, Lyle, heard this, he quickly put down what he was doing and trotted to his side. Your Excellency Augustus, during this period, we have sent a total of 109 communication requests, but have not received a single response. August's leisurely movements paused slightly. Are they still struggling needlessly? There was hesitation in Lyle's 3 pairs of eyes. Not really. Augustus sat up straight and looked a little more solemn. Then what are they doing? Those intruders seem to be waiting for something. Lyle's eyes became even more confused. Augustus didn't speak. He stood up and walked towards the observation room in the distance. A few minutes later, he looked at the picture on the monitor and fell into deep self-doubt. Are you sure that their fleet has stayed in place for the past half-month? Lyle nodded hurriedly and said, That's true. In addition to the flagship and supply ships, their combat ships have implemented an all-round blockade on us. Only. This Lyle met August's solemn eyes and said cautiously, It's just that the flagships and supply ships are all gathered together. It looks like it's covering something. Cover something? Augustus was stunned. What can they cover? Can I use an optical telescope to observe the invaders' starships? Lyle tapped the keyboard beside him a few times and called up an image. We tried to observe it, but unfortunately, it was very blocked. Augustus carefully observed the image in front of him. Let them be. The top of August's thinking organ showed layers of wrinkles. There is only one solid planet in our star system. Is it possible that they are preparing to fight a protracted war with us by relying on those tiny asteroids? Just wait. In half a month, we will receive the surrender letter from the other side. Then, the Proxima Galaxy has spent another peaceful half-month. Earth. Inside Liu Yongcheng's office. Yutong, how is the progress of the gas giant planet mining mission? While he was immersed in sketching the holographic image in front of him, he asked Su Yutong in a low voice. Su Yutong's response came quickly. Professor, the collection of deuterium and tritium gas has been completed, and the factory has started manufacturing hydrogen bombs. Where is the asteroid collection plan? Liu Yongcheng asked again without raising his head. Su Yutong lowered his head and operated on the holographic projection in front of him. It has also entered the final stage. Most of the hummingbird mining ships have returned. Liu Yongcheng straightened up, stretched out his hand to support his chin, carefully checked the structural diagram in front of him and nodded. Very good. Help me pass this drawing to Fang Su and tell him to start making smoke bombs now. A week later, we launched a general offensive. Su Yutong's face changed slightly. While operating the holographic image in front of her, she asked in a low voice. So urgent? Liu Yongcheng sighed softly. We spent too many resources to build a factory at the back. A quick victory can only be beneficial to human civilization. Under Zero's control, the manufacturing task began quickly. Robots and robotic arms are rapidly producing new equipment needed for the decisive battle interstellar smoke bombs. In order to accommodate more asteroid dust, interstellar smoke bombs were made into spheres. From the outside, the entire smoke grenade looks like a plus version of electromagnetic gun projectiles. But their internal structure is completely different. The smoke bomb has a 4-layer structure. The inner core of the projectile is a miniature nuclear bomb removed from the electromagnetic gun projectile. Outside the miniature nuclear bomb, there is a layer of deuterium and tritium material. The two formed a simple hydrogen bomb. Unlike micronuclear bombs, the power of hydrogen bombs can theoretically be infinitely increased. The improvement method is also very simple. Just increase the amount of deuterium and tritium. Compared with scarce raw materials such as uranium-235, the gas giant planet in the Proxima Centauri star system can provide humans with nearly unlimited deuterium and tritium materials. They can greatly increase the explosive power of this smoke bomb and make the asteroid dust spread farther. Outside the structure of the hydrogen bomb, there is tightly compressed asteroid dust. The particle diameter of these dusts is less than 1 micron, which is smaller than the so-called PM2.5. Once the smoke bomb explodes inside Proxima Centauri, these fine dust will quickly spread within the atmosphere. Of course, someone might ask, what if these smoke grenades were detonated prematurely by the Planetary Defense Network, preventing them from entering the atmosphere? Not a big problem. Even in interstellar space, these dusts can still perform their role, perfectly blocking the land-based laser weapons of the Proxima Centauri civilization. A week flew by. The day to launch the general offensive has arrived as scheduled. In the deep-sea cabin, Liu Yongcheng watched the deep-sea liquid gradually fill his eyes, and silently gave his order. All Golden Crow battleships, evacuate immediately. After replenishing their status, launch a general attack. Proxima B. No, it's not good. Your Excellency Augustus. Something happened. A slightly shrill cry woke up August, who was sleeping on a chair. He opened his tired eyes and shouted angrily at the visitor. Shut up! What are you yelling about? He hadn't slept in his own big, comfortable bed for a long time since the war. Now, he can't even rest in his chair without being disturbed. Thinking of this, Augustus became even more angry. Oh, Sir Augustus, those intruders are on the move! Lyle's scream was like a bucket of cold water poured on August's head. After a brief moment of panic, he came to his senses. Did they accept our communication request? Lyle was stunned for a moment, then shook his head violently and said, No, no, their battleships have all evacuated. Augustus froze on the spot. Evacuate? How could they evacuate? Damn it, they're gone. What should we do? How do we get off this damn planet without their starships? He subconsciously believed that these invaders gave up their attack plan and chose to expedition to another habitable star system. Your Majesty Augustus, I'm afraid they are not evacuating, Lyle said cautiously. The invaders' flagships and supply ships have dispersed. They built a giant factory in this month. Augustus was stunned again. Giant factory? A month? Do you think I'm a fool? As he said that, Augustus grabbed Lyle in front of him and glared at him fiercely. Your Excellency Augustus, you can go and see for yourself. Lyle responded with difficulty. Chapter 283 Haze. Observatory. Augustus looked at the monitor in front of him. His 3 pairs of eyes filled with disbelief. On the display is a real-time image from the Proxima Centauri optical detector. The flagship and supply ships that were originally gathered together had now dispersed. And behind the huge flagship, a building with a length of 5,000 meters stopped quietly in the silent space. It can be seen from the supply ships docked next to the building that Lyle was right. That damn solar system civilization actually built a large factory in space. And all this was completed in just 1 month. Augustus took a few steps back and muttered to himself. This is impossible. How did they do that? Watching the supply ships leaving the space factory one after another and heading straight towards the combat ships on the other side, a sense of crisis arose in his heart. Quick! Prepare to defend. Before he finished speaking, another piercing alarm sounded. Your Majesty Augustus! Those invader battleships are coming towards us! The observer's shrill shouts resounded throughout the observation room. 30,000 kilometers. The faint blue light shines from the tail of 120 Golden Crow battleships. In the dark universe, it seems like 120 little suns have risen. The extremely huge thrust pushed the Golden Crow battleship towards Proxima B. At the same time, a torrent of steel composed of countless electromagnetic gun projectiles appeared again. Unlike some time ago, this time there was no micronuclear bomb inside the electromagnetic gun projectile. Even so, these projectiles also possess extremely powerful destructive power due to their extremely high speed, without the interference of those small starships from Proxima Centauri. Explosions of fire continued to appear in the planetary defense network. The planet-circling defense network of Proxima Centauri civilization is disintegrating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Proxima B. Central Academy of Sciences underground city. August's breathing holes were slightly open, and his rapid breathing showed the panic in his heart. Damn it! Damn it! He paced back and forth in the observation room, turning his head from time to time to look at the battle situation on the monitor beside him. Every time he turned his head, his mood got worse. Your Excellency August! The observer's voice was full of panic. The circumplanetary defense network is gone! August's steps suddenly stopped, and he turned to look at the screen again. The mesh structure that originally enveloped Proxima Centauri B no longer exists, and was replaced by a huge gap. The gap continued to shrink at an extremely slow speed. That was when the railguns in other areas were urgently changing their orbits. However, in the face of the continuous torrent of steel attacks by the human fleet, such a move is undoubtedly a last resort. A trace of madness flashed in August's eyes. Wait a minute! Wait until they get within 20,000 kilometers before using our land-based laser weapons. This time, I will destroy all their battleships within 20,000 kilometers. 25,000 kilometers. Golden Crow, the battleship only advanced 5,000 kilometers. And a huge hole was torn open in the originally airtight planet-circling defense network. Attention everyone. Prepare to launch smoke bombs. The order from Liu Yongchang appeared in front of all captains. Golden Crow, as traveling speed gradually slowed down. At least, they will never cross the 20,000 kilometer life and death threshold before the smoke bombs take effect. After stopping their advance, a hole opened on the top of these Golden Crow battleships. Temporarily installed gun barrels slowly protruded from it. It is different from the barrel of the electromagnetic gun. It's not even a tube. Instead, they are 2 guide rails with a length of more than 10 meters. Under the influence of electromagnetism, the huge interstellar smoke bomb will accelerate along the guide rail to a speed of 1,000 kilometers per second. The speed is not fast, but for the current battlefield, it is more than enough. As the launch order was issued, the plus version of the projectile slowly accelerated along the guide rail and rushed straight to the front of the fleet. First salvo. 120 huge smoke bombs flew toward Proxima B. A few seconds later, these smoke grenades entered the range of Proxima Centauri's land-based laser weapons 20,000 kilometers. The Proxima civilization, which was bent on stability, did not let these smoke bombs move forward. When they discovered that the circumplanetary defense network was no longer working, they directly used land-based laser weapons. The beam flickered several times, and the explosion's fire appeared in the interstellar space. Every time a smoke bomb explodes, countless carefully prepared asteroid dust will be scattered around. In just an instant, a thick yellow smoke barrier appeared between the Golden Crow battleship and Proxima B. In order to facilitate identification, Lu Yongchang specially added some dye to the asteroid dust. This is why the dust is a muddy yellow color. All Golden Crow battleships, keep moving forward. The moment the smoke barrier appeared, Lu Yongchang gave the order to move forward again. The second salvo was fired at the same time. Perhaps what happened just now was beyond the Proxima Centauri people's expectations. This time, these projectiles were not blocked. But this does not affect the final outcome. When these smoke bombs arrived at the predetermined location, the miniature nuclear bombs inside were detonated remotely. In just a moment, the high temperature and pressure generated by the nuclear bomb explosion caused the fusion of deuterium and tritium in the outer layer. The second thick yellow dust barrier appeared. 120, Golden Crow, battleship, calmly entered within 20,000 kilometers. The light of the land-based laser cannon flickered again, passing through the dust and shining directly on the leading, Golden Crow, battleship. The original explosive scene did not appear. Laugh. A slight burn occurs where the laser beam strikes. But such power is like scratching an itch for the thick armor of the Golden Crow, battleship. The third salvo. Fourth salvo. Each salvo will form a thick yellow smoke barrier directly in front of the fleet. The number of barriers is increasing, and the power of high-energy laser beams is becoming weaker and weaker. The Golden Crow battleship slowly advanced along these barriers and occasionally fired a few electromagnetic cannons to deal with the planet-circling defense facilities that had changed their orbits. The moment it discovered that the land-based laser cannon was ineffective, the Proxima Centauri civilization, which had been sitting firmly on the Diaoyu Islands, began to panic. For a time, high-energy laser beams flashed crazily in the interstellar space. But in the face of unprecedented smog attacks, the offensive of these high-energy laser beams appears extremely weak. More and more smoke bombs were launched, and a 20,000-kilometer-long thick yellow smoke belt with continuous layers in the middle gradually appeared outside Proxima Centauri b. When the Golden Crow battleship approached Proxima b, smoke bombs fell into the atmosphere of Proxima b like dumplings. Chapter 284 successfully cracked the genome. The dense atmosphere increases the explosive power of hydrogen bombs hundreds or thousands of times. The moment the smoke bomb exploded, under the influence of the shock wave, the dust quickly spread throughout Proxima b. Because the temperature of the original Proxima Centauri b dropped, all the liquid water on the surface condensed into ice. Therefore, seen from space, Proxima Centauri b at that time was like a snow-white ice ball, shining quietly in the deep universe. With the explosion of a large number of interstellar smoke bombs, the climate of Proxima b was greatly changed. First, there is the change in color. The originally pure and flawless snow-white ice ball gradually became stained with a layer of hazy yellow. Secondly, there are changes in temperature. The huge amount of thermal radiation released by the explosion of countless high-yield hydrogen bombs caused the temperature of Proxima Centauri b to gradually rise. The original ice layer gradually melted, and Proxima b briefly returned to its previous appearance. However, under the light of the main star, the originally clear sky turned into a hazy sky. Lu Yongchang, who was on Earth, looked at the pictures in the holographic projection with a bit of emotion in his eyes. The originally weak human civilization also possesses some planetary transformation capabilities at this moment. Proxima b, looking at the approaching Golden Crow fleet on the monitor. Augustus sat on his chair with a dejected expression. It's over. He knew that when these damn dust began to fill the atmosphere of Proxima Centauri b, the Proxima Centauri civilization entered a countdown to its demise. Your Excellency Augustus, we still have more than 600 spaceships. We still have the strength to fight. Your Excellency Augustus, let's fight those damn intruders. Calls came from the side. Seeing the starships of human civilization gradually approaching the synchronous orbit of Proxima b, those Lao finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Under the endless fear, a courage to risk death and survive burst out from the bottom of their hearts. Augustus seemed to be deaf. He just sat quietly in his seat and looked at the monitor in front of him silently. Your Excellency Augustus! Nardus's hoarse voice sounded. He tried to wake up the old man who had ruled the Proxima civilization for hundreds of years. August shook his head slowly. It's useless. He opened his breathing mouth and gently exhaled a weak and long breath. Everything is over. Our spaceships cannot shake the invader starships at all. Then let's, Nardus said eagerly. Surrender. August stood up from the chair and glanced at the people around him. Help me send a communication request to them. By doing this, we may still have a chance of survival. Professor. Another radio communication request came from the direction of Proxima b. When the 120 Golden Crow battleships cleared those defensive weapons in synchronous orbit, A message appeared in front of Lu Yongchang. What do they want to do? Lu Yongchang asked Zero through the brainwave reading device. Surrender? Lu Yongchang couldn't help but froze when he looked at the two Chinese characters in front of him. He never thought that the opponent would choose to surrender. He couldn't help but think about it from his perspective. If it were human civilization, at least the human civilization under his leadership would never surrender to the invaders at such a moment. I remember. Don't they still have some starships? Lu Yongchang asked subconsciously. Yes. According to observation data, the Proxima Centauri civilization has at least more than 600 spacecraft with a diameter of more than 100 meters. Zero responded quickly. Looking at this message, Lu Yongchang nodded thoughtfully. Do not have to respond to their communications requests. Keep those Golden Crow battleships in synchronous orbit and conduct an all-round blockade of Proxima B. Received. Professor. Earth, Command Center. Lu Yongchang glanced at the crowd and said in a deep voice. Everyone. We have now entered the final stage of the interstellar war. Just now, Proxima Centauri civilization surrendered to us. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a slight discussion inside the command center. There was a look of surprise on everyone's face. Aren't there a group of spaceships on the opposite side? Xiao Zijia's voice was full of doubts. I remember that many starships escaped back to Proxima B some time ago. Lu Yongchang nodded. Yes, there are probably more than 600 ships, all of which are spacecraft with a diameter of more than 100 meters. The other side. This is also what worries me, Lu Yongchang said with a bit of uneasiness on his face. Our starship is not suitable for combat in the atmosphere. To be precise, these 1,500-meter-long behemoths cannot enter the atmosphere of Proxima B. As of now, only Zun 2 has the ability to fight within the atmosphere. But it is a transport ship after all, and its combat effectiveness is terrible. Lu Yongchang paused for a moment before speaking again. This is just one reason. And the other. I learned a lot from the previous few lessons. We can't accurately judge each other's intentions now. When we don't know whether the opponent wants to surrender or deceive, we must adopt the most conservative strategy. Everyone nodded in agreement. Seeing no one objected, Lu Yongchang also showed a satisfied smile. Zero, bring out the plan. As soon as the words fell, the huge holographic projection screen in front of the command center changed instantly. Densely packed data and patterns are presented to everyone. This is... Mao Jingji frowned and asked in a low voice. Genomic information? Lu Yongchang glanced at Mao Jingji in the distance, smiled and nodded. This is the genome information sent by a Proxima Centauri person at that time. I have been responsible for deciphering this part, because it is quite different from the genes of earthly organisms. This part of the work is progressing slowly, so I have not announced it to everyone. Mao Jingji heard Lu Yongchang's voiceover and looked slightly excited. Then now? Not bad. Lu Yongchang nodded. Fortunately, we have successfully mastered the genetic information of Proxima Centauri. There was an uproar. Everyone present is a highly intelligent person, so they naturally know what this means. Lu Yongchang stretched his hand across the air, and the holographic projection screen changed again. Based on this genetic information, I designed a unique weapon. As long as we put it into the atmosphere of Proxima Centauri B and wait a little longer, we can achieve the final victory without any bloodshed. Chapter 285. Turtle SH. L. The next day, a Zun 2 flew out from the Earth and flew straight towards the dim yellow Proxima Centauri B in the distance. Like the small spacecraft of Proxima Centauri, the smaller Zun 2 also appears to be extremely flexible, especially when there is no driver inside. Its acceleration performance reaches its peak. Soon, it reached the synchronous orbit of Proxima Centauri B. Under Zero's control, Zun 2's flight trajectory was extremely graceful. It didn't stop at all and plunged into the dim yellow atmosphere of Proxima Centauri B. After entering the atmosphere, Zun 2's flight speed slowed down slightly, but it still dived towards the ground like a sharp sword. The fierce friction between the ship's hull and the atmosphere instantly turned Zun 2 into a fireball that hit the ground. Just before it was about to make contact with the ground, Zun 2's speed instantly slowed down. Like a miracle, it once again drew a beautiful curve and changed its flight trajectory. At this moment, it is located on a vast ocean, under Zero's control. Zun number 2 chose a direction and rushed forward quickly. A certain continent in Proxima Centauri B. Zun 2 slowed down its flight speed again and landed slowly on solid land. After a short wait, its belly door suddenly opened, and small drones flew out one after another. After the drones circled in the air, they scattered and flew straight towards their respective targets. Earth, Command Center. Atmospheric composition. Surface temperature. Geological features. Various data are presented in a huge holographic projection in front of everyone. The camera footage then came. The ground is filled with large and small craters. In the distance, there are countless building debris and ruins. You can imagine how much impact those electromagnetic cannon projectiles and interstellar smoke bombs had on the surface of Proxima Centauri. Everyone looked at the dilapidated scene in front of them, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional in their eyes. Lu Yongchang did not pay too much attention to the scenery on the surface. He looked at the atmospheric data of Proxima b and said with a frown, "The oxygen content is a bit low, and there are still a lot of toxic gases. It seems that we will still have to live in the quarantine cabin by then. There's nothing we can do about it." Fong Su's voice came from the side. "Although there are countless planets in the universe, finding a planet with an environment similar to the Earth's is like finding a needle in a haystack." Lu Yongchang naturally knew this truth. But even so, there was still a look of regret on his face. Fong Su shrugged and continued, "What's more, not to mention the composition of the atmosphere, the radiation caused by the nuclear bombs we launched is enough to give people a headache." Lu Yongchang laughed dumbly. "Zero, have you found any traces of Proxima Centauri people living there?" Zero's avatar appeared in front of everyone. "Currently, no signs of Proxima Centauri survival have been found on the surface." Hearing this, Lu Yongchang was slightly startled, and subconsciously asked, "What about the underground?" "Underground exploration is currently underway, and no abnormal structures have been found." As soon as he finished speaking, Zero suddenly changed his words and said, "Correction. An abnormal structure in the underground has been discovered." A 3D modeling diagram is presented in a holographic projection. Under the undulating ground, a huge hole suddenly appeared. The entire cavity is disc-shaped, very similar to the structure of the Proxima Centauri starship. "This is it." Seeing this extremely obvious trace of man-made creation, Lu Yongchang said categorically, "Zero, send some drones over to investigate carefully. I want to know the location of its vents and other information." More than an hour later, Lu Yongchang looked at the information in front of him and took a deep breath. "Trouble. These Proxima people built the dungeon like a turtle SHL. They didn't even leave any vents." Like Lu Yongchang, everyone else's expressions were also ugly at this moment. The lack of vents means that the genetic weapons that humans are planning to release cannot enter the so-called underground city through the atmosphere. "Professor, we found the elevator." Zero's voice sounded again. "It's just that it's locked." The camera footage showed a completely black cabin standing next to a huge crater. The door to the hut was closed. From the outside, there doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary about this cabin. But the craters around it, and the construction debris scattered all over the place can tell you what makes this cabin special. It perfectly withstood continuous nuclear bomb attacks. "We can send robots to cut it open." Xiao Zijia's voice came from the side. "And then put genetic weapons into it." Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head. "No, that's not a good idea. This is just their elevator. The other party will definitely be able to cut off this passage. Once we alert the enemy, we lose the opportunity to use this weapon." Lu Yongchang hesitated for a moment, then spoke again. "If they continue to huddle underground, it will be difficult for us to quickly deal with these Proxima Centauri people. It's an extremely stupid thing to have a street fight on the opposite side of the street." Xiao Zijia pursed his lips hard and scratched his head in distress. "Then, what should we do now?" This situation is not introduced in the Interstellar War Simulation class. Not only him, but every captain and starship pilot had a distressed look on their face. They knew how to use various weapons and understood various tactics of war, but they had no clue about this unknown situation. Lu Yongchang, on the other hand, had a smile on his face. He clapped his hands with a relaxed expression and said in a relaxed tone, "Let them continue to huddle in their turtle SHLs. We let the genetic weapons go in on their own." Seeing everyone's doubtful glances at him, the smile on Lu Yongchang's face became more obvious. "Everyone, now is my job." Just as Lu Yongchang was about to turn around and leave the command center, Zero's voice sounded again. "Professor, we have discovered a second underground abnormal structure. The two underground structures are 90% similar." Lu Yongchang's footsteps suddenly stopped. "Okay, I get it. Watch these Proxima Centauri people build two turtle SHLs." A week later, the two Zhuan-2 ships flew out from the Earth and headed towards Proxima b along the same route. A few hours later, the two Zhuan-2 ships stopped in front of two similar black cabins. The hatch opened slowly. Countless silver-white substances flew out of the cabin, circled twice, and flew towards the black cabin. Those are modified nanobots. In order to increase endurance and carry genetic weapons, these nanorobots are several times larger than the prototypes. Even so, they can still easily enter the hut through various gaps, and then use the elevator to enter the underground city that looks like a turtle SH. Chapter 286 The Frightened Augustus. Proxima B. Academy of Sciences Dungeon. Observation Room. Since the destruction of 12 land-based laser weapons, August has issued a surrender request to the enemy. But something happened that frightened him. The invaders did not respond to their request for surrender. And his decision also caused the Proxima Centauri civilization to lose its last chance to resist. The solar system fleet has blocked the synchronous orbit of Proxima Centauri. And now they can only guard the more than 600 starships and continue to huddle in this narrow underground. Within the space. It was precisely because of this that during the recent period, he had clearly noticed that many Lyles were dissatisfied with him. Due to the deep-rooted hierarchy, those Lyles did not say anything. But Augustus knew in his heart that such a scene would never last long. Although the reserves in the underground city are enough for all of them to live for hundreds of years, such a depressing environment will inevitably trigger darkness in some people's hearts. While restless, Augustus was also constantly thinking about ways to break the situation. On this day, as usual, he came to the observation room early, trying to observe the movements of the intruders with the help of some of the remaining observation equipment on the surface. Augustus looked at the monitor in front of him solemnly. What do these intruders want? Looking at the dense red dots on the screen, there was a hint of doubt in his 6 small eyes. The voice of an observer came. According to the data sent back by the observation equipment, these seem to be some extremely small drones. Those invaders should want to use these drones to conduct a preliminary exploration of our planet. August took a deep breath. Drone exploration has already begun. No one knows when they will discover the existence of the dungeon. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. After pondering for a moment, he issued his order. Nardus, blow up the elevators and seal all entrances and exits of the underground city. What? Narts on the side heard this terrifying order and subconsciously asked. Your Excellency Augustus, are you sure? August interrupted Narts directly. I'm sure. Our underground city is a complete self-circulation system, and the materials in it are enough for us to survive for hundreds of years. Don't forget, the main star is about to burn out, and these invaders won't stay for long. When they leave, we can use these more than 600 spacecraft to go to new star systems. But, once we do this, even if the invaders leave, it will be difficult for us to return to the surface from the underground city. Narts retorted anxiously. Naughties! Seeing Nardus trying to resist his order, Augustus' heart sank, and he raised his voice a little louder. Do you want to resist my order? Looking at the angry old man in front of him, Nardus' breath suddenly suffocated. He opened his breathing holes, blew out a breath of hot air, and said in a less respectful tone, As you wish. Augustus felt much calmer after learning that the elevator had been blown up. Perhaps because there is no way out. The originally impetuous people have calmed down a lot. At least Augustus was living quite comfortably these days. It seemed like I was back to the leisurely days of the Academy of Sciences. But such days did not last long. More than a week later, a piercing siren broke the hard-won peace in the underground city. Oh! Your Majesty Augustus! The observer's sharp shout came from a distance. Augustus opened his eyes impatiently and looked in the direction of the observation room. Those intruders are coming towards the dungeon. Augustus, who originally planned to scold the observer, stood up from the recliner the moment he heard this. What? What's going on? Perhaps because he had just woken up. Or perhaps because he was too frightened. August's voice seemed particularly sharp and harsh. He asked loudly while walking quickly towards the observation room, looking at the red dot flying straight towards the dungeon on the monitor. Augustus' face suddenly became ugly. Damn it. The invaders have discovered their dungeon. What are the specific parameters of this spacecraft? Augustus asked in a low voice. The observer quickly responded. The length is about 100 meters, and its performance in all aspects is similar to our small spacecraft. Only one? There was some doubt in Augustus's eyes. A small spaceship can't carry many things. To be precise, there are 2, the observer said after hesitating for a moment. The other spacecraft flew towards another underground city. August's face looked a little ugly again. It looks like both dungeons have been discovered. How efficient these invaders are. A small spacecraft of about 100 meters. They should just come to investigate. August suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and whispered. We have blown up the elevator, without an entrance or exit. You shouldn't bother trying to kill them all. The observer on the side did not speak, but looked solemnly at the monitor in front of him. Earth, Command Center. The nanobots have been successfully released. The voice of a scientific researcher sounded. We are heading to the intended target. Successfully past the gate. And the image data began to be transmitted. The holographic projection screen trembled. After waiting for a few seconds, the picture gradually stabilized, and the scene inside the cabin was revealed to everyone. Lu Yongchang reached out and touched his chin, looking thoughtfully at the picture in the holographic projection. Dark. Inside the hut, there were only a few faint lights. The orange light made the entire cabin look particularly dim. The location of the elevator is a huge hole. Did they destroy the elevator? Fong Su asked with a puzzled look on his face. Are they going to huddle underground for the rest of their lives? Lu Yongchang nodded, with a hint of realization in his eyes. I was mistaken. These Proxima people really want to surrender. I didn't expect that such a high-level civilization wouldn't even have the courage to launch a final counterattack. As he spoke, he shook his head. Keep going and go down this hole. The researcher on the side nodded, reached out, and pressed a few buttons on the console in front of him. The images in the holographic projection began to move. There were various broken devices scattered along the way. Some of the equipment is even still working, which shows that the elevator was destroyed not very long ago. Soon, the nanorobots arrived at the bottom of the pit. Countless rocks and metal structural parts that make up the elevator are displayed in front of everyone. It seems our neighbors are determined not to let us in. Lu Yongchang looked at the door covered by these debris, smiled and shook his head. Disperse the nanobots and look for a passage to enter. Chapter 287 Death of August. The researcher responsible for controlling the nanorobot responded and immersed himself in the operation on the console. A large group of silver-white nanorobots dispersed instantly after stagnating for a moment, and then got into various small gaps. Next is Zero's job. With the help of powerful computing power, these nanorobots quickly found a way to enter the gate. The silver-white substance emerged from the gap like flowing water and formed a ball in the air again. These nanorobots stayed at the gate for a brief moment, and then swarmed towards the closed door. Your Excellency Augustus, the number of unexplained deaths has reached 100. A man in black, Lyle, reported to August Hui in front of him with a solemn expression. August sighed deeply. Increased again. In just 3 days, the number of unexplained deaths has exceeded the 100 mark from single digits. What were the test results? Did you find anything? Augustus already had some guesses in his mind, but he didn't want to say the words out loud. Black-clothed Lyle slowly shook his head. No causative factors have been found so far. Hearing this, Augustus breathed a sigh of relief and crossed out the terrible guess in his mind. It seems that it is not caused by an unknown infectious disease. Okay, go and do your work. Augustus waved his hand with a tired look on his face. Remember, this matter must be kept confidential. Deep underground, people's hearts are scattered. Once any abnormal situation occurs, it will be a huge blow to everyone. He couldn't even imagine what would happen then. Lyle opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just sighed softly and responded in a low voice. Okay, Mr. Augustus. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned his head and said hesitantly, Your Excellency August, the investigation found that all death cases will feel extremely tired before the onset of illness. You? August's face turned ugly instantly. Shut up, he yelled. There's no way I'm getting this damn disease. After saying that, Augustus suddenly opened his breathing holes and took a few deep breaths. Impossible. Since the breakthrough of Proxima Centauri civilization's biotechnology, he has not been sick for hundreds of years. Impossible, impossible. Feeling the intense dizziness coming from his thinking organ, his 3 pairs of eyes revealed a strong look of fear. Boom! The sound of heavy objects falling attracted the attention of everyone present. Your Excellency Augustus! Augustus slowly closed his heavy eyelids, and a vague shout came to his ears. Chaos. Who I am. Where am I? Vital signs are declining rapidly. Prepare for use. Your Excellency Augustus! Hold on! This sound. It seems a bit familiar. The next moment, a strong stimulation came from his chest, and memory fragments poured into his thinking organ. I remembered. His name is August, Chief Lyle of the Proxima Centauri civilization. He is. I got sick? No. How could he be sick? How could he be sick? Microorganisms on Proxima B, etc. A flash of light suddenly flashed at his thinking organ. He got it. He understands it all. Another burst of intense stimulation. Cough! Cough! He took a deep breath and opened his eyes suddenly. Your Excellency Augustus! Are you awake? Nardus's face appeared in front of him. You are in a very bad situation now. We are prepared. Augustus struggled to open his mouth and whispered. Check it at the genetic level. I suspect that the civilization of the solar system has tampered with it. Nardus was startled. Genetic level? August gasped and explained in a low voice. Remember? The Atoka we executed many years ago? Nardus hesitated for a moment and nodded slowly. I have an impression. Is it the Atoka who was sentenced to death? Do you know the reason? Augustus' eyes showed a bit of bitterness. Nardus shook his head. The information was blocked very well at the time. I only heard that it was an operational error, and he was convicted of anti-civilization crimes. Augustus shook his thinking organ vigorously, trying to relieve the severe pain emanating from it. He sent his genome information to the solar system. After the words fell, there was an exclamation of surprise from all around. What? Genome information? Nardus suddenly widened his 6 eyes and exclaimed loudly. How dare he do this? August's breath became weaker and weaker. Let's not talk about Atoka first. Think about it. During this period, the civilization of the solar system only sent a few small starships and did not make any other actions. It was completely different from the previous aggressive attacks. When things go wrong, there must be a monster. I should have thought of it earlier. Nardus fell silent. Remember, check it at the genetic level. And do it quickly. August's voice became weaker and weaker until it disappeared. A crisp alarm sound sounded. Vital signs are gone. Alile exclaimed. Your Excellency August is dead. Nardus said nothing. He was silent for a long time, then raised his hand and waved it gently. Let's go. We should continue to find the cause of the disease. 1 month later. Professor, the scheduled time has come. Zero's reminder sounded in the office. Lu Yongchang raised his head and glanced at the holographic image directly in front of him. A flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. So fast! As he spoke, he stood up and walked toward the office door. Zero, get ready. It's time for us to get to work. The office door was closed, and the holographic projection and various lights were slowly extinguished under Zero's control. Subsequently, notices were sent to various researchers. A few hours later, more than 100 Zun-2 ships lined up in a neat queue and sailed in the direction of Proxima Centauri b. Loaded inside was a fully armed robot. In order to prevent various unexpected situations that may arise, Lu Yongchang decided to use a robot to conduct the first exploration operation. Yongchang, is there any further information from the nanorobots? As soon as he entered the command center, Fong Su asked Lu Yongchang. Lu Yongchang shrugged. Of course not. The ability of these nanorobots to successfully enter the underground city is already considered the limit. Without follow-up energy replenishment, I estimate that these nanorobots are now scattered in every corner of the dungeon. Fong Su hesitated for a moment and then asked, what if the genetic data sent to us by the Proxima Centauri man is false? Lu Yongchang pursed his lips towards the holographic projection. If it's fake, we can only use physical extermination. Chapter 288 Entering the Dungeon. Hearing Lu Yongchang's words, Fong Su couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. 2. If genetic weapons don't work, then they will naturally have no choice but to choose the most time-consuming and labor-intensive method to carry out their genocide plan. Even though these Proxima Centauri have locked themselves underground, for the time being, they pose no threat to humans. But as the old saying goes, how can you allow others to sleep soundly on the side of the couch? Not to mention, humans have just taken their territory. If we don't implement the genocide plan now, will we wait for them to seek revenge in the future? It was precisely for these reasons that no one present objected to the extermination plan proposed by Lu Yongchang. Looking at the increasingly clear picture of Proxima B's surface in the holographic projection, the atmosphere in the command center gradually became solemn. Countdown to landing, 5 minutes. Zun number 2 flew across the ground in neat formation. Compared with more than a month ago, Proxima B now looks even more dilapidated. Not only did the strong nuclear radiation not inhibit the growth of plants, on the contrary, it even promoted the growth of plants with strong radiation resistance on Proxima B, coupled with the fact that there is no activity from Proxima Centauri. The vegetation on the surface of Proxima Centauri b at this time is extremely lush. Unlike Earth, most of the plants on Proxima b have dark tones. In addition to black, it is a deep purple that is extremely close to black. This is because Proxima Centauri is an M-type star in the stellar spectral type. Proxima Centauri b, which is extremely close to the main star, has a large amount of infrared light. Therefore, These plants have a broader choice between visible light and infrared light. It only took these dark plants a month to cover up the dilapidated buildings. The two have very similar colors. This is why, at first glance, there are not even obvious traces of civilization visible on the surface of Proxima Centauri b. There was only one area that seemed particularly abrupt. The originally flat land was dotted with dense or shallow craters. There are few plants in the crater, so it retains the unique yellow-brown color of the soil. In the tawny background, a bit of black stands out. The height of Zund 2 gradually dropped, and the images from the camera gradually became clearer. It was a completely black cabin. This is the destination of the Zund number 2, the elevator entrance and exit of Proxima Centauri dungeon. The heavily armed robot army stepped out of Zund number 2. A bright red high-energy laser beam shines directly at the door of the black cabin. In the face of the high-power laser beam, the closed door only held up for a few seconds before being forced out of the way. Several robots entered the hut with heavy steps, carrying several cables supported by carbon nanotube materials. The scene inside the cabin was almost the same as a month ago. The only difference is the concentration of vegetation on the wall. Those moss-like plants cover a much larger area than a month ago. The dim orange light shines through these plants and reflects on the silver-white body of the robot, adding a strange sense of warmth to this scene full of contradictions. Lu Yongchang, who was far away in Earth, looked at this scene, and the solemn look in his eyes became slightly more serious again. The energy in the underground city has not been cut off yet. Zero, prepare for counterattack. As the words fell, several robots in the camera had already raised their Gauss rifles. The principle is the same as the electromagnetic gun. The only difference between the two is the power. Even though the power of the Gauss rifle is far inferior to that of the shipborne electromagnetic gun, its power is still not something that ordinary carbon-based organisms can withstand. Under Zero's control, the cooperation between these robots is amazing. Or warning, or construction. All robots have their own tasks, and there is no conflict between their action routes and work content. The orderly behavior gave remote viewers, like Lu Yongchang, a sense of inner comfort. In just over 10 minutes, a simple elevator was built. Dozens of robots boarded the elevator, and under Zero's control, the elevator slowly descended. The landing didn't take long. A few minutes later, an orange light came from the bottom and appeared in the camera. As the distance got closer, everyone gradually saw clearly what was glowing orange. An open door. The door was buried by some huge rocks and metal blocks, and the orange light shone through the gaps in these objects. Lu Yongchang remembers it very clearly. The last time the nanobots came, this door was closed. Could it be? Is the genetic data set by Proxima Centauri really wrong? Is this a pit the Proxima people buried for them? Have they prepared an ambush? In an instant, countless suspicions flashed through Lu Yongchang's mind. Stop! He said urgently. Almost at the same time, the elevator's descending speed was reduced to 0, and it stopped firmly in place. At the same time, dozens of robots on the simple elevator picked up Gauss rifles, quickly walked to the edge of the elevator, and pointed their guns at the open door. The command center was quiet. Lu Yongchang held his breath and focused on the holographic projection in front of him. He could even hear his own heartbeat beating violently. After waiting for a long time, he opened his mouth slightly and breathed a long sigh of relief. There was no movement. Keep going down, he said concisely. Slow down. Stay alert. And fire without warning if you find any abnormal conditions. Zero silently executed Lu Yongchang's order. The picture in Chuanchi's projection moved again. Bang! A dull sound came, frightening many people present to tremble violently. The lift bottomed out. Due to these large rocks and metal blocks, the robots were still about 1 meter away from the open door. Lu Yongchang waited for a moment, and after confirming that there was nothing abnormal, he issued the order. Zero, clear a path. Copy that, Professor. Zero responded quickly. In the holographic screen, high-energy laser beams and various cutting devices come into play. Half an hour later, a path leading to the gate was successfully cleared. The path is extremely narrow, allowing only one robot to pass. Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and then said, Zero, let a robot go in and explore the truth. Receive. After the words fell, the holographic projection screen quietly switched. The angle of view of the camera slowly lowers. Apparently, the robot was negotiating a narrow path. It didn't take much time to build the 1 meter long passage. Soon, everyone's eyes suddenly opened up, and the scene at the gate came into view. This. Hiss, so disgusting. Sighs came from around me. Lu Yongchang also frowned and looked at the picture in the holographic projection. Chapter 289 The True Appearance of Proxima Centauri. A mess. The moment he saw the picture, this word came to Lu Yongchang's mind. Next to the open door, several bodies dressed in black lay. Needless to say, these must be dead Proxima Centauri people. They were smashed into a pulp by bits of stone and metal. Puddles of blue material flowed out from these corpses. After drying up, they formed patches of blue and black traces on the ground. This shocking scene appeared in front of everyone. Blue blood. Lu Yongchang frowned slightly and muttered in a low voice. The death time should not be short. The bodies and blood showed signs of putrefaction. 0. Look for a relatively intact body. Fong Su, who was on the side, obviously heard his whispered words and instantly cast a horrifying look at him. Almost at the same time, Lu Yongchang noticed the strange look Fong Su gave him. He raised his head and looked at Fong Su with a bright smile on his face. Calm down. You won't feel anything after seeing this thing too much. Next time, I will take you to the biology laboratory to exercise. Fong Su. The holographic projection screen began to change again. After turning in several directions, the screen suddenly stopped. Apparently, 0 found his target. The camera started to zoom in and out. Next to the door, there is a disc-shaped console. Beside the console, a relatively intact body lay quietly there. The robot quickly approached. Then, he stretched out his robotic hand, grabbed him from the chair, and laid him flat on the ground. At this moment, humans finally saw the true face of the Proxima Centauri people. There was silence in the control center. How does it feel? A bit like a large cockroach, came Zhao Zijia's hesitant voice. Lu Yongchang's expression also became strange. Zhao Zijia was right. At first glance, this figure does look a bit like a large cockroach. Hard carapace-like back. 3 pairs of legs. The difference from cockroaches is that Proxima Centauri has 2 pairs of extremely strong upper and lower limbs, as well as a pair of almost completely degenerated secondary limbs. Of course, the biggest difference is in the head. Proxima Centauri has 3 pairs of eyes. On the top of the head, there is a piece of skin covered with fine pimples. It has to be said that even though he was mentally prepared, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but take a breath when he saw such a curious scene. 0. Save this body first and bring it back to the biology laboratory after it is confirmed to be safe. Hearing this, Fong Su's expression suddenly changed. After filling in the picture in his mind, he retched twice with some nausea. Lu Yongchang naturally didn't pay attention to the sound of retching coming from beside him. He controlled the camera's perspective and turned it back and forth and whispered. It seems that the effect of this genetic weapon is not particularly strong. There is indeed something wrong with the genetic information we obtained before. How do you say it? Fong Su asked Lu Yongchang, holding back his nausea. Look, these Proxima Centauri people have obvious signs of struggle. Lu Yongchang stretched his hand across the air and enlarged several pictures several times. This means that they have some resistance to this genetic weapon. According to my expectation, once this genetic weapon takes effect, they will never be given a chance to struggle. At least they will die unconsciously, instead of struggling to escape. As he spoke, he simulated the chaotic scene in his mind. Several Proxima Centauri people ran to the closed dungeon door and tried to escape from the dungeon. A Proxima man came to the console and opened the closed door. Tragedy occurred. Huge boulders and metal blocks poured down, smashing these unlucky Proxima Centauri into a pulp. Forget it. Let's forget about it for now. Lu Yongchang shook his head and shook the mental images out of his head. 0. Keep moving forward. In the underground city, the bodies of Proxima Centauri can be seen everywhere. There are also a number of large and small monitors and consoles. But unfortunately, after inspection by the robot, these monitors and consoles have been damaged. At least, they can't get any valuable data from it yet. After learning the news, Lu Yongchang shook his head with regret. What a pity! Before he could finish his sigh, an exciting notification popped up. A robot discovered an area enclosed by a heavy door. It looks like the core area of the dungeon. As for why there is such a judgment, it's very simple. There are several Proxima Centauri characters clearly marked on this door. After 0 translation, these words were converted into Chinese characters and presented in front of Lu Yongchang. Core zone. Unlike other areas, the access control in the core area is obviously in normal working order. The monitor next to the door also glowed brightly. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly, and he stopped 0's simple and crude behavior of using a high-energy laser beam to crack it. 0. Try to see if you can hack into their central computer through this access control system. In Zoom 2 on the surface, a large-scale 3D printer specially installed for this trip began to work. Based on Zero's simulation calculation results, it quickly manufactured various hardware tools that met the standards of the Proxima Centauri civilization. After the manufacturing was completed, a robot took these tools, took the elevator, and quickly came to the access control. With the help of Proxima Centauri hardware tools, the robot disassembled the access control device, revealing the slightly complicated circuits and interfaces inside. Then, it's the same process again. The 3D printer began to produce corresponding adapters. After spending several hours, Zero finally successfully entered the access control system of the Proxima Centauri civilization through the robot. 1 second later, the transmission squeaked. The heavy and closed door slowly opened. Zero? Lu Yongchang looked a little surprised in his eyes and asked in a low voice. Is it that simple? Perhaps to better explain the reason, Zero projected his avatar in front of everyone. Professor, the Proxima Centauri civilization does not have artificial intelligence. Not even weak AI. Their software development is roughly equivalent to what humans will be in 2030. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but be stunned. So backward? No wonder Zero found the loopholes in the opponent's defense program so easily. Zero's voice continued to sound. I successfully gained access to the central computer through their access control system. Professor, there is something that may interest you. Lu Yongchang asked subconsciously. What? Densely dense Proxima Centauri characters appeared on the giant holographic projection. Photonic computer technology. Chapter 290, The Right Way Forward. Photonic computer technology? Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with horror, and he subconsciously wanted to stand up from the chair. But he was forcefully pulled back by the electromagnetic absorption device on the chair. He endured the slight pain in his waist and quickly said, Zero, translate these words. The holographic projection directly in front of the command center is divided into two. On the left side of the projection is the original Proxima Centauri text. On the right side, a string of familiar Chinese characters began to appear. As the length of the translation increases, the text of the translation begins to change slightly. That's Zero adjusting a little for the context. After all, some nouns or verbs are not universal between the two civilizations and can only be understood after appropriate adjustments. Lu Yongchang frowned slightly, looking at the constantly changing translations in front of him, his heart full of surprise. How can it be? The Proxima Centauri civilization has mastered photon computer technology? Compared with the hardware level, their software level is like just graduating from kindergarten. With such partial science, no wonder their development has stalled. While waiting, Lu Yongchang secretly complained about the development of his neighbors. Professor, the translation is complete. After a short waiting time, the constantly changing text on the holographic projection stabilized, and Zero's response sounded. Lu Yongchang didn't speak and looked at it carefully, perhaps sensing the importance of this document. Everyone in the command center stopped what they were doing. Several scientific researchers with professional counterparts, like Lu Yongchang, cast their eyes on the holographic projection ahead, trying to observe the so-called alien technology. Most of the scientific researchers, after looking up at the Book of Heaven in front of them, turned their attention to Lu Yongchang, trying to read something from the expression on his face. For a long time, Lu Yongchang took a long breath. How about it? Seeing the satisfied yet somewhat regretful look on Lu Yongchang's face, Fong Su hurriedly asked. Facing the inquiry, Lu Yongchang first nodded, and then shook his head. This series of actions immediately stunned Fong Su. No! What do you mean by shaking your head and nodding? Fong Su said with confusion on his face. Isn't this photon computer technology? Lu Yongchang sighed slightly and whispered. It's really photonic computer technology. Then you... Fong Su was speechless for a moment. Don't worry. Listen to me first, Lu Yongchang said, as he stretched out his hand to drag the holographic projection in front of him in the air. It's just that it is not a mature photon computer. Simply put, it's just a prototype. It gives us a whole new direction in realizing photonic computers. The central computer of the Proxima Centauri civilization should be built based on the principles of this document. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang's eyes showed a bit of expectation. I have a hunch that if everything goes well, we should be able to create a real photon computer soon. Fong Su nodded blankly and said, Then why doesn't the Proxima Centauri civilization develop a real photon computer in this direction? Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly became strange. He stretched his hand across the air again. enlarging the upper right corner of the translation a bit. Did you see it? Lu Yongchang pointed to the holographic image. This is the answer. The project is established, and it is expected to start research on this project in 50 years. Fong Su. Damn, this Proxima Centauri civilization. How can such an important research be delayed for so long? Lu Yongchang shrugged. It seems that Atoko was right when he said that this civilization has been rotten to the core. As he spoke, there was a bit of joy on his face. Fortunately, it's rotten to the core. Otherwise, we should be facing a true second-level civilization. After hearing this, everyone present looked happy. Professor, another team of robots has successfully entered the second dungeon. In order to facilitate the distinction, Lu Yongchang divided the two underground cities into number 1 and number 2. Zero's voice was still calm. Lu Yongchang immediately sat up straight. What did you find? The projected image changes instantly. The same mess all over the place. However, the two dungeons are obviously different. This dungeon seems to be more low-end? Fong Su expressed what Lu Yongchang was thinking. Good, compared to Dungeon 1. Dungeon 2 is like a slums. Lu Yongchang squeezed out a few words from his mouth. It seems that this is the situation of class distinction that Atoka mentioned. I didn't expect that it would come to this point. And these Proxima people would do this thing. As he spoke, he shook his head helplessly. The camera direction slowly changes. When he saw the body on the ground, Lu Yongchang's eyes suddenly moved. Stop! He looked a little more serious. Zero, turn the camera back. Zero quickly executed the go command. Let the robot get closer, Lu Yongchang said again. The picture gradually zoomed in, and the slightly decayed corpse appeared particularly clear. What's so interesting about this? Aren't they just some Proxima Centauri people who are still in their infancy? Fong Su looked at the obviously shrunken body in the picture and said angrily. Is it possible that you still want to bring them back? Lu Yongchang did not respond to Fong Su's complaints, but looked solemnly at the holographic projection in front of him. Yongchang? Fong Su discovered the problem from Lu Yongchang's expression, and he turned to look at the holographic screen again. This is not a baby Proxima Centauri, Lu Yongchang said decisively. But this size and appearance. Lu Yongchang lowered his head and worked on the holographic projection in front of him, and projected a picture from underground city number 1 onto the holographic image. If that's baby Proxima Centauri, what is it? The corpse of a Proxima Centauri man, wearing black clothes and obviously quite immature, appeared clearly in front of everyone. This. Fong Su was speechless for a moment. Lu Yongchang frowned and stared at several pictures in the holographic projection. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed in his mind. Perhaps this is the reason why our genetic weapons are biased, he murmured to himself. The Proxima civilization is composed of two different races? After pondering for a moment, he suddenly spoke. Zero, look in the central computer in dungeon number 1. There may be relevant information. The completely different scenes in the two underground cities made Lu Yongchang realize a problem. Underground city number 2 has almost no use value. All the good stuff should be in dungeon 1. Thinking of this, he issued the order again. Leave 10 robots in dungeon 2, and all the remaining robots go to dungeon 1. There are big problems with the social structure of Proxima Centauri civilization. Chapter 291 Biology, Forbidden Technique. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Yongchang looked at the information in front of him and fell into silence. This is so. They actually use biotechnology for this, he said with an ugly face. At the same time, a blood-red color that was difficult for outsiders to detect flashed across his eyes. Human cloning technology. This forbidden scientific art, which has numerous ethical problems, is actually very popular in the Proxima Centauri civilization. In fact, the entire civilization and most of the population were created using human cloning technology as Proxima Centauri with congenital defects. Professor, I found the complete manufacturing process and the construction plan for the incubation center. Zero's voice sounded in the quiet command center. And at the same time, a huge text and translation of Proxima Centauri appeared in front of everyone. Delete, Lu Yongchang said in a low voice. Zero, delete this information completely. Yongchang, are you crazy? Mao Jingzi's face changed drastically, and he stopped him loudly. Their cloning technology far exceeds ours. Such a good learning opportunity. Okay. Lu Yongchang's voice became heavier and more serious. I am giving formal orders now. Delete all information about the incubation center and clones. Naturally, Zero would not resist the orders given by Lu Yongchang. Looking at the Proxima text that quickly disappeared in the holographic projection, Mao Xingji's face turned red with anxiety, and he couldn't even speak a complete sentence for a while. Ah, you! Seeing that the information had been completely deleted, Lu Yongchang breathed a long sigh of relief. Academician Mao. Humans must not pursue this technology. Why? At this time, Mao Xingji was obviously a little over the top. He was emotional and said with a flushed face, You should know how many lives mature organ cloning can save. This was an opportunity for human biology to make historic progress. And you ruined it. Organ cloning is organ cloning. They are not the same thing. Lu Yongchang's indifferent eyes were filled with dignity. We can achieve organ replication through other means instead of using the human cloning technology of the Proxima Centauri civilization. Academician Mao Xingji, you are confused. Lu Yongchang's tone of voice was unprecedentedly harsh. There was dead silence in the command center, regardless of whether they were scientific researchers, pilots, or captains. At this moment, they all looked at Lu Yongchang sitting on the command platform in silence. They had never seen Lu Yongchang like this before. Looking at Lu Yongchang's sharp gaze, Mao Xingji's momentum gradually declined. His lips trembled slightly, and he asked in a low voice, Why? Seeing that Mao Xingji no longer insisted on his own views, Lu Yongchang also softened his tone slightly. The Proxima Centauri civilization will end up like this, largely due to this human cloning technology. Let's not talk about the ethical issues that human cloning technology will cause. The congenitally deficient clone group Malice and the normal Proxima Centauri are destined to split into two incompatible groups. No matter how strict the prohibition is, discrimination against the human cloning community cannot be eliminated. This is one of the reasons why the class divisions in Proxima Centauri civilization are so obvious. What are the consequences of this? You can think about the genomic information that Atoka sent us. Mao Xingji's face changed slightly. Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and then continued. This is only one aspect of the problem. The lifespan of Proxima Centauri is more than 500 Earth years, although the specific reasons are not yet known. Such a long life obviously makes the above problems more obvious. It is difficult for them to rely on time to erase the inherent views of the older generation. At the beginning of the emergence of the clone Malice, the Proxima civilization that injected new blood may have gone through a stage of rapid development. But what's next? I think there's no need for me to repeat the story. Mao Xingji's face became increasingly ugly. He slowly lowered his high head and whispered, I understand. Of course, the fact that human cloning technology cannot be used does not mean that we cannot learn other biotechnologies. Lu Yongchang stretched out his hand to drag the holographic image in front of him. You can study their remaining biotechnologies carefully. The opportunity to break through the upper limit of human lifespan may be on these big cockroaches. Wait a minute, and I'll ask Zero to compile some information for you. Mao Xingji's expression softened slightly. He nodded slightly. I'll try my best. After solving the human cloning technology, Lu Yongchang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He leaned back on the chair and slowly closed his eyes. Consciousness enters the technology tree space. Looking at the technology tree system restored to its original appearance, he put down the huge stone hanging in his heart. The various reasons he mentioned just now are not actually the fundamental reasons why he rejected this technology. The most fundamental factor comes from the technology tree system deep in his brain. The moment he learned about human cloning technology and incubation center technology, his consciousness was forced into the technology tree system. The technology tree system space that originally had a fluorescent green background turned into a blood red with a warning meaning. A branch suddenly stretched out from the side of the technology tree that originally grew straight towards the second-level civilization. Biotechnology, human cloning technology. Different from the ordinary dim icon. This newly appeared cursor has a strong blood color, as if to warn him of the dangers of this technology. He subconsciously focused his attention on this bloody icon. At that moment, another development history of human civilization seemed to appear in his mind. Similar to the Proxima Centauri civilization, there has been no development in artificial intelligence. Accordingly, human cloning technology became popular. Countless clones took over the heavy, dirty, and tiring work at the bottom. They used their lives to support normal humans in the upper class of society. With breakthroughs in biotechnology, human life expectancy has increased significantly. Civilization also developed rapidly. The threshold of first-level civilization was quickly broken through, and mankind quickly entered second-level civilization. But the good times didn't last long. As human beings' oppression and discrimination against the clone group becomes increasingly serious, the gap between the clone group and normal humans begins to appear. The forces of the two parties gradually differentiated. The outbreak of war. The clone group, which accounts for 80% of the population of civilization, won the initial victory in the war by virtue of their numerical superiority. With no hope of survival, human groups used weapons of mass destruction. Humanity has stopped at the second level of civilization. Lu Yongchang's consciousness returns to the system space. He looked at the bloody cursor in front of him in horror, and the scene that seemed to have happened in reality kept reappearing in his mind. After a very brief thought, he withdrew his consciousness from the system space and resolutely issued the order to delete the files. Chapter 292 Lifespan Issue. After one day, Lu Yongchang continued to organize data as he did the day before. Like human civilization, Proxima Centauri civilization stores almost all scientific research data in the central computer. Perhaps it was because of the suddenness of the outbreak of genetic weapons. Or perhaps because of the negligence of the person in charge of the Proxima Centauri civilization. The central computers in both dungeons maintain excellent integrity. This also provides human civilization with an excellent learning opportunity. Only, the quality of these data varies. Zero's screening mechanism can only use the technology mastered by humans as a benchmark to eliminate duplicate content from the two civilizations. For those research projects that humans have never conducted since ancient times, Zero means there is nothing you can do to help. As a result, the style of battlefield organization work has changed dramatically. In the command center, scientific researchers stared at the holographic projection in front of them, trying to find some useful technology from the weird research materials. After all, with the efficiency of the Proxima Centauri civilization, no one knows whether a certain piece of information may contain a scientific and technological development direction that humans have not yet discovered. For example, this information was placed in front of Lu Yongchang. A protective device for auxiliary limbs. Lu Yongchang sighed slightly, flipped through a few pages, and extracted part of the content. Auxiliary limb protection device. Why do humans need this kind of thing? However, the synthesis method of this new type of material can be absorbed into the database of human civilization, and maybe it will be used when. Professor, the chairman of the council wants to see you for something. Just as Lu Yongchang was about to continue checking the next document, Zero's voice sounded in his ears. Lu Yongchang suddenly stopped. President? Zero did not continue to speak, but presented a message in the holographic projection in front of him. Professor, according to the latest examination results, the chairman's physical condition is not optimistic. Lu Yongchang's face changed slightly, and he immediately prepared to stand up. But when he saw the curious eyes of the scientific researchers around him, he changed his mind. He slowed down his movements as much as possible, and even smiled at Fong Su beside him. Brother Su, the chairman is going to discuss the next plan with me. I'll take a step first, and you can help me keep an eye on this. Fong Su didn't think much, nodded and focused on the holographic projection in front of him again. Seeing that no one was paying attention to his actions, he gently unlocked the electromagnetic absorption device on the seat. Then, he walked out of the command center with steps that were almost the same as before. The moment he closed the door, Lu Yongchang's expression changed drastically. He lowered his voice and said urgently, Zero, what's going on? The holographic image was projected around him again, and Zero's response echoed. Professor, the speaker is 85 years old. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang was heartbroken. Yes, so many years have passed, even excluding the period of hibernation. The council chairman has reached the age of 85. The old diseases left over from the past are the biggest culprit affecting the lifespan of the older generation. Therefore, even if humans have medical cabin technology, the average lifespan will be increased to 90 years. But for these overworked old people like the parliamentarians, 90 is still an elusive goal. He quickly quickened his pace and rushed towards the room where the chairman of the parliament was. The door opens automatically. Lu Yongchang panted slightly and stepped into the room of the chairman of the council. Yongchang! A gentle smile appeared on the old man's face. He raised his hand tremblingly and waved to Lu Yongchang. A familiar but faint voice sounded. Come! Sit down! Looking at the old man with white hair and wrinkles behind the desk, Lu Yongchang's eyes suddenly turned a little red. He walked silently to the speaker and sat on the chair. Member. Chairman. Your body. The smile on the old man's face became gentler, and he slowly shook his head. Zero has already told me the test results. According to the inspection results of the medical cabin, I should have less than a year left. Lu Yongchang's breath was suffocated. Is there only 1 year left? He lowered his head and said with a low expression. Every detail of how the speaker took care of him flashed through his mind. He. The old man chuckled, stretched out his hand and gently put it on Lu Yongchang's shoulder. What are you sad about? Human beings, birth, old age, illness and death are normal things. I have lived for 85 years, and it is enough to witness with my own eyes the development of Xia State to the current People's Federation. The old man's slightly cloudy eyes moved, revealing a bit of emotion. Let's not talk about these old things. The main reason I called you here today is to confirm what will happen in the future. Lu Yongchang didn't speak, but looked at the old man in front of him with slightly red eyes. The old man was silent for a moment. What do you think of Hong Qiming? Lu Yongchang heard the meaning of the old man's words. He frowned and thought for a moment. Later, he gave a very pertinent evaluation. Very good, but just good. The smile on the old man's face gradually grew stronger. That's enough. Currently, human beings need a stable rear environment. He's a good choice. Next, I plan to let him gradually take over my work. As for the opinions of other members, a flash of determination flashed in the old man's cloudy eyes. I will solve it. Lu Yongchang nodded silently and said, I believe you. The room fell silent again. After a long while, the old man exhaled a long breath. What are you going to do next? Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and said word by word. Keep moving forward. Proxima Centauri is going out. The resources of this star system are too scarce. After a period of repairs here, I plan to go to a star system more suitable for human habitation. The old man closed his eyes slightly and said in an angry voice. That's good. Human civilization is up to you. After walking out of the chairman's room, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath. 0. Show me the council chairman's last inspection report. The holographic projection unfolded, and rows of data were presented in front of him. Looking at the terrible data above that were approaching the critical point, Lu Yongchang sighed slightly. 0 was right. According to current data, the chairman of the parliament can only last for 1 year at most, maybe even shorter, whether it was for selfish reasons or for the stability of the People's Federation. Lu Yongchang found it difficult to accept this fact. He remembered what he had said to Mao Jingji 2 days ago. Proxima Centauri civilization with an average age of 500 years per person. A flash of light flashed in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, 0. Ask Mao Jingji to come to the office to find me. Don't alarm anyone. After saying that, he opened his legs and strode towards his office. Chapter 293 Telomeres. More than 10 minutes later, the office door opened quietly. Professor, Academician Mao is here. 0's reminder sounded at the same time. Professor Lu, are you looking for me? Mao Jingji stood at the door and asked in a low voice with a bit of anxiety on his face. He had just been reprimanded yesterday, and now he still had some psychological shadow. Is it possible that I still need to be reprimanded today? Thinking of what might happen next, Mao Jingji felt a hint of bitterness in his heart. Lu Yongchang raised his head and waved to Mao Jingji. Academician Mao, come! Upon hearing the call, Mao Jingji swallowed slightly and moved a few steps into the room, as if he were dead. Seeing Mao Jingji's naughty movements, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but be stunned, and then remembered some unpleasant things that happened yesterday. Cough! He coughed lightly. Don't worry. I'm not looking for you today about human cloning technology. Hearing this, Mao Jingji breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the chair in front of Lu Yongchang. Click! The crisp sound from the electromagnetic absorption device sounded. He stretched out his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, with a look of shame on his face. Professor, actually, I thought about it for a long time last night. Oh! Lu Yongchang saw Mao Jingji's expression, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What? You still can't let go of the human cloning technology? Right. No, no, no! Mao Jingji shook his head like a rattle. I thought about it carefully, and it is true that, as you said, human cloning technology has too many hidden dangers. For the current human civilization, there is absolutely no need to take the wrong path and choose such a dangerous path. Lu Yongchang smiled and nodded. As long as you can figure it out. I'm looking for you today mainly for another thing. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand in the air. A holographic image appeared in front of Mao Jingji. This? Mao Jingji's face changed slightly, and he lowered his voice and asked, whose physical examination report is this? As the developer of the medical cabin, Mao Jingji naturally knew what these data meant. President. Lu Yongchang gently spit out 3 words. His. Mao Jingji gasped suddenly, causing the temperature in the office to drop by 0.00001 degrees Celsius. I remember the congressman is only 85 years old. How could his body age like this? Lu Yongchang's eyes showed a bit of helplessness. It should be related to his previous life schedule. When he was on Earth, the burden on him was too heavy, and overexertion overtaxed his body functions. Currently, the next Speaker of the People's League has not yet been determined. The Speaker believes that Councillor Hong is a good choice, but it will probably take a lot of time to convince other council members. Of course, out of selfishness, I also hope that the old chairman can live a little longer. Mao Jingji instantly understood what Lu Yongchang meant. He looked at Lu Yongchang solemnly. So, you want to use the biotechnology of Proxima Centauri civilization to break the limit of human lifespan? Not bad. Lu Yongchang nodded lightly. Different from the past. Thanks to the medical cabin, the council leader is in good health at this time, and does not have any diseases in his body that will affect his lifespan. He is simply aging. This is also the most troublesome thing. Aging is irreversible. This has been the experience of humans for thousands of years. Mao Jingji obviously knew this. The moment he heard Lu Yongchang's words, his brows furrowed tightly. According to current theoretical calculations, the longest human lifespan is about 120 years old. This number is based on the cell division formula. Simply put, every time a human cell divides, the telomeres at the end of DNA decrease a little. From this, based on the total length of telomeres, the number of cell divisions in a human lifetime can be estimated 50 times. This is the division limit of normal human cells. The lifespan of each generation of cells is approximately 2.4 years. Calculated in this way, the maximum lifespan of human beings is 120 years. Of course, there are other calculation methods. For example, the Gompertz model is a mathematical model used to describe the extinction laws of biological populations. According to this model calculation, the maximum lifespan of human beings is about 120 to 130 years old. For another example, calculate based on the universal lifespan of mammals on Earth. The lifespan of a mammal is 5 to 8 times its growth period. The maximum human lifespan derived in this way is about 125 years old. Either way, it proves a point. No matter how advanced medical technology is, until the telomere problem is not solved, the maximum lifespan of humans will only be around 120 years old. So, we have to start at telomeres, Mao Jingji concluded in a low voice. After speaking, he suddenly raised his head and looked directly at Lu Yongchang. Professor, I have an idea. A Zhuan-2 quietly sailed out of the Earth starship. Unlike other Zhuan-2, the interior of this Zhuan-2 has been significantly modified. The entire cabin has been transformed into a small biological laboratory. In Zhuan-2, Lu Yongchang, Fang Su, and Mao Jingji were wearing strict protective suits and sitting in the cockpit with serious expressions. 0. Go directly to Proxima B. Lu Yongchang gave his order. As soon as the words fell, a powerful recoil force pressed the three of them to the chairs. Zhuan-2 also headed straight towards Proxima Centauri B. Yongchang, Fang Su's voice rang over the team's radio. Do we really have to go to the surface of Proxima B to conduct experiments? Before Lu Yongchang could speak, Mao Jingji on the side said, Of course. At that time, we will also dissect several Proxima Centauri corpses for sampling. You don't want to see their organs flying all over the sky, do you? Fang Su's face turned bitter, thinking of the image of flying organs. He subconsciously vomited. Yongchang, I think the command center may need me. Shut up. Lu Yongchang interrupted Fang Su angrily. As my deputy, how can I not be able to withstand this? I agreed 2 days ago to take you to the biology laboratory to open your eyes. It's now. Don't even think about running away. The expression on Fang Su's face became increasingly bitter. But I'm not a biology major either. Don't worry. You'll be there soon. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang stared at the orange planet in the distance and said casually, As the second in command of the Academy of Sciences, you still need to master these basic common sense. Fang Su, looking at Proxima B, which was getting closer and closer, his face became increasingly gray. Chapter 294 Anatomy. Proxima B. In front of the hut in dungeon number 1. A Zhuan number 2 slowly landed. Under Zero's control, a dozen robots carried more than a dozen metal coffins, quietly waiting for Zhuan 2's landing point. Inside the metal coffin were naturally the carefully selected corpses of Proxima Centauri. After layers of screening, these dozen corpses were not only extremely fresh, but also contained various stages of Proxima Centauri and malice. The hatch of Zhuan 2 slowly opened, and more than a dozen robots filed in carrying coffins. Lu Yongchang and 3 others were already waiting beside the experimental table wearing tight protective clothing. They needed to conduct autopsies on more than 10 corpses, and then collect samples from various parts. With the help of the robot, The first metal coffin was slowly opened. Lu Yongchang carefully looked at the corpse in front of him. The skin is loose. The carapace tissue on the back is dull. And the body is thin and curled up. He is an elderly Proxima man. The body was well preserved with no trace of decay. I wonder whose body this is. But it can still enjoy this kind of preservation method. Lu Yongchang muttered to himself with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Before he could finish his words, a holographic image appeared in front of Lu Yongchang. It showed zeros identifying information found in a central computer database. Name, August. Identity, Chief Lyle of Proxima Academy of Sciences. Age, 639 years old. Time of death, Earth calendar March 6, 2147. Discovery location, storage freezer in the core area of dungeon number 1. Biological information, born in the Academy of Sciences. He began to receive basic education at the age of 20. Completed basic education at the age of 50. Completed higher education at the age of 80. Entered the Academy of Sciences at the age of 85. And served as Chief Lyle at the age of 120 until his death. Honors and achievements. Looking at the dense information in front of him, Lu Yongchang opened his mouth slightly. But for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Yongchang, this old man has the same identity as you. Fong Su's voice came from the team radio. Lu Yongchang turned his head and looked at Fong Su. I saw him holding a scalpel. And with interest, he gently poked the Proxima Centauri in front of him with the back of the knife. Lu Yongchang. How about you do the dissection? Fong Su suddenly paused, threw aside the scalpel in his hand, and retreated behind Lu Yongchang honestly. Mao Jingji on the side had skillfully picked up the scalpel and gently pressed it on the Proxima Centauri's abdomen. The sharp knife edge lightly scratched. The dissection begins. Looking at the anatomy scene in front of him, Fong Su's face gradually became ugly. Here! A scalpel was handed to him. After watching it for so long, I think you should have some insights. Right. Lu Yongchang's devilish voice came from the side. Why don't you go up and try your hand? Fong Su shook his head repeatedly, with a real resistance in his eyes. No. 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 Would I do anything with such an important experimental sample? Don't worry. It's okay. Under the mask, Lu Yongchang showed a kind-hearted smile. We have removed all the important organs. Just go up and try your hand. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang pointed to the operating table beside him. I saw various organs of different shapes placed in different categories. Fong Su. A few minutes later, he moved the scalpel tremblingly, cutting through the atrophied and shapeless muscle tissue. Feeling the extremely smooth touch, the corners of Fong Su's eyes twitched violently. Bear it! If you vomit, there are no spare protective suits here for you to change into. Lu Yongchang kindly reminded. You have to stay with your vomit for at least a few hours. Fong Su. The hours flew by. I have to admit that the exercise method proposed by Lu Yongchang is really effective. Yongchang, you see? Compared with normal Proxima Centauri, Malice's organs are obviously much weaker. Fong Su reached out and removed an organ with a normal expression, and then placed it on a special table. Lu Yongchang stopped his sampling work, glanced at the thing in Fong Su's hand, and then glanced at the holographic projection. Name, number 12. Identity, leader of Dungeon 2 Malice. Age, 224 years old. Time of death, Earth calendar March 24, 2147. Honorary information, made outstanding contributions to the reform of the old system of Proxima Centauri. Lu Yongchang nodded thoughtfully. It's normal. The human cloning technology has too many flaws. The physical conditions of these Malice should be similar, and they are all defective products. It's just, what's going on with this old system reform? He turned to look at the camera on the side. Zero. Is this newly discovered information? Zero's response came immediately. Yes, Professor. I found relevant information in the central computer of Dungeon 2. Before we arrived in the Proxima Centauri galaxy, the Proxima Centauri civilization once initiated a reform of the old system. Ordinary Proxima Centauri and Maris united to put pressure on the Academy of Sciences and the royal family to gain a chance of survival. Lu Yongchang frowned slightly. Then what? Did the reform of the old system fail? Why is the number 2 underground city where they live still so backward? On the contrary, they succeeded. Zero said calmly. The holographic projection unfolds. The entire historical data was presented directly in front of Lu Yongchang. When he saw Levi, the leader of Dungeon number 2, walking towards the enemy camp step by step, and then being used to his death, he shook his head helplessly. What a pity. A dragon slayer will eventually become an evil dragon. in such a deformed social system. This is a fate he cannot escape. He pondered for a moment and then spoke again. 0. Collect as much historical data as possible on the Proxima Centauri civilization. Received. 0 responded directly without any hesitation. The holographic projection gradually dimmed. Continue working. Lu Yongchang sighed slightly and said to the two people around him, when the sampling is over, we have other things to do. It was quiet in the small laboratory. Yongchang, where do you plan to use their historical data? Fong Su's questioning voice broke the silent environment of the laboratory. A trace of confusion flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Museum? This doesn't seem to be of much use. Literature database? This is even more useless. I suggest that it be incorporated into the latest teaching materials. Mao Jingji said in a low voice while immersed in work. If we take history as a mirror, we can know the ups and downs. In addition to the original history of mankind, we should add the history of other civilizations, so that they can always serve as a warning to human civilization. Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and nodded solemnly. Good. Chapter 295 Special Organs. The autopsies of more than a dozen Proxima Centauri were completed. Lu Yongchang wiped off the blue-black blood stained on his gloves and gently hammered his sore waist through the protective clothing. It's finally done. As he spoke, he yawned. The workload of dissecting more than 10 corpses in a row is indeed exaggerated, especially the anatomy of a completely alien body of another race. Compared with dissecting Earth creatures, the difficulty of the two is not at the same level. However, there are definitely benefits. One of the benefits is the huge holographic image in front of the three people. In the projection, the body structure models of Proxima Centauri and Malus have been completely constructed. In addition to the digestive system, circulatory system and other systems that humans also have, Lu Yongchang also discovered an organ that is independent of other major systems and has a strange shape. This organ is located in the center of the Proxima Centauri body, surrounded by a hard L-like substance and connected to blood vessels from all sides of the body. Through blood vessels, it connects every corner of the Proxima Centauri body. At first, Lu Yongchang subconsciously thought that it was similar to the human heart, which mainly functions as blood transport and is part of the circulatory system. But soon, Lu Yongchang discovered another core in the body of the Proxima Centauri, whether in terms of muscle composition or structure. The second core discovered is more like the heart of Proxima Centauri. The reason is simple. The core discovered for the second time can beat like a human heart. The core discovered for the first time has a surface as hard as a rock. Now, the problem is big. Do Proxima Centauri have two hearts with completely different structures? This makes little sense both emotionally and rationally. In order to decipher the function of this unique organ, the three of them had a heated debate. Finally, Lu Yongchang made a direct decision. Get on the chainsaw! In a burst of harsh cutting sounds, the organ as hard as stone was cut in half. Filter? Lu Yongchang couldn't help but said to himself the moment he saw the internal structure of the organ. It does look a bit like layers of filters. Fong Su on the side confirmed Lu Yongchang's question. From this point of view, it should be the blood purification organ of Proxima Centauri. No. It's not that simple. Mao Jingji shook his head repeatedly. He reached out and picked up a pair of tweezers, peeling off the filter-like tissue layer by layer. Inside, there is a lot of flock-like material. How could there be so many impurities in the blood of Proxima Centauri people? Mao Jingji's face was full of doubts. Are you kidding? Lu Yongchang frowned and took out a portion of the flocculent substance and spread it on the table aside. Kind of like dead skin. No. To be precise, it's like skin flakes. He raised his head suddenly and looked at Mao Jingji aside. Did you bring a microscope? Take it and see what it is. Mao Jingji nodded solemnly, reached out to take the sample, and left the dissecting table. Half an hour later, Mao Jingji quickly returned to the autopsy table. The test results are out. Seeing the two people's attention directed towards him, he said in a deep voice, it's all kinds of cell debris. Besides, it's not an ordinary cell. What do you mean? Lu Yongchang was a little confused about Mao Jingji's statement. Mao Jingji made a gesture and turned on the holographic projection. In the projection, the picture in the microscope was clearly displayed. Look! Mao Jingji looked a little excited. Even if the cells are fragmented, we can still identify some of their characteristics. I just asked Zero to do an analysis to compare these cell debris with the cells in various areas we sampled. Guess what's the result? Lu Yongchang. Fong Su. I guess you. Lu Yongchang swallowed the cursed words that were about to blurt out and said with a smile. Academician Mao, I advise you to be careful in your words and actions. As he spoke, he glanced at Fang Su beside him. Fang Su. Mao Xingji. Ahem. Mao Xingji coughed lightly and straightened his expression. At first, Zero didn't find cells similar to it. Until I changed my mind. I asked Zero to conduct a fuzzy comparison. And through some subtle features, I finally found the prototype cell corresponding to it. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly. You said prototype? Under the mask, Mao Xingji's eyes flashed with a strange light. Not bad. Prototype. According to the Zero comparison results, these cell debris come from cells that have undergone structural changes. And the prototypes of these cells come from all over the body of Proxima Centauri. Lu Yongchang took a sharp breath and muttered to himself. Cancer cells? Yes. It's cancer cells. Mao Xingji's voice suddenly became louder. What appeared in my mind at that time were also cancer cells. These cell residues are dead cancer cells in the Proxima Centauri people. And this special organ should be a detoxification and purification device. We all know that there are many detoxification organs in the human body, such as the skin, lymphatic system, lungs, kidneys, liver, etc. Obviously, this organ of Proxima Centauri is different from the human detoxification organ. It is more targeted. It only works on cancer cells. Lu Yongchang stared blankly at the holographic image in front of him. Cancer cells are the products of normal cells that are affected by carcinogens during the process of division and differentiation. In addition to telomere problems, this is also a major reason why human lifespan is short. As humans age, they are exposed to more and more carcinogens, and the probability of canceration during cell division and differentiation also increases. Thus, it has an impact on human lifespan. So, this is the secret of Proxima Centauri's longevity? Mao Xingji nodded and shook his head. It should be part of the reason. Proxima Centauri b is too close to its main star. Even with a thick atmosphere, there is still a huge dose of high-energy rays on the surface. Under the influence of these high-energy rays, the probability of Proxima Centauri cells becoming cancerous increases greatly. And this unique organ is their secret to dealing with high-energy rays. Theoretically, it can only allow Proxima people to live longer within the upper limit of their lifespan. Mao Xingji shrugged. To put it simply, it means getting as close to the upper limit as possible, but not exceeding the upper limit. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang suddenly realized something. So, what is the theoretical upper limit of the lifespan of Proxima Centauri? Mao Xingji's expression froze. Currently we don't have enough equipment, and I can't detect their chromosomes right now. This is a big project, and it may take some time to get results. Chapter 296 Uniquely Blessed. A week later, the long battlefield tidying up work finally came to an end. To Lu Yongchang's expectation, there were quite a lot of good things in the Proxima Centauri central computer, not to mention anything else. The information on the Hall thruster alone is enough to raise the strength of the human fleet to a new level. According to Zero's preliminary estimates, the improved Hall thruster is more efficient, enough to allow the human fleet to reach a maximum sailing speed of 20% of the speed of light outside the star system. This is undoubtedly a huge improvement, especially for human civilization. The Proxima Centauri galaxy, whose main star is about to extinguish, is destined to be just a springboard to replenish supplies. They will eventually go to the next star system that is rich in resources and suitable for habitation. As for goals, the Proxima Centauri civilization found a destination for them. The Ross 154 star system is 8.24 light-years away from Proxima Centauri. The main star Ross 154 has a mass of 17% of the Sun and a radius of about 24% of the Sun. Like Proxima Centauri, it is also a red dwarf star in its teenage stage. According to the exploration of the Proxima Centauri civilization, there are 3 gas giant planets and 4 solid planets in the Ross 154 star system. Although these solid planets are not very similar to the Earth. For current humans, they are already the best choice within 10 light-years. Every time he saw the extremely detailed exploration data in the database, Lu Yongchang thanked the Proxima Centauri civilization from the bottom of his heart. Thanks to them for their centuries of hard work. Otherwise, he would still need to spend a lot of energy to explore suitable star systems. Professor, Academician Mao Xingji wants to see you for something. Zero's voice broke Lu Yongchang's thoughts. Huh? His eyes moved slightly. Has the experiment produced results? Yes. Hearing Zero's response, Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with excitement. He immediately unlocked the electromagnetic absorption device, stood up from the chair, and walked out of the office. Earth, Biological Main Laboratory. Professor, there are results! As soon as the laboratory door opened, Mao Xingji's excited shouts reached Lu Yongchang's ears. Lu Yongchang quickly quickened his pace, walked quickly to Mao Xingji, and cast a doubtful look at him. Seeing Lu Yongchang's curious eyes, Mao Xingji subconsciously wanted to give it a try. But thinking of his experience on Proxima B a few days ago, he quickly killed the wrong thoughts in his heart. Ahem! Mao Xingji cleared his throat and reached out to call up the results of various experiments. Professor, the chromosomes of the Proxima Centauri civilization also have parts similar to telomeres. Not only are the structures similar, but their roles in cell division are also very similar. It also ensures the integrity and stability of the chromosomes. Lu Yongchang was not surprised by this. It can be seen from the genetic data set by the Proxima Centauri civilization that there are many similarities between Proxima Centauri genes and human genes. About 10%. Although it seems like a lot. In fact, this number is actually ridiculously low. You know, the genetic similarity between humans and bananas exceeds 50%. So, what did you find in the telomeres of these Proxima Centauri people? As he asked. He picked up the bag of drinking water on the side and took a sip. The maximum lifespan of Proxima Centauri is about 80 years old. Cough, cough, cough. After hearing this, Lu Yongchang couldn't hold it back and coughed violently. After finally swallowing the remaining water in his mouth, he looked at Mao Xingji next to him in disbelief. You sure? The gap between 80 and 639 is quite big. 639, which is the lifespan of Augustus. Given that he died from a genetic weapon, his ultimate lifespan should be much longer than this number. Even without talking about individual cases, the average lifespan of 500 years far exceeds the answer given by Mao Xingji. Mao Xingji shrugged. At that time, I also suspected that I was wrong. I asked Zero to repeat the verification more than 10 times. But the results are the same. Lu Yongchang's mood calmed down a little. As a scientist, after being briefly surprised, his first reaction was to think about the reasons behind this phenomenon. His mind was racing. After being strengthened by the system day after day, the brain quickly associates a substance. Telomerase? Mao Xingji was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lu Yongchang to grasp the key points so quickly. That's right. He nodded and reached out to open another document. I found a substance in their cells. It has a very similar effect to telomerase. However, this substance is present in every cell of Proxima Centauri. They can synthesize and replenish telomere material that gets worn down during cell division. Speaking of this, Mao Xingji's voice paused slightly, and a 3D simulation animation began to play on the holographic projection in front of him. According to Zero's computational simulations, these Proxima people have almost zero telomere wear within 100 years of age. That is, the rate of telomerase synthesis is extremely close to the rate of telomere wear. During the projection, cells divide again and again, and the telomere-like material behind the chromosome slowly decreases. But telomerase-like enzyme rapidly synthesizes telomere-like material to replenish the worn parts. Such a process will not change until you are 100 years old. Mao Xingji shrugged. There are not many experimental samples, so this is also a rough estimate. This time will vary from person to person. Some may be 110, 120, or even 150 years old, while others may be 80 or 90 years old. This is also the reason for the huge difference in the lifespan of Proxima Centauri people. After a critical point, telomere wear begins to accelerate. The rate of telomerase synthesis remained unchanged. As a result, telomeres start to shorten until they disappear. The 3D animation in the holographic projection then stopped playing. Lu Yongchang's face was filled with exclamation. He took a long breath and sighed in a low voice. Sometimes, I have to marvel at the magic of the universe. Mao Xingji interrupted his sigh. That's not all the magic. Remember that special organ we discovered then? Lu Yongchang was stunned for a moment, then reacted instantly. You mean the organ that specializes in swallowing cancer cells? Mao Xingji nodded, his eyes full of envy. Even with the help of telomere-like and telomerase-like enzymes, these cells will still produce a large number of mutations during the continuous division process. This mutation probability will continue to grow as the number of divisions increases. And that special organ just ended the Proxima Centauri people's troubles. They don't need to worry about their cells becoming cancerous. As he spoke, he smiled bitterly. Compared to Proxima Centauri, humans don't seem to like the creator in this regard. Chapter 297 Gene Fragment. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but fell into silence. When on Earth, Humans regarded themselves as higher animals. Compared with other creatures in nature on Earth, humans seemed to be unique, possessing high intelligence, large numbers, and good at using and making various tools. The convergence of thousands of advantages has allowed mankind to successfully reach the top of the Earth's food chain. As soon as we stepped out of the Earth, humans discovered rudimentary extraterrestrial life on Mars and Titan. Even so, those low-end lives struggling near the lifeline still did not bring much touch to Lu Yongchang and others. After all, the two are not on the same level at all. Until I left the hotbed of the solar system and met the civilization of Proxima Centauri. They are also so-called higher intelligent creatures. Compared with humans, Proxima Centauri seems to have too many innate advantages. High resistance to radiation and long life. Each is a racial trait that is beyond human reach. In contrast, human beings are like an abandoned child, arbitrarily fabricated by the Creator. This is just an ordinary civilization of the same level. Thinking of the level divisions in the technology tree system, Lu Yongchang sighed lightly. I really don't know what unique innate conditions those high-level civilized races have. He shook his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. Can this telomerase-like substance be extracted? Lu Yongchang asked in a low voice. Mao Xingji also recovered from his emotion. He frowned slightly and responded softly. It might be a bit troublesome. There are still too few well-preserved samples of Proxima Centauri. There are probably very few telomerase-like substances that can be extracted. What's more, Mao Xingji paused before continuing. These Proxima Centauri people have been dead for a long time, and their cell activity has completely disappeared. Even if those substances are extracted, they will be useless. Rushly injecting it into Earth's organisms will only trigger a strong rejection reaction. Lu Yongchang clicked his tongue lightly. What a nuisance. The gap between two civilized creatures that are several light years apart is greater than the gap between humans and plants. This greatly increases the difficulty of biological experiments. Unlike Lu Yongchang, Mao Xingji is quite optimistic. He said with a smile. Be content. At least, Proxima Centauri civilization is still a carbon-based organism. If there were all silicon-based life forms, wouldn't we be caught blind? Lu Yongchang was stunned for a moment, laughed loudly and said, That's right. He thought for a moment and said again, Let's start with genes. First find the gene fragment related to the synthesis of this telomerase-like substance. With Zero's help and the previous experience in cracking the Atoka gene, this cracking work did not encounter too many difficulties. In just 1 week, the gene fragments related to telomerase-like substances were revealed to the public. Then comes the real difficulty. After all, this is the gene of extraterrestrial civilization. Even though it has some similarities, it does not follow the laws of human genetic coding. In other words, this gene fragment is not directly available for human use. In the main biological laboratory, Mao Xingji looked at Lu Yongchang helplessly. What should we do now? The entire experiment seemed to have come to a standstill at this moment. Not to mention Lu Yongchang. At least when Mao Xingji saw the strange string of gene fragments, he only felt that one was as big as two. This thing cannot be solved by humans' current biotechnology at all. Lu Yongchang's eyes were also filled with helplessness. He was not a god, so he was naturally confused when faced with this unprecedented situation. Alternatively, he could also try to seek help from the technology tree system. But now, because the photon computer has not been successfully developed, the technology tree system is also stuck at the first-level civilization. This kind of biotechnology is obviously beyond the scope of what a first-level civilization should master. Thinking of this, Lu Yongchang's thoughts paused for a moment. Etc. Human biotechnology is not enough. What about the Proxima Centauri civilization? His breathing was slightly rapid, and he immediately asked, Zero, show all the biotech information found in the central computer of the Proxima Centauri civilization. A huge holographic image instantly appeared in the biological laboratory. Looking at the densely packed entries, he frowned subconsciously. Screen out gene-related biotechnology. 1 second later, an interface that was streamlined several times appeared in front of Lu Yongchang. Lu Yongchang glanced casually. Principles of genetic encoding of Proxima Centauri. Proxima Gene Compilation Project. Looking at the Chinese characters in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang's heart skipped a beat. There is a way, he muttered. As he spoke, he stood up and walked quickly towards the door of the biology laboratory. Mao Xingji! Hey! He quickly untied the electromagnetic absorption device on the chair and quickly followed Lu Yongchang's footsteps. Professor Lu, what are you going to do? If human technology doesn't work, then use Proxima Centauri civilization's methods to solve it. Mao Xingji took a breath and subconsciously slowed down. Yes, there is so much information. Lu Yongchang stopped at the laboratory door. The door slowly opened. He turned around and showed a confident smile towards Mao Xingji. Don't worry. Give me a week. After saying that, he strode out of the laboratory. 0. Organize all the information in chronological order. Lu Yongchang's voice gradually faded away. Mao Xingji stood there blankly. I'm so stupid. He wouldn't want to start learning the biotechnology of Proxima Centauri civilization now. Would he? The office door suddenly opened. Professor? Su Yutong's voice was full of doubts. Didn't you say you went to the biology laboratory? Lu Yongchang quickly walked to his desk, then glanced up. Seeing that it was Su Yutong, he gently twitched the corners of his mouth, revealing an obscure smile. Something came out, he said concisely. Hold the office door for me when you go out. By the way, don't let anyone disturb me if there is nothing important. Su Yutong was stunned. I didn't say I wanted to go out. But at this time, Lu Yongchang had already focused all his attention on the holographic projection in front of him. Seeing Lu Yongchang's focused expression, Su Yutong suddenly stopped mid-sentence. She has seen Lu Yongchang like this countless times, so she naturally knows how to deal with it. She quietly turned around and walked towards the office door. The door opened slowly. She walked out of the office and closed the door quietly. Chapter 298 100,000 Possibilities. A week flies by. Apart from getting the necessary food, Su Yutong never saw the door in front of him open. She gently placed the bag of space food in her hand at the door of the room, stretched out her hand, and knocked lightly on the door. Professor, it's lunchtime. As usual, there was no response. Su Yutong didn't have any surprises, shrugged and prepared to leave. According to her past feeding experience, it is estimated that this food will not be brought in for at least another hour or two. But today's situation seems to be slightly different. As soon as she turned around, she heard the sound of the office door opening behind her. Su Yutong was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously turned to look at the door. I saw Lu Yongchang's haggard face, but his eyes were shining brightly. Teach, Professor? Su Yutong called in a low voice. Perhaps it was Su Yutong's voice that woke up Lu Yongchang, who suddenly stopped moving forward. Yutong. Lu Yongchang glanced in the direction of Su Yutong and said in an extremely hoarse voice, I want to go to the biology laboratory. With that said, he walked towards the door. Be careful, Su Yutong shouted softly. Professor, your lunch. Lu Yongchang's step paused again. He looked down, and this time, he finally saw the lunch placed at the door. Lunch, forget it. Let's eat later. Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with anxiety and excitement. By the way, Ling, is Mao Xingji in the laboratory? Tell him that I have a solution. As he spoke, he tried to bypass the bags of food in front of him. But soon, he stopped his movements again. There is no other reason. He saw Su Yutong's eyes glaring at him. After struggling for a while, Lu Yongchang chose to follow his heart. He silently bent down and picked up the bag of space food. Ahem! I suddenly realized I was a little hungry. A trace of embarrassment flashed across his face, and he quickly put the packaging bag into his pocket. I'll take it to the biology laboratory to eat. Okay. Su Yutong did not speak, but silently moved out of the way. Outside the biology laboratory, Mao Xingji ran towards the laboratory door in a hurry. How can it be? It really took just 1 week to solve it. Are you kidding me? As he hurried on, he whispered something in his mouth. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. At the main entrance of the laboratory, a familiar figure caught his eye. It's just this image. Mao Xingji looked at Lu Yongchang in front of him with a strange expression. Professor, what are you doing? Huh? Lu Yongchang, with messy hair on his head, holding 2 space food bags in his hands and a bag of drinking water in his mouth, raised his head and looked at him in confusion. Seeing Mao Xingji, Lu Yongchang's swallowing movements obviously sped up. Choked, Lu Yongchang's face turned slightly red, and he took a sip of drinking water. Professor, it's not that serious. It's not that serious. Just eat slowly. Mao Xingji walked up to Lu Yongchang with a wry smile, stretched out his hand, and patted his back gently. Call. After Lu Yongchang swallowed the last bit of food in his mouth, he breathed a sigh of relief and murmured to himself. The mission has been completed. Mission? Mao Xingji looked at Lu Yongchang with confusion. Ahem. It's nothing. You came just in time. I can confirm that the technology tree of the Proxima Centauri civilization is absolutely crooked. Their biotechnology far exceeds other disciplines. As Lu Yongchang spoke, He quietly stuffed several bags in his hands into a special trash can nearby. In the biology laboratory, Mao Xingji looked at the holographic projection in front of him silently. In the holographic projection, the familiar human gene sequence is on the left. On the right is the genetic sequence of Proxima Centauri. The genes of Proxima Centauri are very different from our genes. Among them, the biggest obstacle that hinders us is their base pairing principle. As Lu Yongchang spoke, he stretched out his hand to operate the holographic projection. Based on their research data, I found out some basic similarities between the genes on both sides. Interoperability? Mao Xingji was slightly startled. That's right. Lu Yongchang shrugged. For example, like us, they are all creatures that perform aerobic respiration. Through these basic genes, and with the help of the research data of the Proxima Centauri civilization, I found a corresponding rule for the genes on both sides. The telomerase-like synthetic genes can also be transformed accordingly through this corresponding rule. As Lu Yongchang finished speaking, the complex gene in the holographic projection changed slightly. Rotate, scatter, regroup. After a series of corresponding changes, a brand new genetic sequence appeared in front of him, different from the original. This genetic sequence has a shape that Mao Xingji is extremely familiar with. But, before Mao Xingji could be happy, Lu Yongchang's voice sounded again. Because the genetic structure of Proxima Centauri is somewhat different from ours, many possibilities arise. At that time, we may have to make some attempts. Mao Xingji breathed a sigh of relief. Isn't it just luck and trial and error? What's the point? By the way, what are the possibilities? Probably more than 100,000 species. As soon as the words fell, the holographic projection instantly enlarged, and more than 100,000 gene sequences were all displayed in front of Mao Xingji's eyes. Mao Xingji, you call this some experimentation? He swallowed slightly. I think this task may be 100 million points difficult. Complaints are complaints. At this point in the experiment, there were millions of possibilities, and they had to bite the bullet and try their luck. As for experimental methods, it's actually really easy. Just insert these base pairs into the E. coli gene. Then, it is to see whether the E. coli can survive. Only E. coli that can survive normally can enter the next screening process. Watch to see if the inserted base pairs are functioning properly, synthesizing that special telomerase-like enzyme. The idea is good, but the reality is cruel. More than 2 months have passed. They had only completed the first step of the experiment. This was also done with the help of Zero. However, there is good news. At least, the choices they faced have shrunk by 99%. There were originally more than 100,000 possibilities, but now only more than 1,000 are left. Lu Yongchang and Mao Xingji didn't have time to take a breath, so they started the second step of the experiment. Over time, one sample after another was eliminated. In the end, what was left in front of them was the only possibility. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Let's start the inspection." Mao Xingji took out the sample with slightly trembling hands and prepared to start the inspection work. This is the last sample. Failure means that more than 2 months of their time have been wasted. Chapter 299 Immortality Enzyme. The entire inspection procedure seemed to be engraved in their minds. After Mao Xingji completed all the operations smoothly, he stood aside with an anxious expression, waiting for the test results. It was quiet in the laboratory. Even Lu Yongchang was looking at the holographic image in front of him with a troubled expression. Time passed slowly minute by minute. The projection interface suddenly changed. Telomerase-like detected. Good! Mao Xingji whispered softly. We finally succeeded! Lu Yongchang also breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to wipe the sweat on his forehead. Unlike the telomerase-like substances in the human body of Proxima Centauri, the telomerase-like substances synthesized by E. coli are pure terrestrial life substances. Although the two have the same function, their structures and components are very different. In order to distinguish it, let's call it longevity enzyme from now on. Lu Yongchang looked at the sample in front of him, his face full of expectation. Next, as long as it is verified that this enzyme can play a role in living organisms, humans can make a breakthrough. The lifespan of the race has reached its limit. Mao Xingji was stunned. How are you going to solve the problem of cell cancer? Lu Yongchang chuckled. Although we don't have the magical organs like Proxima Centauri, don't forget, we have medical cabins and nanorobots. At that time, as long as the medical cabin and nanorobots are used for regular body examinations, we can naturally kill cancer from the root just like the people in Proxima Centauri. Mao Xingji suddenly realized it, tapped his head lightly with his hand, and laughed at himself softly. Look at my brain. I was really stupid in doing the experiment. And I forgot such an important technology. Lu Yongchang didn't pay much attention. Blind spots in thinking are common to everyone. The next step is biological testing. Upon hearing this, Mao Xingji's expression suddenly became a little stiff. Professor, have you forgotten something very important? We currently don't have organisms to experiment with. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang was stunned. Soon, he reacted. When leaving Mars, all organisms except humans will exist in the form of reproductive cells or genetic samples. Not only does this save space, it also saves you a ton of hassle. For example, huge overloads during acceleration and deceleration. Necessary supplies to maintain their lives. Although they have a large number of germ cells of mice, they can reproduce them in this universe with the help of test tube baby technology. But that takes a lot of time. At least, with the remaining lifespan of the congressman. He cannot wait for the results of this test to come out. Lu Yongchang's face suddenly turned ugly. Professor? Mao Xingji asked in a low voice. How about I start thawing the gene pool of the mice now? Lu Yongchang thought for a moment and nodded slowly. The zero-gravity environment in space will have some impact on the growth and development of mice. Send a few Zun-2 to the surface of Proxima Centauri B for cultivation. Mao Xingji responded, turned around and left in a hurry. Lu Yongchang looked at Mao Xingji's back and murmured in a low voice. I hope the chairman of the parliament can hold on for a while longer. Earth calendar year 2148. Just as the first batch of mice were about to come out of the cage, a piece of bad news came. Professor, the chairman's physical condition is deteriorating rapidly. A holographic projection suddenly opened in front of Lu Yongchang. Zero's avatar took shape instantly. He quickly reported, 5 minutes ago, the chairman of the congressman was sent to the medical cabin, and the rescue is currently in progress. Lu Yongchang's expression changed drastically. He quickly unlatched the magnetic device on the chair, stood up, and walked towards the office door. How many people know about this? Zero responded quickly. At present, only you and Mr. Hong Chiming know. Well done. Lu Yongchang walked out of the door and walked directly towards the room of the council chairman. Block the news and never let others know the status of the council chairman. Receive. Lu Yongchang suppressed the anxiety and uneasiness in his heart and quickened his pace again. Why can't I hold on at this critical moment? Although Lu Yongchang is only responsible for managing the Academy of Sciences, as the chief scientist, he also knows a thing or two about what is happening in the parliament. The Proxima Centauri civilization has been completely eliminated. Under Zero's control, ground bases and various mining devices are being constructed simultaneously. As the construction progress of these infrastructures continues to advance, Lu Yongchang also ordered the launch of the thawing plan. Those who were in hibernation, people from all walks of life began to wake up in batches. Correspondingly, all members of the parliament also walked out of the hibernation cabin. In the months since Lu Yongchang addressed the issue of lifespan caps, there has been turmoil within parliament. Although these congressmen don't know how long the congressman's long life will be, they can see with their naked eyes the declining physical condition of the congressman, especially when the Speaker of Parliament keeps handing over his work to Hong Chiming. Lu Yongchang believed that once the news about the president's accident was known to these members, the entire parliament would be shaken. The rear is unstable, and the front is tight. Something wrong with the parliament will inevitably affect the development plan formulated by Lu Yongchang. The current human civilization is not like before. In the solar system, solar crises continue to stimulate human beings' fragile nerves. When they first enter the Proxima Centauri galaxy, the war with the Proxima Centauri civilization is like a sword of Damocles hanging over human heads. The current human civilization, at least within a few decades, will not face too many worries. Even if Proxima Centauri goes out, the resources in the star system will be enough to spend a stable time. But Lu Yongchang knows that even so, human civilization is still like an acrobat walking on a tightrope. Once you take half a step wrong, the fate of the Proxima Centauri civilization will serve as a lesson to others. The reason is simple. According to Zero's calculations, the resources in the Proxima Centauri system only allow humans to spend 100 to 150 years of stable development. Once too many resources are consumed here, humans will become frogs in warm water unable to escape from this star system at all. Yongchang! A familiar and urgent shout interrupted his thoughts. Lu Yongchang suddenly stopped, raised his head, and looked forward. It's Mr. Hong Chiming. He had not seen him for a long time, and his face was full of anxiety. Perhaps because of the excessive pressure during this period, Hong Chiming developed several huge blisters on his mouth, and dots of white hair appeared on his head. Congressman Hong! Lu Yongchang quickly approached, looked around and then asked in a low voice, "How is the situation of the council chairman?" Hong Qiming sighed forcefully and shook his head helplessly. "Very pessimistic. Even if I can survive this time, I guess there won't be much time left." Lu Yongchang's heart sank and he asked again, "What about the work in the parliament?" "You?" Hong Qiming sighed again. "It's still a little bit worse. The election conference for the second term of the speaker will begin in 1 month." Chapter 300 I Refuse. Hearing Hong Qiming's words, Lu Yongchang sighed slightly. It's so embarrassing to be stuck at this point in time. If the mice can be released from the cage in advance, or the election meeting can be held in advance. But there are no ifs in the world. Time can only flow forward, never backward. "Yongchang, is there anything you can do?" Hong Qiming hesitated for a while and asked in a low voice. "You should know that Albert has been coveting this position for a long time. If something happens to the chairman of the council, I guess it will be on the council side." Lu Yongchang frowned and reached out to gently rub his eyebrows. "There is a way. During this period, Mao Xingji and I have been studying technology in this area." Hong Qiming's eyes suddenly lit up, and his breathing became faster. "Technology for longevity? How long can your life be extended?" Looking at Hong Qiming's expectant eyes, Lu Yongchang smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Failed?" Hong Qiming's face darkened. "To be precise, I don't know." Lu Yongchang sighed again. "I won't go into details about the process. In short, we inserted part of the Proxima Centauri gene into E. coli. And these E. coli can secrete a special protein we call longevity enzyme, which can repair the lost telomere material of the chromosome. This will allow humans to break through the original lifespan limit." Hong Qiming. His eyes were full of confusion, and he said awkwardly, Can you put it more simply? Theoretically, we have succeeded." Lu Yongchang shrugged. "According to preliminary calculations, the longest human lifespan will be extended to 600 to 800 years. Hack? Hong Qiming trembled and exclaimed in a low voice. "So long?" In his expectation, increasing the maximum lifespan by 50 years was already the limit. But he never expected that Lu Yongchang's scientific research results would actually increase the maximum lifespan of human beings to a terrifying level. While being astonished, Hong Qiming's eyes flashed with joy. "Then, wouldn't the chairman of the assembly be saved?" Lu Yongchang shook his head again. "It's not that simple." Lu Yongchang looked directly into Hong Qiming's confused eyes and explained. "Currently, we have not conducted any animal experiments, and all data only exist in theory." Hong Qiming's expression instantly dimmed a bit. He knew what it meant. Without the support of experiments, all this would be like a mirror. And no one knows whether this so-called longevity enzyme can play a corresponding role. "Professor, Counselor Hong, the chairman has woken up." Zero's avatar appeared next to the two of them and said softly. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang looked solemn, winked at Hong Qiming, and walked towards the room of the chairman of the council. Hong Qiming was not a fool and immediately understood what Lu Yongchang meant. He slowed down a bit and followed Lu Yongchang into the room. Inside the room, the door of a 2-meter-long medical cabin slowly opened. The white-haired congressman huddled up in the huge medical cabin. Perhaps because of his posture, the congressman's long body looked particularly thin. Lu Yongchang glanced at the various data displayed on the holographic projection, and his heart became a little heavier again. It's almost time to wake up. But he is probably on his deathbed. Not to mention the election meeting in a month. It's hard to hold on even for a week. Cough. A faint cough came from the medical cabin. "Senior counselor, how are you feeling?" Hong Qiming quickly stepped forward, squatted in front of the medical cabin, gently held the congressman's withered and thin right hand with bulging veins, and asked in a low voice. The congressman's eyelids trembled slightly when he heard the voice, and he opened them with difficulty. His cloudy eyes glanced at Hong Qiming beside him. Perhaps because he had just woken up, the chairman's movement seemed particularly slow. He didn't even notice Lu Yongchang standing a few steps away. After a pause, the old man nodded slightly. "Qiming, I'm fine. Help me out. I still have some work to give you." Seeing the old man's frail appearance, Lu Yongchang's eyes showed a bit of unbearability. "President," he shouted in a low voice. The old man paused slightly. Then, he turned his head and looked in the direction of Lu Yongchang. Seeing Lu Yongchang, the old man's eyes lit up slightly, but soon dimmed again. "Yongchang, why are you here? It's a joke for you. It seems like my body won't survive until the end." The old man smiled bitterly and laughed at himself. "I guess I will leave you with another mess." Lu Yongchang opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the trembling movements of the chairman of the council. No need to comfort me. I know my own body well. Hong Qiming is a good candidate, but he currently lacks ability. I'm afraid he won't be able to suppress those old foxes after I die. When the time comes, I hope you can help him then. After speaking, the old man looked at Lu Yongchang expectantly. Lu Yongchang pursed his lips hard. At this moment, he made a choice in his heart. He shook his head slowly. Sir, I refuse. I'm not very good at parliamentary stuff. It's up to you to teach Congressman Hong yourself. The old man sat blankly in the medical cabin, staring blankly at Lu Yongchang. Obviously, he did not expect Lu Yongchang to reject his request. Without giving the old man a chance to speak again, he reached out and dragged the holographic projection on the side, adjusting its position. Senior Counselor, now, let me introduce to you the latest research results of the Academy of Sciences. Eternal Life Enzyme. 10 minutes later, the old man was sitting in the medical cabin, looking at Lu Yongchang with a slightly rapid breathing. What you said is true. Lu Yongchang nodded solemnly. Absolutely true. Although it cannot extend your lifespan to over 600 years, I believe that as long as the experiment is successful, you can at least witness the birth of the second parliamentary president with your own eyes. A flash of flush flashed across the old man's yellow cheeks. The dry hands that were supported on the medical bay wall were shaking slightly. Okay. The old man sighed repeatedly. He took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and quickly opened them again. Yongchang, let's start the experiment. At this moment, the old man's eyes were extremely firm. President, are you sure? Lu Yongchang gently licked his dry lips and said in a slightly hoarse voice. Currently, the longevity enzyme has not undergone any biological tests, so I cannot judge. Okay. The old man raised his hand and interrupted Lu Yongchang. I have already thought about it, whether it's for the stability of the People's Federation or the future of mankind. If my old bones can still contribute the last bit of light, I will die without regrets. Chapter 301. You can eat randomly, but you can't talk nonsense. 1 month later. Earth, a conference room. A group of parliament members sat quietly on both sides of the conference table, as if waiting for something. Congressman Hong. Albert's voice suddenly sounded, breaking the silence of the conference room. Why hasn't the speaker come yet? Hong Qiming sat in his seat with his eyes and nose in mind, facing Albert's inquiry. The expression on his face did not change at all. The time for the election meeting hasn't come yet. The chairman may have his own affairs. The conference room fell into silence again. A few minutes later, Albert let out a long breath, stood up from his chair, and said in plain Chinese, Member Hong, the time is almost up. Can the speaker still come? Hong Qiming slowly closed his eyes to cover up his inner anxiety. Why do you ask? He tried his best to maintain his original expression and asked in a calm tone. Albert didn't speak, just stared at Hong Qiming's face, trying to read some information from the expression on his face. Obviously, he failed. Albert kicked away his chair with some irritation. Congressman Abbott, pay attention to order. This is Parliament, not your office. Hong Qiming raised his eyebrows, opened his eyes suddenly, and stared at Albert in front of him. Albert made a move. Congressman Hong, I remember. We should be on the same level. Right. Did you appoint yourself as the second-term parliamentarian so quickly? Facing Abbott's difficulties, Hong Qiming's expression became increasingly calm. Congressman Abbott, please be careful with your words. I'm just kindly reminding you, so that when the council leader comes, everyone will not make a fuss. Albert's expression froze. He turned his head and looked at the seat directly in front of him with a gloomy expression. Chairman, ever since the People's League was established, this old man has been weighing heavily on his head. No, to be precise, it was before the People's League was established. Thinking of this, a look of irritation flashed in Albert's eyes. The conference room returned to calm again. A trace of worry flashed in Hong Qiming's eyes. In his mind, the memory of yesterday resurfaced again. Yesterday, office of the speaker. In the huge medical cabin, the congressman's eyes were slightly closed. At this time, he was in a deep sleep state. This can ensure the body function of the MP as much as possible under the premise that the cells and longevity enzymes are functioning normally. Thin tubes are connected to the congressman's long blood vessels. Inside the conduit are countless silver-white nanorobots. These nanorobots are working tirelessly inside the council chairman's body. This scene has been going on for a whole month. Professor, will the speaker wake up tomorrow? Hong Qiming's eyes were full of worry. and he asked Lu Yongchang beside him in a low voice. Lu Yongchang looked at the various indicators displayed in the medical cabin, hesitated for a moment, and slowly shook his head. I have no idea. You also know that the council chairman's health has reached the point where he is exhausted. The longevity enzyme can't work just by injecting it. At the very least, it takes a while for telomere material to be synthesized and repaired. What's more, we also need to use nanorobots to clean up various impurities in the body of the congressman. Hong Qiming sighed slightly. But tomorrow is the election meeting. Inside Lu Yongchang's office. Senior counselor, are you really not going to go over yet? Lu Yongchang looked at the old man sitting on the chair in front of him with his eyes closed, and asked in a low voice. Compared with a month ago, the old man's spirit was obviously much better. The old man glanced at the picture in the holographic image and responded in a low voice. It's not the time yet. This is a rare training opportunity. Lu Yongchang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yes, the emperor is not in a hurry, and the eunuch is. He might as well continue watching the show honestly. Albert glanced at the hologram. Just the right time. Member Hong, the time for the election meeting has come. Albert looked at Hong Qiming gloomily. Why hasn't the chairman come yet? Hong Qiming took a deep breath. A bad feeling flashed through his mind. Won't? Failed? He turned to look at the holographic projection. The beating rhythm of the second hand seemed to affect his heart. Member Hong Qiming. Albert, who didn't get any response, stood up from his chair again. I haven't seen the Speaker of Parliament for more than a month. According to the information I know, it seems that you have been doing the work of the Speaker of Parliament for the past month. I have reason to doubt the chairman's physical condition. As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar in the conference room. Most of the MPs widened their eyes. A series of eyes mixed with uneasiness and surprise were cast at Hong Qiming. Some of the congressmen did not show surprise at the news. Obviously, they had more or less guessed the corresponding situation through their own channels. Facing the gazes of the congressman, Hong Qiming still sat firmly on his chair. Congressman Albert, since your information is so well informed, why not tell everyone here what the chairman has been doing in the past month? Albert's expression changed slightly. God General, he really didn't know what the chairman had been doing this month. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Hong Qiming's mouth. He believed in Zero's abilities. On Earth, no one could ever cross the limit of Zero. Congressman Albert, there is an old saying in the Xia Kingdom. You can eat food indiscriminately, but you can't talk indiscriminately. I wonder if you've heard of it. Hong Qiming slowly stood up and glanced around. Everyone, wait a little longer. I believe that the speaker is just delayed by something. Inside Lu Yongchang's office, the chairman looked at the picture in the holographic projection with a slight smile on his lips. He nodded with satisfaction and slowly stood up from the chair. Now! It's time. Time passed by minute. Just when Albert was about to stand up again and say something, the door to the conference room quietly opened. A hale and hearty old man stood quietly in front of everyone with a faint smile on his lips. President! Hong Qiming is ecstatic. He subconsciously wanted to stand up, but was sucked by the electromagnetic absorption device. He hurriedly unlocked the electromagnetic absorption device, then stood up and walked in the direction of the congressman. As for Albert and some MPs, the moment he saw the old man, his face was gloomy. His head was lowered, and he kept muttering the word, impossible, in his mouth. Facing the congressman's gaze, the old man chuckled. How? You won't allow me, an old man, to be late even once? As he said that, his expression turned solemn. I declare that the election meeting for the second president of the House of Representatives will begin now. I propose that Councillor Hong Qiming serve as the second chairman of the council. Who is in favor and who is against? Chapter 302 The Remaining Power. The moment the congressman finished speaking, Albert subconsciously held his breath. This sentence instantly brought back his somewhat painful memories. I think back that year, at the United Nations meeting. This old man also said the same words. Congressman Abbott? The old man's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Albert's body trembled suddenly. He subconsciously unlocked the electromagnetic absorption device on the chair, stood up quickly, and looked behind him. I saw a somewhat meaningful smile on the chairman's face, staring straight at him. Do you have any opinions? Albert's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he swallowed hard. He was eager to offer his opinion. For example, vote for yourself. But he hesitated when he thought of the resolute measures adopted by the speaker after the establishment of the People's League. Congressman Abbott? The smile on the old man's face gradually disappeared, and his voice rose an octave higher. No, I have no objection. Albert shook his head slowly, with a bit of bitterness on his face. The speaker took a deep look at Albert again. I hope you didn't. Albert lowered his head and avoided the congressman's eyes. Okay. Sit down. Seeing Albert's appearance, the chairman said nothing. He reached out and patted his shoulder gently and whispered, Do your job with peace of mind. Under the auspices of the chairman of the parliament, the election meeting ended quickly. There is no suspense. Hong Chi-ming was unanimously elected as the second chairman of the assembly. Chairman. No. The old chairman gave up his seat and sat in Hong Chi-ming's original seat. Perhaps because he had settled a matter on his mind. The old congressman looked at Senator Albert sitting opposite him with a smile. Albert, now we are on equal terms. Albert. Old counselor. What are you talking about? Albert looked at the smiling face of the old man in front of him and said with a frustrated look, In my heart, you will always be the chairman of the parliament. The old man said nothing and smiled noncommittally. Then, he turned his attention to Hong Chi-ming, who was sitting in the front seat. Chairman Hong, I propose to increase the term of office to 100 years. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar in the conference room. 100 years? Senior counselor, is there something wrong with this? The old council president has a 100-year term. What is the difference between this and the hereditary replacement system? Seeing countless members questioning and asking him, the old member's mouth showed a faint smile. Before he could speak, Hong Chi-ming, who was sitting in the front seat, coughed lightly. Everyone, be quiet. After attracting the attention of others, he reached out and flipped a switch on the conference table. A holographic image appeared directly above the conference table. In the image, there is a silver-white medical cabin. It can be seen from the surrounding layout and facilities that this medical cabin is placed in the old parliament chairman's office. Now, I would like to introduce you to a new technology. The latest research results of the Academy of Sciences longevity enzyme. To sum up, in the future, the limit of human lifespan will be increased to more than 600 years. In comparison, a 100-year term is not that long. There was silence in the conference room. After a brief silence, extremely noisy discussion suddenly started. Albert's eyes were reddish, and he looked at the holographic image in front of him with heavy breathing, and asked in a low voice, Old Senator, is this true? The old council leader chuckled and pointed at himself. Can't you tell if it's true? Albert's breathing became a little heavier again. At this moment, he understood everything. No wonder I haven't been able to see the chairman for a whole month. No wonder the chairman's physical condition has improved visibly. Longevity has been a pursuit of mankind since ancient times. Albert, who is entering his old age, is naturally not immune to the customs. Chairman Hong, when can this technology begin to be promoted? Albert couldn't hold his breath and quickly turned to ask Hong Chi-ming. He is not young either. Albert could clearly feel that his body functions were declining. Faced with Albert's purposeful question, Hong Chi-ming shrugged. At present, the specific launch time is unknown. How could this happen? After Albert was stunned for a few seconds, a flash of anger suddenly appeared on his face. Is this the privilege of the old parliamentarian? This is differential treatment. I protest. As Albert's voice rang out, several elderly congressmen responded. The old parliamentarian did not speak, and even looked at this scene with interest. He wanted to see how Hong Chi-ming would resolve this incident. In the face of the protests from the congressmen, Hong Chi-ming looked calm and said calmly, This is not my decision. You can go protest to Professor Liu. The originally noisy conference room suddenly became quiet. Albert's face looked a little ugly. Protest to Liu Yongchang? What a joke. The Academy of Sciences and the Parliament are in an equal relationship. At certain times, the Parliament even has to obey the arrangements of the Academy of Sciences. How could he protest? Hong Chi-ming slowed down his tone slightly. Currently, this technology is still in the biological experimental stage, and it is used by the chairman of Parliament for various considerations. As he spoke, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Of course, if someone is willing to be the second volunteer, I believe Professor Liu will not object. Albert lowered his eyes and avoided Hong Chi-ming's gaze. Hong Chi-ming glanced around calmly. Seeing that no one raised any objections, he spoke again. In that case, let's start voting on the old council leader's proposal. First of all, I agree with this proposal. After the words fell, a green light lit up in the holographic projection directly above the conference table. I agree. Agree. Seconded. In just 1 minute, more than half of the holographic projections turned on green lights. Seeing this scene, the smile on the old congressman's lips grew stronger. At this point, He has accomplished all his goals. At the end of the meeting, the old council chairman and Hong Chiming returned to Lu Yongchang's office again. The old parliamentarian sat on the chair in front of Lu Yongchang's desk and looked at Lu Yongchang solemnly. Yongchang, tell me honestly, approximately how long do I have to live? Lu Yongchang gave a bitter smile, shook his head helplessly, sighed softly, and gave the answer. Based on the inspection report, it probably has about 10 years of life left. Your body is too strained. Even with the help of longevity enzymes, it can only make the cells in your body divide 4 to 5 more times. The sooner the longevity enzyme is applied to extend the lifespan, the better the effect will be. For older people, it can only have a very slight effect. Chapter 303, The Sequelae of Zero Gravity. Lu Yongchang's answer caused the two of them to fall into silence. 10 years. The old man's eyes showed some emotion. That's enough. He chuckled and reached out to pat Hong Chiming beside him. Chiming, you have to hurry up. I can only help you for 10 years. Hong Chiming's eyes were slightly red, and he nodded vigorously. Seeing this, the smile on the old man's face grew stronger. Look at you two. How sad you are. Don't I still have 10 years left? Lu Yongchang struggled to move the corners of his mouth, revealing an ugly smile. By the way, I'm going to rest for a while, the old man said lightly. Hong Chiming was stunned and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, you should have a good rest. The old man looked directly at Hong Chiming with flat eyes. I mean, I am ready to withdraw from the parliament. This. Why? Hong Chiming exclaimed. Didn't you just say you wanted to help me? The old man smiled lightly and shook his head. Chiming, if I am here, what use will you have? Hong Chiming was silent. The words are rough, and the reasoning is not rough. As long as the old council member sits on the chair of the parliament, including Hong Chiming, he will subconsciously ask for his opinion. The old man continued in a calm tone. If something happens, it's not too late to call me. Lu Yongchang on the side did not speak. It's not his place to get involved in this kind of thing. By the way, Yongchang, is there any place suitable for retirement? The old man changed the subject and asked Lu Yongchang with a smile. I will have a good time next. Lu Yongchang couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Retired life? This is really difficult to handle. In his opinion, the observatory of Earth is the place with the best scenery. But he can't let the old man enjoy his old age there. Right? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Senior Counselor, do you want to go to Proxima B? Just in time. The surface infrastructure construction has come to an end. 2 weeks later, the old parliamentarian took the newly opened flight and set off. In order to provide a comfortable environment for the elderly, Lu Yongchang specially asked Zero to perform appropriate renovation work on some areas of Proxima Centauri B, although this will affect the construction progress of some projects. But in Lu Yongchang's view, the veteran council chairman's contributions to mankind fully deserve such treatment. Lu Yongchang stood by the porthole, watching Zund number 2 gradually go away, with a hint of emotion in his eyes. Okay. Dot! It's time for us to get to work. Zero, inform Moziyang and let them get ready. Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed. Tomorrow, we will set off for Proxima Centauri B. Start the photonic computer research and development project. Early the next morning, Lu Yongchang dressed up and came to the number 1 port of Earth. The 5 Zund number 2 ships quietly stopped in place. Scientific researchers have been waiting for a long time. Academician Moziyang, Lu Yongchang greeted loudly. Moziyang, who was originally waiting in front of Zund number 2 with nothing to do, brightened up after hearing Lu Yongchang's voice and quickly raised his head to look at him. Professor Lu. Moziyang came up quickly and said, You're finally here. Lu Yongchang chuckled. Are you anxious? Moziyang smiled bitterly and nodded. It's more than just a matter of urgency. You don't know how I have lived these past few months. The scientific researchers under me come to me every now and then to ask when I can start the research and development of photonic computers. I really am. As he spoke, he shook his head and sighed. Lu Yongchang laughed and patted Moziyang on the shoulder. There's nothing we can do about it. The research and development of photonic computers cannot be done on Earth. We can only wait until the surface laboratory is completed before work can begin. Okay. No more nonsense. Let's board the ship. As he spoke, he walked quickly towards Zund number 2 in front of him. Today, we are going to see the alien scenery. Proxima B. On a plain filled with purple-black disc-shaped plants, there stood a building that was incompatible with the surrounding environment. The building is rectangular in shape and is silver-white in color. This is the photonic computer laboratory that was just completed. The 5 Zun-2s drew a graceful arc in the air and slowly landed on the apron. The hatch opens. Scientific researchers wearing spacesuits walked out one after another. From a distance, the walking postures of these researchers seem a bit strange. The camera zooms in. The feeling of strangeness became more and more intense. The steps of every scientific researcher are particularly heavy. It was as if a huge stone was pressing down on him. Professor. Mo Ziyang's tired voice came from the radio channel. Being in space all the time, I really can't adapt to life on the surface of a planet. Lu Yongchang strenuously stepped forward. Yes. Not to mention, the gravity of Proxima b is 10% greater than that of the Earth. If it weren't for daily exercise, we probably wouldn't be able to walk now. This is the sequelae of living in a zero-gravity environment for a long time. Inevitable. Even exercising every day can only reduce its effects. Osteoporosis, muscle atrophy. These are considered minor impacts. If humans grow up in a zero-gravity environment from an early age, they will even lose their sense of direction and gravity perception, although short-term loss can be restored by acquired means. But if things go on like this for a long time, and the sensor organs degenerate, then the problem will become big. It is also true that since leaving the Earth, humans have stopped all reproductive behaviors. On the one hand, it is to save resources, and on the other hand, it is also to prevent this degradation phenomenon. Thinking of this, Lu Yongchang murmured in a low voice. It seems that the next batch of starships need to create a batch of gravity-simulating devices. For current humans, it is not difficult to manufacture devices that simulate gravity. A large, rotating wheel-shaped structure would provide so-called artificial gravity. Unlike the gravity produced by the planet, this artificial gravity is essentially centrifugal force. By adjusting the angular velocity and the radius of the wheel-shaped structure, it can easily simulate artificial gravity equal to the Earth's surface. Living a quantitative gravity environment every day can greatly reduce the occurrence of the above-mentioned sequelae. But there are only two ways to completely solve this problem. 1. Find a planet similar to Earth to live on. 2. Create true artificial gravity. Of the two, Lu Yongchang took the lead in eliminating the second option. Among the 4 fundamental forces, gravity has always been the most mysterious. At least, for now, he didn't see any hope of solving it. Professor, we are here. Mo Ziyang's voice interrupted his meditation. Lu Yongchang raised his head. The door to the laboratory in front of you has been opened. Chapter 304 Semi-Transparent Body. On the other side, on the surface of Proxima b, is a closed sanatorium. When he first arrived on the ground, Proxima b's strong gravity almost crushed the old senator. Living in a long-term zero-gravity environment is the most unfriendly to the elderly. After a day-long adaptation period, the old congressman regained some mobility. Of course, most of the time I still rely on an electric wheelchair and a few robotic arms to move around. Although he has some mobility difficulties, the veteran chairman does not dislike his current life. In the closed sanatorium, he basked in the weak sunlight from Proxima Centauri through the glass curtain wall, feeling the gravity pulling him to the ground. It was as if he had regained his feeling on Earth. Outside the glass curtain wall, there are some small shrub-like plants with purple-black leaves. He even occasionally saw some strange insects crawling around the glass curtain wall. These little alien creatures seem to be curious about this strange building. In the distance, there are several tall electromagnetic guns standing. That's the protective equipment responsible for guarding the nursing home. Zero's holographic image stood beside the curtain wall, silently watching the old man, waiting for his next order. The old parliamentarian sat in a wheelchair, slightly squinting his eyes and looking at the sky. In the orange sky, 5 long flight tracks appeared. There was some understanding in his eyes. It appears that the surface laboratory has been completed. Presumably, Professor Lu will be busy again? He slowly closed his eyes, feeling a little warmth from Proxima Centauri, and sighed silently in his heart. Hope everything is fine. Hope that human civilization will always prosper. The next day, Photonic Computer Laboratory. After a night's rest, most researchers have adapted to the gravity environment of Proxima Centauri b. Although some strenuous physical exercise cannot be performed, normal activities are no longer hindered. Then, the Photonic Computer Research and Development Project was officially launched. In the laboratory, several researchers stood in front of a huge holographic projection. Professor, the new material has been successfully synthesized. The information on Proxima Centauri civilization is correct. A voice full of surprise sounded in the quiet laboratory. Lu Yongchang's expression moved slightly, and he immediately opened his legs and rushed in the direction of the sound. Mo Ziyang on the side immediately followed Lu Yongcheng's footsteps after being stunned for half a second. Did the property test pass? As he walked, he asked his own question. Not yet. The researcher shook his head. Lu Yongcheng did not continue to ask, but quickened his pace a little. The experimental bench is not far away. On the Earth, Lu Yongcheng believed that he could reach his destination within 10 seconds. But now, more than 20 seconds later, he successfully dragged his heavy body to the experimental table. A piece of black material lay quietly on the experimental table. The object is rectangular. Yongcheng! Mo Ziyang, who was following him, panted heavily and came to the experimental table. He glanced at the inconspicuous rectangular substance on the experimental table, with a bit of doubt in his eyes. Is this the key material for photonic computers? Lu Yongcheng stared at the black square in front of him and nodded silently. Good. In the data, this new material has a magical property. In the Proxima civilization, this material was called Stri. I prefer to call it a semi-permeable body. As for the reason, it is very similar to the properties of semiconductors. It's just that the object of action is not electrons, but photons. Mo Ziyang looked at Lu Yongcheng with a puzzled face. Lu Yongcheng has been carrying out the work of deciphering and interpreting the Proxima Centauri civilization data. That's why at present, he is the only one in the laboratory who knows the properties of this so-called semi-permeable body. The corners of Lu Yongcheng's mouth gradually rose. A mysterious smile appeared on his face. Here! Hold it up to the light! As he spoke, Lu Yongcheng reached for the black rectangular cube on the experimental table and handed it to Mo Ziyang. Mo Ziyang hesitated for a moment, then carefully reached out and took the cuboid. Then, he raised it above his head and looked at the light on the ceiling. Total darkness. In his sight, this cuboid was like a small black hole, not allowing any light to pass through it. This? Mo Ziyang turned his head and cast doubtful eyes on Lu Yongcheng. Lu Yongcheng leaned over and glanced at the black cuboid from Mo Ziyang's angle. Look the other way! The smile on his lips became more obvious, and he said softly. Mo Ziyang, although he was full of doubts, he still followed Lu Yongcheng's statement and turned the black cuboid in his hand in one direction. This time, when he looked up at this so-called black cuboid, a magical phenomenon happened. The light shined through the black rectangular cube and onto Mo Ziyang's face. Perhaps because of the low light transmittance, the originally bright light looked a little dim in Mo Ziyang's eyes. This. He narrowed his eyes slightly and adjusted the direction of the cuboid back and forth against the light. After several tests, he swallowed hard and looked at the smiling Lu Yongcheng next to him in disbelief. Is this a one-way light transmitting body? Lu Yongcheng nodded with satisfaction. Remember what I just said? It has similar properties to semiconductors. The rectification effect of semiconductors is also reflected in it. We all know that the conductivity of a semiconductor is related to the direction of the applied electric field. If a forward voltage is applied to both ends of it, the current can pass smoothly. But if a reverse voltage is applied, it is non-conductive. This semi-transparent material is similar to it, except that the voltage becomes light pressure and the electrons are replaced by photons. Mo Ziyang's breathing gradually became faster. This is the perfect electronic switch. With this feature alone, we can easily solve the logic gate problem of photonic computers. Lu Yongcheng corrected softly. To be precise, it's a photon switch. Logic gates, in the simplest terms, are 0 and 1. In electronic computers, the rectification effect of semiconductors can be used to make electronic switches, which can be used to count zeros and ones. This is also the basis of electronic computers and binary systems. With 0 and 1, there is a series of logical operations. The technology is very basic, but for photonic computers, it is the biggest problem. As early as 100 years ago, humans began to research this technology. Of course, some solutions have been found. For example, a surface wave excitation source is processed on the surface of a gold film, and grooves are used to control the path of light, using the different phase differences formed by the convergence of light emitted by multiple light sources, and passing through different path lengths. A series of logic gates are obtained. At the time, the experimental results were outstanding. Compared with circuit logic, the logic operations of optical logic gates are so fast. Chapter 305 Ion Implanter. Mo Ziyang ignored Lu Yongcheng's correction. At this time, his hands and feet were trembling slightly with excitement. The originally troublesome problem was solved at this moment. Such an incredibly silky smooth feeling. Mo Ziyang believes that there is no more addictive feeling in the world than this. His hands trembled slightly, and he carefully placed the black rectangular object in his hands on the experimental table, fearing that it would be damaged by his rough movements. Lu Yongchang, who was on the side, couldn't help laughing after seeing Emoziyang's action. Calm down. At present, this thing is only a semi-finished product, and it still needs a series of purification work before it can be used as a raw material for photonic computer chips. Besides, I haven't finished the introduction yet. Emoziyang was stunned. Any more? Certainly. Lu Yongchang glanced at Emoziyang in surprise. If it only has this simple property, how can it be the core material of photonic computers? As he spoke, Lu Yongchang stretched out his hand and dragged the holographic image beside him to his side. It's still similar to the properties of semiconductors, based on information from Proxima Centauri. This kind of semi-transparent material does not have strong light transmission performance when the purity is high. But, if we can add a little impurity to it, its light transmission performance will be greatly improved. And different types of impurities will have different effects. When Emoziyang heard this, his mouth opened slightly, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Isn't this the doping ability of semiconductors? Emoziyang's tone suddenly became excited. Well, is there any experimental data? Lu Yongchang nodded and slid his hand in the air. In the holographic projection, several crude experimental records appeared. Emoziyang looked at Lu Yongchang with questions. That's it? Facing Emoziyang's question, Lu Yongchang spread his hands, shrugged and said, That's it. Don't ask me. I don't know what these big cockroaches are thinking in their heads. They actually delayed such an important experiment until 50 years later. Emoziyang put his hand on his forehead. Oh my god! What a waste of natural resources. He honestly believed that if this material fell into his hands, he shows disrespect for science by sleeping 8 hours a day. Lu Yongchang looked a little weird and shook his head. You can't say that. If they really get hold of this material, we probably won't end up well. Hearing this, Emoziyang looked a little weird. It seems to make sense. Lu Yongchang brought back the topic of deviation. Although the experimental data is insufficient, based on the use of semiconductors, we can basically determine the direction of the next experiment. Emoziyang nodded in agreement. Compared with rectification, doping ability is of greater significance to photonic computers. For example, semiconductors. The reason why semiconductors can be made into triode transistors is inseparable from this property. Pure semiconductors have very weak electrical conductivity. But semiconductors doped with impurities can greatly improve their electrical conductivity. It can be divided into two types by the type of doping substance. Silicon crystal doped, with a small amount of phosphorus or antimony elements, is an N-type semiconductor. Silicon crystal doped, with a small amount of boron or indium, is a P-type semiconductor. When the two are connected, they can form a p-n junction. The so-called diode is realized by p-n junction. As for the transistor, it is realized by a PNP junction formed by two p-n junctions. Through these diodes and transistors, various forms of logic operations become a reality. To put it simply, the semi-transparent material in front of you is actually equivalent to the silicon wafer of an electronic computer. Thinking of this, Emoziyang felt extremely excited. He urged again and again. Professor, quickly, verify the accuracy of the Proxima Centauri data. I have a hunch that photon computers are already waving to us. Don't worry. Lu Yongchang smiled faintly. If you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. If nothing else, the newly manufactured ion implanter should be arriving soon. At the same time, a Zhuan-2 slowly landed on the tarmac outside the laboratory. The hatch opened slowly. More than a dozen robots moved a machine out of the Zhuan-2 cabin. Professor, your customized ion implanter has arrived. In the laboratory, Zero's voice suddenly sounded. Do I need to move it in? Lu Yongchang was overjoyed. Hurry! 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 Bring it in! Put it in a prepared clean room. Copy that, Professor. After saying that, Zero's holographic image slowly faded. Ion implanter? Emoziyang looked at Lu Yongchang with a strange expression. Are you using it as a silicon wafer? Lu Yongchang said with a smile. It's almost the same, but I made some changes to make it more suitable for processing semi-transparent materials. As he spoke, he opened his legs and walked towards the clean room set up next to the laboratory. In a clean room, a machine similar to a silicon wafer ion implanter sits quietly in the center of the clean room. Lu Yongchang and Emoziyang wore dust-free clothes and slowly walked into the clean room. Looking at the machine in front of him, Emoziyang took a deep breath. Professor? Start the experiment now? Lu Yongchang nodded noncommittally. Of course. We are not from Proxima Centauri. Naturally, the sooner we master this key technology, the better. As he spoke, he carefully took out a thinly sliced piece of translucent material. Even though it is a thin slice, it still appears black and light gray to the outside world. The reason is simple. Semi-transparent materials with higher purity do not have high light transmittance. In the absence of strong direct light, even the side that allows light to pass through will look gray. Lu Yongchang quickly put the semi-permeable material into the ion implanter. 0. Start the ion implanter. A slight buzzing sound followed. In a very short period of time, the ion implanter was evacuated into a vacuum. Then, the accelerator starts. Specific ions are accelerated by the electric field and blasted directly towards the flaky semi-permeable body. Under zero precision control, these ions penetrate into the material gaps of the semi-permeable body at just the right speed, and then combine perfectly with it. Time passes minute by minute. The buzzing sound gradually became weaker. Professor, the ion implantation has been completed. Zero's reminder sounded. Lu Yongchang held his breath slightly, stepped forward, and opened the door of the ion implanter. A black flake-like substance lay quietly in front of him. He picked it up carefully and turned it over. Suddenly, see the light? It's like a transparent glass. The translucent body injected with a large amount of impurities. At this moment, completely revealed its true appearance. Chapter 306, A Passing Crisis. Seeing Lu Yongchang's slow movements, Mo Ziyang on the side was sweating anxiously on his forehead. But unfortunately, he couldn't rush it. All he could do was stand aside and wait silently for Lu Yongchang to complete what he was doing. Finally, Lu Yongchang turned around. At this moment, he finally witnessed the material that served as the core of the photonic computer. The front, or translucent surface, looks like a piece of ice just taken out of ice water. Because of the different concentrations of implanted ions, there are obvious differences in the light transmittance of different areas of the borneo. The part with the lowest ion concentration is dull and frosted glass-like. For the part with the highest concentration, you can clearly see the scene behind it. As Lu Yongchang slowly turned over the translucent material in his hand, all the magical scenes were replaced by an extremely deep black. Okay. Successful. Seeing this magical scene, Mo Ziyang murmured to himself. Lu Yongchang also nodded with a smile. Yes. From now on, the research on photon computers is on the right track. Breakthroughs in key materials have greatly advanced the development of photonic computers. But this does not mean that photonic computers have been successfully developed. On the contrary, they are still very far away from true photonic computers. However, compared with the previous research method that was like a headless fly, research with a clear direction is even more exciting. 1 month later, Mo Ziyang knocked on the door of Lu Yongchang's office with a pair of big panda eyes. Professor, we succeeded? The door opens automatically. Seeing the scene in the office, Mo Ziyang suddenly stopped what he was shouting. Lu Yongchang was seen sitting behind his desk with a frown on his face. In front of him were dozens of holographic images. Each image is filled with dense and complex graphics. These dozens of holographic projections are stacked on top of each other to form a messy but beautiful picture. Just one glance made Mo Ziyang feel dizzy. He was unable to appreciate this unique beauty. After retracting his gaze, Mo Ziyang walked as gently as possible, carefully walked into the office, came to the sofa beside him, and sat down slowly. Academician Mo? Perhaps sensing that the office door was open, Lu Yongchang took a quick glance and saw that it was Mo Ziyang. He slowed down his hand movements and asked softly, What's the matter? Mo Ziyang was slightly startled, then waved his hand quickly. Professor, you are busy first. I am not in a hurry. Lu Yongchang did not stop his movements and was still sketching something on the drawing in front of him. That's all you say. I can't finish it in a short time. Hearing this, Mo Ziyang no longer hesitated and said bluntly, Professor, the architecture of the photonic computer has been completed. The movement outlined by Lu Yongchang suddenly stopped. Has Zero verified it? It has been verified, and no loopholes have been found so far. Mo Ziyang quickly replied. Lu Yongchang's eyes lit up. Okay. He stopped sketching and raised his head to look at Mo Ziyang beside him. You also know the purification process of semi-permeable materials. Ask Zero to cooperate with you and create a prototype first. Mo Ziyang nodded hesitantly. That's your job, Professor. Lu Yongchang glanced at the stacked holographic projections in front of him and said with a smile. Don't worry. Within 2 days, my task here can be completed. A week later, thanks to the overtime work of the researchers, A photon computer testing machine was successfully born. Unlike an electronic computer, there is no current flowing through its chip. Instead, it is filled with crisscrossing laser beams. Because it is an experimental machine, the photon computer is somewhat unsatisfactory in terms of size. It takes up an entire room about 200 square meters, even larger than the first generation of electronic computers. Lu Yongchang stood outside the computer room, looking at the inside of the photon computer through the glass. Ready to power on! Lu Yongchang did not look back and directly issued the order. Under Zero's control, a powerful current came from a small fusion reactor outside the laboratory and entered the machine room along wires made of room temperature superconducting material. The laser transmitters are activated in sequence. Bundles of red laser light, either refracted or reflected, pass through devices made of semi-transparent materials one after another. Inside the computer room, a large network composed of countless lasers suddenly appeared. Looking at the picturesque scene in front of him, Lu Yongchang was extremely excited. Photonic computers are about to succeed. Humanity is finally entering the threshold of second-level civilization. Thinking of the experience of more than 100 years, Lu Yongchang even shed some tears in his eyes. The photon computer is operating normally. On the side, Mo Ziyang's voice was full of surprise and excitement. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and suppressed the extremely exciting mood in his heart. Zero, try the performance of the photon computer. Receive. Zero quickly responded to Lu Yongchang's request. In the huge holographic projection, densely packed data flashed across in an instant. Through the already established data transmission line, Zero sent part of the data to the photon computer. Mistake. Data lost. A huge red exclamation mark appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, Zero autonomously stopped the data transmission task that had just started. Lu Yongchang's face changed slightly. The original excitement dissipated instantly. As for the scientific researchers on the side, their faces were even pale at this time. What? What's going on? Mo Ziyang's eyes showed a bit of panic. It was verified at that time that there was no problem with the structure. Lu Yongchang waved his hand gently and said softly, Don't panic. It's probably not a structural problem. After saying that, he frowned and examined it carefully. After more than 10 minutes, his frowning eyebrows relaxed a little. Zero, how much data was lost? Did it affect you? Less than 1% of the data was lost, and the repair has been completed. Zero's voice was as calm as ever. No adverse effects have been found yet. Lu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. Zero's powerful self-correction ability was fully demonstrated at this moment. Professor, what is going on? Mo Ziyang asked in a low voice. At this time, he also realized from the various data in front of him the crisis that he had just passed by human civilization. Data loss is not a big deal. But if what is lost is zero core data, then there will be a big problem. Fortunately, Zero stopped the loss in time and intercepted the data transmission command independently. Otherwise, the consequences could be disastrous. Chapter 307 Secondary Civilization. So, what went wrong? Mo Ziyang's eyes were full of fear. Such a situation has never happened during the trial operation. Why would it happen during the official operation? Lu Yongchang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Speaking of which, I should be blamed for this. I actually forgot that the existence of Zero is based on quantum computers. Mo Ziyang was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized. So that's it! As he spoke, a bitter smile appeared on his face. This time it was embarrassing. The photonic computers currently manufactured are only integrated optical circuit computers. Compared with the original electronic computer, it only changes the original circuit into an optical path to accommodate Zero, a strong artificial intelligence. It is estimated that an optical quantum computer is needed. Photon computer, optical quantum computer. There is only one word difference between the two, but they are worlds apart. The former still uses binary basic operations. The latter uses quantum computing. Lu Yongchang looked thoughtfully at the holographic projection in front of him. On the projection, red warning signs continued to flash. The experiment failed? Not really. Photon computers and optical quantum computers seem to be very different, but they can still include each other. The main emphasis of photonic computers is on the data transmission method. After replacing electrons with photons, not only the data transmission speed will be greatly accelerated, but the original heating problem will also be greatly improved, thus increasing the computing speed in disguise. As for optical quantum computers, the main emphasis is on the internal data processing method. To explain in simple words, photonic computers affect external hardware, while optical quantum computers are related to internal software. Professor? Finding that Li Yongchang had not spoken for a long time, Mo Ziyang's eyes flashed with worry, and he whispered, Professor, photon computers have been successful, and optical quantum computers can also be successful. It's nothing more than spending a little more time researching. Li Yongchang came to his senses. He looked at Mo Ziyang beside him with a strange look on his face. Ahem. Li Yongchang coughed lightly. Of course I know this. Just now, I was actually thinking about how to implement optical quantum computers. Mo Ziyang. Okay. It's all over. Li Yongchang waved his hand. By the way, Academician Mo, you can test the performance of this photon computer again. I will solve the problem of the optical quantum computer. With that said, he turned and walked towards his office. The office door opens. Li Yongchang returned to his seat quickly. Zero, you are not allowed to open the door without my permission. After giving the order, he closed his eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, his consciousness had reached the technology tree space. Still familiar. The only difference is that the cursor of photonic computer technology is much brighter than before. According to his past experience, such brightness basically means that all the basic technologies for realizing this technology have been mastered. There is only one final step left to manufacture it completely. Seeing this, Li Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that his guess is correct. There are only two difficulties in realizing a photonic computer in this system. First, the control, setting and reading of photons. In fact, humans have already initially mastered this technology. Long-distance communication devices are the best applications. The second is the integrated optical circuit. If you want to realize optical quantum computing, it must be based on a photon computer. It's another month. In the office, a holographic image quietly unfolded. Professor, the installation work has been completed. Just as Ling finished speaking, Li Yongchang's eyes once again flashed a green light that was imperceptible to others. Okay, I understand. Sensing the changes that occurred within the technology tree system, he said urgently, let Academician Mo complete the preliminary preparations first. I need to rest for a while. As he said that, he closed his eyes directly. After giving up resistance, his consciousness was instantly dragged into the technology tree system space. The top of the technology tree of the first-level civilization shines brightly. Li Yongchang looked up, subconsciously trying to narrow his eyes. The light did not diminish at all. After being stunned for a second, he burst into laughter. I almost forgot that this is my own conscious body, and there is no such thing as closing my eyes. The light gradually grew stronger. At the same time, Li Yongchang's perspective began to rise. Controllable nuclear fusion technology, miniaturized fusion reactor, electromagnetic koi gun technology, high-energy laser technology. Familiar cursors flashed before his eyes. Gradually, his consciousness reached the top of the technology tree. He raised his head and looked at the clear line. That is the chasm between the first-level civilization and the second-level civilization. The light becomes stronger and stronger, and the boundaries gradually dissolve. Consciousness rises again. This time, he easily crossed the boundary that symbolizes the level of civilization. Second-level civilization. This time, his consciousness stood at the bottom of the second-level civilization technology tree. The light gradually dissipated, revealing the cursor inside. Photonic computer. A thin white line extended from it, straight to a dim cursor. The path forward for civilization appears again. Li Yongchang subconsciously held his breath. At the same time, a bright thin line shot into the sky from the first-level technology tree at the bottom. Two thin lines intersect each other and connect to an icon. Starship Adaptive Repair Technology. Li Yongchang was slightly startled. He quickly looked down. The second thin line comes from nanorobotics. It dawned on him. It seems that with the help of the computing power of optical quantum computers, Zero can better control those nanorobots. The thin line did not stop and continued to extend upward. The third cursor appears. Ternary computer. The cursor is extremely dim. Seeing this, Li Yongchang's eyes showed a look of surprise. This should be the way forward for computer technology. His gaze didn't pause at all and looked directly at the dim cursor on the other side. Preliminary mastery of energy weapons, plasma weapons. Above it, there are several looming cursors. Energy weapon advancement, Type 2 laser weapon. In the distance, there is a cursor marked with material technology. Looking at these extremely dim cursors, Li Yongchang's eyes were as hot as fire. He can't wait to analyze these unknown technologies. But his reason prevented him from doing so. At least for now. He doesn't want to visit Dr. Wen. He reluctantly took back his consciousness and broke away from the technology tree space. Sitting on the chair, taking a deep breath to calm down his inner throbbing, he stood up and walked towards the office door. Chapter 308 10 times the computing power. Professor Liu. Seeing Lu Yongchang walking into the laboratory, Mo Ziyang's eyes flashed with joy, and he quickly walked to his side and said, "The preparations have been completed, and we are waiting for you to come." Lu Yongchang smiled and nodded at Mo Ziyang. "How is the operation status?" Mo Ziyang's tone was slightly excited, and he responded quickly. "Running good. I just conducted some tests on this optical quantum computer. Guess what? Its computing power is far greater than the quantum supercomputing center on Earth. Now, as long as Zero can successfully move, the optical quantum computer research and development project will be a complete success." As he spoke, Mo Ziyang's eyes became more excited. "Professor, I have a hunch that this trial run will definitely be a success." Hearing this, Lu Yongchang's eyes smiled even more. Of course it works. He believed it more than everyone present. The reason is simple. The technology tree system has been successfully promoted to level 2. This is the most powerful proof. Of course, this reason cannot be given. He turned his head and looked at the holographic image beside him, confirmed it, and then issued the order. "Zero, start the second experiment." As he spoke, he walked to the renovated computer room. Through the glass, he could clearly see the laser beams crisscrossing the computer room. The moment the command was given, the brightness of the laser beam increased slightly. Just like the first experiment, a piece of data was first transmitted from Earth to the optical quantum computer through the quantum overdistance communication device. But unlike the last experiment, there was no abnormality in the data this time. Environmental inspection in progress. In just a few seconds, the words on the holographic projection changed. Environmental inspection passed. Communication status is being checked. Communication status good. Lines of Chinese characters flashed rapidly in the holographic projection. This is Zero preparation for the massive data transfer that will follow. A few minutes later, the holographic projection screen quietly changed. A progress bar appeared in front of everyone. Transmitting data. The progress bar is like a snail crawling, moving forward bit by bit. Although the transmission speed of optical quantum computers is much greater than that of electronic computers, the transmission speed at this time does not depend on the optical quantum computers. Rather, it depends on the transmission speed of quantum over-distance communication. After all, Zero's body is currently in the Earth, in the synchronous orbit of Proxima Centauri. After an hour, data transfer successful. Seeing this line of Chinese characters, Lu Yongchang's expression perked up. He looked at the computer room aside again and tentatively shouted, "Zero?" The moment the words came out of his mouth, Lu Yongchang sweated slightly. "Professor, I'm here." The holographic projection unfolded around Lu Yongchang, and Zero's virtual image appeared in front of everyone. "How is it?" Lu Yongchang's voice was a little dry. "Compared with the Earth Quantum Supercomputing Center, how much has the computing power increased?" Without any pause, Zero answered quickly. "Professor, preliminary test results show that the computing power of the optical quantum computer has reached 993% of the quantum supercomputing center. Nearly 10 times more." There was silence in the laboratory for a few seconds. Then, a burst of warm applause rose into the sky. "Professor, we succeeded?" Mo Ziyang was extremely excited, his eyes slightly red. "We finally succeeded." As he spoke, a line of hot tears slowly slipped down from both sides of Mo Ziyang's cheeks. Unlike Lu Yongchang, Mo Ziyang has been conducting research projects on optical quantum computers. This study went from Mars to Proxima Centauri. This feeling of having devoted myself to research for several years, but making no progress at all. Lu Yongchang also experienced this in his previous life. Therefore, he understood Mo Ziyang's feelings at this moment. He reached out and patted Mo Ziyang's back gently, sighing in a low voice. "Yes, we finally succeeded. Human civilization has finally become a second-level civilization." Mo Ziyang calmed down a little. He stretched out his hand to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes. With a relaxed smile on his face, Mo Ziyang smiled and joked to Lu Yongchang. "Professor, can I rest next?" To his surprise, Lu Yongchang fell into deep thought after hearing his question. "Teach, Professor?" The smile on Mo Ziyang's face disappeared instantly. "Huh?" Lu Yongchang came back to his senses and looked at Mo Ziyang, whose face was full of anxiety. He smiled and patted Mo Ziyang on the shoulder. "Don't worry. You will definitely be able to rest. Before Mo Ziyang could take a breath, he spoke again. Just a week. Next, there is a new research task. Mo Ziyang. Listen. Do people say it? It's a research project about the next generation of computers. Lu Yongchang said in an understatement. What? Not interested? It's okay. I can give the project to others. Just take a good rest. Mo Ziyang. Hey! Hey! Seeing the weird looks from the researchers around him, Mo Ziyang suddenly became anxious. Professor, don't do this. I have done great service for Renlian. I have shed blood for Renlian. Now, it was Lu Yongchang's turn to be speechless. Looking at Mo Ziyang, who was possessed by the drama queen in front of him, he waved his hands helplessly. Okay. Dot! Just kidding you. Have a good rest. The next task will be important. Mo Ziyang put away the smile on his face and nodded seriously. I understand. It's just, Professor, do you have any ideas for the next generation of computers? How about you tell me first? Lu Yongchang glanced at him with a half smile. Are you sure you want to know about the research project now? Do you still have the time to take a vacation? Mo Ziyang looked suffocated. That makes sense. He waved his hand with a sneer. No. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't ask. Lu Yongchang chuckled, turned and walked towards the office. Next, you can go to Proxima B to experience the alien atmosphere, accompanied by a robot. Of course. Be safe. Mo Ziyang was slightly startled. Professor, what about you? Lu Yongchang reached out and opened his office door. I have to go back to Earth. Half an hour later, Azun 2 took off from the helipad in front of the laboratory. After drawing a curve in the air, it rushed straight towards the dark yellow sky. A shrill cry came from the laboratory. Be cheated. Mo Ziyang sat on the chair helplessly. Beside him, several scientific researchers suppressed their smiles. Not knowing about the research project is even more painful. How can I rest? Isn't this going to kill me? Chapter 309 Fleet Dual Command System. Earth. Azun number 2 sailed straight towards the port in its belly. Under Zero's control, the Earth port slowly opened. Zun 2 slowly sailed into the port. The hatch opened, and Lu Yongchang, wearing a spacesuit, walked out quickly. After stepping off the spaceship, he frowned and twisted his body unaccustomedly. TSK. It's really hard to adapt to the gravity of Proxima B, and then suddenly return to a weightless environment. It feels really... As he spoke, he shook his head helplessly. Pity. In the technology tree system, he has not seen real artificial gravity technology. Zero. Ask Zhao Zijia to wait for me at the command center. Earth, command center. The sound of the door opening came. Zhao Zijia suddenly raised his head and looked towards the door. Seeing it was Lu Yongchang, he quickly stood up and saluted. Professor, sit down. Lu Yongchang looked a little tired in his eyes and waved his hand casually. Don't be formal. With that said, he walked straight to Zhao Zijia, found an empty seat, and sat down. Click. The sound of the electromagnetic absorption device is particularly crisp. Professor, what are you? Zhao Zijia obviously noticed the fatigue in Lu Yongchang's eyes. I just came back from Proxima B. Lu Yongchang stretched out his hand, pinched the center of his eyebrows, and said with force, Photon computer technology has made a breakthrough. Zhao Zijia was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes showed ecstasy. Really? Ah. Why would I lie to you about something like this? Lu Yongchang chuckled and shook his head. I came to you today. The focus is not on this aspect. Hearing this, the smile on Zhao Zijia's face suddenly faded a bit. Professor, please tell me. Lu Yongchang hesitated for a moment. Then, he took a deep breath. What do you think of this war? After speaking, he stared into Zhao Zijia's eyes, trying to read his inner thoughts. Zhao Zijia's eyes dodged slightly, and he said softly, I feel good. We won the victory and won hundreds of years of peaceful development for human civilization. The expression on Lu Yongchang's face did not change at all. Tell the truth. A few minutes later, Zhao Zijia smiled bitterly and shook his head. Professor, to be honest, I think this war is a failure. Lu Yongchang did not show any surprise at Zhao Zijia's words. After adjusting his sitting position, he signaled softly, Tell me what you think. Zhao Zijia pondered for a moment and organized some words in his mind. Professor, after the war, I conducted several reviews on my own. Speaking of this, Zhao Zijia showed some hesitation on his face. Seeing Lu Yongchang's encouraging eyes, he still said what was in his heart. Both we and the Proxima Centauri performed very poorly in this war. Lu Yongchang nodded with a wry smile and followed Zhao Zijia's words. It's like two little brats with no fighting experience. Right. Zhao Zijia nodded silently. Lu Yongchang continued. This is the reason why I came to you. According to zero comprehensive considerations, your performance should be the best in the war that just ended. Although there are many mistakes, compared with others, it is already very good. Hearing this, Zhao Zijia's eyes were filled with surprise and confusion. He was a little unclear about the meaning behind Lu Yongchang's words. He opened his mouth and tried to say something. But Lu Yongchang didn't give him a chance to interrupt. I thought about it for a long time. First of all, in the face of interstellar wars that will inevitably exist in the future, restructuring is urgent. Zhao Zijia subconsciously held his breath. What do you think of the dual command system? Lu Yongchang asked softly. Zhao Zijia's eyes became even more confused. He had never considered such a problem. I think your command is quite good. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang smiled bitterly and shook his head. I may not know as much as you about interstellar warfare. Zhao Zijia shook his head repeatedly. Professor, don't say that. This is mankind's first interstellar war. We don't know the enemy at all. It's already very good to achieve such results. Faced with the new weapons of the Proxima Centauri civilization, you are the only one who came up with a solution. Lu Yongchang spread his hands. Look, you also said that this is my role. Tactical command. I don't have the energy to get involved. Therefore, I am prepared to activate a dual command system. Tactical command, mainly responsible for tactical arrangements in interstellar wars. After comprehensive evaluation in all aspects, I think you are the best candidate for this position. The technology commander, that is, me, is still doing my job. Analyze the technology of the enemy civilization, find the loopholes, and carry out precise strikes. As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand towards Zhao Zijia. Let's get acquainted again with Lu Yongchang, the chief technology commander of the human fleet. Zhao Zijia's breathing was short and his pupils were trembling slightly. The news came too suddenly. But looking at the gentle smile on Lu Yongchang's face, his originally panicked mind gradually calmed down. He took a deep breath, stretched out his right hand, and grasped Lu Yongchang's right hand. The tactical commander of the human fleet. Zhao Zijia, please give me your advice. All right. After letting go of his hand, Lu Yongchang clapped his hands with a relaxed look on his face. This can be considered as throwing away this burden. Zhao Zijia. By the way, tell me about the review you just mentioned in detail. Lu Yongchang said with a smile. What problems did our fleet have in this war? I will improve the fleet based on what you proposed. Zhao Zijia's expression became solemn, and his back straightened instantly. This is a big deal. The first and most important one. Intelligence acquisition. Zhao Zijia said solemnly. From the beginning to the end of the war, we did not have enough knowledge about Proxima Centauri civilization. This has cost the lives of a large number of our soldiers. Lu Yongchang's expression turned slightly gloomy. Not long ago, the scene of the funeral held by the human fleet for the soldiers who died in the war is still vivid in my mind. At that time, the old parliamentarian personally ordered that March 1st of each year be designated as the Memorial Day of Human Civilization, to commemorate those soldiers who sacrificed their lives for human civilization in interstellar wars. However, no matter how grand the funerals and anniversaries are, they cannot save the lives of those soldiers. Lu Yongchang took a long breath. It was as if he wanted to spit out all the depressed energy in his heart. In this regard, I have already thought of solutions. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand in the air. The holographic projection was quietly turned on. Small cluster detector. Chapter 3:10 Drones and Adaptive Repair Technology. This is Proxima Centauri Civilization's detector? Looking at the model presented on the holographic projection, Zhao Zijia was slightly stunned and immediately asked. Lu Yongchang nodded and confirmed Zhao Zijia's question. Not bad. Unlike starships, with our current technology, small detectors can be made into spheres. This can greatly increase the strength of the detector, so it can withstand higher accelerations and have stronger maneuverability. Of course, they are similar on the outside, but they are completely different on the inside. Unlike the showy stuff of the Proxima Centauri civilization, the detector I designed has real detection capabilities. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang reached out and dragged the holographic projection in front of him. The star map of the Proxima galaxy appeared in front of Zhao Zijia. Proxima Centauri b, which has turned orange due to dust, suddenly appears in the center of the picture. In the picture, Densely packed detectors fly in a radiating pattern from near Proxima Centauri b, with Proxima Centauri b as the center. Within 10 days, we can achieve comprehensive monitoring of the area within 1 Speaking, Lu Yongchang shrugged. Of course, you can also explore further areas, but this will consume a lot of Zero's computing power. Zhao Zijia's eyes showed a bit of wonder. If you had this technology during the war with Proxima Centauri civilization, I think it can reduce a lot of unnecessary sacrifices. It's a pity that there is no if in the world. Any other questions? Looking at Zhao Zijia, who was staring blankly at the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang asked softly. Zhao Zijia suddenly came to his senses and quickly withdrew, his eyes filled with wonder. Of course. He nodded and continued. It's a question of the type of battleship. Seeing Lu Yongchang frowning, he quickly explained. We currently have too few types of warships, which is the biggest drawback. The Golden Crow battleship's combat capabilities are indeed good, but during the Battle of Proxima Centauri, it exposed its greatest flaw: not enough flexibility. Faced with the siege of a large number of small battleships, the Golden Crow battleship is likely to face the situation of too many ants kill the elephant. Lu Yongchang nodded thoughtfully. I see. You mean, we want to learn from the Proxima Centauri civilization and build a large number of small warships? But we don't have that many starship pilots. Besides, it is not difficult to see from the Battle of Proxima Centauri that compared with large battleships, small battleships have a higher battle damage rate. Zhao Zijia shook his head repeatedly. No, Professor. You misunderstood. What I mean is that a large number of small suicide drones are deployed on the Golden Crow battleship. No need to use it normally. They will only be released when faced with a siege by small warships. Under Zero's control, these drones can be used as consumables to hinder enemy attacks. Now, Lu Yongchang completely understood. He smiled bitterly and nodded. That's a good idea. It's just, as a result, the resource consumption has increased a lot. Small swarm detectors, suicide drones. He could even imagine how much resources these two gadgets would consume once a war started. Zhao Zijia spread his hands helplessly. This is not an issue that he is responsible for. While recording Zhao Zijia's proposal, Lu Yongchang asked, Is there anything else? Upon hearing the question, Zhao Zijia frowned and hesitated for a while. There is one more problem. It's just that this may not be easy to solve. Tell me about it. Lu Yongchang said directly without raising his head. The strength of the battleship hull. Zhao Zijia smiled bitterly and shook his head. Professor, you also know that we have no good defense against the attack from Proxima Centauri. Of course, according to my observations, the Proxima Centauri civilization also faces this problem. Lu Yongchang was stunned for a moment, then showed a relieved smile. I thought it was something, but it turned out to be this. Professor? Zhao Zijia looked at Lu Yongchang beside him with confusion. Don't worry. I already have a solution to this problem. Zhao Zijia. A few minutes later, a rush of footsteps came from outside the door. Then, the door of the command center suddenly opened. Professor, are you looking for me? A young voice came from the door. Lu Yongchang reached out to open the electromagnetic absorption device on his seat, stood up with a smile, and waved to the visitor. Seeing this, the young man hurriedly jogged a few steps and came to Lu Yongchang. Professor, this is... Zhao Zijia's eyes showed some doubts. This young man is a bit unfamiliar. Come on! Let me introduce you first. After speaking, Lu Yongchang pointed at the young man and said, Tao Yuda, a protege of academician Chao Liangkai. Zhao Zijia suddenly realized. This is Zhao Zijia. Before Lu Yongchang finished speaking, Tao Yuda said excitedly, I know. Commander of the First Fleet. Zhao Zijia. Lu Yongchang smiled and shook his head. Not anymore. Tao Yuda looked confused. In just a short moment, an apologetic smile appeared on his face. I'm sorry. What are you thinking about? Lu Yongchang laughed dumbly. He is now the tactical commander-in-chief of the human fleet. Tao Yuda. General. Commander-in-chief? Then Professor. You? Tao Yuda said hesitantly. Me? Lu Yongchang's smile grew stronger. I am the Commander-in-Chief of Fleet Technology. Seeing Tao Yuda's confused look, Lu Yongchang couldn't help laughing. Zhao Zijia on the side also looked at Tao Yuda with a smile on his face. Later, Lu Yongchang briefly explained the fleet dual command system that was about to be announced. After figuring it out, Tao Yuda's face was full of embarrassment. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Lu Yongchang put away the smile on his face slightly and adjusted the holographic projection in front of him. I called you here for a scientific research task. Tao Yuda's expression suddenly became serious. He subconsciously tugged at the corners of his clothes that were floating in the air, trying to make them neater. Professor, tell me, at that time, you should have participated in the research and development of nanorobots. Right, Lu Yongchang said unhurriedly. Tao Yuda was stunned, and his eyes were a little touched. Yes, Professor, you still remember me. Lu Yongchang waved his hands repeatedly. No, 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 I saw it from Ling's side. Tao Yuda. Cough. Lu Yongchang coughed lightly. None of that matters. Anyway, I read the comprehensive evaluation given by Zero. You performed well in the last research and development task. Now, there is a new research and development task for you. Holographic projection screen transformation. Starship adaptive repair technology. Using nanorobots to achieve autonomous repair of the damaged SH.L of the starship. Chapter 311 Shining Star. The holographic projection floats quietly in the air. Above, the general research direction is clearly depicted. Tao Yuda swallowed subconsciously. He could tell that the subject was not difficult. Compared with big topics such as photonic computers, this topic can only be regarded as a small appetizer. With the prerequisite technology already mastered, he only needed to make a simple advancement to successfully solve the project. Undoubtedly, this is a fat gap. He asked with a trembling voice. Teach, Professor, do you want me to be responsible for this scientific research task? There was still a bit of unconfidence and doubt in his words. From the beginning, he has been following several big guys to complete various scientific research projects. Until now, he has never conducted research on a project independently. Lu Yongchang read the unconfidence contained in Tao Yuda's expression and words. There was some emotion in his eyes. In his last life, he also climbed up from this stage step by step. He chuckled and reached out to pat Tao Yuda's shoulder. Yuda, believe in yourself. People must make progress slowly. Try it. I believe in your potential. Facing Lu Yongchang's encouragement, Tao Yuda felt a rush of blood rushing into his heart. He nodded vigorously. Professor, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Lu Yongchang nodded with satisfaction. Besides, even if you fail, isn't it Chao Liangkai who will take care of you? I will leave this task to him then. Tao Yuda's expression froze. After Tao Yuda left, Lu Yongchang looked at Zhao Zijia again and said lightly, Are there any questions? If there are any, please bring them up. Next, I may have to disappear for a while. There was no surprise on Zhao Zijia's face. He has already experienced the disappearance in Lu Yongchang's words several times. It's nothing more than retreating to study some scientific research problems. He hesitated for a moment and whispered, Professor, is it possible to have the soldiers stay far away and remotely control the battleship? I see that brainwave reading device. It's pretty good. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang's eyes were filled with helplessness. He sighed softly, shook his head and said, It's not that simple. Brainwave reading devices are still in their infancy. It doesn't take in complex instructions very well. There is still a slight delay in the process of reading brain waves. What's more, we don't know whether there will be technology to shield quantum ultra-distance communication in the future. The look of anticipation on Zhao Zijia's face gradually faded. He sighed softly. What a pity. Half a month later, a slight siren woke up Lu Yongchang, who was immersed in Proxima Centauri civilization information. During this time, he has been trying to overcome the technical barriers of primary energy weapons. However, little success was achieved. Plasma weapons were more difficult to parse than he imagined. Even the Proxima Centauri civilization does not have a good solution. Think about it too. The Proxima Centauri civilization does not even have low-end versions of plasma weapons. They at least still have a few nuclear torpedoes. Lu Yongchang shook his head, gave up the idea of taking advantage, and looked up at the holographic projection directly in front of him. In the projection, a small yellow warning sign flashed. Zero. What's going on? Lu Yongchang frowned subconsciously. Professor, the observation equipment has detected an abnormal change in the brightness of ROS 154. As Zero's voice sounded, the holographic projection screen quickly switched. Pieces of observation data were listed in front of him. Lu Yongchang frowned and glanced at the data. It's just a simple show-off. Nothing to pay attention to. Yao Yang is a special phenomenon that occurs on flaring stars. For normal stars, the brightness basically does not change during the short and pitiful observation time of humans. But Yoshing is different. Its brightness changes erratically. Of course, Its brightness remains constant most of the time. And when there is large-scale flare activity in the chromosphere on its surface, its brightness will change significantly. When a flare occurs, within minutes or even seconds, the brightness of the flare star can even rise by several magnitudes. Then, within tens of minutes, the brightness of its surface will return to its original appearance. This is called a blazar. The next destination chosen by mankind is the Ross 154 star system. The main star Ross 154 is a Cetus UV-type flare star. It is precisely for this reason that in the past few months, under the order of Li Yongchang, Zero has been maintaining observations of Ross 154. Seeing what Li Yongchang said, Zero cancelled the yellow warning sign in the holographic projection. Li Yongchang also started his research work again. The next day, as soon as Li Yongchang woke up from his sleep, he received a communication request from Fang Su. He yawned and pressed the answer button on the holographic projection. Yongchang! Something happened! Hearing this familiar tone, Li Yongchang perked up and trembled violently. What happens? The people from Proxima Centauri are not dead yet? Our ground base was attacked? Still, in the picture, Fang Su was speechless. Of course not. Didn't you receive Zero's warning notification yesterday? Li Yongchang was stunned and subconsciously denied it. What kind of warning? Why didn't I remember it? As he spoke, his voice softened. In the impression, it seems that such a thing is indeed happening. Remember when he asked Zero to cancel the alarm? At the same time, Zero's voice sounded from the side. Professor, I reminded you at 20 hours 31 minutes and 28 seconds last night about the unusual changes in Ross 154. Li Yongchang. Ahem. Li Yongchang's face flashed with embarrassment. I remembered. This is indeed the case. Isn't that a simple Yaoyang? Fang Su's face was filled with helplessness. What kind of brightness lasts for 10 hours? Li Yongchang took a sharp breath. The remaining sleepiness was completely dissipated in an instant. What the hell? How much time? Because he was so surprised, Li Yongchang's voice even wandered on the edge of breaking sound. It's been more than 10 hours. Fang Su responded immediately. As of now, Yaoyang has occurred for 10 hours, 21 minutes and 37 seconds. At the same time, Zero's voice sounded just right. Li Yongchang glanced at the holographic image beside him angrily. Wait a second. I'll go to the main lab right away. Regarding the future residents of mankind, Li Yongchang spoke concisely and clearly without any nonsense. Chapter 312. The Attack of Advanced Civilization? Earth, Main Laboratory. In the holographic projection directly in front, various observation data are displayed. In the laboratory, the faces of all the scientific researchers were extremely solemn. A sound of mechanical transmission came from behind. Then, there was a burst of rapid footsteps. Fang Su subconsciously turned his head to look. When he saw the visitor, his eyes showed a bit of surprise. Yongchang! You're finally here! Li Yongchang nodded towards him and said directly without saying anything nonsense. How is the situation now? Fang Su shook his head. It's weird. Ross 154 is still in the process of shining brightly. In these 10 hours, its brightness has increased by 5 magnitudes. Li Yongchang's complexion changed slightly. Abnormal? It's so abnormal. According to past experience, Ross 154, as a Cetus UV-type flare star, will generally only increase its magnitude by 3 to 4 when it shines extremely brightly. But now, whether it is the duration of the flare or the intensity of the flare, it is an extremely abnormal phenomenon. Is there something wrong with the chromosphere? Li Yongchang frowned and muttered to himself. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to the holographic projection directly in front of him, trying to find out the reasons for the changes from the rapidly changing data on it. A look of hesitation flashed across Fang Su's face. After struggling for a long time, he reached out and gently tugged on Li Yongchang's clothes. Li Yongchang looked away from the holographic projection with a confused look on his face, and turned to look at Fang Su beside him. What's wrong? Fang Su didn't speak for the first time, but just winked at Li Yongchang. Then, he lowered his voice and said, Follow me! After saying that, he directly reached out and grabbed Li Yongchang's arm and walked towards the corner of the laboratory. Is there anything you can't say over there? In the corner of the main laboratory, Li Yongchang looked at Fang Su with a strange expression. Perhaps because Li Yongchang spoke louder, several scientific researchers cast curious looks at them. Fang Su's eyes showed some anxiety, and he lowered his voice again. Be gentle. Seeing Fang Su's appearance, Li Yongchang could only shrug helplessly and deliberately lowered his voice. Tell me, why is it so mysterious? The hesitation on Fong Su's face became more intense. Yongchang, say, is it possible that happened at Ross 154? Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly froze. He reacted quickly. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head solemnly. It's not certain yet. Our understanding of the universe is too shallow. Maybe Ross 154 just had an extremely rare flare. Fong Su's face was filled with sadness. If something happens to Ross 154, do we have an alternative destination? The atmosphere became increasingly solemn. Why? Lu Yongchang sighed and slowly shook his head. As of now, no more. The Proxima Centauri people have completely explored all the star systems within 15 light years. According to their data, apart from the solar system, only Ross 154 can barely be considered a star system suitable for human development. Others are not very suitable for development by current humans. Seeing the confusion in Fong Su's eyes, Lu Yongchang explained softly. In some star systems, the main stars are too violent and humans cannot survive at all. The other part, either there are no habitable solid planets, or there is a lack of gas planets to provide energy. At this point, he sighed again. Anyway, I hope it won't be the worst outcome. Otherwise, we may need to be mentally prepared. Fong Su followed Lu Yongchang and returned to his seat with a heavy expression. Academician Fong, what did Professor Lu say? Next to him, an academician asked Fong Su. Several scientific researchers cast expectant glances at him, looking at the eyes of everyone around him. Fong Su opened his mouth, but for a moment, he didn't know how to speak. Cough! Lu Yongchang's voice was amplified by the microphone and sounded in the main laboratory. Everyone, let me say a few words. The attention of all scientific researchers was instantly attracted. Fong Su subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't have the courage to say this kind of bad news that was related to the fate of mankind. Everyone! Lu Yongchang glanced around the crowd with an unusually serious expression. Upon noticing the chief's unusual demeanor, the hearts of all the scientific researchers present sank. The atmosphere in the laboratory suddenly became heavy. The changes in Ross 154 are beyond our explanation. At present, we cannot rule out the possibility that it was attacked by a higher civilization. As soon as the words fell, there was a burst of discussion in the laboratory. Everyone had a look of surprise and uncertainty on their faces. So, what should we do now? A faint voice of inquiry came. Isn't it our future destination? Lu Yongchang shrugged. I just said the worst-case scenario. Personally, I'm more inclined to think that there's just something going on inside it that we don't know about. After all, unlike the Sun, Ross 154 is an extremely young star. Suddenly, there was a sound of relaxed exhalation. Chao Liangkai reached out and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. With a slightly relaxed smile on his lips, Lu Yongchang said with a relaxed expression, Perhaps, in a few hours, we will be pleasantly surprised to find that it has returned to its original appearance. Everyone, continue to observe. If there is any good news, remember to remind me. Lu Yongchang even made a little joke. I don't want to hear what Academician Fong said again. The atmosphere in the laboratory suddenly became lively. As for Lu Yongchang, when everyone focused their attention on the holographic projection again, he gave Chao Liangkai a hidden look in the distance. Then, he walked towards the laboratory door calmly. Seeing this scene, the smile that had just appeared on Chao Liangkai's face disappeared instantly. Two words flashed in his mind. Broken. It seems that the situation is by no means as simple as Lu Yongchang said just now. Chao Liangkai, naturally, untied the electromagnetic absorption device on the chair and stood up calmly. Academician Chao? On the side, a scientific researcher cast a doubtful look at him. Chao Liangkai smiled relaxedly. I'm going to use the bathroom. As I get older, my heart can no longer bear it. What Professor Lu said just now almost scared me to death. The scientific researcher who asked the question was stunned, and then burst into laughter. The air in the laboratory was suddenly filled with a happy atmosphere. But no one saw it. The moment Chao Liangkai turned his back, the relaxed smile on his face disappeared completely in an instant. Chapter 313 Interstellar Detector and Radio Telescope Array. As soon as he left the laboratory door, Chao Liangkai saw Lu Yongchang, who looked gloomy and frowned, staring at the holographic projection. Professor Lu? Chao Liangkai called softly. Lu Yongchang withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Chao Liangkai. Old Chao. Lu Yongchang's voice was extremely heavy. The problem is big. The muscles on both sides of Chao Liangkai's cheeks trembled violently twice. and his lips trembled as he said, "Professor? Didn't you just say?" Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head. "That's just stabilizing. We just won the war, and everyone finally has some hope. If something happens again, I'm afraid." Chao Liangkai understood. Lu Yongchang continued. "At present, the situation of Ross 154 is very similar to that of the Sun and Proxima Centauri. It's like something is absorbing a lot of energy. As a result, the chromosphere experienced violent fluctuations, causing it to erupt with extremely abnormal brightness. Then, can we change to another star system?" Chao Liangkai asked in a low voice. Lu Yongchang shook his head. "Ross 154 is the most suitable star system for human development within 15 light years," he added again. "It was also our only option given our sailing capabilities." Chao Liangkai's face suddenly turned ugly. "The main reason for calling you out is for one thing." Lu Yongchang lowered his voice and said, "Build 2 sets of interstellar detectors." Chao Liangkai was stunned. 2 groups? Is it to increase the success rate? He couldn't understand Lu Yongchang's approach. "Not really." Lu Yongchang quickly shook his head. "One of the groups does not require too many detection functions. It will be sent to the solar system and used as an information relay station. We can no longer expose our coordinates. If Ross 154 really has an advanced civilization, let it go to the solar system to find us." Chao Liangkai suddenly realized it and nodded repeatedly. "Okay, leave it to me. The Proxima Centauri civilization's interstellar detector manufacturing technology is very good. I estimate that the design drawings will be completed soon." Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and then added again. "That's right. Put nuclear torpedoes in every detector for me. In case of an accident, the self-destruction program will be started directly." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yongchang heard a burst of noise coming from the laboratory through the wall. If he heard correctly, it should be cheers. He frowned. "What happens?" As he spoke, he looked at the holographic image around him. When he saw the data that started to drop steadily, his pupils shrank sharply. Did he really fall for what he said casually? Lu Yongchang quickly turned around and walked towards the laboratory door. "Professor?" Chao Liangkai's voice was somewhat relaxed. "Will the interstellar probe still be built?" Lu Yongchang paused. "Of course. We need to have a full understanding of the Ross 154 star system." The laboratory door slowly opened. Fong Su is still the first person to discover Lu Yongchang. His face was full of joy, and he shouted loudly, "Yongchang! You were right! Ross 154 has begun to recover." Lu Yongchang looked at the steadily descending curve in the holographic projection in disbelief. There were cheers and celebrations all around. But his heart felt cold. How abnormal. His intuition told him that things were definitely not that simple. "Yongchang?" Fong Su noticed Lu Yongchang's unusually solemn expression, walked quickly to his side, and called in a low voice, "Is there any problem?" Hearing Fong Su's voice, his eyes moved slightly. "Not yet. Let's see how the data changes first. I always feel that things won't be that simple." Half an hour later, looking at the data that returned to normal, Lu Yongchang took a long breath. He looked at the holographic projection directly in front of him in confusion, on which the gently fluctuating detection data was displayed. Was he really wrong? But the data fluctuation pattern just now. Lu Yongchang suppressed the confusion in his heart and walked towards Chao Liangkai, who was standing aside. "Old Chao, the manufacturing task of interstellar probes is given top priority. You can put everything else aside." Chao Liangkai nodded silently. After the explanation, Lu Yongchang still felt a little uneasy. 0. Add radio telescope array. Conduct round-the-clock detection of Ross 154. If any abnormality is found, report it to me immediately." 0 responded quickly. "Okay, Professor." Time passes day by day. A new radio telescope array was also built and pointed at distant Ross 154. Under 0's control, countless radio telescopes and optical telescopes receive information from 8.24 light-years away at all times. At the same time, 2 sets of interstellar probes have also entered the manufacturing stage, influenced by the manufacturing technology of Proxima Centauri civilization. These 2 sets of interstellar detectors were also made into spheres. The diameter of a single detector reaches 10 meters. Each set of detectors consists of 5 individual detectors. These 5 detectors have the same structure and the same function to observe and detect stars at close range. At the same time, they can also detect the planetary conditions in the Ross 154 star system. This will lay a solid foundation for mankind's next voyage. Under Lu Yongchang's order, the task of manufacturing interstellar detectors and radio telescope arrays was given top priority. But the Ross 154 in the distance is extremely stable. It was as if it was another star that exploded crazily not long ago. Looking at the observation data, that was no different from before. Lu Yongchang slowly relaxed his heart. Perhaps it was really his feeling that was wrong. Half a month later, the surface of Proxima Centauri b. Lu Yongchang had just passed the complicated disinfection measures when he heard Mo Ziyang's cry. Professor! Professor! You are finally back! Looking at Mo Ziyang with a pair of panda eyes in front of him, Lu Yongchang was so frightened that he trembled all over. Hack! What are you doing? Mo Ziyang looked at the innocent Lu Yongchang in front of him with a look of sorrow and anger. My dear professor, thanks to you, all my vacation was ruined. Lu Yongchang. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. He waved his hands repeatedly and spoke in a three-part manner. Mo Ziyang gritted his teeth and said, Professor, please tell me first, what is the next step for photon computers? Lu Yongchang. He suddenly understood the reason why Mo Ziyang became like this. He glanced at Mo Ziyang sympathetically. Then, shook his head. I'm afraid not now. The interstellar probe has just been manufactured. Mo Ziyang, who was on Proxima b, didn't know what shocking incident had happened some time ago. At this time, his face became increasingly sad and angry. Interstellar probe? Is it important that that thing has a computer? It wasn't until Lu Yongchang explained the whole incident to him that he reluctantly suppressed his curiosity. Chapter 314 Maxim. A few hours later, after watching the two sets of detectors go away in two directions, Lu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief. One group of probes is targeting the solar system. The destination for the other group is the Ross 154 star system. Thanks to the technological system of Proxima Centauri civilization, Chao Liangkai successfully increased the maximum sailing speed of this group of detectors to 20% of the speed of light. Because there are no people inside, the detector's mobility is greatly improved. Taking into account the acceleration and deceleration time, it is conservatively estimated that in 60 years, the probe heading to the Ross 154 star system will use the quantum overdistance communication device to send various detection data in the Ross 154 star system to the solar system. Once the probe heading to the Ross 154 star system encounters an unexpected situation, both sets of interstellar probes will initiate self-destruction procedures at the same time. Within seconds, the nuclear torpedo placed inside will explode instantly. The high-temperature plasma flow will reduce the detector to ashes in a few milliseconds. This can prevent human coordinates from being leaked again. After retracting his gaze from the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang turned his attention to Mo Ziyang beside him. Seeing Mo Ziyang's expectant look, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but laugh. He could understand this feeling. After all, he would have similar feelings every time he entered the technology tree space. Ternary computer. Lu Yongchang chuckled and said bluntly. A trace of surprise flashed in Mo Ziyang's eyes. He murmured under his breath, Ternary computer? As he spoke, Mo Ziyang showed a look of contemplation on his face. I remember that before the disintegration of the Soviet Union, I did some research on this aspect. Lu Yongchang glanced at Mo Ziyang in surprise. He was a little surprised by Mo Ziyang's speech. It stands to reason that the ternary computer has completely turned into the dust of history. Unexpectedly, to this day, there are still people who are impressed by this thing. Mo Ziyang didn't notice Lu Yongchang's expression. He frowned, as if he was remembering something. Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and he clapped his hands suddenly. I remembered. Lu Yongchang stared at the excited Mo Ziyang in front of him. He didn't say anything and you understood everything? Professor? Mo Ziyang grabbed Lu Yongchang's arm and said urgently. Can Ling be allowed to search for an old man from the Soviet Union named Maxim in the home ship? Facing Mo Ziyang's request, Lu Yongchang's face was full of confusion. Home ship? It's okay. But you have to tell me why first. As he spoke, he shrugged helplessly. I can't drag out an old man who has been hibernating for hundreds of years out of nearly 4 billion people just because of your words. Right. Mo Ziyang chuckled and quickly explained. When we were on Earth, my mentor and I visited Maxim. His father was involved in the research of ternary computers. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang suddenly realized. No wonder Mo Ziyang knew this period of history that should have turned into dust. But soon, a new doubt came to his mind. Then why is he in the home ship? Mo Ziyang was silent for a while and said slowly. Because he is just an ordinary person. At that time, the ternary computer project was banned by the binary computer, and Maxim's father died in depression. This left a very bad memory for Maxim. He resolutely quit academia and conducted research on ternary computers alone. Back then, my mentor and I chose to visit him just to learn more about the ternary computer. Lu Yongchang nodded thoughtfully. I see. It was an unexpected surprise. If Maxim can really be found, the research on ternary computers may speed up a lot of progress. 0. Look for this Mr. Maxim in the home ship. Lu Yongchang did not hesitate and gave orders directly to Ling. To be honest, he didn't have much hope. For an ordinary person, the first thing that needs to be overcome is the age limit. If you remember correctly, only ordinary people age 65 and under could enter the home ship and get a chance to escape. Just a second after the words fell, Zero's response rang out in the laboratory. Professor. Already found. Currently, Maxim is hibernating in the home ship number 319. Do you want to execute the wake-up procedure? Execute, Lu Yongchang said without hesitation. When he wakes up, tell him the current research status. After he recovers his physical strength, take him to Proxima B. Near Proxima B, 501,500-meter-long starships stay quietly in the dark and dead universe. It contains almost the entire human civilization. Nearly 4 billion people. Among them, a light suddenly lit up in a corner inside number 319, home ship. A holographic projection slowly appeared on the surface of a silver-white streamlined hibernation cabin that had been covered in dust for hundreds of years. Name, Maxim. Hibernation start time, Earth calendar December 28, 2032. Original nationality, Sioux country. Age, 65 years old. Wake-up procedure is being executed. Pieces of information slowly emerged in the holographic projection. Subsequently, the level of the light yellow deep-sea liquid in the hibernation cabin gradually lowered, revealing the old man with his eyes closed and a pale complexion inside. When all the deep-sea fluid was drained, an injection containing anti-hibernation hormone was injected into the old man's body. A few minutes later, there were sporadic signs of life on the life monitoring device. As time went on, signs of life grew stronger. Heartbeat, breathing, blood oxygen saturation. One indicator after another gradually returned to normal levels. The old man's eyelids trembled slightly. The next moment, he opened his eyes suddenly and looked at everything around him blankly. He took a breath subconsciously. Cough, cough, cough. A holographic projection quietly appeared in front of him as he coughed. Hello, Mr. Maxim. It is now June 3rd, 2148 in the Earth calendar. 9:13 in the morning. Welcome to the Proxima Galaxy. Maxim subconsciously wanted to get up from the hibernation cabin, but his body obviously did not allow him to engage in such intense exercise. The feeling of weakness all over his body filled him with panic. In just an instant, his heart rate increased by 10%. Mr. Maxim, please relax. Zero quickly increased his voice to comfort the old man in front of him. A few minutes later, Maxim's mood gradually calmed down. So, I hibernated for 116 years? To be precise, it's 115.5 years. Zero corrected softly. Maxim's eyes showed some emotion. He didn't pay attention to Zero's words, and just murmured to himself. It's so magical. I just took a nap and arrived 115 years later. Suddenly, Maxim seemed to realize something, and his eyes suddenly widened. Wait, you just said we are in the Proxima Galaxy. Chapter 3:15 Time flies. Yes, Mr. Maxim. Zero confirmed the old man's question. At the same time, a robot delivers concentrated nutrients. After taking in a lot of nutrients, Maxim's pale face gradually turned a little rosy. So, do we already have a place to live? His eyes were filled with expectations. Zero shook his head, denied his question, and briefly introduced what had happened in the past 100 years. As an ordinary person, he didn't know anything about the Proxima Centauri civilization, but looking at the short lines of numbers in the holographic projection, tears suddenly fell down. Those are all human lives, although I didn't see it with my own eyes. But through these words, Maxim can still imagine the extremely tragic battle situation at that time. He raised his right hand and wiped the tears from his face. Then, he turned around and looked around. Why? You were awakened in advance. Zero interrupted Maxim's inquiry. The research and development of the ternary computer needs your help. After hearing these familiar words, Maxim held his breath suddenly. Ternary computer. Why do you know this? The old man was full of confusion. Shouldn't this thing only exist in his memory? Could it be that there are still people in this world who remember this inconsequential historical dust? Zero quickly explained. When he heard Emoziong's name, the old man's face showed a look of surprise. It turns out it's him. Maxim murmured to himself. I didn't expect that one day I would still hear the term ternary computer. Looking at the brand new computer technologies in the holographic projection, the old man's eyes showed a bit of fire. Tell this to Academician Emoziyang for me. I'll report it right away. Proxima B. In the office, Lu Yongchao sat on the chair and slowly closed his eyes. During the manufacturing process of the interstellar probe, Chao Liangkai made him an extremely critical proposal. Humanity's current material technology is somewhat lagging behind. The improved Hall thruster was actually hampered by the strength of the material, causing it to be unable to perform as it should. This is undoubtedly a huge waste. Therefore, he decided to seek help from the technology tree system again. As for the ternary computer, with Maxim joining, he can be the hands-off shopkeeper for a while again. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Yongchang slowly opened his tired eyes. Carboin. That was the tip he got. A carbon chain in which carbon atoms come together. Its strength can reach more than 200 times that of steel. While it has extremely high hardness, it also has extremely strong toughness. As long as the strength is sufficient, the difficulty of obtaining raw materials is still very low. There is no doubt that this is the perfect material for the current human civilization. As for the synthesis method, through the system's overclocking of the brain, he also had some ideas. Through the double-layer structure of carbon nanotubes, the manufacturing of carbine chains is completed with the help of the extremely fine gap between the two walls. Lu Yongchang reached out and rubbed his sore temples. After the swelling pain subsided slightly, he immersed himself in calculation work again. The idea is there. However, the entire system still needs to be further improved. Then comes experimentation and mass production. In short, the research and development of this new material will be his main work in the future. 60 years later, during the entire 60 years of development, the strength of human civilization has grown exponentially. Breakthroughs in material technology have greatly increased the strength of human starships. Coupled with a new Hall thruster and a more efficient fusion reactor, the starship's top speed has been increased to 20% of the speed of light. As for the interstellar probe, the top speed has reached an astonishing 25% of the speed of light. Although the growth rate is not large, the difficulty has doubled. Within 60 years, the ternary optical quantum computer was successfully developed, and Zero's computing power was further increased. Thanks to this, the human fleet has more options. From the original 250 Golden Crow battleships, it gradually evolved into a fleet structure with battleships as the core and drone groups as the main force. With the help of Zero's terrifying computing power, these drone swarms can unleash unparalleled combat effectiveness without communication being affected. In addition, inspired by the Battle of Proxima Centauri, a new type of starship was added to the human fleet engineering ship. Under Zero's control, it can manufacture weapons, ammunition and various parts and components in real time. Even the combination of several engineering ships can achieve on-site explosion of troops. Of course, this depends on sufficient resources. In addition to the substantial changes in fleet composition and quantity, weapon systems have also developed significantly in the past 60 years. Type 2 ion cannon mainly increases weapon range and power. Type 2 laser transmitter. Compared with the first-generation laser weapons, it is more powerful and has a longer range. From the appearance, the first-generation laser weapons emit red lasers, while the second-generation laser weapons emit blue lasers. Type 2 rapid ray circle gun. Kinetic weapons are never absent. Compared with before, the inside of current artillery LS has a structure similar to that of a nuclear torpedo. In other words, when encountering or approaching an enemy ship, these projectiles will turn into small plasma balls, delivering a devastating blow to the enemy ship's armor. Of course, the most important weapon is the plasma weapon. The high-temperature plasma is restrained by a small magnetic field, and it pops up with the help of electromagnetic effect, causing high damage to enemy ships, as a sign that the second-level civilization has initially mastered energy weapons. The power of plasma weapons far exceeds the above-mentioned weapons, although the action distance is short. After a series of rigorous tests, we came to a conclusion that makes people take a breath of cold air. All it takes is one attack. The original flagship of human civilization will turn into space junk floating freely in the universe. In the simplest terms, if we were to fight with the Proxima Centauri civilization again now, estimated within 12 hours, the fleet of Proxima B will be completely annihilated under the offensive of the human fleet. This is even after calculating the starship flight time. In addition to the substantial changes in starships and weapons, the surface of Proxima B has also undergone great changes. Magnificent city clusters appear on the ground of Proxima b. Urban agglomerations are connected through specific giant passages. Each city can accommodate 100 million people. There are a total of 20 such cities on Proxima b. Although it cannot accommodate all humans, it is much better than before. At least, human civilization has once again begun normal reproduction and education. In just 60 years, the total human population has risen to 6 billion. The injection of fresh blood has once again revitalized human civilization. There are also many fresh faces in the Academy of Sciences and the Parliament. Of course, many scientific researchers who are too old, even if they have longevity enzymes, have not survived the 60 years of rapid human development. Xian Jingyang, Ding Xueming, Tang Wenshan, Chris. The deaths of academicians one after another added a bit of sadness to Lu Yongchang's heart. Chapter 316 Split. The surface of Proxima Centauri b. Central City. Lu Yongchang looked at the yellow snow scene out the window, with a bit of sigh in his eyes. The weather is getting cold. Proxima Centauri is also at its final stages. From the side, Fong Su's voice sounded. Yeah, it's time to move again. Right. Lu Yongchang's eyes dimmed slightly. Human civilization had just gotten on the right track, but they had to order the migration again. This is the price of being weak. He sighed softly and whispered to the camera on the side. 0. Turn off the exterior projection. As soon as the words fell, the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and the scenery disappeared instantly. Instead, there were cold silver-white walls. How is the mobilization work going? Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and asked again. Hearing the question, Fong Su's eyes showed a bit of bitterness. He shook his head slowly. Currently, 500 million people still don't want to leave Proxima Centauri. We tried a lot of things but to no avail. Lu Yongchang's face looked a little ugly. 500 million people, already accounting for 8.3% of the total population. Fong Su quickly added. Fortunately, most of these 500 million people are elderly. After hearing this, Lu Yongchang's face relaxed a little. Most of them are old people from Earth. Right. Fong Su nodded. Surveys show that 400 million of them are elderly. After hundreds of years of hibernation, they no longer want to continue wandering. Although this is not the Earth, they have developed a certain affection for Proxima b after 60 years of living. So, Lu Yongchang sighed again. What about the remaining 100 million people? Fong Su hesitated for a while and whispered. Most of them are the new generation born on Proxima b. New generation? Lu Yongchang suddenly frowned. Well, why do you want to stay in this dying star system? Fong Su's face was full of helplessness. A large part of the reason lies with those 400 million elderly people. Of course, the sense of belonging to the place of birth also has a certain impact. How many mobilizations have been carried out? Lu Yongchang asked softly, without much expression on his face. 3 times so far. Lu Yongchang slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. One last mobilization. If you still don't want to leave, don't force it. Leave some supplies for them. With that gas giant planet, at least there won't be an energy crisis. Fong Su's expression was slightly shaken. Isn't this bad? They are all human beings. How can we just look at them like this? It's different from Earth. At this time, human civilization has the ability to take all humans on interstellar voyages. Lu Yongchang glanced at Fong Su with a complicated expression. Nothing bad. Everyone has his own ambition. Since they decided to enjoy the last warmth in this hotbed, we will meet their needs. This is the most benevolent thing to do. Human civilization cannot stop its progress just because of a few people. Fong Su nodded silently and said nothing. Professor, the detector has completed its preliminary detection mission. Zero's voice broke the silent atmosphere in the office. Receiving data. Lu Yongchang's eyes lit up, and his tone suddenly became much lighter. It's been a long time coming. Let's go see what information the detector brings us. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the office door. Astronomical Observatory. Lu Yongchang's cheeks tightened and he focused on looking at the progress bar on the holographic projection. His eyes were filled with emotions mixed with anticipation and fear. The hope is that the detector can bring them excellent intelligence. For example, resources are abundant. For example, there are no foreign enemies. The one who is frightened is naturally the main star of Ross 154. Although, in these 60 years, Ross 154 has not experienced any unexpected conditions. But for some reason, every time he thought of that scene 60 years ago, Lu Yongchang would feel an inexplicable sense of panic in his heart. Without any evidence that Ross 154 was suffering from a condition, he could only characterize it as a mental illness. Perhaps because of the demise of 2 consecutive star systems, the seeds of fear of the stars have been planted in his heart. Or find a chance to see Dr. Wen? Speaking of which, it seems that I haven't seen Dr. Wen for a while. The last time seemed to be 2 years ago. While researching plasma weapons, he successfully sent himself to the ward in charge of Dr. Wen. But thinking of the strange look Dr. Wen looked at his head, he quickly dismissed the thoughts in his mind. Just as Lu Yongchang was thinking wildly, the progress bar in the holographic projection silently rose to 100%. A star map was clearly presented in front of everyone. Outside a red fireball, there are 7 planets, large and small. Among them, there are 3 gas giant planets and 4 solid planets. And Lu Yongchang's goal is the 2nd and 3rd planets. The former is a solid planet. The latter is a gas giant planet. After mastering the construction technology of giant urban agglomerations, the options for human settlements have increased a lot compared with before. At this time, Lu Yongchang only needed to focus on 2 aspects. For one thing, gravity. The gravity of the habitat needs to be close to the Earth. This can ensure the normal growth and development of the new generation, and also ensure that the older generation will not suffer from various abnormal conditions. On the other hand, as many resources as possible are needed. Water resources, mineral resources. This is of course for convenience. We can't build a city by then, and the raw materials will have to be transported all the way. Right? According to the observation data of the Proxima Centauri civilization, the gravity of this solid planet is about 90% of the Earth's, and it has a small amount of water resources. Basically exists in the form of solid ice, although it is not as rich as Proxima Centauri b and the Earth. For a second-level civilization, this is not a big problem. It is worth mentioning that this solid planet has no atmosphere, but has a huge planetary ring. It is estimated that it was formed by the fragmentation of the satellite. Of course, these are all data from the Proxima Centauri civilization. The specifics still depend on the detectors launched by humans. While thinking about it, he reached out and clicked on the holographic projection. The image of the 2nd solid planet instantly zoomed in. Lines of data flashed quickly in front of him. Looking at the rapidly beating data in front of him, Lu Yongchang's eyes gradually became filled with surprise. According to preliminary testing, although there is not much water resources, it is extremely rich in mineral resources. Again, although it is not as good as the Earth and Proxima Centauri b, compared with other solid planets, it can be considered a rich place. Professor Lu, this planet is really nice. From the side, a young voice came. Is this where we will live in the future? Chapter 317 He Bin Lin. With a smile in his eyes, Lu Yongchang turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. A young man with yellow skin and black hair had exclamation written all over his face. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly. What a neighbor. One of the representatives of the new generation. The name comes from, naturally, Proxima Centauri. According to statistics, among the new generation born in Proxima Centauri b, names such as Proxima Centauri, CD, Xiyang, and Xingchen appear very frequently. Obviously, environmental factors play a large part in this. He Bailan is also one of many new generations, with wisdom far beyond ordinary people. He entered the Academy of Sciences from an ordinary person and became an interstellar astronomer in just 40 years. Yes, if there are no problems with the main star, this planet will be our future residence. Unfortunately, since Ross 154 is a huge X-ray source, and the planet has no atmosphere, it is estimated that humans still have to live in closed urban agglomerations. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang shook his head with regret. He Bailan shrugged and said nothing. It was difficult for him to understand Lu Yongchang's feelings. After all, he has been living in a huge closed urban complex since the day he was born. He had only seen the Earth in holographic image data and had seen the so-called blue sky and white clouds. In addition to video materials, most of the scenes he could see were cold-tone metal structures. This is true whether it is a city group or various starships. Apart from this, there is only the surface scenery of Proxima Centauri be projected from the exterior. Only, ever since he Proxima can remember, Proxima b has entered the Ice Age. Again, the dim yellow sky, coupled with the dim yellow snow scene, looked like a large mud ball from a distance. He really didn't know why some people would like the environment outside the urban agglomeration. Lu Yongchang noticed He Bailan's mood, but he didn't explain much. After all words are pale before witnessing the Earth scenery with one's own eyes. He sighed in his heart, withdrew his gaze, and reached out again to point at the 3rd planet. It's a gas giant planet, similar to Saturn. There is no too strong magnetic field, and it contains a large amount of hydrogen and helium-3. Whether in terms of distance or basic composition, it is a qualified energy supply station. After focusing on the second and third planets, Lu Yongchang casually checked the other planets. There aren't many surprises. It can only be said to be quite satisfactory. Then, he set his sights on the red fireball. Ross 154. The focus of the detector is the detection object. Ross 154 star system. The 5 detectors flew toward the host star in scattered directions. Under the light of the main star, the light of the Hall thruster at the tail of the detector appears extremely dim. As time passed, they got closer and closer to the fireball. With a tight protective layer, the probe successfully flew near Ross 154. In the holographic projection, real-time detection data pours down like a waterfall. Of all the people present, only Lu Yongchang and Yi Bailing could keep up with the speed of data refresh. It doesn't seem strange? Yi Bailing stretched out his hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead and said with some difficulty, "It is completely consistent with the observation data of the Proxima Centauri people. In 60 years, if it was attacked by a higher civilization, there should be some abnormal phenomena." Lu Yongchang still didn't speak. He stared hard at the holographic projection in front of him. More than 10 minutes later, he let out a long sigh of relief. Indeed, nothing unusual was found. 0. Control a detector to hit Ross 154. Lu Yongchang said in a deep voice. He needs more precise testing data. It doesn't matter even if one detector is lost. Near Ross 154, under Zero's control, a detector quietly changed its trajectory around the host star and rushed straight towards the sea of fire on the star's surface. As the distance between the two gets closer and closer, the thermal insulation material on the surface of the detector begins to melt rapidly. At the same time, various detection instruments are running at full power. A stream of data is sent in the direction of the solar system, until the detector turned into a ball of fire. A violent explosion rippled across the surface of Ross 154. That's the effect of a nuclear torpedo explosion. But for such a huge star, it is like a grain of dust falling on a person, without causing any waves. Get ready to start the migration plan. Lu Yongchang looked at the data in front of him with a faint smile on his face. Ross 154 is healthy. It is a young star. Perhaps it is this reason that led to the abnormal situation 60 years ago. Human beings' understanding of the universe is still too shallow. Lu Yongchang sighed silently in his heart. Let's go. He turned around and greeted Fong Su. Complete all preparations within 2 years. In 2210. Let's go. 8.24 light years away. Around Ross 154. For detectors are working tirelessly around it to detect it. In order to prevent accidents, such detection will continue until humans arrive in the Ross 154 star system. The dark red Ross 154 quietly releases its energy to the surroundings, bringing a touch of warmth to this remote place. Suddenly, a flash of gray appeared on its surface. The gray quickly spread toward the 4 detectors surrounding Ross 154. A few minutes later, the gray matter shrinks back into the dark red star. Everything has returned to its usual state. And the 4 detectors, as if nothing had happened, still maintained their original trajectory, quietly orbiting Ross 154. At the same time, in the past 60 years, the human fleet has been updated. A total of 3,000 starships stood quietly outside Proxima Centauri b. Among these starships, an extremely large starship is particularly eye-catching, with a hull length of 5,000 meters. It is a new generation flagship of human civilization. As a flagship, it naturally inherits the name of the previous generation flagship, Earth. It is surrounded by 10 secondary flagships with a length of 3,000 meters. On the outside are ordinary starships with a length of 500,1500 meters. Among them, they include home ships, engineering ships, and battleships. At the outermost edge of the 3,000 starships are densely packed millions of small detection satellites. These detection satellites will be the first to set off and surround the entire fleet to create a preliminary detection network with a radius of 10. Chapter 318, Migration of Tail Households. A week later, the surface of Proxima Centauri b. City number 3. Unlike city number 1, as a city where ordinary people live. In order to ensure the quality of life, the design of most areas remains highly similar to that of Earth cities. Some street trees were also planted on both sides of the road. I have to say that under Zero's management, these street trees are growing really well. On the streets, In addition to leisurely pedestrians, there are even some vendors selling various snacks. Take a look! Take a look! Authentic Tianjin specialty cannabis flowers. Changsha's stinky tofu. If it doesn't stink, you'll be compensated. The shouts came and went. If you just look at the street in front of you, you might even feel like you're still on Earth. But if you raise your head slightly and look towards the sky, you can quickly find something unusual. There is no blue sky. No white clouds. Some are just intricate steel frame structures and various macro control devices. Renfeng walked through the crowd with a blank expression, ignoring the various greetings from the vendors around him. Washburger 8-piece set. Now only 29.9 credits. When he heard this sentence, Renfeng's steps suddenly stopped. The confusion in his eyes gradually dissipated, and he turned his head stiffly in the direction of the sound. I saw a middle-aged man looking at me with a smile. Would you like one? Renfeng's face gradually twisted. Boss, how do you sell this laxative? The smile on the middle-aged man's face gradually disappeared. What laxative? What I sell is hamburgers. Young people, don't talk nonsense. Renfeng's expression became even weirder. He stared hard at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked word for word. Then why, after eating your hamburger, did I stay in the toilet for 3 hours? Middle-aged man. Ahem. Seeing the pedestrians around him casting doubtful glances at him, the middle-aged man quickly grabbed Renfeng's shoulders. Young man, this is it. I'll give you another hamburger set. Please stop talking nonsense. Okay. Renfeng. He seriously suspected that the middle-aged man in front of him was trying to kill him. Seemingly seeing the disbelieving expression on Renfeng's face, the middle-aged man's expression quickly changed. A few seconds later, he sighed deeply and said to Renfeng with a grimace, Brother, the migration plan is about to start. In the last few days, just don't mess with me. Okay. If I pay one more fine, I will have no money at all. After hearing the middle-aged man's words, the anger on Renfeng's face suddenly disappeared, replaced by deep confusion. Never mind. Renfeng waved his hand and walked forward with a blank look on his face. Migration plans. Migration plans again. Thinking of the staff who had mobilized 3 times from home some time ago, Renfeng sighed deeply. I really don't know why these people want to leave the city. Isn't it nice to live like this? As for the middle-aged man, looking at the back of Renfeng who suddenly imaged it, he scratched his head in confusion. But soon, he put the matter behind him and continued shouting. Take a look! Take a look! Watson's Burger. After passing through the crowded downtown area, Renfeng came to a slightly quiet residential area. Xiaofeng, are you back? On the way, an aunt saw Renfeng and greeted him with a smile. It seems like you have another guest at home. Renfeng's heart tightened, but there was no clue on his face. He smiled and nodded to the aunt. Okay, I'll go back right now. As he spoke, he quickened his pace a little and hurried towards his home. As soon as he opened the door, Renfeng heard the familiar voice coming from inside. Proxima Centauri is a star destined to die. Renfeng sighed slightly. They are also the mobilizers of the relocation plan. Mom, I'm back. Renfeng shouted loudly. Renfeng's call quickly attracted the attention of several people in the living room. Among them, a woman who looked to be in her 40s quickly stood up and waved to him. Xiaofeng, you are finally back. Come on. This comrade is here to see you. Renfeng sighed softly and dragged his feet towards the living room with difficulty. When a middle-aged man in uniform saw Renfeng, his eyes lit up slightly. He stood up quickly, walked quickly to Renfeng, stretched out his hands and held Renfeng's right hand. Hello, Renfeng. Maybe you don't know me. Let me introduce myself first. Renfeng curled his lips and pulled out his right hand mercilessly. Aren't you just here to persuade me to join the migration plan? The man in uniform twitched the corner of his mouth and said with an embarrassed look on his face. That's true. Renfeng waved his hand. No need to waste your efforts. I will not participate in the migration plan. Hearing this, the man in uniform showed a bit of anxiety in his eyes. But your parents have chosen to participate in the migration plan, and you stay here alone. Renfeng interrupted the man in uniform and said in a bad tone. Who said I would stay here alone? As soon as he finished speaking, 2 slightly childish voices sounded in the living room. We also want to stay here. Wherever my brother goes, we will go. The uniformed man turned to look. I saw 2 children about 10 years old jumping off the sofa with smiles on their faces and jumping to Renfeng's side. The man in uniform cast a look for help at the middle-aged couple on the side. This was the first time he encountered this situation. There was no unexpected expression on the middle-aged couple's faces. Ren's father sighed deeply and said softly, "Comrade, please take a step to speak." With that said, he walked directly towards the door of his house. The man in uniform was stunned and quickly followed Ren's father's footsteps. "Isn't it strange?" Father Ren's slightly hoarse voice came from the front. The man in uniform smiled bitterly and nodded. "It's indeed a bit of a surprise. We have never encountered this situation before. Generally speaking, it's the children who are willing to migrate and the parents who are unwilling to migrate." Father Ren stopped, turned to look at the man in uniform, and sighed deeply again. "Speaking of which, we and my wife should be blamed for this incident." The man in uniform did not speak, but cast a doubtful look at Ren's father. "You should have noticed that the two children are closer to Renfeng." The uniformed man nodded. "Indeed it is." Before Renfeng came back, the two children didn't even have a smile on their faces. Ren's father said to himself, "Renfeng, now 25 years old, has lived with his grandfather since he was a child. As for the younger two children, they have also lived with their grandfather since they were born. On weekdays, the closest person is Renfeng. It was only in the last few months that we got the three of them back." So, Chapter 319, Migration? The man in uniform suddenly realized. He found the point of the problem and quickly asked, "What about their grandfather?" Father Ren twitched the corners of his mouth and looked into the distance. "In city number 4. Currently, living alone. The old man is from the earth. Nostalgic. It's not easy to have a home. So naturally I don't want to leave. It's just, Renfeng is a sentimental guy. He wanted to take care of his grandpa. So he refused to participate in the relocation plan. Those two children." As he spoke, Father Ren smiled bitterly and shook his head. "What can a 10-year-old child know? All he knows is to follow his brother." The uniformed man frowned. "Now, things are getting difficult. What do you think of this?" The man in uniform asked in a low voice. "Should they stay here with the old man? Or—" Father Ren suddenly became excited. "Are you kidding? Who doesn't know that Proxima Centauri is about to go out? If you can survive here for 100 years, how can you stay here for 500 years? Don't get excited." The man in uniform comforted him softly. "I'm sorry." Father Ren's mood gradually calmed down. He lowered his head and apologized. "I hope you can persuade him well and let Renfeng participate in the migration plan. We just have these 3 kids." The man in uniform nodded silently. "This is our mission. What's more, the superiors attach great importance to these new generations who are unwilling to migrate. You also know how important these new blood are to civilization in the interstellar era. I will try my best." The next day, the man in uniform came to city number 4. According to the address given by Ren's father, he came to a remote community. Looking at the closed door in front of him, he took a deep breath. After putting on a kind smile on his face, he reached out and knocked on the door. "Who?" An old voice came from among them. Then, a sound of footsteps getting closer and closer sounded at the door. The steps stopped. The man in uniform hurriedly said, "Hello. I am the street director of the Human Migration Project." Click. The door opened slowly, and behind the door was an old man with white hair. The old man frowned and looked at the man in uniform, and asked in a low voice, "People who are engaged in migration, haven't you been here a few days ago?" As he spoke, the old man's face was full of vigilance. Could he be a liar? "Old man, I am not engaged in relocation." The man in uniform was speechless and quickly explained, "I am the person in charge of the street. I mainly mobilize people to participate in the relocation plan." The old man waved his hand. "It's not about migration. Besides, I don't think you are a good person." As he spoke, he stretched out his wrinkled hand and tremblingly pressed a red button next to the door. "Man in uniform? Old man? Don't be impulsive." He took out an ID from his pocket and stopped the old man in front of him. "Look, I have an ID." The old man pressed the button with one hand, took the ID with the other, and glanced at it suspiciously. "Are you so good at making fake certificates now?" Man in uniform. "Uncle. I called you uncle." The man in uniform said dumbfounded. "Sir, think about it carefully. Have you ever encountered a liar since you came to Proxima Centauri?" The old man nodded silently. "Yes." The man in uniform was shocked. "What? When did it happen?" "Impossible. All cities are under the management of Zero. Even the dignitary members cannot seek personal gain with power. Is there any god who can escape Zero's pursuit?" The old man looked at the man warily and slowly said 2 words. "Now!" Man in uniform. Finally, with the police's proof, the old man finally believed the identity of the man in uniform. So why are you people who are doing migration looking for me? The man in uniform weakly corrected him. Uncle, we are not engaged in migration. I am. Forget it. Just think that I am a migration agent. I came to you mainly about your grandson. The old man's expression instantly became serious. Xiao Feng, what's up with him? The man in uniform was stunned. You don't know? When he heard that it was about his grandson, the old man suddenly became excited. He patted the table in front of him impatiently. What do I know? What happened to Xiao Feng? The uniformed man nodded thoughtfully. More than 10 minutes later. Bastard! The old man gasped and slammed the table in front of him. This little brat dares to mess around with such a big thing. I'm an old guy who's mostly buried in the ground. What can I do to keep you company? With that said, he reached out and opened the holographic projection on the side, found Renfeng's contact information with trembling hands, and pressed it without hesitation. 3 days later, watching Renfeng board the maglev train heading to city number 4. Ren's father and Ren's mother sighed deeply. The man in uniform said apologetically to the two of them, I'm sorry, Renfeng. Father Ren shook his head slowly, looked down at his youngest son and daughter beside him, and asked softly, This may be the best outcome. After a moment of silence, he looked at the uniformed man again. There was a glimmer of hope in his dim eyes. Will you still persuade Renfeng? The uniformed man hesitated for a moment, and finally shook his head. Father Ren's eyes completely darkened. Feel sorry. The man in uniform apologized again. According to the instructions of the Academy of Sciences, the migration plan will be officially launched soon. This is the last mobilization. Ren's parents didn't speak, but silently looked up at the maglev train in the distance. Scenes like this continued to occur throughout the Proxima B urban agglomeration. Under the last mobilization order, some of the new generation chose to join the migration plan. Of course, most of them still maintain their original choices. Well, Lu Yongchang looked at the final statistical results presented in the holographic projection and sighed deeply. Are there still 80 million new generations who choose to stay here? It's a pity that after this separation, we are two civilizations. As he said this, Lu Yongchang's eyes showed a bit of regret. Zero, how long do you think they can last after we leave? He murmured to himself. After a short wait, Zero gave his answer. 1,000 years. Only 1,000 years. Lu Yongchang lowered his eyes and sighed softly. Yes, this is still under ideal conditions. Zero quickly gave a series of simulation data. Lu Yongchang glanced at the holographic projection in front of him. The calculation process is very rigorous. Also ideal. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yongchang shook his head helplessly and said in a deep voice, Zero, start the migration plan. Starting tomorrow, all personnel will enter hibernation in batches in order. Chapter 320 The human fleet sets sail. 2 years later, beyond Proxima B, 3,000 starships are ready to go. The detection satellites surrounding it have already taken the lead in flying into the distance. In the dim universe, densely packed small blue light spots suddenly flashed. Earth, Command Center. In the huge holographic projection directly in front, an ever-expanding detection network is taking shape. Lu Yongchang stood on a high platform behind the Command Center with a serious expression, carefully examining the data in the holographic projection. The home ship is all ready, and all personnel have entered hibernation. Engineering ship is ready. The Taotai material reserve ship is ready. Ring fleet detection network deployment completed. No abnormal conditions within 10. You can set sail at any time. Green lights lit up in the holographic projection. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, turned his head and glanced at the dirty ice ball outside the porthole, and gave the last order. The human fleet. Set sail! Target, Ross 154 star system. After the words fell, Zero's voice immediately sounded. Order confirmed. The route has been planned. The fleet will enter forward 4, status in 15 minutes. All stranded personnel are requested to enter the deep sea cabin immediately. Lu Yongchang pressed the switch of the electromagnetic absorption device on the side and stood up from the chair. Professor, see you in 60 years. Next to him, Xiao Zijia's voice came. Lu Yongchang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. See you in 60 years. With that said, he walked towards the deep sea cabin at the rear of the command center. After a familiar process, Lu Yongchang slowly closed his eyes. Before closing his eyes stayed at the end of the star map. Ross 154. Hoping that it can provide humans with a sheltered harbor. A faint thought flashed through my mind. The next moment, his consciousness completely fell into darkness. A few minutes later, when it was detected that everyone had entered hibernation, the lights in the starship were turned off one after another. At the same time, the hall thrusters at the tail of each starship gradually became brighter. Proxima B, a remote corner of city number 4. Renfeng stared blankly at the holographic projection in front of him. On the projection, it is the real-time picture returned by the satellite. It seems like 3,000 little suns have risen in the deep and dark universe. At this moment, even the brightness of Proxima Centauri seemed extremely dim. Xiao Feng, an old voice came from the side. Has the human fleet already set off? Renfeng turned to look at his grandfather. I saw the old man squinting his eyes and groping on the coffee table nearby. Renfeng chuckled, stood up and helped the old man get reading glasses, and said softly, Yes, the fleet has already set off. The same goes for you. I told you a long time ago that presbyopia can be cured with a small operation in the medical cabin. But you just don't believe it. The old man smiled and reached out to take the glasses, put them on the bridge of his nose, and then waved his hand. Hey! How do you talk? The thought of having some kind of robot enter my body makes me feel uncomfortable. Anyway, I think my eyes are pretty good. The old man muttered softly. Renfeng smiled bitterly and shook his head, no longer explaining the difference between nano-robots and ordinary robots. Xiao Feng. The old man was silent for a while, and then said, Stay in this dying star system just to accompany me. A bad old man who is half buried in the ground. Life in the future will not be as comfortable as before. Do you regret it? Renfeng's breath was slightly suffocated. Then, he smiled with relief. I might have regretted it at first. But now, I've looked away. It's not bad to spend your life in peace like this. What's more, aren't there 80 million new generations who also choose to stay in the Proxima galaxy? Moreover, before leaving, Professor Liu left a weak artificial intelligence here. In addition, we can seek help from Zero or other people at any time through long-distance communication, as well as various types of robots. The quality of life will not be too bad. Seeing Renfeng's confident look, the old man stopped talking, but a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Really? Is there such a comfortable thing? From the Earth to Proxima B, he has experienced too many things in his life. From the rise of the Xia Kingdom, the establishment of the Human League, to the escape from the Earth, he experienced almost everything firsthand. It is precisely because of this that the old man knows very well that the development of human civilization will never go smoothly. In the event of a crisis, will the human fleet still have the energy to take care of this sub-civilization that has no development potential? Thinking of this, the old man sighed again and glanced at his grandson beside him with extremely complicated eyes. He had already told his grandson all this. But persuasion is useless. The old man shook his head imperceptibly and threw the thoughts in his mind to the back of his mind. Whatever. Children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. It is not the turn of an old man who is half broken to speak about this kind of thing. Renfeng, who was on the side, obviously didn't notice the subtle expression on the old man's face. At this time, his eyes were still focused on the holographic projection directly in front of him, looking at the 3,000 bright blue light spots in the endless deep sky. 60 years later, it is 0.01 light-years away from the Ross 154 star system. A fleet with a bumpy surface slowly passed by, although there was no attack during the voyage. Under the influence of cosmic rays and tiny meteoroids, the originally bright and beautiful fleet SH.L looked particularly dilapidated. In the center of the fleet, inside the flagship Earth, in the central computer room, various indicator lights flashed rapidly. Then, starting from the engine room, the lights inside the ship gradually turned on. In the command center, the holographic projection automatically unfolded. A star map slowly emerged. Distance, 0.01 light-years, 632.40. Arrived at the default wake-up area. Starting wake-up routine. The first batch of resuscitators are awakening. At the same time, in the Ross 154 star system 0.01 light-years away, for detectors are still surrounding the dark red Ross 154 and performing detection tasks. Over the past 60 years, they have tirelessly sent detection data of the main stars to the solar system. After transfer, the data was transmitted to Zero, according to the program preset by Liu Yongchang. Once there is any abnormality in Ross 154, Zero will immediately and unconditionally execute the deceleration program and wake up all personnel in Earth. But fortunately, no abnormal data has been transmitted in these 60 years. During the detection of the 4 detectors, Ross 154 was operating extremely normally, spreading its own warmth into this dark and cold universe. But with the arrival of the fleet, a gray shadow once again appeared inside the normally operating Ross 154. The gray shadow is fleeting. The detector is still transmitting normal data to zero. Chapter 321 Raw Star 2. Cough cough cough. Inside, Earth. As the deep-sea cabin door opened, violent coughing suddenly resounded throughout the starship. Fong Su, how is your physical condition? The holographic projection automatically unfolded in front of Fong Su, and Lu Yongcheng's concerned inquiry came from the loudspeaker on the side. Ahem. I have left the cabin and am coughing. Ahem. Looking at Fong Su, who was wearing a space suit and coughing constantly, Lu Yongcheng in the command center chuckled. Since the situation is good, then report to the command center as soon as possible. In 1 month, we will reach our destination. While coughing, Fong Su raised his right hand and made an internationally accepted, friendly gesture toward the camera on the side. After an hour, Fong Su stepped into the command center with empty steps. TSK Tisk, your body is not good enough. Perhaps because he was about to arrive at his new home, Lu Yongcheng was in a good mood, and even his tone was full of ridicule. Look, between me and Zhao Zijie, which one is like you? Fong Su rolled his eyes angrily. I won't say anything about Zhao Zijie. After all, he is from the military. It's normal for him to be in good shape. It's you. I'm just confused. Why is your physical fitness so much better than mine? Faced with Fong Su's doubts, Lu Yongcheng shrugged and said with a relaxed expression. Maybe it's talent. Fong Su. Seeing Fong Su's speechless and choked expression, Lu Yongcheng burst out laughing. In this month, you have to seize the time and exercise more in the gravity chamber. Don't ask for help from someone to help you get off the starship when you land. Fong Su smiled and nodded. There was no need for Lu Yongcheng to remind him about this. After all, the proposal to wake up 1 month in advance and conduct restorative training in the gravity chamber was made by him himself. Okay, let's get down to business. Lu Yongcheng suppressed his smile a little and looked at the star map presented in the holographic projection. According to the information received by Zero, during the 60-year voyage, the Ross 154 star did not exhibit any abnormal phenomena. Based on the detection data, it can basically be ruled out that interference from higher civilizations is a factor. Currently, a probe has left the Ross 154 orbit. It is expected to reach the synchronous orbit of the Ross 2 star soon. At that time, we can observe the planet in real time. Lu Yongcheng's words made everyone present feel a little hopeful. New planet. New home. A place to live without any worries. For human civilization at this time, this is already paradise. Professor, the probe has successfully arrived near the Ross 2 star. Zero's voice sounded in the command center. At the same time, the holographic projection screen in front quietly changed. A solid planet with huge rings slowly rotates on it. Under the light of the main star, the entire star takes on an earthy yellow hue. In the eye-catching earthy yellow, there are still a few sporadic spots of white. That's water in the form of solid ice. It can be seen at just a glance that this Ross 2 star is incomparable with the Earth. At least, in terms of water resources, there is a huge gap between the two. However, this thing has little impact on current human civilization. Therefore, no one paid attention to this. Zero, let the probe land on star 2. After Lu Yongcheng pondered for a moment, he issued the order. In order to better detect planetary resources, these interstellar probes were given the ability to planetary landing and ground investigation from the beginning of their design. Receive! As Zero's voice sounded, the picture in the holographic projection suddenly moved. Looking at the gradually enlarged Ross 2 star, all the scientific researchers secretly sweated. Time passed by minute by minute. The probe first passed through the planetary ring surrounding Ross 2. With the help of the camera, Lu Yongcheng saw the composition of the star ring. In addition to some small gravel, there are also a lot of ice slag. It's a good mining location. Lu Yongcheng looked at the various data coming from the detector and murmured to himself. After crossing the planetary ring, the probe plunged into the atmosphere of Ross 2. The previous article said that this planet has no atmosphere. So I will make a modification here. In addition, the previous description of this part has been modified. Considering the low surface temperature of the planet, Lu Yongcheng specially chose near the equator as the landing site. Under the influence of the atmosphere, the camera shook violently. But soon, the picture gradually stabilized. Blue sky. Under the light of Ross 154, which was about to go down the mountain, A wide band appeared in the center of the sky. That's the planetary ring surrounding Ross 2. The camera moves down. The khaki land has undulating hills, basins, and mountains. A wide variety of terrains can be seen at a glance. On some high mountains, you can even see white snow. At the end of the site is a snow-white glacier. Lu Yongchang has even thought about sending robots to the glaciers to collect ice to replenish water resources. As the height of the detector continues to decrease, the ground image gradually becomes clearer. Suddenly, he held his breath. That is liquid? Perhaps because it is near the equator and the temperature is relatively high. Under the high-precision camera footage, a long, thin, winding river was clearly presented in front of everyone. The detector height dropped further. A terrain on the right side of the screen instantly caught Lu Yongchang's attention. It is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and a plain in the middle. In the center of the plain is a small lake. In the center of the lake, there are several lake islands. On the left side of the plain, a wide river flows slowly. This is it! There was a hint of joy in Lu Yongchang's eyes. This is the address of Central City. As he spoke, he recorded the coordinates displayed on the detector. Regarding Lu Yongchang's proposal, everyone present nodded in agreement. Although there may be indigenous microorganisms in the water, this is no longer a problem for current human civilization. The probe descended slowly. 3 brackets popped out from the sides, holding it up steadily. Subsequently, the side hatch of the spherical detector slowly opened. A probe vehicle loaded with precision detection instruments slowly drove out. Atmospheric composition, 97% nitrogen, 1.8% carbon monoxide, 0.6% carbon dioxide, and 0.4% water vapor. Surface air pressure, 85 kilopascals. Chapter 322 Bet. Earth. Command Center. A strip of precise data from the detector is presented in the holographic projection directly in front. Lu Yongchang noticed a set of data at the first time. The carbon monoxide concentration is 1.8%. Is it that high? There was a bit of surprise in Lu Yongchang's eyes. There is actually a small amount of carbon monoxide in the Earth's atmosphere. However, its concentration is extremely low. So low that one can ignore it. However, once the concentration rises, this colorless and odorless highly toxic gas will become extremely toxic. For example, when the concentration of carbon monoxide reaches 0.06%, it can cause poisoning in 1 hour. When its concentration reaches 0.32%, humans will fall into coma and die within 30 minutes. It can be seen from this that the concentration of carbon monoxide on Ross 2 is astonishing. It's definitely a bit high. On the side, Fong Su frowned and whispered, "It seems that it is another world that does not welcome humans. Maybe there is no life on this planet." Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows and interrupted Fong Su's words. "That's not necessarily the case." Fong Su looked at Lu Yongchang blankly. "Are you sure?" Then, he turned around and looked at the data in the holographic projection again. After confirming that it was correct, he shook his head repeatedly and said, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nitrogen is too stable. There is no oxygen. And the concentration of carbon monoxide is so high. I don't believe that life can be born in this damn place." Lu Yongchang had a smile in his eyes. "How about making a bet?" Fong Su nodded subconsciously. "Just bet." As he spoke, his voice suddenly became a little softer, and there was a hint of guilt on his face. He frowned tightly and turned to look at the holographic projection again. After confirming the data again, he felt a little confident. "It's a bet. What's the stakes?" Lu Yongchang's eyes smiled even more. He pondered for a moment and then said, "Just bet on the amount of training. The loser, in the next month, the amount of training in the gravity chamber will be doubled." As he said that, Lu Yongchang glanced at Chao Liankai on the side. "Also, Lao Chao, don't forget the chicken leg rice you owe me." "Chao Liankai, Professor, please stop playing with me." Chao Liankai begged. "Where can I get you the chicken drumstick rice from Sandaiki University?" Lu Yongchang shrugged. "Not now. Maybe there will be in the future?" After saying that, he looked at Fong Su again. "How is it? Do you want to pick it up?" Facing Lu Yongchang's provocation, Fong Su gritted his teeth and said, "Take it. I don't believe that life can be born in such an environment. Just wait and cry in the gravity chamber." The bet is established. The corners of Lu Yongchang's mouth raised, revealing a mysterious smile. Do not forget, at the beginning, the Earth had no oxygen. Also, the concentration of carbon monoxide in the atmosphere is not low. Fong Su's face froze. Yes. Does this happen? This thing really touched his blind spot of knowledge. Lu Yongchok pursed his lips at Bailan on the other side. Here. If you don't believe me, ask. Fong Su turned his head stiffly and looked in the direction of Bailan. The answer was naturally a positive one. It's over. A thought flashed through Fong Su's mind, thinking that what he faced next was double the amount of training in the gravity chamber. A thin layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Still, the results haven't come out yet. I still have a chance to make a comeback. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang smiled even more on his face. Zero. Where did the rover go? Amid everyone's conversation, the rover on Ross 2 had arrived at its destination, the meandering river. Professor, the data from the probe rover has been sent back. Lu Yongchang glanced at Fong Su with a half smile. Zero. Please release the image data. As soon as he finished speaking, the picture returned by the probe vehicle's camera appeared in the holographic projection. Looking at the endlessly flowing river in the picture, Lu Yongchang's eyes showed some emotion. When viewed from a high altitude, the river looks like a thin ribbon. But when we really see it, the scale of this river is quite large. Zero. How wide is this river approximately? Lu Yongchang asked casually. The average width is 82 kilometers. And the widest point reaches 230 kilometers. The width of this section of the river is 67 kilometers. Zero responded meticulously. Lu Yongchang looked happy. For a river of this size, it is basically certain that it is not a seasonal river. The so-called seasonal rivers refer to rivers that are greatly affected by seasonal factors. Once the dry season arrives, the rivers may even stop flowing and dry up. The formation of early life requires a relatively stable environment. This river undoubtedly meets this need. Contrary to Lu Yongchang's expression, Fong Su's expression became increasingly depressed. Lu Yongchang continued to ask, what about the depth? There is no testing data yet. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly and gave the order. Take a part of the river water and send it back to the detector to look at it with a microscope. Receive. In the holographic projection, a mechanical arm stretches out from the left side of the camera and extends straight into the slightly turbid river water. Tens of seconds later, sampling completed. Lu Yongchang nodded with satisfaction and looked at Fong Su again, who looked ashen. How about it? Do you want to continue this bet? Surrender is half the battle. You just need to increase your exercise volume by 50%. Fong Su hesitated for a long time and said, vigorously, continue. I won't give in until the test results come out. A trace of regret flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. To be honest, he was not sure about the test results. Only, with his current physique, it is not difficult to double the amount of exercise. The wait is long. Professor, the test results are out. Zero's avatar appeared beside Lu Yongchang and said softly. Lu Yongchang's expression perked up, and he asked urgently, how is it? Is there anything in the water? Fong Su, who was on the side, also cast an expectant look at Ling. Under microscope observation, a small number of single-celled organisms were found in the water. Zero announced the result of the bet in a calm tone. Lu Yongchang laughed loudly and said, ha 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 ha. Zero. Take out the test report. When the test report appeared on the holographic projection, the last glimmer of hope in Fong Su's heart was extinguished. Do not forget. Starting from today, your training volume will be doubled. Lu Yongchang looked at the test report and teased Fong Su, who looked pale. On the other side, Cao Liangkai looked at Fong Su sitting blankly on the chair and shook his head with regret. What a good young man. Why can't you think of making a bet with Lu Yongchang? Chapter 323 Cyanobacteria Like Life. The bet is just a small episode. The focus is naturally still on the water body detection report in front of us. After all, this is related to the safety of the human population. After carefully reviewing the report, Lu Yongchang breathed a long sigh of relief. In several samples, only one single-celled organism with a simple structure was detected. It seems that life on this planet has just begun to evolve. Lu Yongchang said in a relaxed tone. This is undoubtedly good news. Normally, the threat to these primitive beings is not high. To be on the safe side, Lu Yongchang ordered more detectors to be sent to Ross 2. 1 month later, 3,000 starships with dilapidated surfaces arrived at their destination. Under Zero's precise control, these starships followed the orbit of the Ross 2 star and moved around Ross 154. During this 1-month voyage, the remaining 3 interstellar probes are still moving around Ross 154. At the same time, 90% of the optical telescopes and radio telescopes of the human fleet are pointed at this young star. The Ross 2 star is also surrounded by hundreds of satellites with different functions. Under intensive observation for a month, Neither ROS-154 nor ROS-2 showed any abnormalities. This also made Lu Yongchang completely let go of his worries. He believed that a normal advanced civilization with the ability to attack stars would never deliberately hide its whereabouts for a mere second-level civilization. This is like facing a group of ants. No one will hide in a corner to hide traces of their existence. Just to give the ants a corner kill. Tomorrow. Land on ROS-2. Looking at the solid planet with star rings outside the porthole, Lu Yongchang showed an expectant smile on his face. The next day, hundreds of ZUM-2 ships sailed out of the Earth port and headed straight for the ROS-2 star in the distance. On this day, ROS-2, which had been lonely for countless years, welcomed its first batch of tourists. The high temperature brought by the Hall thruster formed strange lines in the upper atmosphere. In the blue sky, hundreds of rainbows appeared. The ZUM-2 fleet crossed thousands of mountains and rivers and finally arrived at the city building point, selected by Lu Yongchang. The hatch opened slowly. Scientific researchers, robots, material transport vehicles filed out. Lu Yongchang was wearing a spacesuit and stamped his feet vigorously, feeling the touch of the solid Earth. It feels slightly different from the land of Proxima Centauri. Due to the influence of various organisms, the texture of Proxima Centauri's land is more like that of the Earth. The land on ROS-2 made him feel like he was back on Mars. Let's go. Lu Yongchang greeted Fong Su next to him. Let's go get samples. As long as we are sure that these indigenous people have no impact on humans, we can start building cities. Fong Su responded and quickly walked towards the planetary landing vehicle on the side. Thanks to the month-long exercise in the gravity chamber, Fong Su's footsteps seemed extremely solid, without any sense of emptiness. Snapped. Lu Yongchang walked around behind Fong Su and patted his shoulder gently. Not bad. It seems that the gravity chamber exercise is quite useful. Listening to the voice coming from the team's radio, Fong Su's movements suddenly stopped. He turned his head and glanced resentfully at Lu Yongchang, who was smiling. Can it be useless? In the first few days after entering the gravity chamber, he even slept in the medical cabin. If it weren't for the help of the medical cabin, Fong Su even doubted whether he could successfully participate in the landing operation. Let's go. Fong Su changed the subject in a clumsy way. Let's go take samples. Seeing Fong Su's embarrassed look, Lu Yongchang burst into laughter. He didn't reveal Fong Su's thoughts and climbed directly onto the tall planetary landing vehicle. Considering the various complex terrains that may exist on the planet's surface, the planetary landing vehicle has extremely strong off-road performance. This plus version of the off-road vehicle uses small-scale nuclear fusion as its energy source, and its body is made of the same carbide material as the starship. In order to ensure the safety of scientific researchers, the designers even installed 2 small electromagnetic guns and a small laser cannon. As soon as he got into the cockpit, Lu Yongchang saw Fong Su's strange eyes. How? You know how to drive this thing? Lu Yongchang nodded calmly. Of course. Fong Su was amazed. When did you learn this? I remember, didn't the design drawings of this car just come out a month ago? Lu Yongchang sneered, pulled out the seatbelt from one side very skillfully, and then reached out to press a button on the side. The vehicle starts. The dashboard slowly lights up. 0. You take control. Fong Su. After retrieving the sample, Lu Yongchang returned directly to ZUM number 2 without stopping. In the cabin of ZUM 2, which was converted into a biological laboratory, Lu Yongchang wore protective clothing and carried out a series of inspections with ease. After experiencing Mars and Proxima Centauri b, he became more and more skilled in handling extraterrestrial life. When all the test results came out, Lu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief. No big deal. Just some simple organisms like cyanobacteria. Through the treatment of nanofiltration devices, this river water can even be drunk directly. Lu Yongchang looked at the various indicators in the holographic projection and said softly, it even contains many minerals that are beneficial to humans. Nanofiltration device, simply put, is a filtration system based on nanorobots. This device is widely used on Proxima b to completely eliminate various alien microorganisms contained in water sources. So, how do these single-cell organisms survive in this environment? Fong Su asked curiously. Lu Yongchang explained while looking at the holographic projection in front of him. Have you ever heard of nitrogen-fixing plants? Fong Su frowned and thought for a long time. You mean soybeans? Lu Yongchang glanced at Fong Su helplessly. That's a little bit right. On Earth, there are 3 types of nitrogen-fixing plants. The first 2 are plants that live in symbiosis with rhizobia and frankia bacteria. There is also a plant that is symbiotic with cyanobacteria. These single-celled organisms can absorb nitrogen from the atmosphere, a process somewhat similar to nitrogen-fixing cyanobacteria. Tests show they can absorb nitrogen and convert it into nitrogen compounds. At the same time, during the growth process, compounds such as amino acids and peptides can also be released. Compared to the solar system, this star system is too young. Perhaps, in another billion years, some complex life forms will appear on this planet. Chapter 324 Birthday. After confirming that life on Ross 2 was still in its most primitive state and posed no great threat to humans, Lu Yongchang directly ordered the start of the city construction project. After completing a series of planning work, he once again caught up with Zun number 2. Before the construction of Central City is completed, he needs to return to Earth to continue his research mission. During the voyage, Lu Yongchang sat on a chair and slowly closed his eyes. Consciousness then came to the familiar fluorescent green space. Against the fluorescent green background, the tree diagram outlined with bright white lines appears particularly clear. The basic outline of the secondary civilization technology tree appeared in front of him. This means that under the leadership of Lu Yongchang, human civilization has mastered the main technologies of secondary civilization in 60 years. Next, there is the work of filling in each branches of the technology tree. When all the main technologies are unlocked, the filling work is not difficult, but it is an extremely tedious task. For example, the miniaturization of Type 2 laser weapons and the miniaturization and civilian use of ternary photonic computers. As for why you do such a thankless job, Lu Yongchang sighed silently in his heart, raised his head, and looked towards the top of the technology tree. As before, at the top of the second-level civilization's technology tree, there is a faint, extremely dim cursor. According to past experience, this technology should be the threshold for entering the third-level civilization. However, unlike before, this cursor was shrouded in thick fog. No matter how Lu Yongchang adjusted the angle of observation, he could not see the content of the cursor. At first, Lu Yongchang didn't know the secret. It wasn't until he tried to fill in the branches of the technology tree that he realized the role of this fog. Every time a branch technology is completed, the fog will become lighter. In other words, only by completely completing the entire technology tree will the technology tree system provide him with clues about promotion to the third-level civilization. Of course, Lu Yongchang also had his own thoughts. For example, directly promote existing technology without relying on system prompts. But soon, he gave up his idea. Without a clear direction, trying your luck will only greatly delay the completion of the technology tree. If you have that kind of energy, you might as well complete all the branch technologies of the technology tree honestly. At least, with the efforts of all scientific researchers, completing these branch technologies will only take some time. For interstellar civilization, perhaps the least valuable thing is endless time. Professor, we have arrived at our destination. As a slight vibration came from the soles of his feet, Zero's voice rang in his ears. Lu Yongchang quickly regained consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. He deftly unbuckled his seat belt and electromagnetic absorption device, stood up from his seat, and walked towards the cabin door of Zun 2. When he walked to the hatch that was supposed to open automatically did not open. He frowned, a trace of uneasiness flashing in his eyes. Zero? Professor, I'm here. The holographic projection lit up, and Zero's avatar appeared next to him. Why don't you open the door? Lu Yongchang said in a deep voice. Is there something wrong with the hatch? Extremely rare. Ling did not answer Lu Yongchang's question, but said softly, Professor, please wait a moment. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang frowned even deeper. Zero didn't answer his question? From the moment Zero was born, this has never happened. Zero! What's going on? Lu Yongchang's voice became stern, and he directly issued an order to Zero. Tell me the reason immediately. Facing the creator's order, Zero hesitated for a second and then said, Professor, this is Professor Su Yutong's order. Lu Yongchang couldn't help but be stunned, and subconsciously asked, Su Yutong? Why? His eyes were full of doubts. All right. What was this girl doing locking him up in Zun number 2? Zero responded calmly. Professor Su Yutong's command authority is the second level. Do you want to use the highest authority command to override it? Lu Yongchang was stunned again. Oops. Unexpectedly, this girl actually used her highest authority command to stop him. Forget it. Lu Yongchang chuckled, sat back in his chair again, waved his hand and said, I want to see what she is trying to do. 10 minutes later. Professor, it's time. Zero's voice sounded again. At the same time, the closed hatch in the distance suddenly opened. Lu Yongchang didn't speak. He just stood up from his chair and walked towards the cabin door silently. Looking at the hatch a few meters away, Lu Yongchang frowned. It seems. Nothing seemed strange. He suppressed the doubts in his heart and quickened his pace towards the cabin door. The moment he stepped out of the hatch, a familiar voice came from the side. Professor! Happy birthday! Then, a small cake appeared in front of him. In a zero-gravity environment, the cake floats quietly in the air. Some simple patterns were carved on the surface of the cake. Lu Yongchang suddenly froze on the spot. He turned to look at Su Yutong, who was smiling, and asked with a dull expression, Birthday? In my mind, it seemed like he hadn't had a birthday in a long time. If you think about it carefully, the last time you celebrated your birthday was probably in your previous life. Yes. Su Yutong smiled like a flower and said in a bright tone, Today is your 100th birthday. Lu Yongchang. It always feels weird. But after careful calculation, not counting the length of hibernation, I am indeed 100 years old. Thanks to the effect of longevity hormone, he still maintains the appearance of his youth. That's why when he looked at the word 100 on the cake, he felt particularly strange. Thank you. Thank you. Lu Yongchang clumsily stretched out his hand to pick up the floating cake in front of him. Looking at the smiling Su Yutong in front of him, he didn't know what to say for a moment. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke and spoke softly. Where did this cake come from? As I recall, there seemed to be no cream on the starship. Su Yutong's expression froze. Obviously, she didn't expect that Lu Yongchang would say such a thing at this time. After a moment of silence, Su Yutong breathed a long sigh of relief. I cloned a cow and a hen using genes from the gene bank. Right now, they're still in the biology lab. Anti-collision. What was banned and deleted in the previous article was Proxima Centauri human cloning technology. As for the other ingredients, it's actually not difficult to make. Lu Yongchang was silent for a while, and then said with an increasingly serious expression, Thank you. Su Yutong's pretty face turned slightly red, and she turned her gaze to Zun number 2 aside, and murmured in a low voice, Just thank you. Chapter 325 Central City completed. There was another moment of silence. Without waiting for the desired response, Su Yutong's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Just when she was about to find a topic to talk about, Lu Yongchang's voice suddenly sounded. I hope that when I am 200 years old, I can also receive your cake. Still, there are still 300 years to go. 400 years to go. Lu Yongchang's voice became weaker and weaker, and in the end, it was like a mosquito. But to Su Yutong's ears, this was the most beautiful sound in decades. A touch of surprise instantly burst out in her eyes. Good. Her cheeks were slightly red. Her eyes were twitching, and she responded in a low voice. Facing Su Yutong's extremely fiery gaze, Lu Yongchang subconsciously shifted his gaze, even though his brain was continuously strengthened by the system. At this moment, he felt dizzy as if he was drunk. Now, my hormone levels must be high. Right? An idea suddenly came to Lu Yongchang's mind. Afterwards, this thought kept drifting away. Are the effects of hormones really that big on the human body? Does the human body's consciousness affect hormones? Or does hormones affect consciousness? If I were only conscious, could I still feel this way? Professor? Professor? Looking at Lu Yongchang, who was standing there in a daze, a trace of doubt flashed in Su Yutong's eyes, and he stretched out his hand and waved it in front of him. What are you thinking about? Lu Yongchang suddenly came back to his senses. Looking at Su Yutong, whose cheeks were still slightly rosy, he panicked. What to do? Is it possible to tell her that she is thinking about the relationship between hormones and consciousness? We'll die. No matter which way it is. You will die. Cough. Lu Yongchang coughed hard, and his system-enhanced brain began to work crazily. Yes, that's right. Lu Yongchang reached out and grabbed the small cake in front of him and said in a hurry, I suddenly had an idea. I have to go to the office. Su Yutong was stunned, although she always felt that something was wrong. Thinking of Lu Yongchang's previous behaviors, she still smiled and said, Okay, it's time for me to get busy. Seeing Su Yutong turn and leave, Lu Yongchang breathed a long sigh of relief. Professor, is this love? Suddenly, Zero's voice suddenly came from beside him. In just a few seconds, Lu Yongchang's face turned red. How is this love? However, according to my observation, Your current behavior pattern is very consistent with Professor Su Yutong's. Shut up! Lu Yongchang lowered his voice and shouted in a strong tone. Then, while unconsciously walking towards the office, he blushed and muttered in a low voice. How can this be called love? If you are doing scientific research, can that be called love? 2 years later, Ross 2 star. Viewed from a high altitude, the whole body is earthy yellow, and a thin ribbon is winding across the extremely vast land. It was a broad freshwater river named the Ross River. Detection data shows that the Ross River is 4,103 kilometers long. The starting point is the snowy mountains near the equator. The melting snow continued to gather, gradually forming this wide river that stretches for more than 4,000 kilometers. The average width of the Ross River is 82 kilometers, and the widest point reaches 230 kilometers. The average depth is 11.4 meters, and the deepest reaches 37 meters. Although it is the only freshwater source on the surface of Ross 2, its huge water storage capacity can fully meet the needs of human civilization. After all, compared with before, after becoming an interstellar civilization, human beings' recycling rate of water resources has been greatly improved. Next to this thousands-kilometer ribbon, a drop of silver-white pearls suddenly appeared. That was the first city built by mankind's central city. In just 2 years, a huge hemispherical building rises beside this wide river. The overall skeleton is made of carbine, plus a skin made of carbon nanotube material. It is no exaggeration to say that this central city can even withstand the impact of some small meteorites. Next to Central City, on the other side of the Ross River, construction of a second city also started not long ago. If you zoom in closer, you can even see a huge army of robots and robotic arms on the foundation. Under Zero's command, these robots and robotic arms work tirelessly day and night. The construction progress of City Number 2 is also advancing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Above Ross 2, Earthport, scientific researchers wearing spacesuits lined up neatly and walk towards Zuin 2 in front of them. Through the glass mask, you can clearly see the anticipation and excitement in everyone's eyes. The most perfect place for human beings to live since leaving the Earth is right before our eyes. I can finally live a stable life. Tao Yuda, who was in the queue, had joy written all over his face. Because he was wearing a helmet, He Bailan beside him did not hear him talking to himself. From He Bailan's perspective, Tao Yuda was mumbling something with a moron look on his face. Although Tao Yuda belonged to his elders, he still reached out and knocked on the helmet in front of him mercilessly. Laugh! A burst of electricity sounded in the helmet. The two connected to a private communication channel. What's wrong? Tao Yuda looked confused. Then, He Bailan expressed the scene he just saw with an extremely disgusted expression. Isn't it just landing on a planet? Academician Tao. Is it necessary to be so excited? Tao Yuda sneered, and then looked at He Bailan in front of him with complicated eyes. Why? He sighed softly. After so many years, I can finally step on the yellow soil and see the blue sky and white clouds. You won't understand this feeling. He Bailan curled his lips. What's this? Can't you see it at any time in the holographic theater? Tao Yuda's eyes became more complicated. He shook his head repeatedly. It's different. It's a pity that the environment of Ross 2 is not suitable for human survival. Otherwise, I would take you out for a walk and you would understand. Imagine being on a lush meadow, with a lush forest in the distance. A sunny day, blue sky and white clouds, and a gentle breeze blowing on your face. That's the smell of freedom. He Bailan was silent for a while, and said again. The Starship fresh air system, high-power sunlight lamps, and holographic theater can be displayed perfectly. Tao Yuda sighed deeply. He no longer explained, just reached out and patted his shoulder. I hope that one day I can make you feel true freedom. After saying that, he turned around and kept up with the advancing pace of the team. Looking at Tao Yuda's back, the doubts in He Bailan's eyes grew stronger. Chapter 326 1420 MHz. He Bailan followed Tao Yuda's footsteps silently. Is the gap really that big? He Bailan recalled his last experience in the holographic theater. I vaguely remember that before entering the holographic theater, it was marked with the so-called degree of fidelity. Among all simulation scenarios, the simulation of the Earth's environment has the highest degree of fidelity, 95%. This is why He Bailan chose to experience it. Only, looking back now, although the scenery I saw at that time was extremely stunning, I still had an indescribable feeling. Perhaps, this is the breath of freedom that Academician Tao said? Just a 5% difference can reflect such a complex difference? He Bailan suppressed the doubts in his heart, and turned his head to look into the distance. The main port of Earth was opened, and Zuan 2 slowly sailed towards the endless deep space outside the port. Directly facing the port is an Earth-yellow planet. That is their destination, Ross 2. The new home of mankind. Ross 2 star. Central City. Lu Yongchang sat in the office and looked at the outdoor projection screen with relief. In the blue sky, rainbows streaked across. Each rainbow represents a Zuan number 2 ship. After 242 years of turmoil, travel, and war, human civilization has finally found a stable development environment again. Beep 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 beep! A shrill siren sounded in his office. Just for a moment, the originally bright office was covered in a burst of bright red like blood. The next moment, a holographic projection was projected in front of Lu Yongchang. Warn! Unknown signal detected. Signal source: Ross 154. Signal frequency: 1420 MHz. In the bright red holographic projection, the black writing is particularly shocking. Lu Yongchang's originally soothing mood dissipated instantly. He stood up from the chair suddenly, his eyes filled with horror. 1420 MHz communication frequency. It has always been the signal band used by humans to search for information about extraterrestrial civilizations. The reason is simple. 1420 MHz is the frequency of the 21 cm line, a famous spectral line emitted by neutral hydrogen atoms. As the most common and abundant element in the universe, every advanced civilization that is developed to a certain level will be extremely familiar with this property. 1420 MHz, on the other hand, is a relatively quiet area for radio signals. In this signal frequency band, the intensity of various background radiations is almost minimum. Therefore, if you want your own signals not to be overwhelmed by the noise of celestial radiation, and to be received by advanced civilizations that have developed to a certain level, 1420 MHz is an excellent signal frequency choice. And now, a signal of this frequency came from the direction of Ross 154. It goes without saying what this means. Reminiscent of the unusually bright phenomenon more than 60 years ago. At this moment, Lu Yongchang felt trembling all over, and a chill came from his back. 0. Without any hesitation, Lu Yongchang directly issued the order. Stop all work! Inform Zhao Zijia that the human fleet is in level 1 combat readiness status. All troops, enter radio silence immediately. Earth. Port. As a piercing siren sounded on the public communication channel, the open port in the distance slowly closed. At the same time, the faint blue flames at the tails of several Zuan 2 ships that were preparing to take off quickly extinguished. The red warning lights started flashing. What? What's going on? He Bin Lin, who was born after the Battle of Proxima Centauri, was stunned for a while, because he lacked the necessary experience. His brain stagnated for a moment before he came up with the answer. Seem. Is the fleet in danger? How close? As a familiar voice sounded in the team's communication channel, a huge force came from behind. Even with the electromagnetic boots helping to stabilize his body, he was still staggered by the force. He barely stabilized his body, and after attaching the electromagnetic boots to the ground again, he turned his head and looked aside. Academician Tao? Seeing a familiar person, He Bilin's panic suddenly subsided a little. He asked in a hurried tone. Academician Tao. What happened? Why? Tao Yudao looked extremely serious, with no smile on his face. This is Level 1 Combat Readiness Alert. Usually, it only sounds when encountering other civilizations. Listening to the sound coming from the earphones, He Bin subconsciously held his breath. As Tao Yudao finished speaking, huge holographic projections unfolded in the air. Warn. Unknown civilization signal detected. Whole ship. First level combat readiness. Unlike old fritters, like Tao Yudao, he has never experienced such a thing since he was born. Then, what should we do? Thinking of the Battle of Proxima Centauri recorded in historical documents, his voice trembled slightly, and he asked in a low voice. What should we do? Tao Yudao turned around and walked quickly towards the command center. Commander Zhao Zijia is still on the Earth. Let's go to the command center. After a pause, Tao Yudao's voice sounded again. This time, his voice was full of solemnity and helplessness. Get ready. Humanity's stable life has not yet begun, but it may be over. Earth. A room next to the command center is Zhao Zijia's office and lounge. As the tactical commander of the human fleet, Zhao Zijia did not go to Central City with Lu Yongchang. He remains on Earth. Even compared to Central City, The quality of life on the starship is several notches lower. This is to prevent various unexpected situations, whether it's internal or external. As long as the flagship is still there, and the ternary optical quantum supercomputing center is still there is still hope for mankind to make a comeback. At the moment, the 1420 MHz signal was transmitted. The alarm sounded simultaneously in the office, in the central city, and in this office. Looking at the bright red warning words in front of him, Zhao Zijia's expression changed slightly. Then, he sighed deeply, with a bit of exhaustion and helplessness in his eyes. Is the war going to start again? As he spoke, he unlocked the electromagnetic absorption device on the chair. 0. Contact Professor Liu. Before he finished speaking, Lu Yongcheng's voice came from the speaker. Human fleet. Level 1 combat readiness. All troops. Enter radio silence immediately. Zhao Zijia said nothing and walked to the door in silence. 0. Start the wake-up procedure. Awaken all combat readiness personnel. Also, at this point, Zhao Zijia paused in his words. All starships and weapons systems are unlocked. Target. Ross 154. Chapter 3 27 2 sentences. He Bailan followed closely in academician Tao Yuda's footsteps and rushed towards the command center. Along the way, he saw countless familiar faces. There are seniors from Earth and peers from Proxima Centauri B. Like him, all his peers from Proxima B followed behind those seniors, like followers. In fact, the expressions on everyone's faces are very similar. Uneasiness, fear and a little excitement. As for the seniors who had experienced the Battle of Proxima Centauri, their faces were full of solemnity and pain. The situation was urgent. So everyone didn't say H, low and just hurried towards the command center. When passing by a porthole, he Bailan glanced out curiously. This glance made him freeze on the spot. Outside the portholes, battleships began to change direction one after another. The material reserve ships, home ships, and engineering ships sailed away from Ross 154. At the same time, a faint blue electric arc slowly condensed at the battleship's muzzle. This is a sign that the plasma weapon has completed energy accumulation. Next, with just one command, cannonballs composed of high-temperature plasma will blast directly in the direction of Ross 154. In addition to plasma weapons, he Bailan clearly saw that the Type 2 coil gun on the belly of the nearest Golden Crow battleship had begun to turn its muzzle. The direction the muzzle is pointing is naturally the Ross 154 in the distance. The faint excitement in Bailan's heart completely disappeared. He suddenly realized that war seemed to break out in the next second. How close? Tao Yudo's call came. What are you doing standing still? Follow up quickly. He Bailan quickly withdrew his gaze and jogged a few steps to keep up with Tao Yudo's pace. At this moment, the expression on his face was somewhat close to that of Tao Yudo. Ross 2 Star. Central City. Lu Yongcheng stared at the holographic projection in front of him. 0. Try to see if you can decipher the content in the signal. Before he finished speaking, the holographic projection screen had already changed. A line of Chinese characters appeared in front of him. Professor, there is no need to crack it, 0 said calmly. This message uses our public communication code. It's in our language. Lu Yongcheng did not speak, but stared blankly at the line of text in front of him. Dear Scientific and Technological Civilization. H. Low. The message was very short. Only 11 words including punctuation. But these 11 words made Lu Yongcheng's heart fall directly into the ice cave. On the opposite side, there is definitely an advanced civilization whose technological level far exceeds that of human beings. Don't say anything else. Secretly mastering the communication codes and texts used by humans without humans being aware of it is no longer something that a second-level civilization can do. Lu Yongcheng swallowed lightly. What should he do at this time? No matter what. Just open fire? What a joke. Facing an advanced civilization that doesn't know the details. Especially after the other party shows a tendency to communicate. To rashly start a war and start a war. Isn't this the same as lighting a lantern in a latrine looking for shit and death? Only, what should he do now? Lu Yongcheng's eyes were full of confusion. According to the Dark Forest theory he deduced when he was on Earth, this unknown advanced civilization should directly take action to exterminate the weak human civilization. After all, in his opinion, the solar system and the Proxima galaxy were attacked by the Dark Forest of advanced civilization after their coordinates were exposed. Only, so far, what this advanced civilization has done seems to be completely inconsistent with the laws of survival of the universe in his heart. Before he could figure it out, Zero's voice sounded again. Professor, A second message has been sent from Ross 154. Lu Yongchang was stunned. So fast? When he was stunned, Zero had already cast the information content on the holographic interface. Little guys, don't be nervous. I mean no harm. Lu Yongchang looked at this short sentence and took a deep breath. What on earth does this advanced civilization want to do? After thinking briefly, he turned and walked out of the office. Zero, notify all scientific researchers in Central City and head to the port immediately. Let's go back to the ship. The moment he walked out of the office, Lu Yongchang was secretly grateful. Fortunately, only one city has been built so far, and not many people have moved. If this information had appeared more than 10 years later, the human condition would have become even more passive. As a scientific research area, the construction of the central city was the most difficult, and it only took 2 years. In comparison, the difficulty of building residential areas has dropped by countless times. More than 10 years will be enough to build a city cluster on Ross 2 that can accommodate all humans. By then, almost all humans will be living on Ross 2, facing the enemy so close at hand. They didn't even have time to evacuate. The next day, 24 hours have passed since the first message was sent. During these 24 hours, the advanced civilization on the opposite side did not make any move. Not only did he show no trace of himself, he also failed to send a single message. It seems, it's like waiting for a response from human civilization. Although it sounded a bit outrageous, this idea came to Lu Yongchang's mind. Inside the Earth Command Center, everyone, the specific situation has been introduced. Lu Yongchang glanced around and said in a deep voice, Now, we need to do a simple analysis of this advanced civilization. Hearing this, almost all the scientific researchers present showed tangled expressions on their faces. There is no other reason. It takes only 2 sentences, a total of 27 words including punctuation, to analyze an advanced civilization. Is this difficulty a bit too exaggerated? There was dead silence in the command center. Lu Yongchang shrugged. Let me give you a head first. First of all, in the first sentence, it calls us the respected scientific and technological civilization. In other words, from the other side's perspective, we belong to a technological civilization. After saying that, Lu Yongchang chuckled. Maybe it's a bit nonsense, but its underlying meaning is that in addition to technological civilization, there are other types of civilizations in the universe. For example, biological civilization? Just like the Zerg in the movie. After saying that, Lu Yongchang shrugged. Forgive me for my lack of imagination. I can't imagine more types of civilizations at the moment. With the example given by Lu Yongchang, the eyes of everyone present gradually became lively. Tao Yuda spoke first. Professor, this is the first sentence. The other party used the word respect. Although the possibility of polite words cannot be ruled out, is there a possibility that from the other side's perspective, we are also beings that are not easy to mess with? Chapter 328 Response. Tao Yuda's words echoed in the command center. Lu Yongchang frowned, pondered for a moment, and then said, You mean, the other side is just like us? Just a first or second level civilization? Yes, this possibility cannot be ruled out. Tao Yuda nodded and said in a deep voice, No, that's not right. He Bailan's objection came from the side. Academician Tao, according to you, what does the second sentence mean? Why do they call us little guys? Isn't this contradictory to the previous sentence? Tao Yuda raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said softly, In my opinion, this is a deliberate cover-up. The purpose is to cloud our judgment. But how can you be sure that the first sentence is not a deception? He Bailan asked directly without any hesitation. Tao Yuda's expression suddenly froze. This is indeed a problem. Lu Yongchang, who was in the first position, sighed slightly and waved his hand helplessly to interrupt the argument between the two. This is the chain of suspicion. Just 2 sentences can trigger an endless series of questions. Okay. In this regard, I suggest that we temporarily identify the other party as a civilization that is slightly stronger than us. And, for some reason, the other side's war power should be greatly reduced. In other words, it is a 3rd level or 4th level civilization in an incomplete state. Lu Yongchang's conclusion immediately attracted everyone's attention. Facing everyone's puzzled looks, he explained softly, Everyone should understand what Tao Yuda and Yi Bailan said. There is a huge contradiction in these 2 titles. From the 2 titles, we can see the other side's civilized caution. On the other hand, it can be seen from the other party's second sentence that the other party immediately discovered our attempt to attack Ross 154. And we, until now, have not found any trace of the other party's civilization. The interstellar probe next to Ross 154 did not find anything unusual. Based on the above 2 points, we can roughly draw a conclusion. The other party should be an advanced civilization whose strength has been greatly damaged due to unknown factors. This so-called unknown factor may be war or civil strife. Everyone's eyes showed surprise, and they nodded in agreement. Fong Su on the side frowned and suddenly said, Yong Chang, if you want to consider the title, shouldn't the other person's self-identification also be taken seriously? The other party used the term I, not we. Does this mean that the other party is an individual of advanced civilization? If we are just individuals of advanced civilization, can we? Speaking of this, a cold light flashed in Fong Su's eyes. Lu Yongchang instantly understood the meaning of Fong Su's words. At this moment, his heart beat violently. If, as Fong Su said, the other party is just an individual of an advanced civilization, then with a huge fleet, humans might be able to do it. But soon, he suppressed the throbbing in his heart and slowly shook his head. No, I don't recommend doing this before the other party has completely revealed their malicious intent. If the other party is just an individual from a third-level civilization, we may still be able to fight. But if it's an individual from a level 4 or even level 5 civilization, I don't think we can win with numerical superiority. Think about our current starships, and think about the starships of the previous Proxima Centauri civilization. It's just that the gap between first-level civilization and second-level civilization is so huge. Fong Su nodded silently, with a trace of regret in his eyes. If it were possible to sink or capture a starship from an advanced civilization, the development speed of human civilization would surely increase a lot in an instant. Now, the second question. Lu Yongchang shrugged and spoke again. There is no malicious intent in what the other party said. How should we understand it? Can't believe them, Fong Su said immediately. Thinking about the fate of the solar system and the Proxima galaxy, I don't think a strange advanced civilization can be kind to us. Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Then how should we deal with the exchange initiated by this advanced civilization? Ignore it, or respond positively. The moment the question was raised, the expressions of everyone present were moved. The first person to speak was Academician Chao Liangkai. I don't think we can respond to each other's communications. This will give us some unpredictable consequences. Such consequences could be fatal to human civilization. Fong Su's voice also sounded. Since the other party has chosen to communicate with us, we should take the opportunity to understand the other party's information. We know so little about the universe. The moment Fong Su finished speaking, Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly. This is not wrong. The current human civilization has a too shallow understanding of the universe. If you can take this opportunity to learn some superficial information about various civilizations in the universe, I think it will be of great help to the subsequent development of human civilization. Thinking of this, Lu Yongchang stretched out his hand and pressed it in the air. Everyone, please be quiet. The voices of debate in the command center quickly died down. Try to get in touch with the other party first, Lu Yongchang said calmly. No matter what, we need a chance to understand the civilizations in the universe. Otherwise, the situation of human civilization will only become more difficult in the future. His remarks brought the debate to an end. Even Chao Liangkai nodded silently and agreed to the proposal after hearing the reasons given by Lu Yongchang. After an hour, a message was sent from Earth, flying directly towards Ross 154, which is 5.8 million kilometers away. The message content is simple. Hello. Just 2 words. Not even punctuation. Lu Yongchang stood on the podium, staring at the holographic projection in front of him. In the holographic projection, there is a real-time image of Ross 154 from the interstellar probe. 19.33 seconds later, looking at the image in front of him that had not changed at all, Lu Yongchang's brows suddenly wrinkled. Calculate the time. The other party should have received the signal. Why is there no response? Time passes minute by minute. 20 seconds later, a piercing alarm sounded in the command center. Professor, a signal from Ross 154 at 1420 MHz was received. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath. Coming. The other party responded. Hello, little guys. I have been following you for a long time. Chapter 329 No Malice? With just one sentence, the atmosphere in the command center instantly turned cold. At this moment, an ancient advertising slogan even sounded in Lu Yongchang's mind. My heart feels cool, and my heart is soaring. A long time. What does this mean? Fong Su's slightly hoarse voice came. Could it be that the other party has been paying attention to us since the beginning of the Earth? If that's the case, the level of technology on the other side. He didn't finish his sentence. But everyone present knew that this meant that from the opposite side, human civilization was as humble as ants on the roadside. Perhaps because of the response, a steady stream of complicated messages came from the direction of Ross 154. According to your time calculation, it should be 64 years ago that your detector disturbed my sleep. Use a star system about to be destroyed as an information relay station. This is a good and prudent approach. In this universe, it's okay to be cautious. Lu Yongchang took a sharp breath. What did he see? In order to hide its own coordinates, the previous efforts of human civilization are as clear as a piece of white paper to the other party. Not only Lu Yongchang, but at this moment, the command center was already in chaos. Quiet! Lu Yongchang looked at the holographic projection in front of him with an ugly expression. 0. Did the other party send other messages? Professor, there is no new information. Cut off all signal interfaces. Lu Yongchang gave the order without any hesitation. Start the self-test program immediately. Focus on checking all the data returned by interstellar probes in the past 64 years. The signal interface has been cut off. Zero's voice sounded again. System self-test is in progress. Looking at the self-test progress bar in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang's eyes were full of horror. Something big happened. For interstellar civilizations, the difficulty of achieving long-distance hacking is tantamount to reaching the sky in one step. As long as the other party doesn't receive the information you send, you won't be able to hack into the enemy civilization's computer system no matter how powerful you are. For example, no matter how powerful a hacker is, he cannot hack into a computer that is not connected to any network from a distance or out of thin air. For interstellar civilizations, before communication is established, both parties are like computers without access to the network. But all this will change completely with the establishment of the communication system. This is also what Lu Yongchang is worried about. 64 years ago, the detectors said by humans were invaded by this advanced civilization. The other party even discovered the information transfer station carefully set up by humans, and thereby learned human language and mastered human calculation units. What a terrifying thing. Thinking that during these 64 years, human civilization has lived under the surveillance of the other party. Layers of cold sweat oozed from Lu Yongchang's back. Detection completed. No potential hazard has been identified. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his hand, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and sat down on the chair behind him. Click! At this moment, the sound of the electromagnetic absorption device seemed particularly loud. Professor, the other party has sent another message. Do you want to accept it? Zero asked in a calm tone. Lu Yongchang didn't speak for the first time. After thinking carefully, he asked softly, Zero, if the other party attempts to hack, can you detect and stop it? What is the probability of success? After a short wait, Zero's response came. Based on simulation calculations, I am 99.9% sure to prevent the other party's hacking behavior. Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. So high! Yes, Professor, Zero said again. I have full home field advantage, and can even physically cut off the source of the hacking signal. That. Lu Yongchang thought for a moment, and then said, Open the signal interface, and receive the information sent from the other side. Don't be nervous. I just learned some basic information with the help of the detectors you sent. And I didn't tamper with your central computer system. If you don't believe it, you can test the central computer system. Trust me. I mean no harm. Looking at the Chinese characters appearing in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang sneered. Is this no malice? You have secretly learned all the basic information. And you still say you have no malicious intentions? When the dog heard this, he would shake his head, although he thought so in his heart. Lu Yongchang still carefully edited a bunch of new information in a respectful tone. Dear higher civilization, I'm sorry that we disturbed your rest. We believe that with your ability, you should not bother to take action against our little second-level civilization. We have a few questions that we would like you to answer. Who are you? What level of civilization does it belong to? What do we need to do? Sorry for any offense. Yongchang, these questions, isn't it too straightforward? Fong Su frowned and asked in a low voice. Will it cause dissatisfaction on the other side? After experiencing the previous dialogue, the weight of this unknown civilization in everyone's heart has been infinitely elevated. No way. The opponent has this strength. Before humans discovered him, he had already figured out everything about humans. Want to annoy the other side. Human civilization. I guess. will not have any good fruits to eat. Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head. No. Since the other party chooses to communicate with us, it will definitely tell us some necessary information. As he spoke, he pressed the send button in front of him. Tens of seconds later, the familiar 1420 MHz signal came from the direction of Ross 154. Interesting. You actually know the civilization grading system. It seems that you must have encountered other civilizations. Let me guess. Have you just been through a war? In the holographic projection, Chinese characters pop up one by one. Lu Yongchang's face changed slightly. Yongchang! Bong Su turned his head suddenly, with a look of panic in his eyes. He lowered his voice and murmured in an extremely hoarse voice. How about we leave this star system? Not urgent. We'll talk first. Lu Yongchang squeezed out a few words through his teeth. Be prepared for attack and evacuation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zijie, who was sitting next to him, straightened his back instantly, and his face became a little more serious. He slowly stretched out his hand and pressed it on the holographic projection in front of him. As long as there is any abnormality, as long as he gives an order, the human fleet will launch the most powerful attack on Ross 154. At the same time, except for the attack starships, all other starships will enter the forward for state. The direction of travel is random. As for the purpose, naturally it is to preserve the last fire for human civilization. Haha. When I say that, you must be nervous again. Right? Believe me, I would not attack a small second-level civilization. Chapter 3 37th Level Civilization, Painting. The lines of Chinese characters in the holographic projection caught everyone's eyes. Lu Yongchang looked pale and subconsciously wanted to get up, but was firmly sucked to a seat by the electromagnetic absorption device. Even if the central computer system has not been compromised, even if they are not living under each other's surveillance. However, in the face of this unknown civilization, human civilization at this time is still like a naked little lamb, without any privacy at all. He couldn't even imagine what the mental state of this advanced civilization was like during these 64 years. Is it with the mentality of teasing ants? Or is it with some other twisted mentality? Lu Yongchang didn't dare to think about this problem carefully. Zijie, wait a minute. Lu Yongchang took a few deep breaths, suppressed the panic in his heart, and then spoke to stop Zhao Zijie from pressing the attack button. Like Lu Yongchang, Zhao Zijie's eyes were sunken at this time. His face was pale, and there were even large beads of cold sweat on his forehead. But there are still differences between the two. There was a crazy and fierce look in Zhao Zijie's eyes, like an animal driven to a dead end, full of madness that chooses and devours others. The madness of wanting to take a bite of the opponent's flesh even before death made Lu Yongchang tremble slightly in his heart. After hearing Lu Yongchang's voice, the madness in Zhao Zijie's eyes diminished a little. Professor? His voice was extremely hoarse. Lu Yongchang shook his head dryly. It's useless. If you act rashly, it will accelerate the destruction of mankind. Zhao Zijie was silent for a few seconds, and then lowered his raised hand. He leaned forward hard and fell suddenly on the back of the chair. He stared blankly at the ceiling of the command center and muttered to himself. Then, what should we do now? Lu Yongchang also fell into silence. He looked at the holographic projection in front of him in ecstasy, and smiled bitterly. Currently, there is only one choice before us. Go on and listen to the other person's chatter. Since he kept us, he must have a purpose. Turn off the weapons system. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath. Facing such an existence, our weapons are useless. Zhao Zijie pondered for a moment, sighed, then weakly raised his hand and pressed a button in the holographic projection. Attention all units. Disarm all weapons systems and stay put. After the words fell, outside the portholes, the muzzles of the Golden Crow battleship slowly retracted. The plasma cannon projectile launch tube flashing with a faint blue arc also slowly extinguished. Tens of seconds later, the 1420 MHz signal came again. Zero quickly received it and displayed it in front of everyone. Very good. I see your sincerity. In that case, let me introduce myself. Lu Yongchang subconsciously held his breath. Finally, we have to know the other party's true face. Level 3 civilization? Level 4 civilization? Or that unimaginable 5th level civilization? Two-dimensional creatures, currently in the 7th level of civilization, were born in the Triangulum Galaxy 5 billion years ago. You can call me Painting. His. Hack. What the HL? My dear mother. Oh. God. For a moment, there were waves of exclamations in the command center. Lu Yongcheng's pupils trembled slightly, and he looked at the holographic projection directly in front of him with a dead expression. Level 7 Civilization. Two-dimensional creature. Triangulum galaxy. Each of these words continued to stimulate Lu Yongcheng's tense nerves. Huh? He panted hard, trying to take in more oxygen to keep his body calm. Why? How could this happen? His hands trembled slightly, and he whispered in a difficult tone. 7th level civilization. Is human civilization really not worthy of living in this universe? Before Lu Yongcheng's brain could recover, a new line of Chinese characters appeared on the holographic projection directly in front of him. To show my sincerity, in the next 30 seconds, I will show my true face, and you can observe it with the help of a detector. The moment he saw this line of words, Lu Yongcheng's eyes suddenly widened. He subconsciously unlocked the electromagnetic absorption device and stood up from the chair. Quickly bring up the images of those 3 interstellar detectors. Because he was so excited, Lu Yongcheng's voice even wandered on the edge of breaking. He even put the panic in his heart behind him. What does a 7th level civilization look like? Why did they fail to discover the existence of Ross 154 even after 64 years of continuous observation? What do two-dimensional creatures look like to humans? At this moment, questions appeared in his mind. At this moment, he used all his strength to open his eyes wide. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the holographic projection in front of him. If you hear the truth in the morning, you will die in the evening. Zero moved quickly. Almost at the same time, the picture from the interstellar probe was transferred to the holographic projection directly in front of the command center. Ross 154, as usual, tried its best to exude a weak warmth into the cold universe. Looking at the picture without any abnormalities, Lu Yongcheng swallowed hard. Bang! 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 A clear and rapid heartbeat filled his ears. Suddenly, a sudden vision. The originally dark red Ross 154 surface showed a touch of gray. No, that's not gray. Exactly. It was nothingness. It's just that human visual organs cannot distinguish its color, and the human brain cannot recognize its existence, which causes it to appear as a gray color to human senses. Gray matter guts out from inside Ross 154. In just an instant, half of the star was wrapped in it. In the holographic projection, half of the star stayed quietly in place, emitting warm light outwards. The other half is wrapped in gray material. Not a shred of light emanated, and not a shred of radiation seeped out. It's like half of the star disappeared into the universe. After the gray material enveloped half of the star, it stopped extending and stayed quietly in place. Under Zero's control, the interstellar probe lens quickly zoomed in, trying to carefully observe the true face of this gray matter. The camera zooms in. The surface is extremely smooth. Not a single bulge. No matter how the detector measures it, it cannot measure its thickness. It is like a picture without thickness. Gently wrapping half of Rose 154, Lu Yongcheng stared blankly at the scene in front of him. A strong sense of disobedience arose in my brain. Chapter 331 Galaxy Bridge. The universe in which human beings live is three-dimensional. Length, width, height. These 3 basic elements constitute the universe and explain everything in the universe. Any object or life can be described with the help of these 3 indicators, no matter how thin it is. Even if it is only 1 millimeter, 1 micron, or 1 nanometer, it still has a thickness and can be measured. But now, what is in front of everyone is the countless abnormal data returned by the detector. It is like a virtual painting, staying quietly on the surface of the star. But everyone knows that it is by no means an illusion. At least half of the energy emitted by Ross 154 was completely absorbed by it. This inconsistent scene stimulated the nerves of everyone present. 30 seconds flew by. Under Lu Yongcheng's gaze, the gray substance shrank rapidly. In less than a second, it shrank from the size of half a star to a small canvas, with a length and width of 100 kilometers. Later, it retracted into Ross 154 again. Ross 154 has also returned to its original appearance. It was as if what just happened was an illusion. The 1420 MHz signal flickered again. Little guys, have you seen enough? A line of text appears in the holographic projection. Lu Yongcheng suddenly came back to his senses. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. There are so many doubts in my heart, but I don't know how to express them. After struggling for a while, Lu Yongcheng raised his hand, slowly tapped the holographic image in front of him, and typed out a few lines of text. Dear 7th level civilization, I apologize again for disturbing you not long ago. If you need anything, please just ask. Human civilization is willing to help you. Shortly after the message was sent, the human fleet received another response from Painting. Service? Hee. What can a mere second-level civilization do for me? Avenge me? There was a strong air of contempt in the message. But Lu Yongchang didn't care. After all, for a 7th-level civilization, human civilization is not even as good as ants on the roadside. The fact that the other party is willing to talk is already a great reward. But the last sentence made him widen his eyes. Revenge? The other party actually mentioned revenge? Could it be that? Lu Yongchang's breathing was slightly rapid, and he responded quickly after careful consideration. You just mentioned revenge? As powerful as you are, can you also get hurt? The 1420 MHz signal flashed rapidly. I am just a 7th-level civilization. Lu Yongchang's eyes changed quickly, and he asked again. Are there many civilizations above level 7 in the galaxy? How did you get injured? But this time, nothing happened to the 1420 MHz signal. This two-dimensional creature named Paint suddenly became cold and never responded to the messages sent by humans. Half an hour later, looking at the ROS 154 image returned by the detector, and then looking at the chat history that stopped at the last sentence, Lu Yongchang frowned and sighed softly. Professor, what should we do now? Chao Liansai's voice came from the side. Are you leaving? Or staying? Lu Yongchang thought for a moment and slowly shook his head. Can't leave. At least, we can't act rashly until the other side speaks. The fleet will stay where it is, and all construction will be suspended. 0. Keep monitoring ROS 154 detection. Thinking of the terrifying existence in ROS 154, Lu Yongchang swallowed the words that came to his lips and rephrased them. If the other party sends it again information, please notify me immediately. Then, he reached out and rubbed his stiff face, and said in a deep voice, Next, it's time for us to sort out the information obtained from this exchange. First, the other party is a two-dimensional creature. There is no doubt about it. Lu Yongchang reached out and called up several data returned by the detector. No matter what detection method we use, we cannot detect the thickness of the other party. Of course, it may also be because our instruments are too backward. Speaking of this, Lu Yongchang shrugged. I personally prefer the former. In addition, it can be found after slowing down the picture. The other person can contract and extend their body with ease. As to why it doesn't wrap around the entire star, my guess is that it takes a lot of energy to do that. At least, for the current situation, it is an act that outweighs the gains and losses. At the end of the conversation, the other party mentioned the word revenge. Combined with the above conjecture, we have reason to suspect that it is in a state of injury at this moment, and it needs ROS 154 as its energy source. This is also the reason why ROS 154 was so bright. Does anyone have a problem with that? After speaking, Lu Yongchang glanced around the crowd. Seeing that no one objected, he spoke again. Okay, on this basis, let's analyze the other party's words. The other party claims to be a 7th-level civilization, a two-dimensional creature, and was born in the Triangulum Galaxy 5 billion years ago. Lu Yongchang's voice paused for a moment, then spoke again. The Triangulum Galaxy, the third largest galaxy in the local galaxy group, is about 2.95 million light-years away from the Milky Way. We assume that the other party has curvature navigation technology, which can greatly shorten this long journey. But how did the other party cross this empty area that was close to a vacuum? The other party received almost no material replenishment during the voyage. Then why did it spend so much energy to come to the Milky Way and then be beaten up by the so-called more advanced civilization? Bailan in the distance suddenly raised his right hand. Lu Yongchang was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, You say it. Bailan straightened his expression and said seriously, Professor, I need to correct something. It's not impossible to get material replenishment when traveling across galaxies. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows. Oh, please tell me in detail. Bailan organized some words in his heart and said again, According to our observations, there is a galaxy bridge between the Triangulum Galaxy and the Andromeda Galaxy. This galaxy bridge is mainly composed of neutral hydrogen. According to current observational data, the length of this galaxy bridge reaches 782,000 light-years. By analogy, we have reason to suspect that such a structure also exists between the Triangulum Galaxy and the Milky Way. It's just that we haven't discovered this galaxy bridge yet. Lu Yongchang nodded thoughtfully. If that's the case, It can be explained. Chapter 332 Ring Cosmic Particle Collider. Only, until now, we have not been able to analyze the purpose of such behavior from the other party's words. Nor can we analyze the authenticity of his words. Lu Yongchang sighed softly. At present, there are no loopholes in the other party's words. Then he shrugged. However, it's not a big problem. After all, even a seriously injured 7th level civilization is not something we can mess with. Hearing this, Fong Su and others all laughed bitterly. Although the words were hurtful, they were indeed true. The current human civilization can only live in the shadow of the other side fearfully, praying that the other side will show mercy. Time passes bit by bit. An hour. A day. A week. The 1420 MHz signal seemed to disappear and never appeared again in the world of human civilization. Just like the 7th level civilization in Ross 154 quietly left. Until a month later, Lu Yongchang sat in the office of Earth, frowning and looking at the holographic projection in front of him. On the projection is the Ross 154 image from the interstellar probe. Looking at the dark red light emitted by this red dwarf star, Lu Yongchang sighed softly. I don't know what this 7th level civilization means. Our development has been stalled for a whole month, he muttered. Yes, human civilization has been living in the shadows for a whole month since the two-dimensional creature stopped talking, neither leaving nor staying. Yes, Fong Su's voice came from across the desk. Who knows what this two-dimensional creature's concept of time is? If the 5 billion years it said are true, I'm afraid the other party will be stunned for tens of thousands of years. If this really happens, human civilization will die here sooner or later. Lu Yongchang pursed his lips, with a look of contemplation in his eyes. Just wait another month. He made up his mind. A month later, we will send another inquiry message to the other party. If there is no response, then we are ready to leave this star system. The supplies we have stored in the past 2 years should be enough to support us for another voyage. Fong Su pondered for a moment, nodded and said, That's all we have to do. I hope this 7th level civilization won't care about our actions. The office fell into silence again. Dip 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 dash. A month later, the sharp siren filled Lu Yongchang's ears again. Professor, an abnormal signal was detected at 1420 MHz. And the source of the signal is Ross 154. Here we come! Lu Yongchang's face froze. He reached out to untie the electromagnetic absorption device on the seat, stood up and said, 0. Call all personnel and assemble in the command center. Interesting little guys. Let's chat some more. Counting the time. I haven't talked to little guys like you for more than 4 billion years. Looking at the 2 lines of text in front of him, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath. Talk to it. This is our only choice. It is also our only effect on him. As he spoke, he considered it for a moment, then stretched out his hand to touch the holographic image in front of him. Dear 7th level civilization. H. Lo. We are very willing to be a listener. A signal came quickly from the direction of Ross 154. Listener? Hee. I didn't expect that I, a dignified two-dimensional creature, would be reduced to telling stories to a 2nd level civilization. This needs to be known by those pastoralists. What a shame. From the text messages sent by the two-dimensional creatures, one can clearly feel their inner unwillingness. A flash of light flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. He quickly captured the key words in the painting discourse. Dear painting, what is the pastoral style you are talking about? A faction in the universe? The two-dimensional creature painting was silent for a while, seeming to be considering something. A few minutes later, lines of text appeared in front of everyone again. Well, this thing is not a secret at all, so it doesn't hurt to tell you about it. In this universe, advanced civilization is mainly divided into 3 factions. 1. The sweeper. 2nd. Pastoralism. 3rd. The neutral faction. Lu Yongchang opened his eyes wide and subconsciously slowed down his breathing. This kind of knowledge cannot be obtained by humans working behind closed doors. By understanding the factions in the universe, humans can have a basic understanding of how various civilizations in the universe get along. The dark forest system deduced on Earth is obviously not very applicable to the 7th level civilization in front of us. While Lu Yongchang was thinking, new words were still continuously presented in the holographic projection. Let's talk about the sweepers first. Composed of a group of crazy 8th level civilizations. In order to break through the so-called 9th level civilization, they have been preparing for billions of years. In these billions of years, they built a cosmic particle collider. Lu Yongchang took a sharp breath. Ring Cosmic Particle Collider. What a massive particle collider this is. Not only Lu Yongchang, There was also an explosion inside Earth. The noisy discussion continued for a long time in the command center. The particle collider has a special feature. The larger the body, the more energy is consumed in acceleration. And the speed of the accelerated particles is closer to the speed of light. 99% the speed of light. 99.9% the speed of light. 99.99% the speed of light. It seems that there is only one decimal difference. But the energy level contained in it is like a world of difference. Every additional 9 means that the energy contained in the particles has increased by an order of magnitude. According to the special theory of relativity, when the number of 9s after the decimal point reaches 142, the energy contained in the particles is equivalent to the total energy of the annihilation of the Milky Way. When the number of 9s after the decimal point reaches 182, the energy contained in the particles is equivalent to the total energy of annihilation in the observable universe. When the number of 9s after the decimal point is reached, Lu Yongchang shuddered slightly. He couldn't imagine how many 9s the so-called ring cosmic particle collider could add after the decimal point. These madmen are actually planning to use the entire universe as fuel to recharge the cosmic particle collider. They believe that by doing this, they can recreate the scene of the Big Bang and recreate a new universe. Then, take advantage of this opportunity to master the technology to advance to level 9 civilization. Madman. A bunch of lunatics. Speaking of this, the tone of the two-dimensional creature, painting, was obviously much more irritable. Even Ross 154 in the distance seemed to flicker. Lu Yongchang stared blankly at the holographic projection in front of him. He swallowed and spoke carefully. What about pastoralists? Chapter 333 Sweepers and Pastoralists. Us? We and the sweepers are mortal enemies. The holographic projection screen flashes, and information from two-dimensional creatures constantly appears on it. Pastoralism is mainly composed of some dimensional beings. The purpose is, of course, to stop the crazy behavior of the sweepers. For this reason, a war broke out between us and the sweepers. A war that lasted for billions of years, in which countless stars were extinguished and countless galaxies were shattered. The injuries on my body were caused by the sweeper branch in the center of the galaxy. Damn it. When they sent me here, they didn't say there were 4-dimensional shock bombs on the other side. Perhaps because it touched a sore spot in his heart. The originally aloof two-dimensional creature seemed a bit talkative at this moment. Why? I don't know if I can wait for support. By the way, there is also a neutral faction. Them. Forget it. Don't mention it. They're just a bunch of cunning people who just want to preserve their own civilization. Visible to the naked eye. The tone of the painting has become extremely heavy. Forget it. Why am I saying this to you? A second-level civilization. And you don't understand. If you have any questions, please ask quickly. I am a little sleepy. Lu Yongchang and Fang Su looked at each other. Both of them saw the horror in the other's eyes. What should I say? Fang Su swallowed softly and asked in a low voice. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved, and he subconsciously lowered his voice and said, Since the other party said so, let's hurry up and ask. Who knows how long it will sleep next? As he spoke, Lu Yongchang tapped the projection quickly with his fingers and asked his own question. Dark forest? Such conditions do exist in the universe. However, most of them appear among low-level civilizations below level 3. Why? How could this happen? When he saw these lines of text, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but exclaimed. If, as the painting says, dark forests only exist among low-level civilizations, then how did the solar system become what it is now? Lu Yongchang looked uncertain and quickly asked the other party his inner questions. It turns out that the dying star system was your home galaxy? I looked over there not long ago, and there were obvious traces made by the sweepers. If I remember correctly, it should be called the Star Eater. As for why they did this, it should be to force me out. The expression on Lu Yongchang's face became increasingly ugly. I'm sorry. What happened to human civilization was an unreasonable disaster. What kind of weapon is this Star Eater? He asked again. How can a star be destroyed so easily? Arms? I'm overthinking it. That's not a weapon. It's just an advanced tool that absorbs stars to replenish fleet energy. It can both replenish energy and drive me out of the star. It can be called the most beneficial approach. After reading these lines of text, Lu Yongchang's raised right hand slowly dropped. He lowered his head and remained silent. Is it just a tool to replenish energy? Being weak, in this cold universe, is indeed the original sin. Any question? If not, I'm going to continue to rest. Also, I recommend that you stay in this star system. When I am here, You can develop technology without any worries. The Milky Way is not peaceful right now. Call! Lu Yongchang suddenly came to his senses and exhaled a breath of depressed air that was held in his chest. I didn't expect that human civilization would collapse because of such a bullshit reason. As he spoke, he shook his head helplessly. After suppressing the depression in his heart, he said in a deep voice, Everyone, I suggest that you continue to develop in this star system. The words came out. Amazing. I object, Zhao Zijie said bluntly. Lu Yongchang looked with some surprise at Zhao Zijie, who was sitting next to him and had been silent. In my memory, this was the first time the two had a dispute. What's the reason for the objection? Lu Yongchang was not angry. Instead, he asked Zhao Zijie the reason in a calm tone. Professor, I think the other party is hiding a lot from us. Zhao Zijie spoke urgently and said excitedly. The sweepers want to be promoted to the 9th level of civilization. Don't the pastoralists not want to be promoted? From the beginning to the end, he avoided talking about the goals of the pastoralists and instilled in us the idea that the sweepers were full of evil and what it calls slippery centrists. What's more, the demise of the solar system and the Proxima galaxy is largely due to this pastoral two-dimensional creature. Regarding Zhao Zijie's words, Lu Yongchang didn't show any surprise on his face. Of course, I understand what you said. Only, if what the other person says is true, it's even more dangerous to travel to other star systems now. By staying here, we will have more time for development, and even have the opportunity to obtain some information about the sweepers and pastoralists. Zhao Zijie's eyes were full of struggle. He hesitated and said, But this is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. Yes, we are seeking skin from a tiger. Lu Yongchang nodded and admitted. But this is the intelligence that humans need most. It can help us avoid many detours. How about this? He sighed softly and glanced around the crowd. If you want to leave or leave questions, vote by secret ballot. 10 minutes later, the voting results appear in a holographic projection. Remain, 61.8%. Go, 34.2%. Abstention, 4%. After the voting results came out, Lu Yongchang thought for a long time and sent another message to Painting. Why should we fight against the sweepers? Hee. For the dream in the heart of every dimensional creature. We hope to return the universe to the 11th dimension and return to that beautiful pastoral era. Every civilization can live in harmony without competing for resources or intrigues. And the sweepers want to completely destroy this universe. Therefore, war is inevitable. Lu Yongchang looked at the holographic projection in front of him with a strange expression. How does it feel? A little weird? Could it be that those in the pastoral school are all idealists? Although he thought so, he still sent a series of flattering content. Hee. In response, Hua only responded with 2 words. Obviously, it doesn't quite believe the flattering words sent by Lu Yongchang. Faced with the sarcastic reply, Lu Yongchang shrugged helplessly. Professor, the signal is interrupted. Zero announced the end of this conversation in an extremely calm tone. Chapter 334 Proxima Centauri's 4th Holographic Theater. The 1420 MHz signal disappeared without a trace. In the holographic projection, Ross 154 is still spreading its light to its sphere of influence, as it was hundreds of millions of years ago, protecting every planet in the star system. Everything that just happened was like a mirror in the mirror. Apart from human civilization and Painting, perhaps, only the cyanobacteria-like creatures on Ross 2 witnessed this scene. Lu Yongchang stood up from the electromagnetic absorption seat, looked at the quiet and cold universe in front of him, and let out a long sigh. Continue with the city building plan. Receive. Zero responded quickly to his request as usual and executed every order meticulously. The closed port of Earth slowly opened again. One after another, Zuan 2 was adjusted to the corresponding position, waiting for the scientific researchers to board. A little further away, as the first-level combat readiness state was cancelled, the light of the Hall thruster at the tail of the Golden Crow Comet-class battleship gradually dimmed. Farther away, on the surface of Ross 2, in City 2, which was more than half in the construction progress, the mechanical arms and robots started moving again. Human civilization, at this moment, seems to be back on track. A few days ago, November 3rd, 2272, Proxima Centauri Galaxy, Proxima Centauri B, City Number 4. Because of the departure of the human fleet, the space available per person in the city has increased several times. Renfeng sat quietly in the courtyard in front of the door, looking at the old man beside him with slightly confused eyes. The old man's face is full of wrinkles, As if aware of Renfeng's gaze, the old man raised his eyelids with difficulty and coughed lightly. Xiao Feng! The old man called softly. The confusion in Renfeng's eyes gradually dissipated. Seeing the old man's turbid eyes with a hint of worry, he chuckled. Grandpa! What's wrong? Hearing Renfeng's voice, the worry in the old man's eyes diminished a bit. He withdrew his gaze and raised his head to look at the sky. On the high dome, crisscrossing pipes and bright headlights caught his eye. There was a trace of disappointment on the old man's face. Xiao Feng, he suddenly said, take me to a holographic theater. Renfeng was stunned for a moment, and a bad premonition suddenly flashed through his heart. He was silent for a while, then stood up and said, Okay, Grandpa, please wait. The old man is old, and walking long distances is already an extremely difficult job for him. Therefore, Renfeng kept a wheelchair at home in case of emergency. More than 10 minutes later, Renfeng pushed a wheelchair slowly down the street, as empty as ever. City number 4 is being designed to accommodate hundreds of millions of people. But according to the latest data released by E, there are currently less than 10 million people in the 4th city. It's no wonder that this originally bustling street looks so empty. Renfeng was thinking wildly in his mind while pushing the wheelchair. Xiao Feng, the old voice sounded again. Do you want to go to city number 1? Grandpa's question made Renfeng look startled. He hesitated for half a second and quickly shook his head. No, I don't want to. As promised, I will always be with you. Ha ha. The old man chuckled. Enough? That's enough. You've wasted more than 60 years on this old guy like me. It's time for you to find your own life. Renfeng did not speak, but still shook his head. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Grandpa, we're here. Directly ahead is a huge building. Above the building, there are several large gilt characters written impressively. The 4th holographic cinema of Proxima Centauri. Renfeng let go of the handle of his wheelchair and walked straight to the glass door of the holographic theater. Please show me your ID. A mechanical female voice sounded in his ears. Renfeng reached into his pocket and took out a card, scanning it in front of the scanner on the glass door. Drop! Portrait scanning and comparison is in progress. Please do not move, it will. A crisp reminder sounded, and a green beam of light emitted from the scanner in front of him. Portrait comparison successful. Renfeng, your credit status is excellent. You can experience the holographic theater for free 3 times this year. This is the first time. Welcome. The closed glass door suddenly opened. A breath unique to the holographic theater mixed with a cool breeze came to my face. Grandpa, it's time for us to go in. Renfeng took a deep breath, turned around, and held the handle on the back of the wheelchair. With a little force, he pushed the old man toward the door. The same scanning beam flashed across the old man's face. Drop! Renew on me. With excellent credit standing and a retired member of the People's United Fleet, can experience the holographic theater unlimitedly. Welcome. Hearing this slightly high-pitched female voice, the old man's eyes showed a bit of nostalgia. Although he was just a handyman in charge of logistics in the fleet, he still enjoyed generous treatment after he retired. I don't know what's going on with the human fleet now. Calculating the time, we should have arrived at Ross 154. The old man breathed the air in the holographic theater and recalled his time in the fleet. Grandpa, what do you want to see? Renfeng's voice interrupted the old man's thoughts. The old man raised his head with difficulty and glanced at the holographic projection not far away. His eyes were attracted by the line of Chinese characters at the top. Recently popular, scenery of the Earth. Let's go with Earthscape. I want to see the Earth again. Renfeng's heart trembled suddenly, thinking of the old man's words and deeds today. His eyes suddenly turned a little red. Okay. He suppressed the pain in his heart and responded in a low voice. The holographic theater is empty today. To be precise, the holographic theater is empty every day. After all, these holographic image resources have not been updated in 60 years. No one wants to watch the same content day after day, year after year, except for some old men from Earth. It is precisely because of these old people that Earthscape has always topped the hit list. Renfeng pushed his wheelchair to the room with the number 1 sign. This is a place dedicated to playing Earthscape. Verification passed. Wish you a pleasant movie-watching experience. A mechanical female voice sounded in the corridor. At the same time, the closed door suddenly opened. There is a thin layer of soil in the large and bright room. In the soil, there is a layer of thin and dense grass. A path paved with bluestone slabs leads from the door to the center of the room. Renfeng looked at the extremely familiar scene in front of him, silently pushed his wheelchair, and walked towards the center of the room. The old man also showed some emotion in his eyes. This should be the 63rd time. Right. Thank you for your hard work. Feng. Chapter 335. Convergence across time and space. Renfeng chuckled and shook his head. Probably the 64th time. You forgot that you also came to see the fleet once when it first set off. The old man was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. However, the smile on his face looked particularly weak. Renfeng also discovered something unusual. Compared with when he left the house, the color on the old man's face gradually dissipated, and the look in his eyes gradually dimmed. His heart suddenly twitched. He hurriedly brought up the play menu and pressed the play button. Click! The sound of the door closing was heard. The lights then went out. The huge room was pitch black, leaving only the faint smell of earth and grass in the air. Suddenly, lights lit up from around the room. Under the joint action of dozens of holographic projection generators, a huge blue planet appeared in front of the two people. There was just a pause, and the blue planet quickly zoomed in. In just a few seconds, the scene in front of him completely changed. Blue sky, white clouds, a small village. The village is not big, with only dozens of households. The village is surrounded by dense mountain forests. Directly in front, where the two of them were standing, was a flat piece of grass. The real grass in the room takes the realism of the image to a higher level. Even though he had seen the same content countless times, and even though he knew very well that this was an illusory scene, Renfeng still felt briefly dazed in his eyes when looking at the smoke-filled village in front of him. This is where I used to live. The old man's trembling voice came from the side. I remember. The first house on the left is the old Zhang's house. The building next door belongs to Lao Chi's family. Renfeng nodded in agreement with the old man's words. For the past 64 years, he has accompanied his grandfather to the holographic theater every year. And every time, the old man said almost the same words. There is no other reason. This scene was filmed in his hometown. The progress of the screen advances slowly. Suddenly, the door of the first house on the left opened, and a little girl with a ponytail ran out. Following closely behind him was an old man with gray hair. Ha ha! That's Zhang Man, the daughter of the old Zhang family. Perhaps because he saw his old friend, the old man became a little more excited. If I remember correctly, that little girl is now working at the Academy of Sciences. Right? Ha ha ha. The old man took a deep breath and raised his wrinkled right hand to wipe the tears from the corner of his eyes. I don't know how she felt when she saw this scene. In the holographic screen, the door of the house next door slowly opened. He is also an old man with gray hair, different from the previous 63 times he watched the movie. This time, Renfeng watched it extremely seriously. His eyes moved slightly, and he spoke for the first time during the movie. Grandpa, is this the Lao Chi you mentioned? The old man in the wheelchair glanced at Renfeng in surprise. Obviously, he was a little surprised by Renfeng's questioning behavior. But then, the smile on the old man's face became fuller. Yes, that's Lao Chi. Back then, I had a really good relationship with him. Renfeng hesitated for a while, but in the end, he still couldn't suppress his curiosity. Then, why didn't you go find them after arriving at Proxima B? The old man's eyes dimmed a bit. Because they voluntarily gave up the opportunity to escape. While talking, in the holographic screen, two gray-haired old men were already sitting under the big tree at the entrance of the village, playing chess under the shade of the tree. Renfeng's breath suddenly suffocated. Why give up? Because this can improve the success rate of escape for future generations. The old man murmured to himself. Even just a little bit. As he spoke, he raised his hand with difficulty and controlled his wheelchair to drive forward. Seeing this, Renfeng hurried forward and wanted to give his grandfather some help. But he was stopped by the old man's firm eyes. Gradually, the old man came to the stone table under the big tree. At this moment, the three gray-haired old men seemed to have completed a convergence across time and space. Renfeng stood there blankly, looking at the smile gradually filling his grandfather's face. He tried to open his eyes wide, trying to carve the scene in front of him into his mind. Time passes bit by bit. The holographic projection screen gradually dimmed and then became bright again. The first act of Earthscape is over. But the old man in the wheelchair still stayed where he was, without any movement. Renfeng's heart trembled, and hot tears fell involuntarily from both sides of his cheeks. He quickly called up the playback control menu, ended the playback of the holographic projection, and ran to the old man's side in 3 steps at a time. Breathing stopped. Renfeng sat blankly on the grass full of dirt, silent tears rolling down his face. This time, he no longer disliked the slightly damp soil in the grass. After dealing with his grandfather's affairs, Renfeng returned home without leaving his home, looking at the familiar layout in front of him, and then thinking about his situation of being alone. Tears welled up from his eyes again. Xiaofeng. A familiar voice sounded. Renfeng raised his head suddenly. It's a holographic image. In the holographic projection, the grandfather sitting in the chair had a smile on his face. Xiaofeng. When you see this video, I should have passed away. Thank you for your companionship over the past 60 years. However, Grandpa can only accompany you for 60 years. You have to walk the next road on your own. The words paused for a moment, and then sounded again. With the existence of Yi, you will not have to worry about eating and drinking. However, this is a hidden danger after all. One day, if there is a crisis and Yi is no longer reliable, Grandpa hopes you can survive. Proxima Centauri b is, after all, a dying star system. If possible, I hope you can get out of Proxima b and find the human fleet. One day, bring my ashes back to the Earth. Look at my brain. The Earth no longer exists. Then take it back to the solar system. This is my only request to you, Grandpa. The holographic projection screen gradually dimmed. Bang! A faint voice came from far away. Perhaps because it was too far away, the sound seemed particularly dull and weak. The room was completely dark. No, that's not right. Renfeng stood up suddenly. Where's the lamp? He relied on his memory to go to the window and looked out. It was still pitch black. Only the emergency lights provided a faint glow. Problem occurs. Renfeng's expression changed slightly, and the sad incident was briefly forgotten. He came back to his senses, and using the light of the emergency light outside the window, he found a flashlight from the drawer on the side. Turn on. Powerful white light filled the room. What happened? Listening to the sporadic exclamations coming from the window, Renfeng's eyes were filled with panic and doubt. Chapter 336 Zhang Zhengqing. Renfeng held a flashlight in his hand and walked out of the door cautiously. The flashlight model is very old. If I remember correctly, it should be a product around 2210, 60 years ago. Regardless of Renfeng's persuasion, my grandfather resolutely purchased this nuclear-powered flashlight that was said to last for 100 years. There is no other reason. The old man is worried about Yi. At that time, Renfeng thought such behavior was ridiculous. Each city has 2 separate sets of fusion power reactors. Even if something bad happens, and 2 sets of fusion power reactors fail at the same time, artificial intelligence can quickly mobilize power from the city next door. Therefore, since he was born, he has never seen a power outage. But now, looking at the dark scene outside, Renfeng took a deep breath. Grandpa. That's right. He subconsciously reached out and pressed the emergency button next to the door. That's the button to ask for help. He recalled that the line was independently powered. Click! The sound of physical buttons rang in my ears. But the familiar hologram didn't appear. Renfeng's heart sank. Unexpectedly, even this line was out of power. Renfeng stood at the gate in confusion, staring blankly at the faint light of the emergency lights in the distance. What should he do? Time passes bit by bit. Renfeng's slow brain gradually started to work. City Central Control Center. A name popped into his head. Although I don't know what happened, I can't go wrong by going to the control center and taking a look. With this thought in mind, he took some stiff steps with difficulty and walked towards the deserted street. The sound of a window opening came from the side. Brothers, you have a flashlight? Renfeng was frightened by the sudden sound. He quickly turned his wrist and directed the flashlight's light in the direction of the sound. Hey! 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 In the strong white light, a young man covered his eyes in pain, shouting loudly, Brother! Blind! Blind! The man had dirty hair and an unkempt beard. Looking unkempt. Huh? It's you? Renfeng breathed a sigh of relief and quickly turned the flashlight to the other side. The young man's name is Zhang Zhengqing, and he is his neighbor. A weirdo. Yes, this is Renfeng's impression of Zhang Zhengqing. He doesn't go out all year round. At least, in Renfeng's impression, the last time this weirdo went out was a few years ago. Living supplies? Naturally. It is delivered to your door by a robot. As for what the other party is doing at home, Renfeng had no way of knowing. Dude, where are you going? Zhang Zhengqing grinned, rubbed his eyes, and asked loudly. Renfeng came back to his senses, hesitated for a moment and replied. City Central Control Center. Zhang Zhengqing's eyes suddenly lit up. Control Center? Dude! Take me for a ride! Faced with Zhang Jingqing's request, Renfeng nodded directly and agreed without any hesitation. The reason is also very simple. Walking alone in this dark city always makes me feel a little nervous. Wait for me to change clothes! Seeing Renfeng nodding in agreement, Zhang Jingqing's eyes became more excited, and he changed his clothes directly by the window. Seeing this, Renfeng quickly moved the flashlight's light farther away. I said, you don't need to be in such a hurry. Right. While talking, Zhang Zhenqing had already changed his clothes. He held up his hands and jumped out of the window. Why aren't you in a hurry? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Renfeng. Let's go! Zhang Zhenqing trotted to Renfeng's side and pulled Renfeng hard. We have to hurry up. Who knows when this thing will return to normal? Renfeng was pulled and staggered, looking at the extremely excited Zhang Zhenqing in front of him. Renfeng suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. You seem to be looking forward to this scene happening? Zhang Jingqing's eyes flashed a little, and he nodded vigorously and said, I have wanted to visit the Central Control Center for a long time, but the door over there is closed. I don't have permission to go in. If it weren't for the fear of those guard robots, the labor and management would have pried open the door no matter what. Renfeng. Is this what normal people say? Are you sure that the door can be pried open? Zhang Zhenqing. Please don't worry about these details. More than an hour later. City number 4 Central Control Center. Looking at the building without any light in front of him, Renfeng's eyes showed a bit of worry. Sure enough, even the Central Control Center lost power. What happened? Renfeng murmured to himself. Logically speaking, such a situation will basically never happen. It's hard to say. Zhang Jingqing's voice came from beside him. If my guess is correct, there should be a malfunction. As for the cause of the malfunction, you have to go in and take a look to find out. But we can't get in either. Renfeng looked at the closed door and shook his head helplessly. Even without the guard robot, this alloy door cannot be pried open by two ordinary people. Hee. Zhang Zhenqing looked at the motionless robot by the gate, and the corners of his mouth gradually rose, revealing a somewhat crazy smile. Who said we were going through the gate? With that said, he led Renfeng quickly around the gate and walked towards the side of the building. A few minutes later, here, Zhang Zhenqing pointed to the ventilation duct in front of him and said softly, It's over here. I checked the information, and this ventilation duct leads directly to the hall. Renfeng. He subconsciously took a step back. No, brother. What on earth do you do? He admitted that at this moment. He panicked. Zhang Zhenqing said with a smile. I am just an ordinary otaku. As he spoke, he squatted down and started working. You call this an ordinary otaku? Seeing Zhang Zhenqing skillfully dismantling the ventilation duct, Renfeng asked in a faint tone. Zhang Zhenqing suddenly stopped. Have you ever heard of a tech nerd? The moment he finished speaking, a crisp sound came from the ventilation duct. Click. Okay. Zhang Zhenqing smiled and clapped his hands. It's time for us to go in. Renfeng looked at Zhang Zhenqing in front of him with black lines on his head. Of course, he knows the technical geek. But you are not a normal technical geek. He took a deep breath to calm down the raging spirit of complaining in his heart. So, if you have this ability, why do you stay in this small Proxima galaxy? Zhang Zhenqing was stunned. Then he smiled with relief. I'm too tired. I just want to live a normal life. Renfeng didn't speak. He just squatted down silently and got into the slightly spacious ventilation duct. Chapter 337. The situation is serious. Ouch! This is a ternary optical quantum computer. As soon as he got into the central control center, Zhang Zhenqing grabbed the flashlight, quickly ran to the door of a room, and looked at the internal scene through the glass curtain wall in front of him. TSK! 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 It's so beautiful! Renfeng walked quickly behind him and followed his line of sight and looked in. Cold components. He couldn't understand the beauty in Zhang Jingqing's mouth. Let's get down to business. Renfeng urged helplessly. When you came here, you said you could find the reason. Zhang Zhenqing reluctantly withdrew his gaze, smacked his lips slightly and said, Don't worry. I'll go check it out right away. As he spoke, he glanced around with a flashlight in his hand. The top priority now is to restore power to the central control hall. Restore power? Renfeng couldn't help but be stunned. What are you going to do? I have checked the information before. Zhang Zhenqing chuckled. The Central Control Center has an independent temporary power generation device. It is estimated that this time it is completely down. Otherwise, It won't be our turn to come in. Renfeng. Can this thing be found? You stay here. Don't move around. Zhang Zhenqing straightened his expression. I'll buy you some oranges. The corners of Renfeng's mouth twitched slightly. Do you really think he doesn't understand this sentence? I'll just take 2 and give the rest to you. Without any hesitation, he responded directly. Zhang Zhenqing's eyes lit up. You still want to eat too? You can soak the orange peel in some water and drink it. Renfeng responded tit for tat. Lu Sun once said that there is no such thing as 4 generations living under the same roof. You actually know this joke? Zhang Zhenqing, who was exposed, was not embarrassed. He laughed and said, This is an old joke from more than 200 years ago. Renfeng shrugged. Before discussing ancient culture, you should turn on the temporary generator first. More than 10 minutes later, a slight buzzing sound came from the side. Bright lights once again filled the entire central control center. Renfeng, who was used to the darkness, subconsciously reached out and covered his eyes. At this moment, he also felt what Zhang Zhenqing felt not long ago. How about it? Should I hold it in my mouth? Before he could adapt to the light, Zhang Zhenqing's mean voice came from the side. Renfeng opened his eyes with difficulty and subconsciously wanted to retort. But he saw Zhang Zhenqing standing in front of the console with a solemn expression. He silently swallowed the words that came to his lips. What are you going to do now? Zhang Zhenqing did not look back and looked seriously at the console in front of him. Next, start the optical quantum computer first, and then try to get in touch with other cities. I don't know what the situation is in city number 1. Zhang Zhenqing muttered in a low voice. It's been so long. Hasn't it been possible to get in touch with the human fleet? Obviously. As long as Zero takes action, these problems can be solved. Wait. Renfeng felt a little dizzy for a moment. Let's take it step by step. Can you start this optical quantum computer? No way. Zhang Zhenqing responded confidently. I'm just an ordinary person. How can I operate this thing? Renfeng. There were so many things he wanted to complain about that he didn't know where to start. Do not worry. Zhang Zhenqing waved his hand and said, This thing is the same as what is learned today. As he spoke, he took out a brick-like emergency response guide from the cabinet under the console. Looking at Zhang Zhenqing, who was reading seriously, Renfeng suddenly felt a little tired. This guy. Is it really reliable? At this time, in the Ross 154 star system, 8.24 light-years away from Proxima Centauri b, the human fleet is facing the greatest crisis in history. The appearance of painting made Zero stop all unnecessary work, including distress signals constantly coming from the direction of Proxima Centauri. Proxima Centauri b synchronous orbit. Dozens of satellites turned into wreckage, floating quietly in orbit, as if they had been attacked by something. The camera keeps looking downwards. Huge hemispherical buildings stand on the surface of Proxima b. Each hemispherical building is connected by several orbits. That's the Proxima b city cluster. A huge pit appeared on the periphery of the hemispherical building located in the center. Even the extremely solid hemispherical building was a little incomplete. The camera continues to zoom in. In the damaged areas, the ground was covered with broken steel bars and alloy fragments. You can even see some broken limbs and dark brown blood stains. The thick yellow atmosphere continued to flow into city number 1 through this huge hole. Fortunately, a large airtight facility has been built not far from the hole. It is said to be an airtight facility, but it is actually a huge balloon made of carbon nanotube material. After being inflated, the large balloon successfully plugged the leaking hole. Success! I don't know how long it took, but Renfeng, who was sitting beside him drowsily, was awakened by a cry full of joy. He raised his head suddenly and looked warily towards the direction of the sound. In front of the console, Zhang Zhenqing's face was filled with joy. In the computer room not far away, lasers were flashing. A huge holographic image slowly appeared above the console. Hack! Seeing this scene, Renfeng jumped up suddenly, opened his mouth, and said the quintessence of Chinese culture. Hack you! Is this okay? Zhang Zhenqing waved his hand, casually, but the corners of his mouth kept rising. Hey! What are you talking about? Such a small thing. To me, is just a sprinkle of water. It's just an optical quantum computer. Give me a manual and I'll show you the starship. Renfeng looked at Zhang Zhenqing with a strange expression. Past. Cough. Perhaps sensing Renfeng's strange gaze, Zhang Zhenqing coughed slightly awkwardly. Now, let's try contacting other cities first. As he spoke, he reached out and pressed on the holographic projection in front of him. As for Renfeng, he could only wait silently, looking at Zhang Zhenqing, whose fingers were beating rapidly. Renfeng's eyes showed a pensive look. Oh, is it too wasteful? Maybe Grandpa was right. It's time for him to find an opportunity to go to city number 1. The situation is not good. Zhang Zhenqing's tone was a little heavy. Huh? Renfeng's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, "What's going on?" Zhang Zhenqing shook his head, and the illicit smile on his face completely disappeared. Currently, apart from City 1, only City 4 is online. In other words, after such a long time, other cities have not even restored their central control centers. Then contact City number 1 first. Renfeng shouted anxiously. I tried. There's no response from the other side yet. Zhang Zhenqing sighed deeply. But the most serious problem is not this. The air circulation device is shut down. Chapter 338, Powerless. Zhang Zhenqing's voice echoed in the central control center. Varied. Renfeng's pupils trembled violently and his Adam's apple moved. But he only made a short tone. He took a few hard breaths and asked in a rough tone. How much time do we have? Zhang Zhenqing glanced at the holographic image in front of him, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. If nothing is done, probably within 24 hours. Renfeng. Only so much time? Zhang Zhenqing shrugged. I know you are in a hurry. But don't be anxious yet. I haven't finished speaking yet. There is an emergency oxygen supply device in City 4. Upon hearing this, most of the anxious look on Renfeng's face disappeared. He breathed a long sigh of relief. I'm telling you. Kid, can you tell me everything you have to say next time? Zhang Zhenqing was silent for a moment and nodded. With the emergency oxygen supply device included, we should be able to survive for 1 more week. Renfeng's mouth twitched sharply. 1 week. What's this enough for? Facing Renfeng's questioning, Zhang Zhenqing spread his hands and said in a helpless tone. You can't do anything. We can only hope that the people in city number 1 can repair one. Or contact the human fleet and let Zero take action. What if? Zhang Zhenqing directly interrupted Renfeng. If both sides fail, we can only wait to die. Renfeng's breathing became rapid. He stared blankly at Zhang Zhenqing in front of him, then turned his head and glanced around the city's central control center with extremely blank eyes. This is the end? Renfeng murmured to himself. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he suddenly turned his head and looked straight at Zhang Zhenqing. Can't you restart the fusion reactor? You have successfully started the optical quantum computer. It shouldn't be difficult to start a fusion reactor. Right. As he spoke, he reached out his hand and grabbed Zhang Zhenqing's shoulders fiercely, looking at Renfeng's eyes full of expectation. Zhang Zhenqing showed a bitter smile on his lips. He shook his head helplessly. It's a pity. It can't be done. When Renfeng heard this, he suddenly became anxious. Why? Doesn't that thing have an instruction manual? As he spoke, Renfeng pointed to the brick-shaped manual beside him. Zhang Zhenqing glanced in the direction of Renfeng's finger, and then said with a strange expression, First of all, I need to correct that a bit. This is not an instruction manual. It is an emergency response guide. Isn't it the same? Renfeng's voice was a little fainter. Of course it's different. Zhang Zhenqing put his hand on his forehead. Forget it. It's not important. The key point is that the fusion reactor is fully enclosed, and all maintenance work is completed by robots and one. Not to mention that there is no manual. Even if there is such a thing, it is not something that an ordinary person like me can handle. Then, can we just wait to die like this? Zhang Zhenqing let out a long sigh. What else? As he said that, he reached out and patted Renfeng on the shoulder. Look away. Maybe things will turn around in a few days? The only thing we can do now is turn on the emergency oxygen supply. Okay. Renfeng lowered his eyes slightly, nodded and responded softly. Then he turned silently and walked toward the ventilation duct. Seeing Renfeng's frustrated look, Zhang Zhenqing sighed again. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a crisp reminder sounded from the console in front of him. Drop! Zhang Zhenqing? Renfeng, who was squatting in front of the ventilation duct, slowly turned his head. Did you hear anything? What caught my eye was Zhang Zhenqing's extremely excited expression. Yes, there is a response. Zhang Zhenqing stuttered and said, City number 1, there is a response. More than 10 minutes later, Zhang Zhenqing and Renfeng stood in front of the console with solemn expressions. After more than 10 minutes of communication, they roughly understood the whole story of the incident. According to the explanation from the person in charge of City Number 1. Just a few hours ago, Proxima B was suddenly attacked by an unknown object. No, it cannot be said to be an unknown object. It's more like nuclear bomb. Nuclear bomb? Renfeng looked at the holographic projection in front of him in bewilderment. How is that possible? Hasn't this thing been eliminated by us long ago? In the picture, the face of the middle-aged person in charge is full of anxiety. That's right. A nuclear bomb. I know. That's an outrageous answer. At first, I didn't believe it either. But the test report at the explosion site showed that this thing was a nuclear bomb. Zhang Zhengqing, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. So, do you think Proxima B has been attacked by other civilizations? The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. After hesitating for a while, he nodded slowly. Not bad. Other than that, we can't think of any other possibilities. Zhang Zhengqing nodded thoughtfully. 2. Sure enough, a nuclear bomb fell from the sky, blasting a huge gap in City Number 1. Apart from the invasion of alien civilization, there should be no other possibility for this kind of scene. Besides City Number 1, are other places under attack? Zhang Zhengqing stared directly at the middle-aged man in front of him. If there is an accident in City Number 1, one will not be down. The middle-aged man's eyes twitched, and he sighed forcefully. There are also some important satellites. Where's Ling? Zhang Zhengqing asked again without giving anyone any time to breathe. Why don't you ask Ling for help? I remember that the long-distance communication device shouldn't be in the satellite. Right. In this case, as long as zero action is taken, all cities should be able to quickly return to normal. The middle-aged man's face became increasingly bitter. We tried it a long time ago. But, until now, we have not received a single response from the human fleet. Renfeng, who couldn't say anything, felt his heart sink. Could it be? Was Grandpa really right? Something happened to the human fleet? Zhang Zhengqing's face changed slightly, but he still maintained his basic composure. So, what's your plan now? Our plan. Feel sorry. The middle-aged man in the picture has a face full of guilt. If we can't contact the human fleet, there's nothing we can do about it. You should know that after the Academy of Sciences leaves, we do not have the ability to take action on the Proxima central computer. Isn't it even possible to restart? Renfeng said suddenly, seeing the strange looks the two of them were giving him. He said with a sneer, Ahem. When my computer at home gets stuck, I always unplug the power and restart it. The middle-aged man laughed dumbly, shook his head and continued. Next, I suggest you find the city's emergency oxygen supply equipment. If possible, go to some large hospitals where there are large oxygen stations that can last you a little longer. Perhaps we can wait for the response from the human fleet. The holographic projection screen slowly dissipated. Communication is over. Chapter 339, because we are all human beings. In City Number 4. In the Central Control Center. Tranquility returned again. Just, compared with the original. The tranquility at this time was filled with a strong aura of death. Renfeng raised his head and looked at the expressionless Zhang Zhengqing beside him. So, why can't you unplug the power and restart the central computer? Zhang Zhengqing couldn't help but hold his breath as he walked towards the direction of the ventilation duct. He explained angrily. That's one. Forcing a power outage and restarting will only turn into a mess. The situation will get worse by then. At least now I'm down instead of disappearing. Renfeng scratched his head with a smile and quickly followed Zhang Zhengqing's footsteps. Renfeng adjusted the brightness of the flashlight to the maximum and followed Zhang Zhengqing towards the hospital. The city streets are incredibly empty. At this moment, Renfeng even had an illusion. It was as if the two of them were the only two humans left in City 4. But soon, a rapid curse came from the residential building next to him. Renfeng subconsciously stopped. Let's go! Zhang Zhengqing said expressionlessly. We have to go to the hospital quickly. He hesitated for a moment, then spoke again. There are not many resources. And now is not the time for compassion to overflow. Renfeng was silent for a while. He turned around and glanced at the building next to him again. Vaguely, with the help of the flashlight's peripheral vision, he seemed to see a figure by the window. Call! He took a deep breath, turned around and shouted. If you want to survive, come with us to find oxygen supply equipment. Then, he smiled and said to Zhang Zhengqing, Let's go! Zhang Zhengqing made no move, just looked at Renfeng with a confused expression. Why do you do this? If they rob us? Because, at this moment, we are all human beings. Renfeng interrupted Zhang Jingqing's words with a smile. This is the last lesson my grandpa taught me. Zhang Zhengqing thought for a long time and nodded slowly. Okay. I hope he is worth your efforts. After saying that, he turned around and continued walking towards the hospital. Renfeng glanced at the residential building next to him again. There was no movement. Pity. He shook his head. He has done what he should do. And at least at this moment, he has a clear conscience. Renfeng took a step forward, preparing to keep up with Zhang Zhengqing. Brother! Wait for me! A rush of footsteps came from the residential building. A smile appeared on Renfeng's lips, and he stopped in his tracks. After one day, in the dark city number 4, shouts began to sound continuously. Under the light of a flashlight, several young people searched for usable oxygen supply devices from various places and transported them to the number 4 city central hospital. Along the way, young men of similar age hesitantly joined the queue. An old man with gray hair turned around and returned to his home, standing silently by the window, watching the figures running in the darkness. The crowd continued to grow, and the efficiency of collecting supplies began to increase. 7 days later, the final time limit has arrived. The human fleet still didn't respond. In city number 1, in the central control center, the middle-aged person in charge looked at the declining values in the holographic projection with a deathly expression. Professor Liu, did you really give up on us? The middle-aged person in charge laughed miserably. Then, he stood up, locked the door tightly, and struggled to move several huge oxygen tanks from the cabinet on the side. He greedily breathed in the last bits of oxygen in the air, trying to delay his use of the oxygen tank. The outside world is noisy. Cries and curses filled the entire city. Feeling the suffocation coming over him, the middle-aged person in charge slowly put on the mask. With trembling hands, he turned down the oxygen output. Call! After taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes. A drop of turbid tears streaked across his face and fell to the ground along the oxygen mask. At the same time, city number 4. An old man with gray hair walked to the street calmly. They looked at each other with relieved smiles on their faces. Finally, it's our turn. We were lucky to survive back then. But today it's our turn to pay. In the distance, inside the number 4 city central hospital, the oxygen supply facility made a hissing sound and slowly provided the minimum amount of oxygen into each sealed room. One young man's eyes were red, but he tried his best to suppress his breathing rate. Ross 154 star system. The moment the level 1 combat readiness alert was lifted, the familiar siren sounded in Lu Yongchang's ears again. 0? Lu Yongchang's expression changed slightly, and he shouted in a low voice. What's going on? The holographic projection quickly unfolded in front of him. Looking at the Chinese characters in the projection, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but froze on the spot. In just a few seconds, the vigilance in his eyes dissipated instantly, and his eyes became moist. 0. Immediately. Rescue the human civilization of Proxima Centauri. How many days? Renfeng murmured in a low voice. Living with low oxygen for a long time made his mind become a little blurred. It has been 10 days since the accident occurred. Zhang Jingqing's calm voice came from the side. A trace of trance flashed in Renfeng's eyes. How long can we last? 10. 10 days, that's not bad. Renfeng smiled weakly. 9, 8. Renfeng's trance suddenly cleared up. What the HL? Are you serious? Ha ha. Just kidding. Zhang Zhengqing chuckled and said again. But it's almost over. I can probably last a day or two. Renfeng fell into silence. Do you regret it? Zhang Zhengqing said again. No. Renfeng's weak but firm voice sounded. You also saw what those old people did. This is why human civilization can continue to exist. The moment the words fell, a dazzling light lit up in the room. Renfeng subconsciously covered his eyes. After dozens of seconds, he slowly removed his palm and opened his tear-filled eyes with difficulty. The huge room was bright. The holographic image gradually appeared in the sky. He turned his head and glanced around him. He could clearly see the faces of everyone in the room. He looked toward the side window. Outside the window, there is light. Chapter 340. It's me. Kill me? Zhangqing. Renfeng's voice trembled slightly, and he murmured in a low voice. Is it back to normal? Zhang Jingqing's pupils contracted rapidly due to the sudden stimulation of bright light. Ignoring the tears that kept flowing in his eyes, he quickly got up and ran to the window. The originally closed window was opened. He hesitated for a moment and took a deep breath. The air is back to normal. Zhang Zhengqi raised his hand. wiped the tears on both sides of his cheeks, and shouted loudly, "Everyone! We are saved!" Ross 154 star system. Lu Yongchang looked at the holographic projection in front of him solemnly. In the projection, there is a surveillance screen of City Number 1. The originally prosperous City Number 1 seemed to have been looted. The fire destroyed less than half of the city, and almost all the buildings had a scorched black appearance. The broad streets were strewn with corpses. The camera gradually zooms in. It was clear from the condition of the bodies that most died of asphyxiation. A small number of people had serious external injuries. Combined with the weapons in the hands of those people, it is not difficult to imagine the chaotic scene at that time. The camera cuts again. This time, it's footage from aerial cameras over the city. To the west of the city, a huge void appears at the edge of the domed structure. The void has been filled with temporary patching equipment. But the nearby ruins made Lu Yongchang's heart twitch. This is what happened. He clenched his fist so hard that several veins popped out on his arms. Zero. What happened? Is an alien civilization invading? Lu Yongchang lowered his eyes slightly and asked in an extremely low voice. There was silence in the Earth Command Center. Zhao Zijie next to him pursed his lips hard, his eyes flashing with hatred. Professor, the cause of the accident is still being investigated. Zero's response sounded in the command center. However, a large amount of nuclear radiation residue was found at the explosion site. Nuclear radiation? Lu Yongchang was stunned. In addition, many satellites in the orbit of Proxima Centauri B were destroyed. Zero continued. At that time, these satellites were directly above City Number 1. An inexplicable feeling of familiarity came to him. Isn't this the attack effect of the Type 1 electromagnetic gun? Zhao Zijie's exclamation came from the side. Zero, check the wreckage of the damaged satellite immediately. Lu Yongchang gave the order directly without any hesitation. A few minutes later, Zero's response came again. Professor, electromagnetic gun projectile fragments were found in the satellite debris. After the words fell, a photo appeared in front of everyone. A piece of shrapnel about 10 centimeters. There was even a line of vague writing on the shrapnel. Made by XXXX Factory. 2037.5. Hack! What the H.L. is this? The command center instantly resounded with national quintessence. A vague memory slowly emerged in Lu Yongchang's mind. He swallowed lightly. This electromagnetic gun couldn't be the same batch of projectiles we fired when we intercepted the asteroid. Right. Zhao Zijie's expression on the side also became strange. In my impression, these projectiles seem to have been fired by him himself. Professor, the time is just right. Zero reminded quickly. Damn, now things are getting serious. Lu Yongchang murmured to himself. We have been in trouble for a long time. Or are we the ones causing the trouble? It's me. Kill me. He shuddered suddenly. Zero, how is the condition of the Proxima City cluster? Apart from City Number 1, where are the other cities? Zero replied. It's a bad situation. The simultaneous damage of the satellite and City Number 1 caused a serious logical failure in one. When the accident occurred, the person in charge of City Number 1 sent us a large number of health signals. But because we were in the first-level combat readiness state, these messages were given the lowest priority. Lu Yongchang's heart sank. Broken. One knows very well the importance of the Proxima B urban agglomeration. When did the accident happen? Zero responded quickly. 10 days ago. 10 days ago. The fusion reactor stopped working, and the city's air circulation unit was shut down. In an instant, Lu Yongchang turned pale. 10 days. If he remembered correctly, the city's emergency oxygen supply device could only last for a week. 10 days are enough to destroy the entire human civilization on Proxima Centauri. Still, is anyone alive? When asking this question, Lu Yongchang already had the answer in his mind. Estimate. In the entire Proxima civilization, there are only a few lucky ones left. Right? Like Lu Yongchang. All the scientific researchers present lowered their eyes. They couldn't bear to look at the numbers in the holographic projection. As of now, 2.131 million people are still alive. Zero's voice echoed in the command center. In the holographic projection, a string of data appears. Lu Yongchang was stunned. Not because there are too few survivors, but too much. So many people? He straightened up suddenly and tried to stand up from the chair, but was pulled back violently by the electromagnetic absorption device again. Hiss! The muscles on both sides of Lu Yongchang's cheeks twitched twice. Sooner or later, I have to dismantle this damn electromagnetic absorption device. Ignoring the pain in his body, He quickly turned his gaze to the holographic projection directly in front of him. With just one glance, he discovered the problem. 2.078 million people survived in city number 4? Are they all young people of the right age? A strange look flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Zero. What's going on? What happened in city number 4? Data is missing. We are trying to contact the survivors of city 4. Contact successfully made. Contact name, Ren Feng. Age, 92. Graduated from the Central University of city number 4. Not yet married. Lines of information were flashed in front of everyone. At the same time, the image of a yellow-skinned young man appeared in another holographic projection. The young man stared blankly at the holographic projection in front of him. Hello. I am Lu Yongchang. Lu Yongchang was the first to speak. Proxima B. Looking at the scene in the holographic projection in front of him, Renfeng's mind went blank. Is this the Earth Command Center? Hello. I am Lu Yongchang. Directly in front, a young man said in a gentle tone. I would like to ask, what happened in city number 4 these days? Renfeng? Hearing his name, Renfeng suddenly came back to his senses. A trace of excitement flashed across his face. Lu! Professor Lu! You are finally here to save us! Perhaps because he was too excited, he stood in front of the camera, stammering and gesticulating, unable to say a complete sentence. After communicating for a long time, Lu Yongchang finally understood the whole incident from Renfeng's fragmentary explanation. And Renfeng also understood the reason why the human fleet had not responded. When he learned that there were only 2.131 million people left in the entire human civilization of Proxima Centauri, Renfeng's expression suddenly changed. You have done a good job. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Now, have a good rest. Leave the aftermath to us. Zero will take care of everything. Professor Lu. A strange voice came from beside Renfeng. I have a request. As the words fell, a strange young man appeared in front of the camera. Introduce yourself. Zhang Zhanqing. Male. 87 years old. Lives at home all year round. He once invaded the city's central control system. Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows and interrupted the young man's words. What do you want? Zhang Zhanqing was slightly startled, but quickly adjusted himself. He stared at Lu Yongchang in front of him and said seriously, Professor Lu, I hope you can open up one of the permissions. And we need a complete technological system. Chapter 341 Reappearance of 1420 MHz signal. Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows, but did not speak for the first time. Masakiyoshi. Renfeng's voice was full of anxiety. How could you? This is for all of us. Zhang Zhanqing interrupted Renfeng directly. What if this happens again? Are we still the same as now? Staying where we are and resigning ourselves to fate? Renfeng was speechless for a moment. He hesitated for a while. Yes, but that's not the reason why we want these things. Don't forget, when we chose to stay at Proxima Centauri, each of us signed an agreement. Zhang Zhanqing's expression froze. He remembered. There is indeed such an agreement. Thinking of the name he signed casually at that time, Zhang Zhanqing's face suddenly became embarrassed. Good. Lu Yongchang chuckled, nodded and said, I promise you. Zhang Zhanqing raised his head in surprise and looked at the holographic projection in front of him. In the projection, Lu Yongchang was still looking at him with a gentle smile as at the beginning. What? Zhang Zhanqing opened his mouth and asked in a dry voice. I said, I agree to your request. Lu Yongchang repeated with a smile. Before Zhang Zhanqing could be happy, he changed the subject. However, I also have a condition. Zhang Zhanqing composed himself. Without any hesitation, nodded directly and said, You say it. Next, I will hand over all authority. Lu Yongchang said calmly. You have absolute autonomy, and I will transfer the complete technology system to you. But, accordingly, you will no longer receive help from Zero, and you will need to rely on your own efforts for everything. Can you accept this condition? Zhang Zhanqing's eyes showed some confusion, but soon, his eyes became firm. He nodded vigorously and said in a deep voice, It's acceptable. I believe this is a good thing for us too. Lu Yongchang laughed dumbly, nodded and said, Come on. Try to survive. Communication ends. Lu Yongchang raised his hand with a normal expression and was operating something on the holographic projection in front of him. Yongchang, aren't you angry? Fong Su's slightly playful voice came from the side. Angry? Why are you angry? Lu Yongchang raised the corners of his mouth slightly and asked in a calm tone. Fong Su was slightly startled. Obviously, he did not expect Lu Yongchang to react like this. Don't you think Zhang Jingqing's request is excessive? Fong Su's face was full of tangles. After thinking for a long time, he said again, when they chose to stay, they didn't want these technologies. Is it too much? Lu Yongchang shrugged, checked the last part and pressed the send button. They are human beings and they want to survive. This is normal. What's more, open up one's authority and give them the necessary technological system. In my opinion, this is not a bad thing. A trace of doubt flashed in Fong Su's eyes. The humans who originally stayed on Proxima B are more like moths. Lu Yongchang sighed softly. Even though we have left, they are still consuming zero computing power. In peacetime, it probably wouldn't matter. But now, you know what's going on. Giving them the necessary technology and letting them make their own decisions is undoubtedly a better choice and a more efficient approach. On the other hand, it can be regarded as our compensation for this matter. After all, these electromagnetic gun projectiles were sent out by us. Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and then spoke again. There are currently only more than 2 million humans left in the entire Proxima B. The remaining resources in the Proxima galaxy are quite abundant for more than 2 million people. But do you think a mere 2 million people can support a second-level civilization? No matter what we do, human civilization on Proxima Centauri has embarked on the path of slow death. It's just a matter of time. Fong Su looked at Lu Yongchang beside him with a complicated expression and nodded silently. 2 years later, Ross 2 Star. 2 huge cities stand on the vast land. Lu Yongchang sat in his office in Central City and slowly closed his eyes. His consciousness came to the system space again. After 2 years of hard work by all scientific researchers, the originally skinny technology tree gradually became fuller. Against the bright green background, bright white branches protrude from the trunk and extend unbridled around. The fog at the top of the technology tree gradually becomes thinner as the technology branches become fuller. Lu Yongchang's eyes widened and he turned his attention to the top of the technology tree. The vision gradually became clearer. The cursor was very blurry, but he could still make out the words in the dim cursor. Magnetic field control, primary shield technology. It dawned on him. It turns out that the threshold for level 3 civilization is to master shield technology. The prefix of the cursor gave him countless inspirations. Magnetic field mastery? Perhaps we can learn from the principles of plasma weapons. Bip! Blop! Blop! Before I had time to think about it, a rapid siren sounded from the outside world. Without any hesitation, Lu Yongchang quickly regained consciousness and opened his eyes. Looking at the bloody holographic projection in front of him, Lu Yongchang's expression changed slightly. 0? Professor, there is another signal coming from the direction of Ross 154. Signal frequency, 1420 MHz. After signal comparison, it can basically be determined that it is a message from painting. Upon hearing this, Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly became serious. 0. Call all scientific researchers immediately. Central City. Ground Command Center. The layout of the command center is very similar to that on Earth. The only difference is that the Ground Command Center occupies a larger area, nearly twice the size. This is also normal. After all, Earth, as the flagship of mankind, is worth every inch of its land. When designing, those designers wanted to break 1 square meter into 8 petals for use. Right in front of this spacious Ground Command Center, a huge holographic projection appeared. In front of the holographic projection, there are neat rows of seats. At this time, the seats were packed. All members of the Academy of Sciences are gathered here. Every scientific researcher has the same expression. Frowning, confused, shocked, surprised. There is no other reason. In the huge holographic projection in front of everyone is a line of information from Ross 154. The message is simple. Only 15 characters including punctuation. But the amount of information contained in it is extremely huge. Little guys, I may not be able to wait for rescue. Chapter 342 on his deathbed? What the H.L. does this mean? Fong Su's eyes were filled with surprise and uncertainty. Did that sweeper discover his existence? Lu Yongchang looked gloomy, slowly shook his head and said, Probably not. If it is really a formidable enemy, the other party will not have the leisure to send us information. Perhaps. His eyes moved slightly, and an incredible idea suddenly came to his mind. Have you thought of the reason? Fong Su immediately noticed Lu Yongchang's strange look. No, I'm not sure yet. After hearing Fong Su's question, Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and then slowly said, I suspect that the other party is already on his deathbed. Don't forget, he disclosed the extent of his injuries during the previous communications. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang quickly edited a message. Dear painting, what happened? Different from the last time. This time, the information was transmitted to a communication satellite orbiting Ross-154 through a long-distance communication device. 2 years ago, the Academy of Sciences specially built this communication satellite with a single function and launched it into the Ross-154 orbit. Satellite functionality is very simple. Send, receive, and convert signals. It can convert signals from the human fleet's long-distance communications into electromagnetic wave signals, and then send them to Ross-154 in front of it. Vice versa. Although its function is simple, its technological content is extremely high. Ross-154 is a young star that has a very high burst frequency, and is also a huge X-ray source. Therefore, sending and receiving radio signals has become an extremely difficult task. In order to ensure the successful transmission and reception of signals, this communication satellite was developed by Chao Liankai himself. As for why so much effort was spent on making this satellite, communication latency is too high. Although the distance between Ross-154 and Ross-2 is only 5.8 million kilometers. For electromagnetic wave communication, it takes 38.6 seconds to come and go. Such a huge communication delay is obviously unacceptable. Drawing discovered this communication satellite. Next to me. The next second, his response was sent directly to the small satellite. The Sweeper Division's four-dimensional weapons caused great damage to my core. For hundreds of years, I have been trying to repair the core. But, to no avail. Lu Yongchang's breathing suddenly became rapid. Not only him, but Zhao Zijia on Earth was also breathing rapidly. Not fear, but greedy. A level 7 two-dimensional creature that is about to die. This temptation is extremely huge. If you can get part of his body, perhaps, human civilization can use this to peek into the mysteries of dimensions. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart, and carefully edited a line of information. Excuse me. How can we help you? Although it is a bit humble, there is nothing we can do about it. After all, the other party is not dead yet. He didn't want to get in trouble with a dying man. Paint's response soon appeared in front of everyone. Little guys, can you help me send a message to the pastoralists? As a reward, I can tell you the way to enter the third-level civilization. Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly became strange. There is fraud. That was the first thought that ran through his mind. Is something wrong? Fong Su frowned and murmured in a low voice. A 7th-level civilization needs us to pass on information? That doesn't make sense. Does it? Perhaps sensing the hesitation of human civilization, Hua sent a few messages again. Perhaps you are doubting my motives. But please believe me, I mean no harm. Currently, the Galaxy Sweeper Division is fully searching for my traces. Any movement on my part will lead to disaster. Lu Yongchang's frown deepened. It's inconsistent. He stood up from the chair and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. Since he is already on his deathbed, why are you still afraid of this so-called sweeper civilization? Fong Su didn't speak, just stared at the holographic projection directly in front of him. Another new line of text appeared in front of everyone. My death is a small matter, but the failure of information transmission is a big deal. So, I ask you to do me a small favor. Seeing this, Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows sharply. Interesting. This reason is quite decent. It's just... Lu Yongchang smiled and shook his head. Did he overestimate our ability? As he spoke, he swiped his fingers and edited a message. Dear painting, we are only a small second-level civilization, and may not have enough ability to help you. Ross within 154. The thicknessless gray drawing paper shook violently. It seems that there is some dissatisfaction with the response of human civilization. But soon, paper returned to calm and once again sent a message to the satellite around it. You don't need much ability. When I die, I will seal part of the core material. The sweepers cannot detect its existence. But for pastoral dimensional beings, this is an extremely conspicuous signal beacon. You do not need to go to them. If they reach the galaxy, they will go to you. To show my sincerity, I can first tell you how to advance to level 3 civilization. Protective shield technology is the hallmark technology of level 3 civilization. As for how to break through this technology, I will naturally tell you after you agree. Make a decision quickly. I don't have much time. Lu Yongchang's breath suddenly suffocated as he looked at the text that kept appearing in front of him. Judging from the cursor in the technology tree system, the other party did indeed tell the truth. The key technology to break through the third-level civilization is indeed the protective shield technology. But he doesn't feel that the technology tree system can't help him solve this problem. Perhaps because human civilization has not responded for a long time. Painting sends messages more and more frequently. Human civilization. What are you worried about? Trust me. I mean no harm. Grand unified theory. Antimatter technology. Whatever you want. Pastoral party can satisfy you. I can't hold it anymore. Please respond to me immediately. Professor, there is an abnormality on the surface of Ross 154. As Zero's voice sounded, a holographic image unfolded in front of everyone. On the dark red Ross 154 surface, a gray painting appeared again, different from the last time. This time, the surface of the picture scroll is no longer smooth, and there are wrinkles, like substances on its edges. It's just like a flat scroll looked like it had been crumpled. Chapter 343, The Two-Dimensional Detector. The vision on Ross 154 left everyone stunned. What's going on? Fong Su murmured to himself. Is this the death process of two-dimensional creatures? Incomprehensible. Lu Yongchan frowned, stretched out his hand, and moved it twice in the air. The holographic projection screen instantly enlarges. The lens focuses on the edge of the gray scroll. The fine and dense folds keep increasing. It seems it's like a flat picture scroll is constantly being squeezed by the outside world. Zero. Call up the real-time detection data of the detector. Lu Yongchang seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly said, Can you detect the thickness? Data anomaly. Zero's response made Lu Yongchang frown even deeper. Human civilization. Have you thought it through? My time is running out. The information of painting appeared in front of everyone again. You can clearly feel the other party's anxiety and uneasiness from between the lines. But he still couldn't believe the other person. Yongchan? Hearing Fong Su's confused call, he slowly shook his head. No hurry. Just wait. As soon as he finished speaking, a piercing alarm sounded in the quiet command center. Warning! Warning! The signal of detector number 1 disappeared. The red warning light kept flashing, stimulating the fragile nerves of all scientific researchers. For a time, the atmosphere in the ground command center became increasingly tense. Far away in the Earth, in synchronous orbit, Zhao Zijia was also staring at the several holographic projections in front of him with a pale expression. Professor, do you need to issue an evacuation order? Zhao Zijia's voice also sounded in the communication channel of the ground command center. Hold on! Lu Yongchang's expression changed slightly, and he stopped Zhao Zijia's move. You can't act rashly. If the other party regards it as provocation or resistance, we will only be greeted by death. As he spoke, his brain was working rapidly. Zero. Call up the records of the other 2 detectors and see if anything was captured. There are also optical telescopes equipped by the fleet to screen all records. I want to know what happened just now. The moment the words fell, the huge holographic image directly in front of the ground command center suddenly split into countless tiny interfaces. Looking closely, every detailed interface is a separate holographic picture. These images come from independent optical telescopes orbiting Ross 154. These finely divided interfaces are rapidly reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, only 4 holographic images were left in front of everyone. The 4 pictures quickly enlarged and occupied the entire space. Lu Yongchang glanced at it and frowned immediately. Is this the only picture? Professor, at that time the trajectory of detector number 1 happened to be staggered with that of the other 2 detectors. Zero explained. These few images were found from the observation records of the optical telescope. Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows. Just right? Coincide? I'm afraid there won't be so many coincidences. Right? He said noncommittally. Play the recorded footage first. 4 holographic images were played simultaneously. The holographic video is very short, only about 30 seconds. But these 30 seconds brought unparalleled shock and panic to Lu Yongchang, to the Academy of Sciences, and to mankind. The horror events experienced by probe number 1 are clearly reproduced in the holographic images from 4 different angles. At the beginning, a small fragment quietly appeared on the edge of the thicknessless gray picture on the surface of Ross 154, like the main body of the painting. This fragment is entirely gray. The only difference is that the surface of this piece that fell off from the painting is more densely wrinkled. For example, if the wrinkle density on the main body of the painting is 1, then the wrinkle density on this fragment reaches 10. After the fragments separated from the main body. They flew directly towards the number 1 detector on the side. More than 10 seconds later, this gray fragment hit the number 1 detector hard. A moment. There have been unspeakable changes in detector number 1. Its surface emits a dazzling light. The moment the debris collided with it, its height seemed to be erased out of thin air. Under the gaze of everyone, the three-dimensional detector quickly turned into a piece of paper. It successfully transformed into two-dimensional matter. The two-dimensional detector surface is extremely smooth and flat, just like the body of painting. Through a high-precision optical telescope, Lu Yongchang can even directly see the internal structure of the detector. Zero, do you have any detection data? Lu Yongchang suddenly asked. Zero said nothing, and silently launched a new holographic projection beside him. In the projection, some basic detection data is beating. When he saw the instantaneous temperature data on the surface of the detector, Lu Yongchang took a sharp breath. 1 billion degrees Celsius. What is this concept? The core temperature of the sun is only 15 million degrees Celsius. The temperature that triggers nuclear fusion is only a few 100 million degrees Celsius. It is unimaginable that in that short moment, such extreme high temperatures occurred near the detector. But the changes aren't over yet. About 0.5 seconds later, endless wrinkles appeared on the flat two-dimensional detector surface. These wrinkles are exactly the same as the wrinkles on the painted body. The two-dimensional detector only existed for less than a second before quietly disappearing into the endless space of the universe. By slowing down, it can be clearly seen that before disappearing, the detector seems to have the attribute of height again. Lu Yongchang glanced at the temperature data on the side. Minus 269.3 degrees Celsius. It's close to absolute zero. It is only 0.85 degrees Celsius different from the cosmic microwave background radiation of minus 270.15 degrees Celsius. In just a few seconds, the temperature near detector number 1 was like riding a roller coaster. A flash of enlightenment flashed in Lu Yongchang's heart. The wrinkles appearing on the painting as body may be a sign that it is about to become three-dimensional. As for why two-dimensional creatures become three-dimensional when they die, Lu Yongchang had no clue in his heart. The only thing that's certain, when three-dimensional matter is reduced to 2 dimensions, a large amount of energy will be released. When the dimension increases, a large amount of energy will be absorbed. There was dead silence in the ground command center. The picture in front of me is too shocking for the current human civilization. Sorry, little guys. I think I accidentally broke one of your detectors. I'm sorry, but I have no control over my body. Please give me a reply as soon as possible. In the holographic projection on the side, a line of information from the painting flashed across. This is a threat! In the communication channel of the command center, Xiao Zijia's voice slapping the table sounded. TND! Chapter 344 Two-Dimensional Strike? Lu Yongchang silently looked at the line of text in the holographic projection. A long time. He exhaled a long, thick breath and said in a dry voice. Yes, this is a threat. But, what can you do? This time, it accidentally hit probe number 1. Next time, it can accidentally hit our flagship. We have no defense against this type of attack. In the communication channel, Xiao Zijia's heavy breathing suddenly stopped. After a long time, Xiao Zijia sighed forcefully. Click! The sound of the electromagnetic absorption device came from the communication channel. Then, Professor, what can you do? Xiao Zijia's voice was filled with a strong sense of powerlessness. Facing Xiao Zijia's inquiry, Lu Yongchang slowly stood up from his seat. There is no way! You can only agree to the other party's request. The moment he heard these words, Xiao Zijia clenched his fists. But soon, he dropped his arms feebly and released his clenched fists. Dear Painting, after a referendum vote by all members, we are willing to help you convey the message. A message was sent from the Ross 2 star and reached the vicinity of Ross 154 in an instant through long-distance communication. Soon, Paint's response appeared in front of everyone. Very well. Human civilization. Your courage deserves my respect. Lu Yongchang smiled bitterly. Is it a matter of courage? You put a knife to our necks. But you definitely can't say that. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yongchang edited a new message. What do you need us to do? This time, the painting did not immediately respond to the human message. A whole 10 minutes. No response. For every scientific researcher, in such a stressful and high-pressure environment, every minute and every second is suffering. Yongchang! Fong Su's voice came from the side. Lu Yongchang stretched out his hand to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. Pursed his lips hard. and squeezed out one word from between his teeth. Wait! Although he was also very tormented in his heart. But being on the weak side, humans have no choice but to wait for the other party's response. Suddenly, his eyes moved slightly, and his attention focused on the holographic projection in front of him on the left. This holographic projection shows a panoramic view of ROS 154. On the dark red ROS 154 surface, a hole suddenly appeared in the center of the gray picture scroll. A gray fragment appeared from the hole and flew straight towards ROS 2. In just an instant, its speed reached 20% of the speed of light. In the holographic projection, the speed of gray fragments is getting higher and higher. 30% the speed of light. 50% the speed of light. 70% the speed of light. Lu Yongchang looked at the holographic image in front of him with splitting eyes. Retreat! Start the retreat plan immediately! He grabbed the microphone on the side and roared loudly. Zhao Zijia, who was on the Earth, was already lying in the deep-sea cabin. Earth received. Human fleet. Advance 4. Direction of travel, random. More than 3,000 bright points of light suddenly appeared in the cold and dark universe. The human fleet scattered in the ROS 154 star system. At this moment, fled with maximum travel power. Seeing that all the more than 3,000 starships were successfully launched, Lu Yongchang subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry. I mean no harm. In the holographic projection, a line of information from the painting suddenly appeared. A trace of anger flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. He quickly dragged over a holographic projection and edited a line of text. We have agreed to your request. Why go back on your word? Click to send. In just a few seconds, Lu Yongchang completed all the above actions. The moment he sent the message, his hands were even shaking slightly. This time, Paint's response came quickly. This is part of the core. Believe me, unlike two-dimensional fragments, it will not cause harm to you. Lu Yongchang was suddenly startled. Part of the core? Although Hua said this, he still did not relax his vigilance and issued an order through the communication channel again. Zhao Zijia, continue to implement the evacuation plan. Don't look back unless you're sure it's safe. Receive. Zhao Zijia responded silently. Why? You little guys are too suspicious. Perhaps sensing the movements of the surrounding fleets, Hua sent another message. At the same time, tracked by countless optical telescopes, the gray debris has traveled 5.8 million kilometers and arrived near the ROS 2 star. Under everyone's gaze, it stopped suddenly. It only took a few seconds for this fragment to go from 70% of the speed of light to stillness. This powerful maneuverability made Lu Yongchang feel a trace of despair in his eyes. Looking at the gray debris, staying in the synchronous orbit of the ROS 2 star, Lu Yongchang turned pale and swallowed hard. Next, take it with you and try to stay as far away from this star system as possible. I can give you a few options. Painting information continuously appears in the holographic projection. It took a long time for Lu Yongchang to come back to his senses. He typed a few Chinese characters with trembling hands. I need a way to control it. We have already seen the fate of probe number 1. It's too risky. A few seconds later, Painting's response appeared again in the holographic projection. The request is reasonable. Next, I will transfer some small information and supplies to you. They can help you create machines that stabilize two-dimensional fragments. After the words fell, several gray fragments appeared again in the gray picture on the surface of ROS 154. Just like before, these fragments flew straight towards the ROS 2 star at 70% of the speed of light. At the same time, Zero's voice sounded in the command center. Professor, the other party sent me a piece of information. Do you want to accept it? Lu Yongchang struggled for a moment, then nodded resolutely. Accept it. How big is the data? Equivalent to 1/10 the size of the database. Zero responded quickly. The data content is huge, and it will take a certain amount of time to receive it completely. Hiss. Lu Yongchang gasped again. Tide database. Is this what advanced civilizations call little information? Now, can you rest assured? If there is nothing else, please leave as soon as possible. My death will completely destroy this star. Lu Yongchang looked at the gray picture scroll in the holographic projection, then looked at the gray fragments above ROS 2 and the progress bar of data transmission. A glint flashed in his eyes, and he licked his lips subconsciously. Chapter 345 Two-Dimensional Debris Stabilization Device. Dear Painting, I hope you can provide us with some fragments of your body. We are just a weak second-level civilization, and it is difficult to protect ourselves in today's galaxy. before encountering pastoral civilization. These two-dimensional fragments can keep our civilization safe. After editing this string of information, Lu Yongchang checked it again. There was a hint of excitement and greed in his eyes. Yongchang! You? This shocking operation completely fell into Fang Su's eyes. He swallowed softly and subconsciously lowered his voice and said, Are you crazy? Lu Yongchang suddenly raised his head, with an inexplicable smile on his face. Do you think I'm crazy? Then why do you think the other party wants us to pass on the information? We were even given so many benefits for it. Fang Su hesitated for a while, and said in a lower voice, Do you also think that the other party has bad intentions? Of course. Lu Yongchang shrugged. Perhaps. The other party wants us to attract the attention of the sweepers and escape. Or maybe the other party wants to use us as bait to lure the sweepers into taking the bait. Having said this, he chuckled. Of course. We cannot rule out the possibility that the higher civilizations in the pastoral school are idealistic, no matter what the other party's intentions are. One thing is for sure. A trace of bitterness flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. In front of this two-dimensional creature, we are just pawns. But the chess pieces must also have their value. Our current strength is not even worthy of being a chess piece. So, as he spoke, Lu Yongchang glanced at the holographic projection in front of him. His cheek muscles tightened, and he resolutely pressed the send button. Since I can't resist, then why not take this opportunity to improve the strength of human civilization as much as possible? Even if this fire may burn human civilization to ashes. Even though human civilization may be dragged into the abyss by this decision, I still choose to dance with it. Only in this way can human civilization find a way to survive. This time, the painting did not immediately respond to the human message. Lu Yongchang sat on the chair and silently looked at the holographic projection in front of him. In the projection, the wrinkles on the gray scroll on the surface of the dark red star become increasingly dense. Human civilization. Do you know what you are doing? Suddenly, a message appeared in the huge holographic projection directly in front. Compared with the previous messages, the message sent this time had a hint of anger between the lines. Even the title was changed from the little guy to human civilization. This is also normal. Lu Yongchang can also understand the reason for the other party's anger. After all, from the perspective of painting, human civilization is no different than an ant. But this ant is asking for a part of his body. Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and edited a message again. Dear painting, please forgive our unreasonable request. However, you don't want key information to be unable to be transmitted smoothly due to the interference of some low-level civilizations. Right? Click send. Violent fluctuations appeared on the gray picture on the surface of ROS 154. Even the brightness of ROS 154 showed some abnormal fluctuations. Human civilization. I agree to your request. However, I am very disappointed in you. You have therefore lost the opportunity to join the pastoral faction. Looking at the information in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang breathed out a soft breath. His stiff body relaxed a little. The bet was won. Human civilization will have a big killer weapon. As for the opportunity the other party mentioned to join the pastoral faction, stop being ridiculous. Who cares about that stuff? With the current human civilization, if you join such an organization established by a higher civilization, you will probably be eaten without even half of your bones. The technological level of the second-level civilization should be enough to create a simplified version of the two-dimensional debris stabilization device. Make it as soon as possible. I don't have much time left. New information flashes in the holographic projection. In the distance, the gray picture scroll sank into the dark red stars again. Professor, the data transfer has been completed. Zero's voice sounded in the command center. Do you want to open the file? Looking at the 100% progress bar in front of him, Lu Yongchang nodded without any hesitation and said, Open! After a short wait, a huge model appeared in front of everyone. Next to the model, detailed data of each component is marked. The overall shape of the device is a hollow sphere with a diameter of 100 meters. On the periphery of the hollow sphere are 3 concentric rings with different diameters. 3 concentric rings slowly rotate around the center of the ball. At the center of the ball is a gray two-dimensional fragment. Lu Yongchang stretched out his hand and moved it in the air a few times. The two-dimensional debris stabilizer model directly ahead disintegrated rapidly. The internal structure of 3 concentric rings is presented to everyone. Densely packed coils. Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows. Magnetic field restraint device? But the next moment, he noticed a problem. He shook his head and said to himself, No, that's not right. Each concentric ring has a different arrangement of coils. 0, Exclude the remaining components and model the coils within the concentric rings individually. Let's simulate and calculate the shape of the magnetic field formed by the arrangement of the coils of these 3 concentric rings. The arrangement of the coils in the 3 concentric rings is extremely complicated, and coupled with the changes in the magnetic field when the 3 concentric rings are combined. Even if it is 0, it takes several minutes to calculate. In the holographic projection, virtual magnetic induction lines gradually appear. As the magnetic lines of induction gradually became denser, Lu Yongchang gradually discovered the mystery. The outermost concentric rings form a huge closed magnetic field and wrap the entire device within it. Magnetic shield? Lu Yongchang's eyes lit up, and he murmured to himself. Unexpectedly, the technology that entered the third-level civilization was presented in front of him. But obviously, the real magnetic field shield technology is not that simple. Humans can't put a few huge concentric rings on the outside of a starship. Right? But the two-dimensional fragment stabilization device drawings in front of us point out the way forward for human civilization. Lu Yongchang believes that as long as there is enough time, he will be able to lead the team to break through this so-called technological shackles. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and focused his gaze on the core of the hollow ball. 2 smaller concentric rings in the inner ring form a complex magnetic restraint device. A flash of enlightenment flashed in Lu Yongchang's heart. Regardless of the rest of the components, the functions of these coils are pretty straightforward. Build a magnetic confinement device that is strong enough to bind the two-dimensional fragments tightly and ensure that it is not disturbed by outside charged particles. Chapter 346. Dimensional Strike Ship. As he dismantled the entire device design, Lu Yongchang gradually understood the basic principles of the device. First, a strong magnetic field is used to constrain the two-dimensional fragments to ensure that they do not touch some impurities. Considering the situation encountered by the number 1 detector, it is easy to understand its purpose. The two-dimensional fragments separated from painting are extremely unstable. Secondly, there is the energy input system. According to the notes in the design drawing, a two-dimensional fragment stabilization device with a diameter of 100 meters can only restrain a two-dimensional fragment with an area of 5 square meters. The energy consumed by the entire constraint stabilization process is unimaginable. As for how the two-dimensional fragments are stabilized after this energy is input, Lu Yongchang is unknown. All I know is that it works by relying on the gray fragments given by painting. Every two-dimensional debris stabilization device requires a gray fragment as a core component. In other words, based on the number of gray fragments given by the painting, humans can only have at most 50 two-dimensional fragment stabilizing devices. However, considering the energy consumption of this device, 50 stabilizing devices is the limit that humans can bear. According to Zero's preliminary calculations, a Comet-class, Golden Crow, battleship should be able to meet its energy consumption requirements under normal conditions. This is just normal. In the event of an accident, this device with a diameter of 100 meters would even need to consume all the energy of 2 Comet-class, Golden Crow, battleships. When he saw this terrifying energy consumption data, Lu Yongchang suddenly understood. No wonder this two-dimensional creature is hiding inside a star. In this vast universe, only these stars can meet its needs. Only two-dimensional creatures can physically cross stars, but humans can't. If you want to achieve perfect control of two-dimensional debris, you not only need to create a two-dimensional debris stabilizing device according to the drawings, but the transformation of new warships is also imminent. These new starships do not require any extra functions. In addition to the fusion reactor, Hall thruster and fuel reservoir that are several times the size of ordinary starships, there will only be a two-dimensional debris stabilization device installed inside. Oh yeah. And there's a giant barrel that fires 2D shards. As for the name of the new starship, just call it Dimension Strike Ship. Lu Yongchang retracted his divergent thoughts and looked away from the design drawings in the holographic projection. Zero. Inform Zhao Zijie. Stop the evacuation plan and all starships will rendezvous outside the Ross 154 star system. In addition, let him pilot the Earth and bring back 50 Comet-class, Golden Crow, battleships. Considering that the life of the painting is coming to an end, Lu Yongchang specially ordered to stop all unnecessary calculations and projects. All of Zero's computing resources were put into modifying starships and creating two-dimensional debris stabilization devices. Thanks to this, in just half a month, the human fleet completed all preparations. Dear painting, we have completed all the manufacturing work. In the Earth Command Center, Lu Yongchang pressed the send button with a solemn expression. A few minutes later, A touch of gray appeared on the dark red Ross 154 surface again. Compared with the last time, the density of wrinkles on the body surface has increased a lot again. So fast? Paint's response was full of surprise and confusion. I originally thought it would take you at least 2 months to complete such a heavy construction work. Incredible. It seems that you have put a lot of effort into computer technology and weak artificial intelligence technology. Lu Yongcheng's eyes moved slightly. Weak artificial intelligence? Why would the other party think that humans have weak artificial intelligence? Whether according to human standards or according to the standards of the technology tree system, 0 is a standard strong artificial intelligence. In fact, if it were not for the limitations of the system, 0 could even be considered a super artificial intelligence. Although he was full of doubts, he did not ask questions in this regard, but brought the topic back to the two-dimensional fragments. Now that you have completed the preparations, I will fulfill my promise. The gray scroll on the surface of Ross 154 fell off 50 tiny fragments due to violent vibrations. It is different from the debris that hit Probe 1. The surfaces of these gray pieces are still smooth. That said, for now, they're still in a stable state. Use these two-dimensional fragments with caution. After leaving my body, these fragments will soon be assimilated into the three-dimensional universe. By then, the damage caused will not be something that your second-level civilization can bear. Looking at the gray fragments, flying towards Ross 154 at 70% of the speed of light, Lu Yongcheng quickly asked the question that had been lingering in his mind. How powerful are these two-dimensional fragments? At the same time, 50 Comet-class, dimensional strike ships, transformed from Golden Crow battleships slowly opened their hatches, revealing their two-dimensional debris stabilizing devices, waiting for the arrival of two-dimensional debris. Power? The destructive power caused by two-dimensional fragments is not simply additive. I can give you an analogy. A two-dimensional fragment can easily destroy your flagship, but more than 40 two-dimensional fragments can even destroy your planet. Looking at the words that appeared in front of him, Lu Yongcheng's breathing suddenly became rapid. His eyes widened slightly, and there was a flush of excitement on the sides of his cheeks. Destroy planets? Such power. This can be called the trump card of human civilization. Leave quickly. I am no longer able to resist the oppression of the three-dimensional universe on me. As a new piece of information appeared in front of everyone, the gray scroll on the surface of Ross 154 once again sank into the interior of the star. Ross 2 star synchronous orbit. 50 gray fragments successfully arrived at their destination and were quietly suspended in space. It can be clearly found through the detector that there is still a strong magnetic field around these gray fragments. But this magnetic field is rapidly attenuating, and sporadic wrinkles are beginning to appear on the smooth two-dimensional debris surface. Don't think too much. This must be painting's handwriting. Under 0's control, 50 dimensional strike ships opened their belly hatches and slowly drove towards the two-dimensional fragments that were in a relatively stationary state toward Ross 2. The next moment, these two-dimensional fragments were eaten into the belly of the dimension strike ship and sent into the stabilizing device. Looking at the two-dimensional fragments with wrinkles gradually disappearing in the camera, Lu Yongcheng let out a long sigh of relief. He untied the electromagnetic absorption device, stood up and said, "The human fleet is ready to go." In the holographic projection in front of him, a line of text appeared again. Human civilization. Remember your promise. Chapter 347 Gliese 555. The line of text directly in front made the atmosphere inside Earth a little heavier again. Professor, this core. Bong Su's voice came from the side. Lu Yongcheng also had a darker look on his face. He turned his head and looked at the side window. Outside the porthole, a starship with a length of just over 300 meters was parked quietly next to the Earth. Compared with the Earth and other Comet-class starships, this starship is extremely inconspicuous. The starship is not equipped with any weapons. Not even a cockpit. The entire ship is controlled by 0. It does not belong to any formation of the human fleet. Isolation ship. This is its own name. As the name suggests, its function is simple: isolating the two-dimensional core and the human fleet from each other. Inside, apart from the fuel depot, fusion reactor and hull thruster, there is only one huge machine installed: two-dimensional debris stabilization device. But unlike the dimensional attack ship, this two-dimensional debris stabilizing device does not place ordinary two-dimensional debris, but it's part of the core of painting. Although according to Hua, the core will not die as quickly as ordinary two-dimensional fragments, Lu Yongcheng still built a separate stabilizing device for it. Even, for safety reasons, The two-dimensional core and stabilizing device are placed in a separate isolation room. The isolation chamber walls are made of high-strength transparent aluminum material. Inside the isolation room, there are no circuits or interfaces except for a constant light with its own small nuclear battery. In a physical sense, it excludes the possibility of invading computer systems through various lines or interfaces. Outside the isolation room is a larger and more empty cabin. Dozens of high-precision cameras are placed more than 10 meters away from the wall of the isolation room. These cameras surround the entire isolation chamber, ensuring that the 2D debris stabilization device and the 2D core in the isolation chamber can be observed in real time from all angles. In addition to these safeguards, Lu Yongchang even placed several plasma bombs in the isolation ship, an energy weapon that uses high-temperature plasma to cause massive damage. Once an abnormality is detected, these plasma bombs installed near the fusion reactor will explode directly. The violent high-temperature plasma flow will tear the entire quarantine ship apart in an instant. As for whether the two-dimensional core will be affected by this weak offensive, I don't think so. But this is already the greatest protective measure that human civilization can take. According to the painting, this core will become a beacon, guiding the pastoral civilization that comes to the galaxy. Lu Yongchang was noncommittal about this statement. Who knows whether this core will ultimately attract pastoral civilization or sweeper civilization. However, there is only one thing that can be confirmed, no matter which civilization it attracts. It is like a time bomb for human civilization. Not just a ticking time bomb. Maybe even a monitor. He didn't believe that a dignified 7th-level civilization could be so stupid and sweet. He actually pinned all his hopes on the verbal promise of a 2nd-level civilization. This is impossible both emotionally and rationally. But even if you know that there is a backhand for painting in this so-called two-dimensional core, Lu Yongchang had nothing to do about it. He let out a long sigh. Leave this star system first and discuss the issue of the two-dimensional core later. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang stretched his hand across the holographic projection in front of him. A brilliant star map appeared in front of him. As Lu Yongchang's fingers crossed, countless bright or dark star points flew across quickly. Finally, the crosshairs landed on a dim point of light. Gliese 555. Distance, 17.49 light-years. According to the information provided by painting, there is a star system where human civilization can rest and live. Not as good as Earth. Not as good as Proxima b. Not even as good as Ross 154. But precisely because of this, very few civilizations have set foot nearby. Destination set successfully. As Lu Yongchang's finger gently clicked the cursor, Zero's voice sounded in the command center. A bright white dotted line slowly extends from the center of the star map to the location of the cursor. Target, Gliese 555. Distance, 17.49 light-years. Estimated voyage time, 90 years. The starship is about to start accelerating. Please everyone enter the deep sea cabin immediately. Repeat. The starship is about to start accelerating. Lu Yongchang turned to look at Zhao Zijie beside him, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. It seems that we will see you again in 90 years. Zhao Zijie shrugged. I hope we don't wake up early. Lu Yongchang's face froze, and he subconsciously turned his head and glanced at the isolation ship outside the port window of the Earth. Hope so, he murmured heartily. Then, he stepped into the deep-sea cabin. A few minutes later, the deep-sea cabin door was closed, and the light yellow deep-sea liquid slowly rose from the soles of his feet and gradually submerged Lu Yongchang's head. A powerful recoil force hit him, pressing him firmly against the wall of the deep-sea cabin. But because of the presence of deep-sea liquid, Lu Yongchang didn't feel much strange. On the contrary, this familiar feeling even brought him an inexplicable sense of security. Since his rebirth, every star system has contained a hint of murderous intent. Perhaps, only endless journeys can allow human civilization to enjoy short-term peace. Lu Yongchang sighed silently in his heart, and adjusted the holographic image in front of him with the help of the brainwave reading device. The probe left on Ross 2 slowly changed its direction and cast its eyes on Ross 154. He wants to witness the death of two-dimensional creatures with his own eyes. No matter which aspect you consider, this extremely rare scene will become a valuable asset to human civilization. Ross 154. The gray picture scroll slowly emerged. The picture scroll quickly turned an angle and came to the direction facing the human fleet. Same as Lu Yongchang. Painting, I also want to witness the departure of the human fleet with my own eyes. Watching the fleet speed getting faster and faster, and gradually moving away from the Ross 154 star system. A slight ripple appeared on the surface of the picture scroll. An obscure fluctuation came from it. Finally left. These little guys are really hard to fool. However, although the process is a bit difficult, the result is good after all. The gray picture scroll turned at angle again. This time, it's pointed directly at the center of the Milky Way. Sweeper, we'll see. The next moment, painting seemed to have discovered the probe left by human civilization on Ross 2. It chuckled. Little guy, you are cautious enough. Since you want to watch it so much, I'll show you one. Chapter 348 The Death of Painting. 1 month later. Inside Earth. Lu Yongchang, who was in the deep-sea cabin, had some doubts in his eyes. In the holographic projection in front of you, the density of wrinkles on the dark red star surface and gray scroll has reached the extreme. However, this scene has not changed for 5 days. Is it possible? Is this so-called imminent death all a lie by the other party? When this idea came to his mind, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but feel a thump in his heart. If it is really a lie, what is the other party's intention? Is human civilization really a bait to attract sweepers? He was in a state of confusion, with complicated thoughts rushing from the bottom of his heart. The next moment, a sudden change occurred. At this moment, Proxima B. Renfeng stood directly in front of the Great Hall, with a bit of excitement in his eyes. On this day, he was successfully elected as the first president of human civilization in Proxima Centauri. Next to him stood Zhang Zhenqing with a calm expression. As same as him, after experiencing the test of the recent crisis, Zhang Zhenqing stood out from the crowd and was successfully elected as the first chief scientist of human civilization on Proxima Centauri. Renfeng coughed slightly and spoke into the microphone in front of him. My fellow citizens, thank you for your trust in me. I hope that in the coming days. Listening to Renfeng's speech, Zhang Zhenqing showed a bit of helplessness in his eyes. He is still thinking about the information he has not finished reading. Ross 154. On the surface of the gray picture scroll, the wrinkles and fluctuations become more and more violent. In the detector located on the Ross 2 star, the temperature near the gray picture scroll suddenly dropped. Even on the surface of the star, Hua's body temperature quickly dropped to about 173 degrees Celsius. Compared with other parts of Ross 154, the area where the painting is located is already an extremely cold zone. Looking at the temperature curve in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang's eyes shook, and he swallowed hard. Incredible! The temperature curve gradually stabilized and remained at around 167 to 180 degrees Celsius. Just like that. More than 10 minutes flew by. Just when Lu Yongchang was about to breathe a sigh of relief, something happened again. The detector alerts again. Just now. At that moment, a third dimension appeared on Hua's body. Although it recovered quickly, the detector still recorded the data at that moment. 1 meter. Compared with the huge body of the painting, 1 meter seems nothing. But it is this meter that means painting has broken away from the category of two-dimensional creatures. At this time, the painting has returned to its normal state, and it seems that everything that just happened is like an illusion. However, data does not lie. In addition to the sudden thickness data, there is another key data. Temperature. At this time, the painting, and even the temperature around that painting, dropped to minus 191 degrees Celsius. There is even a huge black spot on the surface of the red dwarf star. Who knows just how much energy paint extracted from Ross 154 in that short moment. After the outbreak, just now, the brightness of Ross 154 seemed a lot dimmer. At this moment, Lu Yongchang suddenly understood the meaning of painting. No wonder it threatens to destroy a star with its own death. Looking at the error message displayed again on the detector, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath of deep-sea fluid. The oxygen contained in the deep-sea fluid refreshed his mind. An idea gradually emerged in his mind. Sucker punch. Yes, the scene just now looked like the painting was struggling to its death. It tries its best to resist the assimilation effect of the three-dimensional universe. Lu Yongchang believes that if it is painting in a normal state, it will be effortless to achieve this. It's nothing more than consuming some energy. But now, with the core severely damaged, everything Hua did was destined to be a futile struggle. Lu Yongchang's eyes were filled with excitement. He widened his eyes, trying to carve the scene in front of him deeply into his brain. Although he cannot understand the mysteries between dimensions now, he believes that these precious pictures will become the cornerstone for human civilization to master dimensional technology. Time passes little by little. This time, the picture on Ross 154 was stagnant for 2 days. During these 2 days, the painting was like a rag covering Rose 154. Motionless, Lu Yongchang stared at the holographic projection in front of him with a pair of thick dark circles under his eyes. These 2 days, he didn't even sleep, just to witness the complete death scene. Professor, I can alert you when something unusual happens. Zero's voice sounded in the deep-sea cabin. Need not. Lu Yongchang ordered with his brain waves. I must witness the whole scene with my own eyes. As soon as the voice finished, there was a slight movement in the holographic projection. The surface of the painting that was originally like rags began to fluctuate again. It's a familiar scene again. The detector transmitted thickness data again. Different from the last time. This painting no longer has the energy to resist the assimilation of the three-dimensional universe. The red dwarf star's light quickly fades. And Hua's body temperature also began to drop drastically. Minus 250 degrees Celsius. Minus 265 degrees Celsius. Minus 270 degrees Celsius. Minus 273 degrees Celsius. The temperature curve flattened out, and the decline stopped. It is only 0.15 degrees Celsius away from absolute zero. The gray picture scroll has disappeared from the camera unknowingly. Thinking about it, they turned into some basic particles and were completely mixed into the particle soup of the universe. And Ross 154 was completely extinguished. What appeared in front of Lu Yongchang was a black dwarf star that only existed in theory. It no longer emits any light, and even the radiation completely disappears. Lu Yongchang opened his mouth subconsciously, and a mouthful of bitter deep-sea liquid poured into his mouth, refreshing his chaotic brain. Not. It's over. Yes, Professor. Zero's voice sounded again. Because Ross 154 has lost a lot of mass. It is currently unable to maintain the existence of this star system. As Zero's words fell, the gas giant planet closest to Ross 154 broke away from its original orbit, drew a beautiful curve, and flew towards the endless deep space. A few seconds later, the trajectory of Ross 2 also changed. Zero. Send the probe in the direction of Ross 154. Black dwarfs are theoretical celestial bodies, and they can fill in a lot of content for our theoretical system. Looking at the Ross 2 star that was gradually disappearing, Lu Yongchang suddenly came back to his senses and excitedly issued the order using his brain waves. Roger that, Professor. In the holographic projection, detectors with different functions and shapes were dragging the tails of the detectors in the direction of Ross 154, dragging faint blue flames. Chapter 349 Type 1 Emergency Plan. As the detector arrived near Ross 154, huge detection data began to be transmitted to the optical quantum supercomputing center of Earth. After zero processing, most of the useless information is eliminated, while some useful or uncertain information is retained. Finally, these data were presented to Lu Yongchang one by one. In the deep-sea cabin, Lu Yongchang's eyes widened with dark circles, and he carefully observed the data in front of him. Carbon, and a small amount of interstellar dust. This is what black dwarfs are made of. No light, no radiation. It looks like a huge solid planet. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, Lu Yongchang would never believe it. Not long ago, this was a star that radiated endless heat. With a serious look on his face, he sorted the data in front of him into categories and classified them into the astronomical system controlled by humans. The central region of the Milky Way, galactic branch of the Sweeper civilization, Sweeper 9527, as usual, was boringly flipping through the data returned by the detector. Sir, 3 more suspected stars have been discovered. The subordinate's voice came from the side. 9527 responded softly, dragged the light curtain aside with his tentacles, and checked it at will. The next moment, he casually pressed the button on the light screen next to him. The button has only one function. Launch the Star Eater. Following the movements of Sweeper 9527, a strange ripple appeared next to this absolutely stationary artificial planet. It was like a stone being thrown into the lake. The ripple spread slowly. 3 glowing Star Eaters slowly emerged from the center of the ripples. When the 3 Star Eaters completely appeared in the universe, the ripples gradually disappeared, and the universe returned to its original appearance. And these 3 Star Eaters, after a moment of pause, entered a state of curvature and disappeared from sight. Sir, there are not many Star Eaters left in this small universe. The subordinate's voice sounded again. Do you need to make another batch? 9527 furrowed his brows and shook his tentacles a few times casually. The external memory storage device next to his brain flashed with little lights. Need not. No need to waste resources. I remember that the first batch of launch Star Eaters has completed its mission. They should be back soon. Right. The subordinate responded quickly. Yes, sir. Currently, there are more than 20 Star Eaters on their way back. 9527 nodded lightly. Remember to extract the energy from it. Although the energy of a single Star Devourer is not much. When the number increases, the energy is still considerable. At least it can support us in fighting a small-scale war. The subordinates responded quickly. It's just, so far, we haven't found any trace of the painting. The subordinate hesitated for a while, and then said, Is it dead? After all, its core was directly hit by a four-dimensional shock bomb, and the degree of damage must be considerable. Facing the questions from his subordinates, Cleaner 9527's face froze slightly. But soon, it said in a low tone, Even if it is dead, we have to find the place where it died. The mother civilization is making every effort to conquer two-dimensional technology. Whether we are dead or alive, it has an extraordinary effect on us. There was a hint of contemplation in Cleaner 9527's eyes, and his brain was running rapidly, thinking about the possibility of this happening. The core was destroyed by a four-dimensional shock bomb. Maybe this two-dimensional creature really died in some remote corner? Thinking of this, Cleaner 9527's eyes showed a bit of panic. This two-dimensional creature is the focus of the mother civilization. If it messes up, Sweeper 9527's tentacles suddenly paused. Release all detectors. Carry out a sweep of the Orion arm. I can't believe I can't find this cunning two-dimensional creature. 25 years later. Earth calendar year 2300. In the vast interstellar space, a fleet whose surface is covered with traces of time is heading towards its destination at 25% the speed of light. Inside the starship, 6 billion humans are in deep hibernation, 1 away from Earth. A spherical detector with a diameter of about 1 meter flashes a green indicator light on the surface, and patrols and detects according to the zero-planned route. Suddenly, the camera on the spherical detector stopped rotating. From the perspective of the spherical detector's camera, a square detector with a tattered surface and even many exposed circuits slowly emerged from the deep sky. Earth, inside the optical quantum supercomputing center. The bright red warning light kept flashing, and the piercing alarm bell screamed crazily. Zero's CPU usage instantly soared by 10 percentage points. At the same time, the emergency plan was activated. 10 outside. Dozens of detectors surrounded this square detector that did not belong to humans. The red working indicator light on the surface of the square detector flashed slowly, seemingly full of confusion about the behavior of the spherical detectors around him. After the emergency plan was activated, a preset message was sent to the square detector. The message content is simple. Just a sequence of prime numbers. If the other party is a civilization that can communicate, this sequence of prime numbers is enough to indicate human tendencies. Inside Earth, the lights near the hibernation cabin turned on one by one. Creation of unknown civilization detected. Activate Type 1 emergency plan. Performing wake-up mission. As Zero's voice sounded, a small holographic image appeared above the selected hibernation cabin. Familiar feelings came from all directions in the body. Lu Yongchang frowned subconsciously and opened his eyes with difficulty. The pupils that were illuminated by the bright light quickly contracted. He subconsciously tilted his head and looked away. Seeing this, the robot on the side turned off the small flashlight. Pupillary light reflex is normal. A line of Chinese characters flashed across the holographic image quickly. The next moment, the robot raised 3 fingers, and Zero's voice came from the robot's body. Professor, please answer. What is this? Having just woken up from hibernation, Lu Yongcheng's vision was still a little blurry. After blinking hard, the scene in his eyes gradually became clear. 3, he replied in a hoarse voice. The robot quickly changed his gestures. 5. Lu Yongcheng twitched his lips and said helplessly, although I am a little impatient with this process. After all, it is for the health of the hibernators. Therefore, he could only cooperate with the robot and answer a few preset questions. Conscious and in good condition. In the holographic projection, a line of faint Chinese characters flashed again. Professor, welcome to Wake Up! We're in trouble.